Once Zhao Hai returned to the origin space, he immediately called Ghost Emperor Yin Windover. Ghost Emperor Yin Wind had already become an undead creature. Zhao Hai did not retrieve his magic tool, and it was still under his control. What Zhao Hai wanted was the cultivation method of Power of Faith from Ghost Emperor Yin Wind. As soon as Ghost Emperor Yin Wind appeared, he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai. "Greetings, young master. Write down how to collect and use the Power of Faith," Zhao Hai said with a nod. Ghost Emperor Yin Wind immediately responded and followed Kai to the side. He spoke while Kai recorded. It was obvious that the cultivation method of the Power of Faith was not very complicated. Yin Wind Ghost Emperor finished explaining in less than an hour. After he finished speaking, Zhao Hai waved his hand and dismissed the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. He took the method to collect the Power of Faith. The method was actually a set of mother-child array formations. There was a mother array formation and child arrays. The number of child arrays could be increased infinitely, but there was only one mother array. The child formation would go to each space to collect the Power of Faith and then transfer it to the mother formation. The user would then extract the Power of Faith from the mother formation for use. Zhao Hai took a look at the mother-child formation and turned around to give it to Kai-Er. "Kai-Er, go and make the necessary arrangements. We'll have them all set up as soon as possible," Kai-Er replied. This wasn't a big deal. There were many churches on all the planets in this realm, and these churches had become an indispensable part of each planet. These churches could provide all kinds of living needs for the people on the planet, so all they had to do was to install a sub-array of the collection array in the church. What Zhao Hai was looking at now was how to use the Power of Faith. With a single look, Zhao Hai realized that the Power of Faith was truly mystical. Not only could it help with cultivation, it had many other uses. It could be used to control magic artifacts, it could be used to strengthen attacks, and it could be used on magic artifacts. In short, it had many uses. Zhao Hai took a closer look at how to use the Power of Faith and realized that it had to be cultivated first before it could be used. Just like stellar energy and baleful energy, it had to be condensed into one's body before it could be used. Furthermore, the initial cultivation of the Power of Belief was not an offensive method, but a type of visual technique. This visual technique was divided into two stages. The first stage was to use one's own spirit chi to cultivate one's eyes so that one could see the Power of Belief. Of course, what one could see was only one's own Power of Belief. One would not be able to see whether others had the Power of Belief or not. The second step was to cultivate the Power of Faith into your eyes, allowing them to see the strength of your opponent and all kinds of energy in the world. If your Power of Faith was high enough, you could even see the level of Dharma treasures or the aura of all kinds of objects in the human world. This eye technique might not seem impressive, but Zhao Hai understood its power. This eye technique allowed one to see the strength and attributes of one's enemy with a single glance. If there was a lot of Power of Faith, one could even discover hidden natural treasures. This was extremely important to a cultivator. This eye technique was only the first part of the Power of Faith. The second part was to cultivate the Power of Faith into one's body, allowing it to transform and repair one's body. It would make the meridians in one's body more suitable for cultivation, repair all hidden injuries in one's body, and help one sort out the spiritual energy in one's body, allowing one's cultivation to be faster. The third part is to add the Power of Faith to your weapon, making it more powerful. It will increase your weapon's attack power, defense power, speed, strength, toughness, and so on. As for the fourth part, it's even more important. It's to perfectly combine your Power of Belief with your cultivation. It'll allow you to have no obstacles on your path of cultivation, making it a smooth path. For a cultivator, this was very important. For a cultivator, the road of cultivation was not smooth. Many cultivators were stuck in the chi layer for their entire life, unable to reach the foundation stage. Many people were stuck in the foundation stage for their entire life, unable to reach the core formation stage. And even more people were stuck in the nascent soul stage for their entire life, unable to pass the tribulation. This was the biggest hurdle in a cultivator's life. However, as long as you perfectly combine the Power of Faith with your cultivation, these barriers would no longer exist. You only needed to continue cultivating. The barriers of foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and tribulation would no longer exist. All you needed to do was cultivate. Zhao Hai was overjoyed when he saw the description of the Power of Belief. The Power of Belief was too powerful. As long as a cultivator could cultivate it, the path of cultivation would be extremely simple. Of course, one had to first collect faith power. Only by collecting faith power could one use it. The more faith power one had, the more benefits one would receive. Zhao Hai heaved a long sigh of relief and laughed. Good, what a good Power of Belief. Ha ha ha, I really want to see what I'll be like after cultivating this Power of Belief. Laura and the others also looked at the cultivation method of the Power of Faith and were extremely shocked. They had never thought that the Power of Faith would be so miraculous. At that moment, Meljin suddenly said to Zhao Hai, "Big brother Hai, did you forget something?" The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor seemed to be holding something related to the netherworld. He used that thing to control the underworld and almost succeeded. If it wasn't for the big heart's constant resistance and your sudden appearance, he might have controlled the underworld. Shouldn't you find that thing and send it back to the underworld? Hearing Meljin's words, Zhao Hai could not help but be stunned. He then patted his head and said, "Yeah, I forgot about that. But you don't have to worry. The underworld doesn't need that thing at all. Now that it's completely under the control of the big heart, and with our help, it doesn't matter whether they need it or not. But it's better to send it back to them." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and summoned the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. Yin Wind Ghost Emperor bowed to Zhao Hai the moment he appeared. "Greetings, young master. What can I do for you?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Hand over the item that you used to control the netherworld. Oh right, when you return to the infernal realm later, teach the undead creatures how to cultivate. You're learning the ghost Tao. I think it will be very helpful for their cultivation." Zhao Hai had not expected to see a giant instead of a god of the underworld. However, he immediately understood why. The giant heart in the underworld space was left by a god who created the world, and this statue was so similar to the god who created the world. Zhao Hai heaved a long sigh of relief. He waved his hand and sent the statue back to the underworld. As soon as the statue became a god of the underworld, something unexpected happened. The entire underworld seemed to come to life. The beating of the big heart became stronger, and the spirit chi of the underworld became stronger. It was as if the spirit chi of the underworld became denser with every beat of the big heart. Following that, a series of loud rumbles sounded in the underworld. The entire underworld, with the huge heart as the center, slowly began to shrink. In the end, the entire underworld disappeared, leaving only the huge heart. As Zhao Hai stared with his mouth agape, the huge heart moved and entered the dimension through the crack that Zhao Hai had created in the underworld. As soon as the big heart entered the medium, Zhao Hai heard a notification from the medium, discovered a new spiritual vein from the beginning of the universe. This spiritual vein is a living spiritual vein with a dark attribute. It is already combined with the infernal planet. The original infernal planet has become the infernal space and will slowly evolve into the infernal space. The spiritual vein can automatically produce spiritual chi. The space's grade has been raised to level 200. All objects in the space, except for spiritual objects, have been upgraded. The Universal Spiritual Manufacturing Machine has been upgraded to the Universal Spiritual Manufacturing Machine. The production capacity has increased, the original functions have been preserved, and it is more intelligent. The Universal Analysis Machine has been upgraded to the Universal Intelligence Analysis Machine. Its original functions have been preserved, and it has become more intelligent. The 100 Spirit Tree has been upgraded, and is now a 1,000 Spirit Tree. It bears fruit once every 100 years, and 10 of them will become small planets. The remaining fruits will become spatial crystals, which can be used as spatial tools for combat, planting medicinal herbs, and rearing animals. The spiritual roots that were originally combined with the 100 Spirit Tree have their assimilation ability increased tenfold. Zhao Hai sat there in a daze as he listened to the system announcement. He had never thought that returning the statue to the underworld would upgrade the realm and bring so many benefits. Laura and the others were also dumbfounded. This was truly a pleasant surprise. All of their attention was actually on the power of faith. No one had expected that the netherworld would bring them such a pleasant surprise. Furthermore, the 100 Spirit Tree, the all-purpose manufacturing machine, and the all-purpose analysis machine had all been upgraded. With the addition of the big heart, the spirit chi concentration in the space was increasing at every minute, although it was still not comparable to the spirit vein in the cultivation world. But sooner or later they would catch up and they would surpass those spirit veins. Now the space was equivalent to a growing spirit vein. In the past, because there was only one spirit root, the assimilation speed of the 100 Spirit Tree was not fast, and the growth speed was very slow. But now, with the big heart joining, the growth speed of the spirit chi in the space was much faster. He believed that it would not take long for the concentration of spirit chi in the space to be comparable to the spirit vein in the cultivation world. It took a while for everyone to react. Zhao Hai said, "Enjoy, good, that's great. Ha 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 ha, that's great." Laura and the others were also very happy. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Today is truly a double blessing. I think I should stop cultivating for now and let's celebrate." Laura and the others naturally didn't object. Meg and the others immediately went into the kitchen. Although Laura and the others might not be able to help much, it was still very lively when everyone was together. Even Zhao Hai went into the kitchen. As they were chatting, Laura suddenly said, "Big brother Hai, where's Kai Er? She's still not done with that magic array." As they were talking, Kai Er's voice sounded, "It's already done." Zhao Hai turned his head and saw Kai standing behind him, looking at him with a smile. However, Zhao Hai was dumbfounded. Not only Zhao Hai, but even Laura and the others were dumbfounded. They all looked at Kai Er with a dumbfounded expression, not knowing what to say. Of course, Kai Er was still the same Kai Er, but she had grown even taller. In the past, Kai had only been as tall as a normal person's arm, but after leveling up, she had grown to almost 1 meter tall. However, she still looked like a dwarf. Although this dwarf was extremely beautiful, no matter how beautiful she was still a dwarf. However, Kai was different now. She was almost as tall as a normal person. Although she was still petite compared to Laura and the others, no one would think that she was a dwarf. When a girl grew to her height, she would only look petite and bearable, and no one would think that she was a dwarf. Zhao Hai stared blankly at Kai. Kai was currently wearing a set of colorful clothes. If this set of clothes were to be worn by someone else, it would appear to be too gorgeous. However, when it was worn by Kai it seemed to bring out the best in each other. It only made Kai appear even cuter and did not give off a gaudy feeling. Laura and the others also looked at Kai in a daze. They had never thought that Kai would become so beautiful when she grew up. Kai was a little embarrassed by their gazes, and she blushed as she lowered her head. Laura suddenly shouted, "Wow, Kai you're so beautiful, we can't even compare to you. Big brother Hai, don't you think Kai is very beautiful?" Zhao Hai came back to his senses. He looked at Kai and smiled. "Yeah, Kai you're so beautiful." After saying this much, he pulled Kai hand and said, "Come, we're all cooking. You should come and help." Kai replied happily and jumped to Zhao Hai's side, starting to work with the others. Laura and the other girls looked at Zhao Hai and Kai with a smile in their eyes. However, things were great now. Kai biggest problem had been solved, so it was only natural that she would be taken in by Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai seemed to have a lot of feelings for Kai. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have taken the initiative to hold Kai's hand just now. It should be known that Zhao Hai had always been passive when it came to relationships. It was rare for him to take the initiative. Kai was also very happy. Just like the other women in the origin space, her heart had been tied to Zhao Hai for a long time. However, because of her height, she didn't dare to show it. Among the women, she was the closest to Zhao Hai because they were one. If Zhao Hai lived, she would live. If Zhao Hai died, she would die. However, the two of them had not made any substantial progress. The main reason was her height. Now, the biggest obstacle had been cleared. It was reasonable for them to be together. Laura and the other girls didn't feel anything wrong with that. After having a good meal, Zhao Hai went to rest. Kai naturally followed him, while Laura and the others stayed outside. Everything happened so naturally that no one said a word. In fact, Laura and the others were even happy to see it happen. This way, Zhao Hai and Kai's relationship would become closer. The warmth of that night naturally didn't need to be said. The next day, Kai still woke up early. Her constitution was quite special, and although this was her first time, she wasn't like the others who couldn't get up. Laura and the others didn't get up too late. The space was especially quiet and the air was good. With sufficient spiritual essence, it was especially suitable for sleeping. They had good quality sleep, so they didn't stay in bed. Zhao Hai didn't wake up too late. After breakfast, he paid attention to the pirate's paradise and the cultivation world. There were no problems in these two places. Everything was normal on planet Yaren too. Zhao Hai was relieved. He slowly walked to the 100 spirit tree and sat down cross-legged. He took 2 deep breaths to calm his emotions. He closed his eyes and recalled the cultivation method of the power of faith. After making sure that there were no mistakes, he began to cultivate. The first step was the eyes. First, he used his own spiritual energy to open the acupuncture points around his head and eyes. Then he circulated the spiritual energy according to a certain route. Slowly, the spiritual energy formed a cycle. At this time, he could see the power of faith. This step was not that easy to complete. First, the aperture acupoints around the eyes were very weak. If one was not careful, they could be injured, which would leave behind hidden injuries. If you can't open the aperture acupoints around your eyes and form a circulation, you won't be able to see the power of belief. Without seeing it, it's invisible and intangible. You can't cultivate it at all, so the first step is very important. However, this step wasn't a difficult one for Zhao Hai. The first step of breaking through to the aperture was even easier for Zhao Hai. His body had undergone many transformations, and now the first cell was as tough as steel. It wasn't difficult at all for him to break through to the aperture. Soon, the acupuncture points around his eyes were all opened. Then Zhao Hai slowly circulated the spiritual qi according to a specific pattern. This pattern was actually very simple to describe. It was just like the strokes of a magic array rune. As long as you drew it correctly, the cycle would be completed. Slowly, Zhao Hai's eyes formed a cycle. He then slowly opened his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, the mercury staff appeared in his hand. He looked at the staff. Kai had already finished the preparations yesterday. She had placed the mother formation that was used to collect the power of faith on the meteoric silver staff. Not only could the mother formation collect the power of faith from the child formation, but it could also store the power of faith in the formation for Zhao Hai to use at any time. This was Zhao Hai's first time seeing the power of faith. He was curious and really wanted to see what it was like. He looked at the mercury staff and was stunned. Then he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It was no wonder that Zhao Hai had such a reaction. The flowing silver staff, which usually did not look like anything special, was now shining with a golden light as if there was a small sun inside. The article on the cultivation of the power of belief pointed out that there were strong and weak powers of belief. The weakest power of belief looked like a gossamer and was not eye-catching at all. Only when thousands of gossamers were combined together could they form a powerful power of belief. Ordinary power of belief was white and didn't glow. That was just ordinary power of belief. In other words, there were people who believed in you, but they wouldn't sacrifice everything for you. This was the most ordinary power of belief. A level higher than this power of faith was the power of faith that shone with a silver light. This kind of power of faith was extremely powerful. Those who could contribute this kind of power of faith were generally the most genuine believers. They could contribute everything to you, even their lives. The strongest type of power of belief was the power of belief that shone with a golden light. This kind of power of belief wasn't something that ordinary people could contribute. Those who could contribute this kind of power of belief were usually fanatical believers. They would contribute everything for you and wouldn't allow others to speak ill of you. They would think for you wholeheartedly and sacrifice themselves for you. This was their greatest glory. This kind of power of belief was also the most powerful. The power of faith in the Mercury staff was like the light of the sun. It was too dazzling in Zhao Hai's eyes, so he squinted his eyes unconsciously. However, he realized that the light did not harm him at all. His eyes felt very comfortable under the light. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. At the same time, he was very excited because he knew that the power of faith was contributed by the people in the realm. In other words, almost all the people in the realm were his fanatical believers. Under Zhao Hai's gaze, the golden ball of power of faith suddenly split apart into a thin thread that slowly flew toward his eyes. Zhao Hai's heart was filled with excitement, but the thin thread quickly retracted back into the golden light. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. Then he let out a long breath and laughed at himself. He had thought that he had a strong mental fortitude. However, when he saw the power of faith, he was so excited that he could not continue his cultivation. He was afraid that he would be laughed at if he said that he had such a strong mental fortitude. Zhao Hai slowly calmed his emotions and once again began to direct the power of faith into his eyes. Finally, a trace of power of faith was guided into his eyes. Zhao Hai felt a very comfortable warm current slowly flowing into his eyes. His eyes felt warm, and his eyes felt more and more comfortable. The slight discomfort he had felt before had disappeared. However, Zhao Hai had completely calmed down. He patiently guided the power of faith. Slowly, more and more power of faith entered his eyes. Zhao Hai then began to guide the power of faith to his body. He allowed the power of faith to slowly merge with his spirit chi, and through the spirit chi, it merged with his body. Every time the power of faith passed through an acupuncture point, Zhao Hai's rate of absorption would increase. When the power of faith finally completed a cycle in his body and slowly integrated with his body, the golden light in the Mercury staff suddenly flew out and into Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai was stunned. The cultivation method of the power of faith did not mention this situation. He lowered his head to look at himself and found that the golden light had entered his body and was currently at the Shanzhong point on his chest. Zhao Hai was taken aback, but he immediately closed his eyes and sent his mental energy to his Tanzhong point. Zhao Hai knew very well that the Tao Lotus was in his Tanzhong point. After he had cultivated the stellar technique, the Tao Lotus had even begun to shine with starlight. Now that the power of faith had also gone to join in the fun, he really wanted to see what other changes would happen to his Tanzhong point. When Zhao Hai's psyche entered his Tanzhong point, he was stunned for a moment because his Tanzhong point had also changed. The golden core that was originally in his lower danshan had now flown to the Tanzhong point. The golden point retreated and turned into a miniature person that looked exactly like Zhao Hai. The psyche that was originally in his upper danshan and Beihui point also slowly sank into the Tanzhong point. The miniature person in his lower danshan merged together and became a miniature person that looked exactly like Zhao Hai, but his hair was extremely long. Then, the tiny person slowly descended and sat cross-legged on the Tao Lotus. The hair on the tiny person's head was connected to the starlight on his Tanzhong acupoint like a silk boat. The starlight had turned golden and formed a huge array. This array was the mother array that collected the power of belief. At that moment, Zhao Hai suddenly realized that he had reached the nascent soul stage. Before, Zhao Hai didn't understand what the nascent soul realm experts were like. He thought that the nascent soul realm experts were just a division of levels and nothing special. Now he knew that he was wrong. The nascent soul realm experts were different from the core formation realm experts. The core formation realm experts had such a name because they had formed a golden core in their bodies. All of their spiritual energy was in the golden core, whether it was in combat or in cultivation. Their spirit chi had to be above the golden core level to be able to operate. The true chi that Zhao Hai cultivated was different from others. The true chi that Zhao Hai cultivated was the myriad star changes yin-yang technique. The density of his true chi was more than 10 times stronger than other types of true chi. That was why he was only at the core formation stage before. However, he was already on par with the nascent soul stage experts in the cultivation world. Furthermore, because he had condensed aura and evil into his body, his attack power was much higher than that of nascent soul experts. They couldn't do anything to him. At that time, everyone thought that Zhao Hai had already reached the nascent soul stage. In reality, he was only a core formation cultivator. Even Zhao Hai thought that he was a nascent soul expert. He never thought that he actually hadn't reached the nascent soul stage. Until today, he had absorbed the power of belief into his body. The power of belief itself was an ability to help with cultivation. Since he was only one step away from the nascent soul stage, the power of belief had easily helped him break through the barrier and allowed him to reach the nascent soul stage in one fell swoop. Now, he could be considered a true expert of the nascent soul stage. However, if he was a nascent soul expert in the cultivation world, he would be an extraordinary existence. Even an ordinary expert of the crossing calamity stage would not be his opponent. After forming the nascent soul, Zhao Hai indeed felt different. The spiritual qi in his body was compressed again, and the quality of the spiritual qi changed once again. The fog-like spiritual qi had now become liquid silver spiritual qi. In this silver spiritual qi, there was a mixture of gang qi and evil qi, which made the silver spiritual qi turn light blue. But then, the power of faith was added in, and the silver spiritual qi turned gold. After going through 81 cycles, his nascent soul had turned golden and was emitting golden light like a golden man. At this point, his power of belief and his spiritual energy had been perfectly combined. Zhao Hai knew that he had already mastered the first two techniques of the power of faith cultivation method. The next step was to cultivate the third step, which was to infuse the power of faith into his weapon. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and looked at his body. His entire body was emitting a faint golden light. Of course, no one else could see this golden light, only he could. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this result. He took out his mercury staff and slowly guided the power of faith into it. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that his power of faith only circled around the mercury staff and came out. The mercury staff remained the same. There were no changes. Zhao Hai looked at the mercury staff in confusion. According to the cultivation method of the power of faith, when the power of faith was added to a weapon, the mercury staff should be emitting a corresponding light in his eyes. In other words, the power of faith should be emitting a golden light. Why was there no reaction at all? He tried again, but there was still no reaction. Zhao Hai looked at the mercury staff in confusion, not knowing what was going on. He tried to recall the contents of the cultivation method for the power of faith, but he still couldn't find anything. Zhao Hai looked at the mercury staff in confusion. He injected power of faith into the staff again, but the result was the same. When the power of faith entered the staff emitted a golden light. However, when Zhao Hai stopped, the power of faith slowly returned to Zhao Hai's body, and the staff returned to its original state. Zhao Hai put down the staff in confusion and thought hard. Suddenly, he thought of something. The mercury staff had been emitting a golden light until the power of faith gathering mother formation entered his Danjiang acupoint. The golden light on the staff then disappeared. Could it be because of this? Although this reason did not make sense, Zhao Hai could not figure out what it was at the moment. This was the only way he had to cultivate the power of faith. Zhao Hai put aside the matter of cultivation power and started to care about something else. When he reached the nascent soul stage, another cultivation technique appeared in his yin-yang star myriad transformation technique. This cultivation technique appeared directly in his mind. Zhao Hai wanted to see what this cultivation technique was. He focused his mind and quickly found the cultivation technique. When he saw the name of the cultivation technique, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy. The name of the cultivation technique was very special. It was called the Starfall Sword Technique. Just by looking at the name, Zhao Hai knew that it was a spiritual technique for controlling swords. This was exactly what Zhao Hai needed. He had cultivated quite a few spiritual techniques. Among them, the sword-controlling technique was something he had learned from other sword-controlling techniques and modified by the universal analysis machine. Although the power of these sword-controlling techniques was not weak, Zhao Hai always felt that he had not developed his full strength. Now that a sword technique that was compatible with the myriad star changes yin-yang technique was out, he was really getting a pillow just as he was about to doze off. Zhao Hai immediately studied the technique carefully. It was even more complicated than the starry body tempering fist. Not only did it contain the circulation of spirit qi, but it also contained the circulation of mental power. In addition, it also contained sword techniques and sword formations. It was extremely complicated. The star-falling sword technique was divided into 4 parts. The first part was the method of circulating spiritual qi, which was not for cultivation, but to better cooperate with the attack of the magic sword. The second part was the method of circulating spiritual power, which was also not for cultivation, but to better control the sword. The third part was sword technique, which was a flying sword technique. The fourth part was sword formation. A sword technique was a method of attack for a single sword, but a sword formation was a huge sword formation made up of several, or even tens, or hundreds of swords. Using a sword formation to attack the enemy was much more powerful than using a single sword. However, it was also written in the Starfall sword technique that using a sword formation to attack required a lot of mental power and swords. The biggest difference between the sword formation of the Starfall sword technique and the multi-sword attack used by others was that each sword was independent. In other words, you had to split a bit of mental power to control the first sword. It was not like the multi-sword attack of others, which was a mother sword with several child swords. To put it bluntly, it was still a ritual implement. It was just that they would be displayed in different forms. However, the sword formation of the Starfall sword technique was composed of individual magic swords. If you used it, the sword formation would be more flexible and powerful. Zhao Hai was overjoyed when he saw this. The Starfall swordsmanship seemed to be tailor-made for him. His spiritual power was already different from ordinary people. In addition to the existence of space, he could control a sword formation made of thousands or even tens of thousands of swords, let alone a few. As for the control method of spiritual qi and mental power, it was even simpler. Now, Zhao Hai's control of his spiritual qi had reached the level of being as easy as his own arm directing his fingers, not to mention his control of mental power. Before he had these sword techniques, he could already control thousands of swords at the same time. With this method, it was even simpler. The biggest difference between this sword formation and the flying swords that Zhao Hai had used before was that the swords were still sword formations, whether they were released or retracted. The sword formation was used for attack, and the sword formation was used for defense. Moreover, the transformation of these sword formations was actually from a huge sword formation, which was called the Myriad Changes Yin-Yang Star Formation. It was a huge sword formation formed by the changes of stars and yin and yang. This sword formation could be composed of 2 swords or 2,000 swords. The more swords there were, the more changes there would be in the sword formation. However, in general, it was inseparable from the changes of stars and yin and yang. Moreover, even if this star myriad transformation formation was missing a few swords, it could still be used. Its power was also weak, which was the essence of this formation. However, that was not all Zhao Hai could see. The star myriad transformation formation could not only be used on sword techniques, it was a very powerful formation. If a staff with this formation was used to set up a formation, its power would not be weak. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and calmed himself down. Then he took out his mercury staff and transformed it into 2 swords. He began to practice the simplest starry thousand transformation formation, which was also the most basic. As long as he could master the changes of the 2 swords, he could slowly increase the number of swords and then evolve them into more changes. It wasn't very difficult to control the formation. The most difficult part was setting up the formation and using it against an enemy. Setting up the formation was obvious. With Zhao Hai's space, setting up the formation took only an instant. He couldn't practice using it against an enemy now, so Zhao Hai only familiarized himself with the formation and put away most of his swords. He only kept 1 sword for practicing the flying sword technique. This flying sword technique was also very complicated, mainly because it had too many changes. This flying sword technique was also based on the changes of stars and yin and yang. It was very powerful. Although it was used with a single sword, the power of this sword technique couldn't be underestimated. The time Zhao Hai spent on practicing his swordsmanship was far longer than the time he spent on the sword formation. Unfortunately, he could not find anyone to practice with. There was no one in the boundless space who was his match. If he practiced with those people, he would not be able to display the intricacies of his swordsmanship. It was better not to practice at all. The best place to check a cultivation technique was on the battlefield. Only on the verge of life and death could one discover the most exquisite parts of a cultivation technique. Even so, Zhao Hai still practiced this sword technique for a very long time. He knew very well that only by turning this sword technique into his body's instinct would he be able to display the exquisiteness of this sword technique on the battlefield. There was a saying in martial arts, don't be afraid of 1,000 moves. Master 1 move. If you master 1 move, you can use its most exquisite part. Then you can defeat 10,000 moves with 1 move. The more Zhao Hai practiced, the more he felt that this sword technique was unfathomable. The attack of this sword technique could even withstand the power of the stars. A single sword strike was much higher than one's normal standard. It was clear that if this sword technique was used, it would definitely be much stronger than the flying sword techniques Zhao Hai had seen before. After practicing for an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai felt that he had completely familiarized himself with this set of sword techniques. Every sword strike was a sword technique, and this sword technique had almost become his instinct. Only then did he stop and stand up. However, there was one thing that Zhao Hai was not satisfied with, and that was the power of faith. If he wanted to infuse the power of faith into the sword, he would need to use a portion of his spiritual energy. This was equivalent to using 2 portions of spiritual energy for a single sword. This was what Zhao Hai was most dissatisfied with. After putting away the liquid silver flying sword, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He returned to the mansion in his dimensional space. When he entered the mansion, he saw Laura and the others staring at the screen. The situation on the screen made Zhao Hai a little confused. There was a battle taking place on the screen. One side was a warship operator, while the other side was a few cultivators. The scale of the battle this time wasn't very big. The warship operator had sent out 5 medium-grade warships. On the cultivator side, there were a total of 10 cultivators, and the level of those 10 cultivators was not very high. The highest was only at the foundation establishment stage. "What's this?" Zhao Hai asked, puzzled. Why did they fight? Only then did Laura and the others notice Zhao Hai. Laura turned around and looked at Zhao Hai. "Big brother Hai, you're done. Don't worry, it's just a conflict between 2 other pirate groups, not Louis and the others. We're just here to watch the fun." Zhao Hai's interest was piqued. He took a few glances at the screen. To be honest, he had never seen a direct confrontation between a warship and a cultivator. It was quite new. It was really interesting. The 5 medium-sized warships were arranged in a neat formation. The weapons on the warships were also used very well. Their magic cannons were divided into several groups. The first group had dozens of magic cannons, and the smallest group had no less than 20. When these 20 magic cannons fired in turns, it was enough to kill an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. Other than the magic cannons, these warships also had mechas to assist them in battle. These mechas would not be too far away from the warships to protect them from the cultivators' magic weapons. Other than the magic cannons, there were also various missiles on the warships. There were countless attacks, making them very difficult to deal with, and those cultivators weren't simple either. Although they were only Foundation stage cultivators, their strength was strong. In addition, they were only 1 person, so they were small targets. It wouldn't be very easy for the starship to hit them. To these cultivators, the biggest threat wasn't the magic cannons. Although the firing speed of the magic cannons wasn't slow, they were much slower than the dodging speed of these cultivators. Therefore, the magic spells couldn't hit them at all. The biggest threat to the Foundation establishment realm cultivators were the guided missiles. The guided missiles could be tracked. The automatic tracking system on the guided missiles was very powerful. The cultivators couldn't dodge them even if they wanted to. They could only use magic artifacts to destroy the guided missiles in advance. It would be fine if it was an ordinary missile, but if there was a small nuclear bomb or a cluster bomb in it, these cultivators would fall. In order to prevent this, the cultivators blew up the missiles when they were far away from them. They were afraid of encountering a small nuclear bomb or a cluster bomb. There was no need to mention the small nuclear bomb. The shock wave produced by the explosion of a small nuclear bomb was enough to kill these Foundation establishment cultivators. As for the Sun Mother Bomb, as the name suggested, it meant that you could blow up 1, or even 2. Such missiles were very lethal to cultivators. In fact, when a warship fought with a cultivator, it was very rare to get rid of the other party in a short time. They used the word delay, and then suddenly use a nuclear bomb or a mother-child bomb. Only in this way could they kill the cultivator. However, the battle between cultivators and battleships was the opposite. When cultivators fought battleships, they wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. Now that the 5 battleships were dragging the 10 cultivators, it was too late for them to escape. The guys on the battleships would not be polite. After watching for a while, Zhao Hai felt bored and stopped watching. He now understood why the cultivation world had been unable to develop. The battle between battleships and cultivators was more than enough to defend a city, but not enough to advance. If these Foundation establishment cultivators encountered stronger cultivators and used a delaying tactic, the other party would have run away long ago. Battleships might be faster than cultivators in a straight line, but when it came to agility, they couldn't catch up. Therefore, when a warship fought against a cultivator, it was necessary to have mecha soldiers guarding it and maintain the formation. No matter what, the formation couldn't be messed up. Once the formation was messed up, the warship would be in danger. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, "Laura, go and cultivate for a while. You can see for yourself." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura looked at him in confusion and asked, "Big brother Hai, why are you cultivating again? Didn't you just finish cultivating?" NBSB Zhao Hai smiled. "There are still many things I don't understand about the power of faith, so I want to try again." "Oh right, you guys should try cultivating the power of faith and see if you can cultivate something." Lola smiled bitterly. "We've all tried. It's useless, brother Hai. We don't have the power of faith." Zhao Hai nodded and smiled. "It's fine, you don't have to fight with anyone anyway. It's fine if you can't master it." Lola smiled and said, "It's okay. We didn't take it to heart. Brother Hai, you can go and cultivate. We won't disturb you." Zhao Hai nodded and left the mansion. He sat down under the 100 spirit tree. Zhao Hai held the meteoric staff and kept looking at it. Of course, he knew that he couldn't see anything. He wanted to carve the mother array that collected power of faith on the meteoric staff, but he realized that it was useless. The mother array on the meteoric staff was like a useless array. It couldn't gather any power of faith at all. Zhao Hai could feel it. The mother formation in his Shanzhong point was gathering a huge amount of power of faith every minute. When Zhao Hai used the eye of faith to look at himself, he could feel that his body was glowing with a golden light. However, the power of belief was different from others. If you didn't cultivate spiritual qi for a long time, it would regress. The same was true for mental energy. Even the energy in the crystal would be lost if you didn't use it for a long time. However, the power of belief didn't. As long as there were people who believed in you, you could increase the power of belief at all times. Even if you didn't use it, the power of belief wouldn't be lost. It would only be stored in the mother array. Zhao Hai looked at the unresponsive staff and couldn't help but sigh. With a flip of his hand, he took out the crescent moon shovel. Ever since the crescent moon shovel changed its appearance, Zhao Hai would take it out from time to time to play with it. This was because the formation bell produced by the crescent moon shovel would calm Zhao Hai's mind faster. Looking at the Buddha statue on the crescent shovel, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then, he habitually poured power of faith into the shovel. As soon as he did, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He had gotten used to pouring power of faith into the liquid silver these days. When he took out the crescent, he also habitually poured power of faith into it. Just as he was about to stop, something happened. As soon as the power of faith entered the crescent shovel, the entire shovel seemed to come to life. The entire shovel trembled slightly. Then, starting from the bottommost Buddha head, a golden light rushed up to the Buddha statue at the top. Then the Buddha statue opened its eyes and 2 swastika Buddha seals shot out into the eyes of the Buddha statue, into Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai closed his eyes, but it was too late. The 2 swastika Buddhist seals had already shot into his eyes and disappeared. Just as Zhao Hai was about to check on himself, a notification came from the origin space. The host has obtained a weapon of faith. This weapon can use the power of faith, amplify the power of faith, and destroy all evil. Because the host is using the liquid silver staff as his life weapon, this weapon of faith is to be fused with liquid silver. The fusion will begin. The fusion will take 108 minutes. The time starts now. Zhao Hai was taken aback. At that moment, he suddenly felt a wave of spiritual energy drilling into his mind. However, this spiritual energy did not have any malicious intent. It was more like the technique of transferring strength that appeared in the 10,000 stars transformation technique. Zhao Hai dispelled the 5 elements killing formation and allowed this spiritual energy to enter his mind. As soon as the mental energy entered his mind, Zhao Hai felt his brain shake. Then the image of a Buddha appeared in his mind. Zhao Hai was stunned. He saw the image of the Buddha split into 2, then 3, and then countless more. These images were all different. Some were fighting, some were sitting, and they all had different expressions. Just as Zhao Hai was feeling puzzled, all the images disappeared, leaving behind only the sound of Buddhist chanting. The voice sounded both intentional and unintentional, calming Zhao Hai down instantly. After a while, the Buddha voice disappeared, and a long cultivation technique appeared in his mind. It was composed of 18 small cultivation techniques, namely the purification technique, the alms bowl raising technique, the joyful Zun sound technique, the stupa technique, the great strength devil subduing technique, the water controlling technique, the beast controlling technique, the vajra technique, the mind clearing technique, the breathing sword technique, the wisdom sword technique, the 6 senses purifying technique, and the clone technique. Greater world mystic technique, blazing devil staff mystic technique, dragon subduing mystic technique, tiger subduing mystic technique, great void mystic technique. Other than the 18 cultivation techniques, there was nothing else about the origins of the crescent moon shovel. This was out of Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai looked at the 18 cultivation techniques. None of them were simple. They were all the most profound cultivation techniques of Buddhism. But why were they in the crescent moon shovel? Also, why was this crescent shovel wrapped in baleful qi and lost its original appearance? What was the purpose of all this? What was the secret behind this? Could it be that the Buddhist cultivator who used the crescent shovel was defeated by an enemy and had no choice but to put all his cultivation techniques into the crescent shovel and then seal them? If that was the case, would he be recognized if he learned these cultivation techniques? If he was recognized, would he be killed? Looking at the 18 cultivation techniques, Zhao Hai was caught in a dilemma. He knew very well that the 18 cultivation techniques in the crescent-shaped shovel contained a huge secret, and this secret was something he could not afford to offend. Each of the 18 volumes of cultivation techniques was extraordinary, let alone the 18 volumes. Until now, Zhao Hai had not fought with a single Buddhist disciple. He had no idea how strong the Buddhist disciples were. Even in the previous 6-realm newcomers competition, no Buddhist disciples had participated. The absence of Buddhist disciples did not mean that Buddhist sects did not have the ability to participate. In fact, Buddhist disciples were very powerful. However, the 6 realms rookie competition was a competition for ascendance. In the cultivation world, almost no one who ascended to become a Buddhist sect disciple. The Buddhist sect would choose some talented people from the ascendants and let them change their cultivation. If they wanted to change their cultivation, the first task was to do 9 years of hard work. Naturally, he would also have a way to participate in the 6-realm rookie competition. In order to make up for the Buddhist sect's loss, the cultivation world would give some benefits to the Buddhist sect after the first 6 world newcomer competition. Otherwise, the Buddhist sect would have sent its disciples to participate. From this point, it could be seen that the tyrannical strength of the Buddhist sect was something that even the major sects in the cultivation world would give them some face. They were also afraid that the Buddhist sect would send their disciples to participate. This was all obtained by the Buddhist sect in exchange for its own strength. This was a secret that Zhao Hai learned after he recruited a few high-level undead creatures. He didn't know about it before. Because of this, although Zhao Hai had never fought with a Buddhist disciple before, he was still very afraid of them. Putting everything else aside, the fact that the Buddhist sect could make the other major sects in the cultivation world compromise and agree to their conditions was enough to show how strong they were. The cultivation techniques that Zhao Hai had obtained were the most authentic of Buddhist cultivation techniques. Even ordinary Buddhist disciples were not qualified to learn them. This was why Zhao Hai was hesitating. If he learned these cultivation techniques, he would be exposed when he faced Buddhist disciples in the future. Buddhism was actually just a general term for Buddhist cultivators in the cultivation world. However, there was something special about Buddhist cultivators in the cultivation world, and that was unity. Compared to other cultivators, Buddhist cultivators could be said to be very united. This could be seen from the 6-realm newcomers competition. When the 6-world rookie competition was first established, the Buddhist League suggested a competition every 10 years, but the other cultivators disagreed. In the end, it was set to be held in 5 years. Of course, the Buddhist League refused, so both sides started fighting. In the end, the other cultivators had to give in and agree to share the benefits with the Buddhist League. Only then did the Buddhist League stop. Besides benefits, there was another reason why the Buddhist League was united. It was the existence of ancient Buddha temple. This ancient Buddha temple was a very strange existence. He lived in the world of cultivation, but he only thought of it as a very remote place in the world of cultivation. The spiritual chi there was thin and not suitable for cultivation at all. In fact, no one cultivated there. Those who became monks in the ancient Buddha temple were all local cultivators. They never cultivated any cultivation techniques. They only cultivated one thing, the Dharma. The eminent monks of the ancient Buddha temple had never learned any cultivation techniques, so they might not even be able to defeat an ordinary person in the world of cultivation. However, their attainments in the Dharma were very high. To all the Buddhists in the world, only the people of the ancient Buddha temple were true monks. All the other Buddhists walked the path of warrior monks. Because of this, the people of the ancient Buddha temple were admired by the monks of the world. The ancient Buddha temple had become the sacred place of Buddha sect. No matter which temple the disciples of Buddha sect were from, they would go to the ancient Buddha scroll of the ancient Buddha temple to record their names. The ancient Buddha scroll was made of pure paper. No one knew how long it was now. Moreover, the ancient Buddha temple would hold a Dharma assembly every 10 years. All monks could participate in it. This was also an opportunity for the big monasteries to communicate. In addition to the monk's special attire, as long as Zhao Hai used a Buddhist technique and fought with a Buddhist disciple, the Buddhist sect would immediately know. It would be hard to say what would happen then. The monks in the cultivation world were not the kind of monks who ate vegetarian and prayed to Buddha. The monks in the cultivation world were all characters who killed with a single look. They were even more tyrannical than famous bandits. It was precisely because of these concerns that Zhao Hai had been hesitating on whether to cultivate these techniques. The fact that the Buddhist sect was so powerful even in the cultivation world was a testament to their strength. To be honest, Zhao Hai really did not want to provoke them. However, the key lay in these 18 volumes of cultivation techniques. They were too powerful. It was so powerful that no matter who saw it, they would not be able to resist cultivating it. Even Zhao Hai was the same. Although Zhao Hai had his own concerns, these 18 cultivation techniques were too attractive. If he could learn them, he would have even more attack methods. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Hai finally decided to cultivate. These 18 volumes of techniques could be said to be the top techniques in the world of cultivation. From the body to the 6 senses, from mental power to the invisible sword chi, from weapons to the fists and legs, there was nothing that could not be covered. If he did not dare to cultivate this technique because of some concerns, then there was no need for him to cultivate, let alone challenge the strong. Once he thought of this, Zhao Hai turned around and entered the villa. This time he wanted to complete the 18 chapters of the cultivation technique. It would take some time. 1 or 2 days was definitely not enough. This time, he was really going to go into closed-door cultivation for a period of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to master all these cultivation techniques. This time, not only did he want to master all these cultivation techniques, but he also wanted to integrate them. Only then would he be able to increase his combat strength to a higher level. Zhao Hai believed that after this closed-door cultivation, his strength wouldn't be lower than Huang Daoran. Zhao Hai entered his room and told Laura and the others that he was going to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Laura and the others thought that something had happened. Zhao Hai only told them that he had obtained a few new cultivation techniques and was going to cultivate them. Only then did they feel relieved. Zhao Hai came out of the mansion and went to an uninhabited planet in the inner space. He sat down quietly and began to read the 18 cultivation techniques in detail. Among the 18 arts, the art of purification, the art of sword of wisdom, the art of heart clearing, and the art of connecting to the greater world were all inclined to spiritual power. As for the joyful Zun sound, it was a sound attack technique. The bowl-raising technique, the Buddha technique, and the blazing devil rod technique were all techniques for using celestial devices. The devil subduing technique, the dragon subduing technique, and the tiger subduing technique were all fist and foot attack techniques. The water controlling technique, the beast controlling technique, the breathing sword technique, and the clone technique were all techniques for magic. The diamond technique and the six senses purifying technique were techniques for body cultivation, and the great void technique was the most special. This was a kind of escape technique. The body turned into the great void. It could be used to escape or attack. It was like the movement technique used by warriors, but the great void technique was much stronger than the movement technique used by warriors. It was a special escape technique for cultivators. It could be said that these 18 cultivation techniques included all the cultivation techniques that a cultivator needed. Even in the current cultivation world, many cultivators could only learn a few cultivation techniques, and they might not be as clever as this cultivation technique. Zhao Hai looked at these cultivation techniques and finally decided to start with Sir's body cultivation technique. He had already learned a body cultivation technique before, the star physical conditioning exercise. He was still learning the star physical conditioning exercise and had not given up on it. Zhao Hai realized that the star physical conditioning exercise was really powerful. Even at his level, it was still useful, and it was not small. That was why Zhao Hai started off with the Diamond Mystic Technique and the Six Senses Cleansing Mystic Technique. The Diamond Mystic Technique's main ability was to increase a person's recovery ability to a terrifying extent. Even if a person was heavily injured, they would be able to recover slowly with time. It could be said that once they practiced it to the end, they would become indestructible and immortal. To Zhao Hai, this cultivation technique was the most appetizing. Zhao Hai's body was already very strong, and his recovery rate was also very strong. As long as he learned this cultivation technique, his recovery rate would be even faster. In the future, when he encountered a strong enemy, he could fight them even without hiding in the space. As for the Six Senses Cleansing Technique, he had an even better understanding of it. He specialized in training a person's six senses. These six senses were eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and will. If he could cultivate all six senses, Zhao Hai could become someone like clairvoyant and clairaudient. The Eye of Faith that Zhao Hai had learned was actually a cultivation technique of the Eye of Insight. When Zhao Hai saw this, he realized how terrifying these cultivation techniques were. Zhao Hai had spent a lot of effort to obtain cultivation techniques for Power of Faith. These cultivation techniques were just some of the most basic cultivation techniques in the Six Senses Purifying Technique. At this point, Zhao Hai finally understood. These 18 cultivation techniques were all cultivation techniques for the Power of Faith. If one didn't have the Power of Faith, there was no way one could learn these 18 cultivation techniques. Zhao Hai decided to start with these two techniques. He would do it as soon as he thought about it. He would start with the Vajra arts. Buddhist techniques had a special characteristic. When practicing Buddhist techniques, one would need to use various hand seals in combination. Otherwise, it would take twice the effort and half the result. However, as long as the hand seals were combined, it would take half the effort and half the result. To practice the Vajra arts, one had to use the Vajra Realm Freedom Seal. This seal was to bind the Vajra with the outer body. The upper joints of two middle fingers would be bent like a sword. His second index finger touched the back of his second middle finger. Zhao Hai formed a seal with his hands and silently circulated the Vajra arts. He felt a warm current spreading from his hands into his body. It was as if his entire body was soaking in a hot spring. Zhao Hai was immersed in it for a long time. Right now, Zhao Hai couldn't see his body's condition. If he could see his own body, he would definitely be shocked. From the moment Zhao Hai formed a hand seal and began to channel the Vajra Wonder technique, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from his hands. This golden light was like Tai Zio Yang, making it impossible for people to look at it directly. Then the golden light slowly spread from his hands to his body. In the end, his entire body became Vajra. Zhao Hai's face was solemn, like the Vairocana Buddha. In order to know how long he had been cultivating, Zhao Hai had placed a timer by his side. However, he did not have the time to care about the time now. He put all his attention into his cultivation. His body was being nourished continuously, making him so comfortable that he did not know how long it had been. After an unknown period of time, Zhao Hai's heart stirred. He woke up from his cultivation. He opened his eyes and exhaled. He removed his hand seal and calmed his mind. Then he turned to look at the time. He was shocked. He had cultivated for a total of 49 days. This was Zhao Hai's first time cultivating, but he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, he had a better understanding of his own body. He knew how terrifying his body's recovery ability was. He wouldn't die even if his head was smashed. As long as he was given time, he could recover completely. He was only saying that his head was smashed when he was completely unprepared. Otherwise, his body would really turn into liquid metal. It would be useless even if his head was smashed to pieces. It could be said that after learning the Vajra arts, Zhao Hai had an extra life-saving asset. If he was not prepared in the past and his head was smashed to pieces, he would die without a doubt. But now he did not know how to do it. However, Zhao Hai still had some doubts. He didn't quite believe it. Could it be that he had learned such a magical Vajra art so easily? Although he had accumulated 49 points in one sitting, for a martial art like the Vajra Wonder, it was simply inhuman speed to master it in 49 days. How was this possible? Once again, Zhao Hai took a close look at the contents of the Vajra mystic technique to see if he had made any mistakes in his practice. In the end, he realized that he had not made any mistakes. The reason why he could master the Vajra mystic technique so quickly was because of one thing, which was the power of faith. Zhao Hai realized that the level of success one could achieve in all 18 techniques was related to the amount of power of faith one had. The more power of faith one had, the faster one could cultivate the technique and the higher the level of success. Zhao Hai had no lack of power of faith, so this technique seemed to be tailor-made for them. Relieved, Zhao Hai stood up and stretched his body. Although he had been meditating for 49 days, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, he felt better than ever. With a thought, Zhao Hai returned to the mansion in the interspace and visited Laura and the others. Zhao Hai also knew that the cultivation technique he was cultivating this time was different from the others. He didn't know how long he would need to go into closed-door cultivation in the future. In the end, he decided to tell Laura and the others about this matter. Otherwise, they would be even more worried. Laura and the others were extremely worried, but when Kai said that Zhao Hai was fine and that there was no change in the space, they were slightly relieved. Now that Zhao Hai had come out of his seclusion, they were naturally very happy. Zhao Hai told them about the situation and spent some time with them before returning to the planet to cultivate the second cultivation technique, the Six Senses Cleansing Technique. The Six Senses Purification Technique also had handprints, but they were more complicated than the Vajra arts. They were formed by 2 fingers and they were the Fearless Seal. The Fearless Seal was also a seal of the body. The left hand formed the Vajra fist seal in front of the navel, and the right hand formed the Fearless Seal. After that, he tied it on the outside. His second middle finger was bent into his palm, and his second thumb and little finger were extended vertically and put together. This was a complete set of the seal of fearlessness. Of course, one could also treat it as 2-hand seals. Zhao Hai felt completely different when he was practicing the Six Senses Purification compared to when he was practicing the Vajra arts. When he was practicing the Vajra arts, his entire body felt very comfortable. However, when he was practicing the Six Senses Purification, it was not the same. He started with the eyes, then the ears, then the nose, the tongue, the body, and finally the will. The first 5 techniques were easy to cultivate, but the will was not. It could be said that in the entire Six Senses Purification, the will was the hardest to cultivate. If the 6 senses were cultivated to the extreme, one would be able to sense whether a speck of dust sounded good or evil or ugly. In other words, if you stood there with a person, you could even sense whether the person was kind or evil to you from the speck of dust on his body. It was very powerful. After another 49 days, Zhao Hai finally mastered the 6 senses cleansing spell. Just like last time, he went to see Laura and the others, as well as the situation in the cultivation world and the pirate's paradise. This matter had caused a stir in the cultivation world. It couldn't be helped. Zhen Ling was a famous person in the cultivation world, but now she had left the Rainbow Cloud Veranda. This was something that many people didn't expect. The other families of the Iridescent Cloud Veranda had not expected Zhen Ling to leave so suddenly. This caught them off guard. Just as they were anxious about the position of the veranda master, Zhen Ling had already invited some of the shopkeepers, waiters, and consecrators to the Soaring Phoenix restaurant. These people had become members of the tower and had nothing to do with the Iridescent Cloud Veranda. After a period of fighting, the other major families finally decided on a leader. However, they discovered that the store's business was not as good as it used to be. Most of the store's workers and managers had been poached away by the Phoenix Tower. In addition, they had been too busy fighting to properly run their business. As a result, the store's business had taken a nosedive, and the famous large merchant group in the cultivation world had fallen to a second-rate merchant group. In addition, the pavilion master they had chosen this time was not as good at fighting for power as Zhen Ling. In terms of business, he was several streets behind Zhen Ling. Slowly, the iridescent cloud pavilion sank and became a third-rate business group in the cultivation world. On the other hand, the soaring phoenix tower had a shrewd tower master like Zhen Ling, a large number of experienced shopkeepers and waiters, observant people, spirit wine provided by Zhao Hai as their fist product, and a large sect like the Xuan Qing sect as their backing. In a short time, the soaring phoenix tower became the most famous business group in the cultivation world. It could not be helped, as other business groups did not have spirit wine for sale. In other words, if you want to drink spirit wine in the cultivation world, only the flying phoenix wine can be sold. The soaring phoenix tower had used this opportunity to expand their business and extend their reach beyond the cultivation world. However, Zhen Ling wasn't blinded by victory. He only opened a few branches in the other worlds and spent a huge sum of money to set up teleportation arrays in all of them. If anything happened, the people in the shops could immediately teleport back to the cultivation world. After all, the Xuan Qing sect's reputation didn't mean much in the other worlds. At the same time, Zhen Ling was very good at controlling the sale of spirit wine. She could not take out 100,000 bottles of spirit wine at once, as it would attract the envy of others. Every 10 days or so, she would only take out about 100 bottles of spirit wine to sell outside. To put it bluntly, this spirit wine was a living signboard of the Flying Phoenix restaurant. It did not rely on it to generate much profit. In this way, it seemed that Zhao Hai was at a disadvantage. In fact, Zhao Hai was not at a disadvantage at all. The Soaring Phoenix restaurant was co-owned by Zhao Hai, Zhen Ling, and the Xuan Qing sect. However, Zhao Hai and the Xuan Qing sect did not participate in the management of the Soaring Phoenix restaurant. After deducting the expenses, Zhao Hai would take 30 of the total income, Zhen Ling would take 40, and the Xuan Qing sect would take 30. The sale of spiritual wine was not counted in this income. The profits would still be split 4, 3, and 3 according to their original agreement. This meant that Zhao Hai had obtained 3 floors of the Soaring Phoenix Tower for no reason. Zhao Hai was a little embarrassed, but Zhen Ling was right. Zhao Hai didn't get 3 floors for nothing. Don't forget that Zhao Hai had given Zhen Ling a bag of high-grade spirit stones. Although Zhen Ling had obtained many good things for Zhao Hai from the Rainbow Cloud Pavilion, they were still far from the bag of spirit stones. That was why Zhen Ling had given Zhao Hai this 30%. However, it would be too much to say that the bag of spirit stones was worth the 30. It was only because Zhen Ling wanted to get Zhao Hai on her warship that she gave him the 30. The Soaring Phoenix Tower was on the right track, and the spirit wine there could be sold for a long time. Zhao Hai did not have to worry about the situation there anymore. However, he still sent a lot of spirit wine to Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming. A portion of the spirit wine was for Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming, while the rest was for the Xuan Qing sect. This was also the intention of Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming. Zhao Hai was naturally happy to use this spiritual wine to build a good relationship with the Xuan Qing sect. He was naturally happy to use this wine to build a good relationship with the Xuan Qing sect. However, he had been in closed-door cultivation for a period of time, so he had handed these matters over to Kai to handle. Kai would naturally bring the wine to the place, but she didn't show her face. Instead, she left a letter to Huang Daoran, telling him that she was in closed-door cultivation. It was needless to say how important closed-door cultivation was to a cultivator. Huang Daoran didn't say anything about it. On the contrary, he was quite happy. A while ago, he had seen how diligently Zhao Hai was doing business with Zhen Ling. He was really afraid that Zhao Hai would put the cart before the horse. In the cultivation world, everything was fake, only one's cultivation was real. If Zhao Hai wasted his cultivation for business, then he would really be putting the cart before the horse. Huang Daoran was relieved. The situation at the Sword Cross was not bad. Under the arrangement of Laura and the others, people from the Sword Cross would be transferred to Area Number 2 every day and replaced with undead creatures. After more than 3 months of migration, more than 1 million people had been transferred to the Sword Cross. This was because Louis and the others wanted to keep it a secret and deliberately reduced the speed of the migration. Of course, not all of the members of the Crossblades who had been moved to the second planet were sincere. There were also many spies from other forces. However, their every move was under Kai's surveillance. If anyone made any strange movements, they would be immediately captured by that person to prevent him from leaking any secrets about the second planet. Meanwhile, the situation at the Six-World battlefield was much better. Zhao Hai had already told the Round Guardian that he would be going into seclusion for a long period of time. The Round Guardian naturally wouldn't say anything. However, Zhao Hai wasn't going to leave the Machine Array World's territory alone. He had asked the 4 of them, Jiating Mountain, and Li Lin to stand guard at the defense line at the Array Lock Mountain to prevent any small fry from ambushing the Array Lock Mountain. In fact, Zhao Hai's worry was really unnecessary. Now, everyone in the Six-Realm battlefield knew that Zhao Hai was in closed-door cultivation, preparing to break through to the Crossing Calamity stage. Before they received the news of whether Zhao Hai had successfully broken through to the Crossing Calamity stage, they would not act rashly. After all, it was not a good thing to anger a great expert like Zhao Hai. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai started his third closed-door cultivation with a peace of mind. This time he was going to cultivate those fist and leg techniques, namely the Mighty Devil Subduing Mystic Technique, the Dragon Subduing Mystic Technique, and the Tiger Subduing Mystic Technique. Among them, the Mighty Devil Subduing Mystic Technique could not be considered as a fist and leg technique strictly. It was a technique on how to increase one's strength. In the Mighty Devil Subduing Mystic Technique, besides this mental cultivation method to increase one's strength, there were some very ordinary fist and leg techniques. Compared to the Dragon Raising Leg and Tiger Subduing Fist, they were far too inferior. It could be said that only by combining these three techniques could one truly cultivate the attack method of body cultivators. That was to use every part of the body as a weapon and use the strength of the body to fight against a cultivator's magic weapon. This was the true goal of body cultivators. Zhao Hai's Star Physical Conditioning exercise was definitely the best basic exercise among all physical cultivation exercises. In other words, the Star Physical Conditioning exercise was only the beginning. It had laid the most solid foundation for Zhao Hai's body. With this foundation, Zhao Hai could cultivate any physical cultivation exercise. It could also be said that the astral body forging technique was an incomparably powerful forging machine. Zhao Hai was originally an iron ore, but under the forging of this incomparably powerful forging machine, his body had become an indestructible piece of steel. However, Zhao Hai was still a piece of steel before this. If he used a steel ingot to hit someone, it would not cause much damage. This was because steel ingots were not weapons, and what he pursued was not the greatest damage. The current superhuman strength Devil Subduing Mystic Arts, Dragon Subduing Mystic Art, and Tiger Subduing Mystic Art were the modifications that Zhao Hai had undergone after his transformation. They had turned Zhao Hai from a steel ingot into a sharp weapon for killing. This was especially true for the Demon Subduing Superstrength technique. At first, Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to it. He was already quite strong. In his opinion, it wouldn't be of much use even if he cultivated it. In addition, the martial arts of the Demon Subduing Superstrength technique were too shallow. Zhao Hai wasn't even interested in learning it. If it weren't for the profound cultivation techniques of the two people before him, he might not even have cultivated the Demon Subduing Superstrength technique. However, Zhao Hai only realized how powerful this technique was after he had truly cultivated it. This technique did not require the user to use their strength to suppress the evil, but this technique did not. It only required two hand seals, one being the Capricorn seal and the other being the Samadhi seal. As long as one formed these two hand seals while meditating, coupled with the corresponding cultivation techniques, one's strength would increase and one would become extremely powerful. After cultivating the mental cultivation method of the Superstrength Devil Subduing Mystic Technique, Zhao Hai finally understood why the physical skills of the Superstrength Devil Subduing Mystic Technique were so shallow. There was only one reason, and that was that one man could overcome 10 men. When one's strength had reached a certain level, all the profound changes in one's moves were just fleeting clouds in one's eyes. One could make 1,000 changes there, and one punch would be able to kill the target, but not hurt the target. This was the root of the art of demon subduing with great strength. The demon subduing mystic technique took much longer than the Vajra mystic technique and the Six Senses mystic technique. It took Zhao Hai 64 days to complete it. Now, Zhao Hai could crush a medium-grade magic artifact into pieces. With one punch, he could probably flatten a mountain. This was the use of the demon subduing mystic technique. Zhao Hai could finally relax now that he had mastered the super strength devil subduing mystic technique. The path of martial arts was to take turns to relax. Only then would one be able to train well. If one were to train to the point of death, one might end up going berserk. Hence, Zhao Hai would take a long time to rest every time he completed a martial art. After resting for a few more days, Zhao Hai began to practice the dragon subduing mystic technique. It was actually a set of dragon subduing leg techniques. However, before he started practicing the dragon subduing leg techniques, Zhao Hai still had to practice a hand seal. This hand seal was the dragon seal. He had to hold the back of his left hand with his right finger, grab his left palm, and summon his left hand 3 times. The reason why this dragon seal was formed was because the dragon subduing leg technique of the dragon subduing mystic technique was comprehended from the dragon's posture. Therefore, you must first understand the dragon, and this dragon seal was evolved from the 4 Buddhist dragons, which were, one of them was in the palace guarding the heavens, and he was dissatisfied with the order, so he didn't enter the room to become a dragon statue. The second was to raise the clouds and rain, to benefit the world. The third was to break the river and open the slithering river, and the third was to raise the clouds and rain. The 4 hiding places were guarding the Cakravarti king, Defu, and Renzang. The leader of the dragon clan was called the Dragon King. This hand seal was formed from the 4 dragons' posture and the comprehension of the Dragon King's might. It was extremely powerful. If one wanted to learn the subduing dragon leg technique, they had to first learn the dragon seal. If the dragon seal was formed, the subduing dragon leg technique would be formed, but if the dragon seal was not formed, the shape would be depicted. Zhao Hai's dragon seal wasn't difficult to learn. Furthermore, Zhao Hai came from a map and was in China with a dragon as its totem. Therefore, learning the dragon seal was much easier. He only took 36 days to master the dragon seal. After that, he spent another period of time learning the subduing dragon leg technique. As the mystic technique of subduing the dragon said, once you master the dragon seal, you will also master the subduing dragon leg technique. If you can't master the dragon seal, then your subduing dragon leg technique was just a flower shelf with a picture. After completing the dragon's subduing wonder, Zhao Hai didn't go out this time. Instead, he continued to cultivate the tiger subduing mystic technique. This mystic technique was also made up of hand seals and a set of fist techniques. The hand seal was formed by the combination of 3 hand seals, the Zutapo seal and the lotus palm combined into the hand seal. After cultivating these 3 hand seals, one could comprehend the essence of the tiger subduing fist technique. However, these 3 hand seals weren't easy to learn, and Zhao Hai spent a total of 49 days learning them. Then he spent another 10 days to familiarize himself with the tiger taming fist. After learning the tiger taming fist technique, Zhao Hai also integrated the devil taming mystic technique, dragon subduing mystic technique, and tiger taming mystic technique. This took him another 30 days. By the time Zhao Hai came out of seclusion, it had been more than 5 months since he last went into seclusion. By now, Laura and the others had gotten used to Zhao Hai's closed-door cultivation. They also knew that Zhao Hai was practicing an incredible martial art, so they naturally did not disturb him. They only helped him by keeping everything in order. Unknowingly, Zhao Hai had ascended to the array world for more than 2 years. In these 2 years, he had turned from a nobody to a famous expert in the array world. After a year of seclusion, there was very little news about him in the cultivation world. People seemed to have forgotten about him. However, this was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted. He wanted people to forget about him so that he could cultivate in peace and develop his own power. After a few months of moving, most of the people from the Crossblade had already moved to planet Yeren 2. The people who stayed behind were all combat personnel. The reason they stayed behind was to watch over the Crossblade's territory. Currently, there were more undead than living people in the Crossblades' territory. However, the remaining members of the Crossblades were already used to this. One could even see an undead walking together with another member of the Crossblades, chatting and laughing. This was unbelievable to others, but it really happened in the Crossblades' territory. The members of the Crossblades realized that these undead creatures were easy to get along with and were very smart. They didn't seem to be under anyone's command and acted like normal people. They could talk, do things, learn how to operate warships and mechas, and they could do anything. This really surprised the Crossblades members. It was also because of the magical abilities of the undead creatures that they could live in peace with the members of the Crossblade and even become good friends with them. However, recently, the 6-realm battlefield had not been very peaceful. Zhao Hai had not appeared in the 6-realm battlefield for nearly a year. There was even a new batch of people in the 6-realm battlefield. These new people naturally did not know how powerful Zhao Hai was, so the territory of the Mecha Array field had become unstable. At the defense line of the Array Lock Mountain, people would come to cause trouble from time to time. Although they were all repelled by him at the Jyading Mountain, this also made the people from the other realms even more arrogant. They thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't show up, or that he wouldn't dare to show up. As a result, more and more people came to the mountain defense line to cause trouble. Even Lei Lin and the others were injured a few times. Kai and the others saw this and were extremely anxious. They knew that Zhao Hai still cared a lot about the defensive line at the Array Lock Mountain. It wasn't just because he was the Grand Elder of the 6-world battlefield, but also because Xingli and the others were there. Xingli and the others would be serving at the defense line at the Array Lock Mountain for 3 years. They did not have Zhao Hai's strength and could make a name for themselves not long after entering the 6-realm battlefield, becoming Grand Elders. They were still small soldiers and would be serving at the Array Lock Mountain defense line. That was the most dangerous place in the mecha world. If anything happened to Xingli and the others, Kai and the others would not be able to answer to Zhao Hai. They released the giant pangolin that was cultivating on the Jyading Mountain to help out. This way, others would only think that the Giating Mountain was leading the pangolin monster race to help defend the mountain. They would not think of Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai came out of seclusion. Kai quickly told him about this situation. Hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and say, "Oh, there was such a thing. It seems that this person hasn't been active for too long, and no one really treats you as a dish." Alright, it seems that I have to go to the six-realm battlefield to take a look. After he finished speaking, Zhao Hai moved and appeared in the Diamond Battalion. The Round Diamond Battalion was still in charge, but a few old men had left, and a few new people had arrived. Zhao Hai's appearance in the Diamond Battalion was noticed by a newcomer. The newcomer was stunned when he saw Zhao Hai's unremarkable appearance in his magician's robe. However, he immediately recognized Zhao Hai after looking at his appearance. Zhao Hai was the idol of all the cultivators in the field of arrays. This newcomer was also one of Zhao Hai's admirers, so he recognized Zhao Hai with a single glance. The moment he saw Zhao Hai, the man was so excited that he didn't know what to do. He was stunned for a while before he turned around and shouted, "Grand Supreme Elder Zhao Hai is here. Grand Supreme Elder Zhao Hai is here." Zhao Hai could not help but smile bitterly as he shouted at the top of his lungs. To be honest, this was the first time he had called him that, and he was really not used to it. However, that person's shout had also alarmed the entire Diamond Battalion. The Round Diamond and the others all came out of their houses. When they saw Zhao Hai, the Round Guardian and the others were stunned at first. Then they were overjoyed. They quickly walked to Zhao Hai's side and hugged him. Then they laughed. Xing Li and the others were also very happy and came over to greet Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai greeted them, everyone finally calmed down. The Round Guardian immediately introduced the newcomers to Zhao Hai. The newcomers still looked excited. Zhao Hai joked with them for a while before they slowly calmed down. After a while, everyone was finally done exchanging pleasantries. Zhao Hai followed the Round Guardian and the others into the conference room. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai turned to the Round Guardian and said, "Captain, I came out of seclusion early this time because I heard that the people from the other realms were quite arrogant and kept coming to the defensive line of Array Lock Mountain to cause trouble. So I came out of seclusion to take a look. After I settle the matter here, I still want to go back and cultivate." When the Round Guardian heard Zhao Hai's words, he could not help but feel a little nervous. "This little Hai, will this affect your cultivation? Will you be alright if you come out so early?" The Round Guardian couldn't help but be nervous. Those who were in seclusion were most afraid of being disturbed. If Zhao Hai came out of seclusion early because of the six-realm battlefield and delayed his own cultivation, it would not be worth it. Zhao Hai smiled. "It's okay. You need to rest when you're cultivating. It's a good time to relax. What's going on? Why did the guys from the other realms suddenly come here to cause trouble?" The Round Guardian deity snorted coldly. "It's all because you haven't appeared in a while. Those guys thought that you wouldn't come to the six-realm battlefield again, so they became bold and came to our semi-controlled area to make trouble. They even came to the defense line of the Array Lock Mountain a few times, but they were beaten back." Zhao Hai's face darkened and he snorted. "It seems like these guys really don't learn from their mistakes. This time, I'll make sure they learn from their mistakes." As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, the alarm in Diamond Castle suddenly rang. Zhao Hai could not help but be stunned. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Good, this person who's not afraid of death actually dared to come. Recently, people from the other realms have been coming to our formation realm more frequently," the Round Guardian sneered. "Perhaps they want to vent their anger on him for being suppressed by you some time ago. Let's go out and take a look. The people who came this time are from that world." Zhao Hai smiled. After saying that, he walked out of the meeting room and flew out of Diamond Castle. Although the alarm in Diamond Castle sounded, it didn't mean that Diamond Castle was attacked. Instead, someone had triggered the alarm in the semi-controlled area of the Array realm. If someone had attacked Diamond Castle, the alarm in Diamond Castle wouldn't sound like this. Zhao Hai had long since sensed the presence of that person. After cultivating the Six Senses cleansing spell, Zhao Hai's spiritual power had become even stronger. Even without the spatial warning, he could sense the presence of the person who had invaded the machine realm's semi-controlled zone. Zhao Hai flew straight in that direction and soon saw 10 cultivators flying unscrupulously in the Array realm's semi-controlled area. They were not flying fast at all, as if they were strolling in their own backyard. Zhao Hai slowly flew to a place 100 meters in front of the group. Although these people were dressed like cultivators, their bodies were filled with a sinister aura. It was obvious that they weren't good people. It seemed that they were from the devil world. However, these 10 people's cultivations weren't low. 3 of them were nascent soul experts, and the remaining 7 were core formation experts. The devil cultivators were stunned when they saw Zhao Hai. However, they did not show any fear. They stopped and looked at Zhao Hai with a smile. However, when they saw Zhao Hai's face, their expressions changed. Zhao Hai had been so famous a while ago. How could the people of several Jai not know him? Therefore, these people immediately recognized him when they saw him. One of the nascent soul cultivator's expression changed at first, but he slowly regained his calm. He even sneered at Zhao Hai, "You finally come out. I've been looking for you for a long time." Oh, Zhao Hai looked at the man and said, "I Zhao Hai can actually make you think of me so much. May I ask who your excellency is?" The man looked at Zhao Hai and stroked his beard. He said leisurely, "I'm Blood Infant Ling Lai." Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed when he heard the name. "You're the Ling Lai who slaughtered tens of thousands of babies to cultivate his natal Dharma treasure, the Blood Infant. I've wanted to get rid of you for a long time, but I've been in closed-door cultivation recently and didn't have the time. I didn't expect you to come to me yourself. Good, this saves me a lot of trouble. You're dead today, I'm going to turn you into an undead creature." Ling Lai couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zhao Hai. "Ha ha ha, good. I've finally seen Zhao Hai's style. His strength isn't that great, but his bragging skills are top-notch. I'll have a go at you today." With a wave of his hand, a blood-red scimitar appeared in his hand. Then he waved his hand forward and the scimitar flew out of his hand, slashing directly at Zhao Hai. This blade was like a blood-red phantom. In a flash, it had already reached Zhao Hai's side and was about to cut his neck. This blade was very famous. It's called the Blood Shadow Blade, and it was Ling Lai's favorite weapon. The attack feature of this blade was very easy to recognize. It was the word fast. When the blade struck the head, only blood could be seen. This was also the origin of this blade's reputation. This Blood Shadow Blade was also made by Ling Lai himself. However, the method of making it was very special. It was made from a type of steel called black blood steel and human blood. This human blood wasn't the blood of ordinary people. It had to be the blood of 100 virgins. In other words, in order to make this blade, Ling Lai had to kill 100 girls. How cruel was that? The speed of the Blood Shadow Blade was extremely fast. In a flash, it was already at Zhao Hai's neck. However, for some reason, Ling Lai, who saw that the blade was about to cut Zhao Hai's neck, and Zhao Hai didn't react at all, suddenly felt a little uneasy. He was very clear that Zhao Hai's reputation of resisting Huang Daorn's attack was not undeserved. He had said that Zhao Hai had gone into seclusion a while ago, but in his opinion, Zhao Hai might have suffered serious injuries and needed to recuperate. But now that Zhao Hai had come out, there were only two possibilities. One was that his injuries had completely recovered, and the other was that he had forcefully come out. But no matter which possibility it was impossible for him to not have any reaction at all. This really didn't make sense. Just as he was confused, he saw Zhao Hai's hand move and grab the Blood Shadow Blade. The Blood Shadow Blade kept struggling in Zhao Hai's hand, but it could not do anything. Zhao Hai glanced at the Blood Shadow Blade and snorted. "It's indeed a demonic weapon. Ling Lai, I won't let you off today." After he finished speaking, Zhao Hai stepped forward and performed a very simple forward punch. However, when this punch was used by Zhao Hai, it was completely different. Zhao Hai's eyes were wide open, like a furious Vajra. His entire body was flashing with a white light. The white light was not blinding at all. Instead, it gave people a sense of peace and harmony, as if he was an eminent monk who was about to subdue demons. Zhao Hai's punch was no ordinary punch. It was the tiger subduing fist. The force of the punch was like a tiger. In addition, Zhao Hai had cultivated the great strength devil subduing mystic art. The force of this punch was extremely powerful. However, this punch didn't just rely on brute force. There were many changes to it, and Ling Lai couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. Ling Lai also noticed this. He didn't dare to neglect this situation. He opened his mouth and let out the sound of a baby crying. This baby's cry didn't have the crisp and cute feeling of a baby. Instead, it was filled with endless hatred and eeriness. Hearing this cry would send a chill down one's spine. A blood-red baby appeared in front of Ling Lai. The baby was very cute, but its blood-red body and eyes seemed to contain countless wailing souls. As soon as the baby appeared, it let out a shrill cry and a sound wave rushed toward Zhao Hai's fist. Then countless blood-red tentacles appeared around its body. These tentacles formed a huge blood-red fist and went straight toward Zhao Hai's fist. Ling Lai knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge Zhao Hai's punch. He could only take it head-on. Right now, he only hoped that he would be able to take this punch. With a muffled bang, the sound wave emitted by the Blood Infant rose up in front of Zhao Hai's fist force. However, the sound wave was easily torn apart by Zhao Hai's fist force like a piece of paper. Then Zhao Hai's fist force met the fist formed by the Blood Infant's tentacles. Boom! Zhao Hai's force collided with the Blood Infant's fist. The Blood Infant let out a blood-curdling scream and was scattered by Zhao Hai's punch. The force of the punch reduced and landed on Ling Lai's body. With a bang, Ling Lai's body was sent flying. While he was still in mid-air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened as he looked at Zhao Hai. "You've already gone through the tribulation." Before he could finish his sentence, his head tilted to the side and his body fell straight down. He had obviously been killed by Zhao Hai's punch. As his body fell, he was in a very strange position. All the bones in his body had been shattered by Zhao Hai's punch. Zhao Hai waved his hand and called Ling Lai back into the origin space. He then turned to look at the few people from the devil world and sneered, "What's wrong? Everyone, don't you think too little of our array world? Come and go as you please. I don't have the time to deal with you, but you're getting all fired up. Just as well, I'll kill you all today. Those who dare to have designs on our field of arrays all know that the field of arrays is not their back garden. After saying that, Zhao Hai's body moved and he pounced towards the few of them. As for those devil cultivators, they were extremely regretful. They couldn't understand why they had met Zhao Hai, this fiend, the blood infant Ling Lai, the devil cultivator who had been famous for a long time. But now he had been killed by Zhao Hai in one move. In Zhao Hai's eyes, they were just a dish. However, Zhao Hai didn't even give them a chance to explain. He immediately attacked. They could only pick up their weapons and resist. However, they weren't confident because they heard Ling Lai's words about crossing the tribulation. Zhao Hai was actually a powerhouse at the crossing tribulation stage. At the thought of this, the few of them felt a chill on their necks. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He wanted to use these people as a test for his tiger-taming fist and dragon-subduing kick. In the cultivation world, boxing and kicking techniques were not very popular, but there were many people who practiced them. Among them, Buddhist boxing was the most impressive. It was said that because the Buddhist sect had inherited some of the essence of ancient body cultivators, they had such a deep understanding of their martial arts. Many of the Buddhist sect disciples who were out on missions usually used their martial arts to fight their enemies. It could be seen how confident they were in their martial arts. Zhao Hai's mighty fiend subduing mystic technique, tiger subduing fist, and dragon subduing kick were all authentic Buddhist martial arts. In addition to the massive amount of power of faith, the combination of stellar energy and fiendish energy, and the spiritual energy that had changed greatly after he formed his nascent soul, he was much stronger than the nascent soul experts in the cultivation world. Even the crossing calamity stage experts would not receive such treatment. However, Zhao Hai was only fighting with the remaining few people to test his own martial arts. Therefore, he did not kill them at the beginning. After dozens of rounds of attacks, Zhao Hai already knew his strength. Zhao Hai believed that he would not be at a disadvantage even if he were to fight against Huang Daoran. If he were to master the 18 Arhats, he would not have to be afraid of cultivators at the crossing calamity stage. Even cultivators at the crossing calamity stage would not be his match. At this time, Zhao Hai was no longer in the mood to tangle with the devil experts. Moreover, there were many people from other realms who had come to watch the show. It was time to show his might. Zhao Hai suddenly stopped his attack, but the few devil cultivators didn't dare to be careless. Each of them had a few Dharma artifacts surrounding them, and they looked at Zhao Hai vigilantly. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "All right, everyone. I've had enough fun. It's time to send you on your way. Have a good trip, everyone. Remember to be more aggressive next time." After saying that, Zhao Hai's body moved and he instantly sent out 5 punches and 4 kicks. The 9 Qijin attacked the 9 Devil Realm experts. The 9 Devil Realm experts tried to resist, but they couldn't withstand Zhao Hai's 5 punches and 4 kicks. They were killed on the spot. Those people who came to watch the show were all shocked. They didn't see the battle between Zhao Hai and Ling Lai. When they came, they only saw Zhao Hai fighting with the Devil World's people. Zhao Hai didn't use any ritual implements. He only used his fists and feet to fight against 9 people. This was already very shocking. They never thought that Zhao Hai was just testing his martial arts. Now that they saw Zhao Hai easily exterminate those from the Devil Realm, they were all shocked. Zhao Hai turned around and glanced at them. He snorted coldly, "Everyone, don't test my patience. Just because I didn't come out doesn't mean that I don't care about the 6 realm battlefield anymore. If you disturb my cultivation again, don't blame me for being impolite." With that said, his figure moved and disappeared from the defensive line of Array Lock Mountain. The Round Guardian and the others, who had been watching Zhao Hai's display of godly might from the side, were also very surprised. However, they were even more proud. They also glanced at the people who had run into the machine Array World's semi-controlled area, then turned and flew toward the defensive line of Array Lock Mountain. The people from the other realms who had come to watch the show looked at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. They really did not expect Zhao Hai's strength to be so strong. A nascent soul stage cultivator said to the cultivator beside him, "Long Hai, how strong do you think Zhao Hai is now?" Those devil cultivators weren't weak, but they were so easily dealt with. He truly is worthy of being the #1 expert below the heavenly tribulation stage. Brother Gu Ping, you're underestimating Zhao Hai too much. He's the #1 under the tribulation transcendence stage. Even if he's a tribulation transcendence cultivator, he can't possibly take those demonic cultivators so easily, right? Long Hai said with a bitter smile. Zhao Hai was only testing his martial arts skills when he attacked them. If he had attacked them from the beginning, they wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. I believe that Zhao Hai has already reached the Duji stage. I'm afraid that he won't be at a disadvantage even if he were to fight Huang Daoran now. Gu Ping was stunned. He turned around and looked at Long Hai in shock. Is Zhao Hai really that strong? No way. It hasn't even been a year since his battle with Huang Daoran. Could it be that his strength has increased again? Brother Gu Ping, you're too late. You didn't see that before Zhao Hai fought with these people. He also fought with the blood infant of the devil world, Ling Lai. He only used one punch to kill Ling Lai and even broke Ling Lai's natal blood infant. Ling Lai's bones were also shattered. Before Ling Lai died, he said that Zhao Hai had already crossed the heavenly tribulation. Long Hai said with a bitter smile. Their voices weren't soft, and there were experts all around. Even if the two were whispering, those people could hear them, let alone talking like this. Upon hearing Long Hai's words, gasps were heard from all around. Gu Ping's expression changed drastically as he looked at Long Hai and said, "Brother Long Hai, let's leave this place as soon as possible. If we really piss off Zhao Hai, we'll be in trouble. By the way, from today on, should we be called Master Zhao Hai?" Long Hai smiled bitterly. Who knows? Anyway, Zhao Hai isn't married yet. We'd better not call him that. But he's right, we should leave quickly. With that, he followed Gu Ping and flew away. The people from the other realms did the same and flew away, not daring to stay here for a second longer. When the Round Guardian and the others returned to the Diamond Battalion, Zhao Hai was still there. He was not in a hurry to return to the inner space. In any case, he had come out this time to relax and have a good rest. It would be good to meet the Round Guardian and the others and have a good chat. The Round Guardian and the others really thought that Zhao Hai had left. Now that they saw that Zhao Hai was still here, they were very happy. Zhao Hai naturally did not hold back. He took out a lot of delicious food and drank with the others. Zhao Hai, Round Guardian, Wu Yang, and Xing Li sat at the same table as Zhao Hai. After drinking 2 cups of wine, Round Guardian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, have you really transcended your tribulation?" The Round Guardian's words made all the restaurants in Diamond Castle settle down. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai. They had all heard Ling Lai's words. Ling Lai had clearly said that Zhao Hai had already transcended his tribulation. Zhao Hai looked at them and shook his head. "No, I'm still far from transcending the tribulation. It's only because of the special cultivation technique that I'm cultivating that it's more powerful. I really haven't transcended the tribulation." The Round Guardian and the others all nodded their heads. However, it was clear that they were still very disappointed. They couldn't be blamed for this. After all, there had never been a Duji stage powerhouse in the world of mecha arrays. This had always been a worry for them. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't tell them that his current strength was almost at the crossing calamity stage. He told the Round Guardian that he didn't cross the heavenly tribulation because he wanted to spread the news through the Round Guardian and the others so that the people of the other realms wouldn't pay so much attention to him. He had just been honest for less than a year, and now he had caused such a big trouble. If the people of the other realms thought that he had successfully passed the tribulation, he would be pushed to the forefront again. Zhao Hai did not want that to happen now. He was still prepared to finish cultivating the 18 Arhats technique. However, it would take him at least a year to master the 18 Arhats technique. During this time, he didn't want anything to happen to his rear, and he didn't want anyone to find out about the incident at the Wire 2 and Pirates Playground. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that after he had dealt with the people from the Devil Realm, the news of him successfully passing the heavenly tribulation had spread among the higher-ups of the 6 realms. In a short period of time, Zhao Hai, who had disappeared for almost a year, had once again entered the sights of the higher-ups of the 6 realms. Just as Zhao Hai left the defensive line of Array Lock Mountain, Round Guardian and the others received a question from the higher-ups of the Array world. The question was, of course, whether Zhao Hai had become a Duji stage Taoist master. The Round Guardian and the others' answers were, of course, negative. Zhao Hai had personally admitted that he wasn't a crossing calamity stage Taoist master. He was only so strong because of the special cultivation technique he cultivated. This news caused the higher-ups of the 6 worlds to pay less attention to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai's title as the #1 person under the heavenly tribulation was now confirmed. Even the higher-ups of the 6 worlds acknowledged him. Other than the higher-ups of the 6 realms, the people of the other realms had given Zhao Hai a nickname. This nickname was given to him because he liked to use the life or death method. Because of this, the people of the other realms gave him a very famous nickname, the Nether King. Of course, Zhao Hai knew about this nickname, but he didn't care. Nicknames were given by others, and this nickname wasn't always the same. It was true that he liked to use undead creatures before because he wasn't strong enough and needed the help of undead creatures. Therefore, these people called him Hades. But what if one day he stopped using undead creatures? Would those people still call him the Nether King? In fact, Zhao Hai already had the idea of not using the undead creatures because he realized that they could also provide him with the power of faith. The power of faith that the undead creatures provided him was much more and purer than that of ordinary people. Ordinary people were humans, after all, and they had their own thoughts. However, the undead creatures were different. They were completely subdued by the realm. If Zhao Hai asked them to commit suicide, they would smash their heads without hesitation. Therefore, the power of faith they could provide Zhao Hai was naturally purer. Apart from purity, the power of faith provided by the undead creatures had another characteristic. It was especially aggressive, which Zhao Hai had only recently discovered. The demonic race, the celestials, the orcs, and the undead creatures provided Zhao Hai with power of belief that was very offensive. It was more powerful when used on offense than other races. The power of faith that the elf clan, dwarf clan, human clan, sea clan, and other clans could provide was more suitable for cultivating and improving the body. In BSB, this discovery shocked Zhao Hai. He truly hadn't thought that the power of faith would have so many changes. However, Zhao Hai didn't pay too much attention to this matter. Whether the power of faith was suitable for attack or cultivation, it didn't have a big impact on him. The so-called suitable for attack and suitable for cultivation only had a very subtle difference. It was like the difference between a punch with a force of 100 jin and a punch with a force of 99 jin. Such a difference was negligible. Zhao Hai returned to the medium and spent a few more days with Laura and the others. Then, he started to prepare to cultivate the 18 Arhat techniques. This time, Zhao Hai chose the Great Void technique, which was the only escape technique among the 18 Arhat techniques. This wondrous art of escape was even more complicated than Zhao Hai had imagined. The entire wondrous art was composed of 6 hand seals in one form. The hand seal was called the hidden seal in the void, which meant that one could hide in the void. Forming the Vajra binding seal, the fingers on both hands were like the shape of a treasure, and the big fingers were pointed at the heart. The Vajra bind was the external bind, and this was the fundamental seal of the void hidden venomous insect. The second handprint was, put your palms together with your heart, bend your 2 thumbs and insert them into the palm. This was the void hiding technique of the womb division. The third hand seal was, extend the 5 fingers of the right hand upward, twist the index finger and thumb together like twisting incense, bend the second section of the index finger, but try to straighten the first section as much as possible, or make a fist with the right hand, twist the index finger and thumb together like a treasure. The fourth handprint was, close your palms, with 2 index fingers under the second middle finger and the thumb in the palm. The fifth handprint was, put your palms together, bend your second thumb into the palm, and bend your second index finger to your second thumb. The sixth hand seal was the same as the Samadhi seal of the void. His hands were bound, his 2 index fingers were in the shape of a treasure, and his 2 thumbs were placed side by side above his head. These 6 seals formed a complete set of void concealment seals. As long as Zhao Hai mastered these 6 seals, he would be considered to have mastered the Great Void Mystic Technique. Why was it said that all the Buddhist martial arts were cultivated with hand seals? In fact, this had something to do with the way Buddhism preached. Buddhism emphasized on enlightenment. Enlightenment could prove bodhisattva, and enlightenment could bring about positive results. Then, the eminent monks used their wisdom to turn these things into hand seals. When Zhao Hai formed the hand seals, the spiritual body and power of faith in his body would be affected by the hand seals. From there, they would circulate naturally according to different wondrous methods. No matter what kind of martial arts, as long as the method of cultivation was correct, you would understand how to use this kind of martial arts. It was like walking through a maze. Once the path was drawn for you, you would naturally know how to walk out. It was that simple. In fact, the handprint of the Buddhist League was a disguised enlightenment method. In the inheritance of the Buddhist League, there was a kind of inheritance called the enlightenment method, which was to pass on what one had learned and comprehended in one's life to others through the enlightenment method. This handprint was actually a disguised enlightenment method. It was not as overbearing as the official enlightenment method, but it was an indispensable part of the inheritance of the Buddhist League. The Great Void Mystic Technique was the most difficult of all the mystic techniques that Zhao Hai had learned. It was only when he was cultivating it that he realized that the Great Void Mystic Technique was actually close to a spatial spell. This spell actually made use of a portion of spatial power to allow one to advance and retreat in the void at ease. This way, when facing an enemy, one could naturally hide in the void and deal a fatal blow. If that was all, Zhao Hai's space could do it as well. However, Zhao Hai's space was made up of pure spatial power, while the Great Void Technique was not a complete spatial power. If it was an expert, he would be able to sense Zhao Hai's movement. In other words, the great power of the Great Void Technique lay in the word hide. Hiding one's body in the void was the essence of the Great Void Technique. Other than the word hide, there was another point to the Great Void Mystic Technique. It was not a movement technique that could be used randomly. Instead, it was combined with a great formation of the Buddhist sect. It was a void escape technique that was performed according to the rules of the formation. Of course, although this formation had a certain pattern, it was not fixed. For example, there were several routes on the formation, such as left, right, front, and back. If you followed the correct path of the formation, you should go left, but you could also go right. As long as you were always in the formation, you could change your route freely, which added endless changes to the escape technique. Zhao Hai had spent 81 days to master the hidden hand seal in the void. The main problem was that there were too many variations. Even with the help of the space, Zhao Hai still had to go through them carefully. Hence, Zhao Hai spent more than 90 days in closed-door cultivation. After coming out, Zhao Hai could finally relax. At the same time, he took note of the situation outside. Now the outside world knew how powerful he was. The six-world battlefield had quieted down again, and the Array 2 was on the right track. After Margaret and Louis had made contact, the space base that the Array 2 had acquired had already begun construction. This was the outer defense line of the Array 2, and it had to be built. If it was not built well, the Array 2 would be like a naked woman. Anyone who wanted to come could easily do so without any obstacles. This would not do. It would not benefit the development of planet Yaren 2. The headquarters of the Crossblades at the Pirates' Playground had also been preserved, but many of the former residences had been demolished. There were no women, children, or elderly in the Crossblades anymore. Other than a few members of the Crossblades, all of them had become undead creatures. The Crossblade had been unsealed, but many places were still off-limits to outsiders. If outsiders wanted to contact the people at the Crossblade, they had to go to the designated location and meet with the people guarding the Crossblade. This was to prevent the undead creatures from discovering them. Zhenling sat quietly on a futon, and Huang Daoran sat opposite her. The two of them were currently at Mount Feifeng. Mount Feifeng was originally known as Keiyan Ridge and was the ancestral property of the Zhen family. This mountain originally produced dark iron ore, but it had been completely mined out and had now become the headquarters of the Zhen family. Aside from the dark iron ore, there was another secret on the mountain. There was a spirit vein on the mountain, but it wasn't a high-grade spirit vein. It was only a medium-grade spirit vein, and its location was very remote. In addition, the Zhen family had used a magic array to lock the spirit vein, so no one knew there was another spirit vein here. After dozens of generations of the Zhen family, the entire mountain was covered in formations. In addition, there were countless mines dug out in the past, and there were traps and formations in the mines. The entire mountain was impregnable, no worse than some of the middle-tier sects. Because of Huang Daoran's relationship with the Zhen family, he usually cultivated at the Zhen family's spirit vein. In addition to Huang Daoran, there were also more than a dozen nascent soul experts that the Zhen family had cultivated themselves. This was the Zhen family's elder hall, where all the elders cultivated. Of course, Huang Daoran was the leader of these people. Firstly, he was strong, and secondly, he had a close relationship with the Zhen family. Originally, Huang Daoran had become a guest elder of the iridescent cloud veranda because of the Zhen family's reputation. Now, he was no longer a guest elder of the iridescent cloud veranda, so he had naturally become the grand elder of the Zhen family. His status in the Zhen family was extraordinary. Zhenling looked at Huang Daoran. Uncle Huang, I've already prepared the money for Zhao Hai. However, we have no way of contacting him now. What do you think? Huang Daoran lightly shook his head and said, recently, Little Hai has been cultivating. Although he appeared in the Six-Realm battlefield some time ago, that was only to intimidate the evildoers. I think he has gone into closed-door cultivation again. This time, Little Hai has been in closed-door cultivation for a long time, so he might be cultivating some kind of technique. We'd better not disturb him. Zhenling looked at Huang Daoran's expression and said in a low voice, Uncle Huang, Zhao Hai is getting stronger and stronger. If he really becomes a crossing calamity stage cultivator, do you think he will turn around and attack us? Huang Daoran looked at Zhenling and smiled. Zhao Ling, don't worry. Zhao Hai isn't that kind of person. I know that you've been in the business world for many years and have seen the faces of those people, so you won't believe you easily. Zhao Hai has only interacted with you twice, so you don't know him well. But don't worry, Zhao Hai is definitely not the kind of person you think he is. Lord Zhen looked at Huang Daoran in confusion. She didn't quite understand why Huang Daoran had so much confidence in Zhao Hai. Huang Daoran looked at Zhenling and smiled. Zhao Ling, in the cultivation world, it's the law of the jungle. It's heartless to turn hostile, but in a place like this, it's easy to find people who value relationships. Zhao Hai was able to fight me head-on for the people at the Formation Locking Mountain. From this point, you can see that he's a person who values relationships. Moreover, our interests are now linked. He's my disciple in name, and although I didn't teach him anything, this identity, if he turns against us, then they won't have a place in the cultivation world anymore. Most importantly, he's now working with us in the Xuan Qing sect. Don't think that working with the Xuan Qing sect is a good thing. It's true that the Xuan Qing sect can provide us with protection, but if they turn against us, that's faster than anyone. The Xuan Qing sect will definitely not let him off. At that time, it will be difficult for him to gain a foothold in the realm of arrays. Zhenling couldn't help but nod. What Huang Daoran said was very reasonable. She agreed with one of Huang Daoran's words. After being in the business for so many years, she didn't believe in anything else but profits. When she was the leader of the Rainbow Cloud Veranda, many people opposed her at the beginning. However, ever since he became the leader, he could bring a huge amount of dividends to those people every year. It was precisely these dividends that made those people oppose him, even though they still spoke against him. However, she wasn't in a hurry to take action, because she had tied those people to her chariot with benefits. and now she was working with Zhao Hai for the sake of benefits. She didn't believe that Zhao Hai would really treat Huang Daoran as his master. The two of them had been fighting to the death before, but suddenly, Huang Daoran asked Zhao Hai to be his master, and Zhao Hai really did it. How much of a master-disciple relationship could there be? It was really suspicious. Huang Daoran looked at Zhenling and couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't want to see Zhenling in this state. Zhenling didn't trust people anymore. In her eyes, there were only benefits. This wasn't good. Huang Daoran also knew why Zhenling was like this. It was because Zhenling had been in the business for too long. The merchants in the cultivation world used all kinds of methods, and it was common for them to betray others. It could be said that Zhenling had seen the ugliest side of human nature all these years, so she no longer believed in human nature. She only believed in benefits. Huang Daoran said in a low voice, "Little Ling, I hope you can get along well with Little Hai. Little Hai has many things that the people of the cultivation world don't have. It's definitely a coincidence that he's done so many things and made such a big name for himself in just 2 years. He has friends everywhere in the Array world. Last time at the Array Lock Mountain defense line, everyone in the entire Array Lock Mountain defense line was willing to fight him to the death with me." From this point, you can see what kind of person Little Hai is. The people you've been in contact with all these years are all people blinded by greed, so you should get in touch with Little Hai. Zhenling didn't object to Huang Daoran's words. Instead, he nodded and said, "Yes, don't worry, Uncle Huang, I will. What about Little Hai's money?" Huang Daoran smiled. "Just use it first. Don't be polite with him. He won't say anything." Zhenling nodded, then said to Huang Daoran in a deep voice, "Uncle Huang, what do you think of Little Hai's current strength? Is he really not going through the tribulation?" Huang Daoran nodded and said, "I don't think Little Hai would lie about such things. He shouldn't have reached the Duji stage yet. However, the cultivation technique he practices is really special. Even now, I still can't tell what attribute it is. However, he doesn't seem to have systematically learned the attack methods of the cultivation world. Although his flying sword attacks are ever-changing, they always seem a little messy." Zhenling nodded. "It looks like Zhao Hai must have cultivated a cultivation technique. That's why he's able to achieve so much in such a short period of time. I wonder where he got this cultivation technique from." Huang Daoran nodded and said, "Yes, the origin of his cultivation technique is indeed a little strange. It doesn't make sense to say that he brought it from the lower realm. It's impossible to have such a powerful cultivation technique in the lower realm. However, since he ascended to the cultivation world, everything he did has traces. It's impossible for him to find such a powerful cultivation technique not long after he ascended. This matter is really strange." Zhenling frowned and said in a deep voice, "This is indeed a little strange. But if this continues, Uncle Huang, do you think those people will go to Little Hai?" Hearing Zhenling's words, Huang Daoran's expression couldn't help but change. He frowned and said, "Those people. It shouldn't right. In the cultivation world, even in the Xuan Qing sect, there are only a few people who can be chosen by those people. Is Little Hai qualified?" Zhenling looked at Huang Daoran's expression and smiled. "Uncle Huang, tell me, in the entire cultivation world, how many people can be like Little Hai, who has only ascended for 2 years and dares to fight you head-on? If he's not qualified, who else is?" Huang Daoran frowned and said, "But Little Hai hasn't gone through his tribulation yet." "That's right, Little Hai's strength is there for all to see. Although he hasn't gone through the tribulation, with his strength, he might really be targeted by those people. In the past, it seems that there were no people from the Array world who were chosen by those people. Little Hai might really be the first one to be chosen. I've heard that the chosen ones are extremely dangerous. Uncle Huang, weren't you chosen back then?" Zhenling nodded. Huang Daoran nodded and sighed. "It's not just dangerous being chosen. I was chosen when I just passed the tribulation. I was chosen by them. Although I was only there for 2 months, I was injured twice. The third time I was seriously injured and almost couldn't recover. Is it really that dangerous?" Zhenling asked with a frown. Huang Daoran laughed bitterly. "It's more dangerous than you think. The weakest person who can go there is at least a master of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, they have their own unique skills. Even if they encounter a master of the crossing calamity stage, they won't be at a disadvantage. If it weren't for those monks here in the cultivation world, I'm afraid we would be in an even worse state. What if those people really find Little Hai?" Zhenling frowned. "If anything happens to him, our business will be greatly affected." Huang Daoran sighed and said, "I only hope that Little Hai's strength has improved recently. At the very least, he can still protect himself. If those people want to recruit people, no one will dare to refuse. No force will dare to refuse to release people." "Uncle Huang, shouldn't we think of something now?" Zhenling frowned. "If something really happens to Little Hai, it'll affect us greatly." Huang Daoran smiled bitterly and said, "What can we do? Little Hai is providing us with spirit wine now. Spirit wine is not something that just anyone can produce. Little Hai said it was produced on the planet he got. I've asked around these few days. The planet he got is not his own, but shared with a few friends. There are not many people on the planet now. The most important thing is that the planet is not suitable for human survival. I think Little Hai is not telling the truth. The spirit wine can't be produced on his planet. He won't easily reveal the origin of the spirit wine. After all, the profit of spirit wine is too great. Zhen Ling also nodded. She could understand this. The profit of spirit wine was too great. If it were her, she would not tell anyone, even if the person was her partner. Huang Daoran smiled bitterly and said, "This time, even if those people want to call Little Hai over, they'll have to wait for Little Hai to come out of his closed-door cultivation. When Little Hai comes out, he'll definitely come to inform me. At that time, we'll just ask him to keep more wine. Try to control the sales on your side. I believe that after Little Hai comes out of his closed-door cultivation this time, his strength will definitely improve. Even if he goes there, there won't be a big problem." "I'm still very confident in him." Zhen Ling nodded and said in a low voice, "All right then. That's the only thing we can do for now. Uncle Huang, I'll be leaving now. If Zhao Hai comes, you must let me meet him." Huang Daoran nodded. Zhen Ling then stood up and bowed to Huang Daoran before turning to leave. Huang Daoran looked at Zhen Ling's back and sighed. "I hope Little Hai's strength can be improved this time." Otherwise he sighed again, but he could not continue. The conversation between Huang Daoran and Zhen Ling had been recorded by Kai Er. Kai Er was still very careful with Huang Daoran and the others. After all, there was no one in the array world who could threaten Zhao Hai. However, Huang Daoran was different. Huang Daoran was a member of the cultivation world and was a friend of Feng Beiming. Feng Beiming was an elder of the Xuan Qing sect and had the Xuan Qing sect behind him. Now Huang Daoran was no longer a threat to Zhao Hai, but the Xuan Qing sect was. Therefore, Kai Er had been paying close attention to collecting information about Huang Daoran. However, in today's conversation between Huang Daoran and Zhen Ling, they mentioned a place several times. That place was extremely dangerous. Even Huang Daoran, who had become a Duki Zhenren, was injured several times in 2 months. Such a place was too dangerous. Zhao Hai might be summoned there, which was not good news for Zhao Hai. Most importantly, Huang Daoran had also mentioned that there seemed to be a force in the cultivation world that he didn't know of. That force was extremely powerful, and no one dared to stop him when he called for people. This kind of power wasn't something that an ordinary force could employ. Other than these, Huang Daoran also mentioned Buddhism. From what he said, the place they went to didn't seem to only have one power, the cultivation world. What kind of place was it? This really made Kai Er and the others a little worried. However, Zhao Hai did not know about this as he had gone into seclusion again. This time he was going to cultivate the wondrous water manipulation technique. This wondrous water manipulation technique was a type of spell. The so-called sorcery was actually the Dharma spells used by the people of the cultivation world. Just like the formation devil's technique, it was a kind of attack method that didn't require weapons and could be used only by evaluating one's own spirit power. In the cultivation world, sorcery was also very important, especially for some individual cultivators. They paid more attention to sorcery because they didn't have the money to get good Dharma artifacts, so they could only use sorcery. As long as there was spirit chi, they could use sorcery, and if they used it well. Its attack power was also extraordinary. This water manipulation mystic technique was one of the 18 Luo techniques. In addition to the water manipulation mystic technique, there were also several other mystic techniques such as beast manipulation mystic technique, joyful Zun sound mystic technique, breath sword mystic technique, and clone mystic technique. The reason why Zhao Hai had chosen to learn the water control technique instead of the sound attack technique was because the sound attack technique was not his strong suit. Although he had never learned the water control technique before, one should not forget that there were water-type spells among all types of magic. Furthermore, Zhao Hai could control water, so he thought that he would be able to learn the water control technique faster. The water manipulation technique was not the most difficult. It only had 2 hand seals, the water sky hand seal and the dragon rope seal. With the addition of the spiritual chi circulation technique, Zhao Hai believed that he could master it in a month. The water sky hand seal was not very complicated. He clenched his left hand into a fist, with his thumb knot in his palm and his index finger slightly bent. The dragon rope seal was a little more complicated. Both hands were bound inside, and the 2 index fingers were placed vertically into a circle. It was the seal of the Vajra realm outside the womb realm, also known as the dragon rope seal. For Zhao Hai, who was used to hand seals, it was easy to do. Zhao Hai calmed himself down and began to practice the hand seals. While practicing, he realized that the attacks of cultivators were different from the formation fiends of the stratagem world. Cultivators cultivated spirit chi, so even if they used spells, they would use the spirit chi in their bodies. Mental power only played an auxiliary role. Compared with the formation devil's technique, this spell was stronger. Zhao Hai also realized that the techniques in the cultivation world were not simple. They were all very powerful. Even if one did not use any dharmic artifacts or knew any body tempering techniques, as long as he learned the water manipulation technique, he would definitely be able to make a name for himself. This wondrous technique of controlling water was not simply about controlling water. He used water as a kind of magic weapon to cultivate. With water as the root and water as the foundation, it was a cultivation method that was very strange. However, this wondrous technique wasn't hard to learn. Zhao Hai only used 49 days to learn it. After that, he came out of seclusion as usual and returned to the spatial villa. As soon as they arrived at the villa, Heir came up to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, I discovered something new a while ago. I wanted to show it to you." After she finished speaking, she pulled Zhao Hai to the screen and played the recording of the conversation between Huang Daoran and Zhen Ling. Hearing this, Zhao Hai's brows furrowed. He turned to look at Laura and the others and said, "Could it be that there are some secrets in the cultivation world?" Lola nodded and said, "We've collected some information during this period of time. No, there's very little information about this. We only found some clues from the Buddhist leg." Zhao Hai looked at Laura with a puzzled expression. Laura said in a deep voice, "Big brother Hai, have you noticed that the Buddhist sect is very low-key in the cultivation world? They don't even have many disciples out there, but in the cultivation world, very few sects dare to have any ideas about them, right?" Zhao Hai thought about it and nodded. To be honest, it was rare to see Buddhist cultivators in the cultivation world. This matter was indeed a little strange. In the great cultivation world, other than people like Zhao Hai who were developing their own forces, no one would hide their strength. Even if he wanted to keep a low profile, he would send some disciples out from time to train and remind others of their existence. However, the Buddhist League in the cultivation world was different. They seemed to be too low-key in their actions. You rarely heard of their disciples traveling outside, so this kind of low-key was very unusual. What was even more unusual was that the Buddhist sect was so low-key, but no one had any ideas about them. This was a little strange. Lola said in a deep voice, "It was this discovery that made us pay more attention to the Buddhist sect. Finally, we found some clues. There are countless experts in the Buddhist sect, but these people rarely go out. Even in the cultivation world, their names are rarely heard. About 1,000 years ago, a devil sect attacked a Buddhist monastery. When the monastery was about to be destroyed, more than a dozen crossing tribulation stage powerhouses suddenly appeared in the monastery and forced the devil sect to retreat. We destroyed the devil sect. That devil sect was the most powerful sect in the devil Dao, the Thousand Devil sect. It was because of the existence of the Thousand Devil sect that the devil Dao was almost as famous as the cultivation world. However, after that battle, the reputation of the devil Dao was greatly reduced, and those Buddhist sect people disappeared after destroying the Thousand Devil sect. According to what Master Huang said before, we can conclude that there is a very secret place in the cultivation world. There are not only people from the cultivation world there. I'm afraid there are other worlds we don't know about." Zhao Hai nodded, then stood up and laughed. "Isn't that great? At first, I thought that this cultivation world alone would be too boring. Now that they know of the existence of other worlds, that's great. I'd like to see how different other worlds are from cultivation worlds. Just wait, one day Zhao Hai will transcend all of these. I'd like to see how strong the person who created a place like the Six-Realm battlefield is." When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai's expression, they couldn't help but be stunned. Zhao Hai had always been low-key in his actions. Now that he had suddenly said something so bold, they were a little uncomfortable. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and smiled. "We've been keeping a low profile before because we didn't have the strength. Now I'm confident. As long as I master the 18 Arhats technique, I can go anywhere in the cultivation world." Laura and the others nodded their heads. Although they did not know how powerful Zhao Hai's 18 Arhat technique was, they believed in him. Zhao Hai didn't really take Huang Daoran's words to heart. The more he learned about the 18 Arhats, the more confident he became. The 18 Arhats technique was a cultivation technique that relied on the power of faith. Zhao Hai had never heard of such a technique before, which was the source of Zhao Hai's confidence. The power of faith was extremely powerful, and it was hard to say how powerful a cultivation technique that required the help of the power of faith would be. After spending a few days with Laura and the others, Zhao Hai returned to the planet where he had been in seclusion. He was preparing to cultivate the next mystic art. This time, he chose the joyous rhythm mystic art. Among the 18 Arhats, the happy flute sound was the only one that specialized in musical attacks. To master the happy flute sound, one not only needed to practice hand seals, but also needed one or two instruments. Only in this way could one master the happy flute sound. In the happy flute sound technique, there were also methods of making and using several musical instruments, which were called bells. These bells were not ordinary bells, but chimes. It was made up of 54 bells of various sizes, with a lot of sound levels and extraordinary attack power. The second musical instrument was the wooden fish, which was the most commonly used musical instrument in Buddhism. It could produce zun sounds and had a strong attacking power. The third instrument was a music that Zhao Hai had never thought of before. It was a si dong. Zhao Hai had never thought that the third instrument would be a si dong. However, this sidong was very suitable to be used as a magic weapon for sound attacks. The fourth instrument was a drum, which was a very normal instrument. The method of making and using these four instruments was recorded in the delightful flute melody. Zhao Hai took a look at the method of making them. To put it bluntly, there was nothing special about the method. The only special thing was that the instruments were embedded with a few arrays that Zhao Hai had never seen before. These arrays only had one purpose: to store, use, and increase the power of faith. In other words, as long as he knew about the existence of these formations, Zhao Hai could craft his own power of faith magical equipment. However, Zhao Hai didn't care much about this. Now that the Moonfang shovel had been fused with the flowing silver staff, it had become a weapon of faith. Zhao Hai naturally didn't need to spend any effort to make it. However, Zhao Hai was surprised by the handprint used by the pleasant melody. It was called the Wonderful Sound Sky Print. He raised his left palm and covered his right palm with his index finger and thumb intertwined. There was only one hand gesture for the delightful melody mystic art, but it was not easy to cultivate. Besides the hand gesture, Zhao Hai also had to learn how to use the other instruments, which gave him a headache. Zhao Hai had learned a lot of things before, but he had never learned how to play a musical instrument. This was his first time coming into contact with these things, especially the chimes and the zither. Zhao Hai had only heard of these two things before. It was impossible for him to use them. He had to start from scratch. Fortunately, the Wonderful Sound Sky Seal had helped him a lot. Learning the Wonderful Sound Sky Seal was equivalent to learning the pitch, which made it much easier for him to learn the four instruments. In addition to the hand gesture and the device, there was also a music formation in the happy flute sound technique. This music formation was a square king of heaven formation composed of four musical instruments. When the four musical instruments were used together, they could achieve the effect of overlapping attacks. Even though the joyful melody was not the most difficult technique Zhao Hai had learned, it still took a lot of time. It took Zhao Hai more than 100 days to master it. The music formation and the use of instruments took up a lot of his time. However, the joyful melody was also very powerful. It could be used to attack and defend, killing people without them noticing. It could also trap, injure, and many other techniques. This made Zhao Hai's attacking techniques even more varied. After learning the delightful melody, Zhao Hai was even more confident in himself. He believed that if he were to fight Huang Daoran now, he would definitely be able to defeat him. This also made Zhao Hai look forward to the place Huang Daoran mentioned. When Huang Daoran went to that place, he had just undergone his tribulation. His strength was definitely not as strong as it was now. At that time, Huang Daoran could protect himself even if he went there. With Zhao Hai's current strength, he would have no problem protecting himself if he went there. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to get in touch with the people of Buddhism and understand the origin of the 18 Arhats. Although he didn't have much hope, it would be best if he could find some clues. After all, the 18 Arhats in the six-realm battlefield both showed that there was an existence of a higher level than the cultivation world, and Zhao Hai still knew nothing about that level. Just as Zhao Hai was working hard on his cultivation, a storm was brewing in the cultivation world. It wasn't the cultivation world that was in trouble, but the devil world. Zhao Hai had dealt with Ling Lai and the others when he came out of seclusion last time. Ling Lai had some background. He was from the Blood Saint sect, a big sect in the devil world. Zhao Hai had offended the Blood Saint sect by dealing with him last time. The Blood Saint sect naturally wanted to deal with Zhao Hai. In fact, the Blood Saint sect and Zhao Hai had a grudge against each other for a long time. Tu Maishan was a member of the Blood Saint sect. Tu Maishan's life in the six-world newcomer competition was smooth sailing, but he died at Zhao Hai's hands. Zhao Hai had killed the hope of the Blood Saint sect with his own hands, and he had made an enemy of the Blood Saint sect. However, although Tu Maishan was a genius, he was only a person who had ascended. Although he was valued by the Blood Saint sect, he wouldn't come to the Array realm to deal with Zhao Hai for Tu Maishan. Even if he wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, it would be done in secret. The Blood Saint sect had been involved in the incident with Huang Daoran. However, the last time had been a secret operation. The Blood Saint sect had only spent some money to invite Huang Daoran. In addition, the people from the Array world also wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, which put some pressure on Huang Daoran. After Huang Daoran retreated, the devil world had some complaints. After all, in their opinion, if they didn't kill Zhao Hai, their mission wouldn't be completed. As for Huang Daoran's actions to save face, they were completely unnecessary. The people of the devil world didn't care about face. What they cared about was practical benefits. As long as the benefits were enough, they would do anything. Face was the most useless thing for them. The problem of Zhao Hai was a huge headache for the people of the devil world. They wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, but ordinary people couldn't deal with him. If they asked some Duji stage Taoist masters of the devil world to help, they might not be much stronger than Huang Daoran. If they asked the soul-splitting stage and longevity stage experts to help, it would definitely alarm the cultivation world. This was the last thing the people of the devil world wanted to see. However, there were some in the devil world who couldn't take this lying down. To them, Zhao Hai had slapped them in the face twice, especially the people from the Blood Saint sect. They wanted to take revenge. Therefore, while Zhao Hai was in seclusion, many people from the Blood Saint sect were in seclusion. They first tried to put pressure on the Array world, but the Array world ignored them. To the Array world, Zhao Hai was now their flag. They wouldn't deal with Zhao Hai anymore. Since the Array world didn't want to deal with Zhao Hai, the Blood Saint sect wanted to find people from the cultivation world to deal with him, but they didn't succeed. The people from the cultivation world didn't have too much of a grudge against Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai himself was very strong. The people from the cultivation world didn't want to deal with Zhao Hai to avoid any losses. However, the Blood Saint sect wouldn't let this go. To them, Zhao Hai was their mortal enemy. They had to get rid of him. It was because of this that the Blood Saint sect had been playing many tricks. They knew that it was impossible to deal with Zhao Hai in the Array world, so they could only think of a way in the Six-Realm battlefield. The Six-Realm battlefield was a place where all the realms competed with each other, and the Blood Saint sect was quite powerful there. It was the Blood Saint sect's idea for Ling Lai to cause trouble for Zhao Hai. The Blood Saint sect was very sinister. They weren't the only ones who attacked Zhao Hai. There were also people from other sects. The Blood Saint sect did this to pull the other sects into their camp to deal with Zhao Hai. They had succeeded. Zhao Hai had also destroyed the people from the other realms. It could be considered that he had made enemies with the other realms. Therefore, the people from the Devil Realm were very dissatisfied with Zhao Hai and had already started to cause trouble in the Six-Realm battlefield. Although those guys didn't dare to run into the territory of the Array world and cause trouble in the semi-controlled area, as long as it was someone from the Array world who went out to hunt, they would rob and kill them. Recently, the Array world had suffered quite a lot of losses in the Six-World battlefield. The Devil world's actions had truly hit Zhao Hai's weak spot. The Array world had already made an agreement with the other worlds that Zhao Hai could not leave the area where the Array world was located. He could not leave the half-controlled area of the Array world. Thus, Zhao Hai really did not have any good ideas for the Devil world's actions. However, the Array realm was a realm of its own in the cultivation world. It had been independent for so many years and had encountered all kinds of storms. They naturally had ways to deal with them. Now that the Array realm was out hunting, their numbers had increased to the upper echelons. They also carried small nuclear bombs. This way, no matter what situation they encountered, they could deal with it. However, this also made Zhao Hai's impression of the Devil world even worse. However, now was not the time to deal with the Devil world. Zhao Hai still put most of his energy into cultivation. He had already begun to learn the wonderful beast taming techniques. This beast taming technique was actually of little value to Zhao Hai. If he wanted to train a beast, he could just use the space. He didn't need to learn the beast taming technique. However, he still learned it. The beast taming technique really had its own uses. If Zhao Hai used the inner space to train beasts, he would have to keep the demonic beasts in the inner space. However, the beast taming technique did not need to be used. He could directly find and tame the demonic beasts. Of course, this did not guarantee a 100 success rate. The handprint of this beast taming technique was also very strange. It was actually a bowl print. Zhao Hai had thought that the alms bowl was only used when he was practicing the alms bowl raising technique. He did not expect that when he was practicing the beast taming technique, he would also be practicing the alms bowl. The alms bowl was also very simple. He would put his hands together with his palms open and his fingers spread out like water. From this action, it could be seen that there were many differences between this beast taming technique and other beast taming techniques. Based on its training techniques, the demonic beast would usually be beaten into submission first and then slowly tamed. However, the beast taming technique was different. It had some mental attack effects. It would make the demonic beast feel kind to you and then get close to you and slowly be tamed. The reason why the beast taming secret was able to use this alms bowl was because the Buddhists ate humans and everything they ate was done in an alms bowl. The meaning of this alms bowl was to feed the demonic beasts. Through this method, the demonic beasts were tamed. It took Zhao Hai more than 60 days to master the beast taming technique. After that, Zhao Hai's next move was the breathing sword technique. This breathing sword technique was a very strange technique. It belonged to a kind of sword chi technique. Strictly speaking, it should be regarded as a sword cultivation technique. However, this cultivation technique did not use any magic weapons. It produced sword chi through hand seals and then used the sword chi to fight the enemy. This breathing sword technique only had one hand seal, which was the sword seal. The two hands were joined together, the two index fingers were bent, and the two thumbs were pressed on the sides of the two index fingers. The sword seal was an extremely powerful technique. When Zhao Hai was learning it, he could feel that the attack power of the sword seal was extraordinary. It took Zhao Hai more than 50 days to practice the breathing sword technique. After that, he began to practice the doppelganger mystic technique. It was a very special technique that could create countless doppelgangers. Each doppelganger could turn illusion into reality and attack the enemy. It was an extremely powerful technique. This wondrous spell was made up of 7 hand seals. They were the outer 5 Cobalt Seal, the inner 5 Cobalt Seal, the Dharma World Void Seal, the Vajra Void Seal, the Treasure Light Void Seal, the Chain Flower Void Seal, and the Karma Use Void Seal. These 7 hand seals were all related to the void. This body-splitting technique was also related to the void to a certain extent. It was a variant of spatial magic, and it made use of the principle of the void distorting colors to produce a technique. Although this technique was related to space, it was completely different from the void mystic technique. In addition, there were many hand seals. Zhao Hai spent more than 100 days to learn this technique. After learning the cloning technique, Zhao Hai's life had gained another layer of protection. When necessary, he could use the cloning technique to create a large number of clones while his true body could hide in a dimension. This way, no one would notice the existence of the dimension. After learning the clone technique, Zhao Hai had already learned all the mystic techniques of the 18 Arhats. Next, Zhao Hai was prepared to learn the magic artifacts of the 18 Arhat mystic techniques. The mystic technique of the magic weapon was also a very important mystic technique of the 18 Arhats. The main point was the operation of the magic weapon. Although there were only a few techniques that could be operated smoothly, these techniques were very powerful. Zhao Hai also attached great importance to these mystic techniques of the magic weapon. The first weapon cultivation technique that Zhao Hai cultivated was the bowl-raising technique. The name of the technique was enough to tell that it was a technique that specialized in cultivating the bowl. The bowl-raising technique not only required the usage of the bowl, but also the method of making it. However, Zhao Hai didn't need the method of making the bowl. What he needed was the usage of the bowl. This bowl-raising technique was actually a defensive technique. It focused on defense and didn't pay much attention to offensive power, but it paid great attention to defensive power. Zhao Hai had never learned any defensive techniques before. The raising alms bowl technique made up for this weakness. Zhao Hai had also learned the hand gesture of the raising alms bowl technique before, which was the alms bowl technique. However, the alms bowl technique had a slight change, and the method of circulation was also different. It was not the same as the beast taming technique. It only took Zhao Hai a little more than 50 days to master the raising alms bowl technique. It was very important for Zhao Hai to master it, as his defensive abilities had greatly increased. After cultivating the bowl-raising wondrous spell, Zhao Hai continued to cultivate the Buddha mystic art. The Buddha mystic art was mainly used to control the pagoda. The Buddha was the pagoda, and the Buddha mystic art was used to control the pagoda-shaped magical weapon. This was also the first time Zhao Hai had officially learned the operation method of the Dakai Fa Shun. The operation method of a large celestial device was different from that of an ordinary celestial device. The operation method of a small celestial device was mainly flexible and multifaceted, while a large celestial device required stability. With stability as the main point, one could use force and pressure to break through the big and small, and through the clumsy and the clever. The hand seal used by the Stupa mystic art was the Pagoda Treasure Stick Seal. This seal was bound within. The 2 middle fingers were placed vertically together. It was called the Pagoda Treasure Stick Seal, and the middle fingers were like treasures. With the help of the seal of Treasure Mountain, he tied his hands inside and placed his 2 thumbs in his palms. It was the rock throne, and it showed that it didn't change. The pagoda stood on top of the boulder, unmoving, to suppress all evil. Zhao Hai put in a lot of effort in learning the Buddha mystic art. His Hades was a large magical artifact, and Zhao Hai was only using a large magical artifact for simple collisions. The Buddha mystic art made up for this flaw. It took Zhao Hai more than 100 days to master the Stupa mystic art. After that, he began to practice the Blazing Devil Wand mystic art. The Blazing Devil Wand mystic art was not only about the usage of a wand. It should include the usage of all long weapons and magic tools, including the Jia Chu staff seal, the axe-splitting seal, the 3 halberds seal, the 8-leaf seal, and a few other hand seals. It could be said that the Blazing Demon Staff was a complete collection of methods to use long weapons and magic tools. Zhao Hai had put in a lot of effort in the process of cultivating it, and it took him nearly 200 days to finally master it. After mastering the Blazing Devil Wand, Zhao Hai had a good rest for a while. This was because he was going to learn the most difficult of the 18 Arhats techniques, a spiritual attack. The attack of this method was extremely powerful. No matter which world it was, there weren't many spiritual attack methods because it was very dangerous to use and also very dangerous to learn. Of course, if you learned it, the attack power would be very powerful. Among the 18 Arhats, wondrous techniques, there were several wondrous techniques related to mental power, such as the Purification Wondrous Technique, the Mind Understanding Wondrous Technique, the Wisdom Sword Wondrous Technique, and the Understanding of the Greater World Wondrous Technique. From this point, it could be seen that the 18 Arhats, wondrous techniques, still attached great importance to mental attacks. Zhao Hai did not learn the Purification Technique at the beginning. Instead, he learned the Greater Understanding Mystic Technique. The Greater Understanding Mystic Technique was not a spiritual attack, but a communication technique. The so-called boundless universe was to allow one to establish a connection with the boundless universe. One could reach it no matter what, and only then would one be able to reach the magical uses of the boundless universe mystic technique. Strictly speaking, it should be considered a supplementary technique, but it was very useful. The Greater Understanding Mystic Technique was also formed by the Capricorn Seal and the Wisdom Auspicious Seal. The Wisdom Auspicious Seal was also divided into two types of hand seals, and it could be said that the Greater Understanding Mystic Technique was formed by 3 hand seals. This method of cultivating spiritual power was indeed very powerful. Zhao Hai had spent more than 100 days before he had finally mastered the Greater Understanding Mystic Technique. After cultivating the Greater World Understanding Mystic Technique, Zhao Hai then cultivated the Heart-Seeing Mystic Technique. The Heart-Seeing Mystic Technique was also a supplementary spiritual technique. The difference between the Heart-Seeing Mystic Technique and the Greater World was that the Heart-Seeing Mystic Technique was not used to communicate with the Greater World. It was a type of early warning technique. This warning wasn't simply to see if the other party was hostile to you, but something that could make you feel danger. For example, Zhao Hai was going to the 6th Realm battlefield. Originally, he didn't know whether it was good or bad for him to go there. However, as long as he cultivated the Enlightening Mind and Seeing Nature Mystic Technique, he could feel whether it was good or bad for him to go to the 6th Realm battlefield. This was a kind of divination method similar to Taoist cultivation. The Enlightening Mind Revealing Nature was formed from 4 hand seals: the Fearless Seal, the Magic Conch Seal, the Rotary Seal, and the Auspicious Treasure Seal. This time, Zhao Hai had spent nearly 200 days to master the Enlightening Mind Revealing Nature. It was the longest time he had spent ever since he started cultivating the 18 Arhats. After cultivating the Enlightening Mind and Seeing Nature, Zhao Hai's next move was to cultivate the Intellectual Sword. This Intellectual Sword was a powerful mental attack. Not only could it attack the enemy's mind, but it could also cut off the cultivator's mental weakness, allowing the cultivator's thoughts to be more accessible and to maintain a calm mind. This was very important to a cultivator. The so-called Intellectual Sword cutting off the threads of love was this principle, and the greatest use of the Intellectual Sword was precisely this. The wondrous technique of the Intellectual Sword consisted of the Great Intellectual Saber Seal, the Sword Seal, the Immovable Foundation Seal, the Lotus Heart Seal, the Fortune Wisdom Seal, and several other hand seals. This wondrous technique was extremely difficult to cultivate, and it took Zhao Hai nearly 300 days to complete it. After cultivating the wondrous technique of the Intellectual Sword, the last thing one had to practice was the Purification Technique. This purification technique was the most powerful existence among the several wondrous techniques of the mental category. It was a kind of mental attack method, but when one used this attack method, one would not feel a trace of the attack power at all. It was like a mental parasitism method, planting a seed in one's heart unconsciously. When this seed took root and sprouted, one would have control over it. The art of purification consisted of the Wisdom Fist Seal, the Foundation Seal, the Explanation Seal, the Guidance Seal, the 5-word Vajra Sword Seal, the 6-word Vajra Sword Seal, the 8-word Vajra Sword Seal, all the Branch Seals, the 8-word Follow Seeking Seal, the Brahma Seal, the Vajra Sama Seal, the Mercy Seal, the Great Heart Seal, and several other hand seals. Back then, one could tell just how difficult it was to cultivate this mystic technique from the number of hand seals he had. Zhao Hai had spent more than a year to master the mystic technique of purification. By the time he had learned it, Zhao Hai had also learned all the 18 Arhats mystic techniques. Zhao Hai had spent a period of time familiarizing himself with all these mystic techniques before he was officially out of seclusion. From the last time he went to the 6th Realm battlefield until Zhao Hai came out of seclusion, he had used a total of 4 years. This was the longest period of time Zhao Hai had been in seclusion. In the past 4 years, Zhao Hai had not stopped taking care of the outside world. Now, not only were there people from the Crossblade stationed there, even Zheng Li and the rest had moved there. Moreover, the outer defense system of the Jare 2 was basically completed and could be officially put into use. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had plenty of resources in his inner space. He also had countless undead creatures. With the undead creatures as the main force of construction and Louis as the commander, they were able to set up the entire defense system of the Jare 2 within a few years. In the past 4 years, Zheng Li and the others had also officially retired from the 6th World battlefield. Not only them, but even the Round Guardian had also officially retired. After they retired, Zhao Hai naturally arranged for them to go to Yali's place. He also let the Round Guardian know about the existence of Eternal Sand Island. Zheng Li and the others' strength had also increased very quickly. When they came out from the 6th World battlefield, they already had the strength of core formation cultivators. Moreover, they had been in closed-door cultivation for the past 2 days. The reason Xingli and the others were doing this was because they had been provoked by Zhao Hai. In their eyes, Zhao Hai was already so strong, but he was still working hard in closed-door cultivation. As for them, their strength was far inferior to Zhao Hai's, so they naturally should work harder. It wasn't just Xingli and the others who had their strength increased. Even the round diamond was the same. Perhaps it was because the round diamond had been sold the last time that he had unraveled the knot in his heart. The round diamond's strength had increased by leaps and bounds in a short time, and he was now a nascent soul expert. As more and more people went to the second planet, the outside world also knew about the changes there. The people in the field of mecha arrays were very surprised by the changes. They couldn't believe it. A few years ago, the second planet was still a barren land. Now, it had become like this. This really shocked them. What shocked the higher-ups of the array world even more was why so many people had suddenly appeared on planet Yeren 2. Where did all these people come from? How did Zhao Hai get these people to settle on Jere 2? All of this was like a mystery that no one could solve. The main reason was that no one thought that Zhao Hai would move the pirates to live on the Jere 2. At the pirates' playground, the crossed blades still existed. They still took on missions and went out to rob. Nothing seemed to have changed, but the people from the crossblades were more mysterious than before. It was rare to see their families out. However, this didn't attract too much attention. Although the crossblade had been more open in the past, the family members of the crossblade members rarely came out. People only thought that the crossblade had carried out an internal rectification and cleaned up the spies that other forces had placed in the crossblade. They didn't think much about it. Clearing out spies like this was common at the crossblade. It was not only common at the crossblade, but it was also common in the entire pirate paradise. No matter which pirate group it was, as long as they thought it was necessary, they would carry out a cleanup. They would get rid of all the spies that other forces had placed in their place, so no one paid attention to the Tei crossblade. Unknowingly, the crossblade pirates had officially become members of the Yale 2. They were now considered to have official status, and could go to any planet in the array world at will. Other than that, the situation in the self-cultivation world was also good. The Flying Phoenix Tower had officially become one of the most famous merchant groups in the self-cultivation world. Zhao Hai received more and more dividends every year, but he had never gone to collect them. After all, he had been cultivating in seclusion all this time. However, Zhao Hai had never stopped trading spiritual wine with the Flying Phoenix restaurant. Every year, Zhao Hai would provide the Flying Phoenix restaurant with at least 100,000 bottles of spiritual wine. On the other hand, Zhen Ling didn't sell all of the spirit wine. Instead, she saved up most of it and only sold a small portion of it every month. She was preparing for the future. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about Zhen Ling's way of doing things. This was actually a means of sales. If there were too many spiritual wines, they would be worthless and become a common thing on the street. In the cultivation world, spirit wine was still a valuable thing, but it was much better than before. In the past, many cultivators in the cultivation world had only heard of spirit wine, but had never seen what it was like. Now they could buy spirit wine from the Flying Phoenix Tower. Although it was very expensive, people were happy to enjoy it. Not only was spirit wine expensive, but it had also become a trend in the cultivation world. Some big sects would order a large amount of spirit wine from Zhen Ling. When they encountered an important matter, spirit wine became an indispensable thing. If a big sect didn't bring out 2 bottles of Taoyuan spirit wine when they were treating, they would be laughed at. Zhao Hai was well aware of this situation. This was exactly what he wanted to achieve. In the past 2 days, he had increased the supply of spirit wine in the cultivation world. Now, the second planet of Yeren was also producing wine. However, what was produced there was not spirit wine, but ordinary wine. This kind of wine could not be compared to spirit wine. It only had good leaves and contained a small amount of spirit qi, but it could not be called spirit wine. The Yeren 2 had found that the food production here was very high. In addition to all kinds of animals, the Year 2 planet had become a famous base for agricultural products in the mecha world. Zhao Hai was happy to see this happen. Now that Planet 2 had become famous, it meant that he had a certain status in the field of mecha arrays. This way, people in the field of mecha arrays would have more contact with Planet 2. Zhao Hai wanted to build a base on Planet 2, but he didn't want it to be completely isolated from the outside world. That would not be a base, but a dead end. Other than being a base for agricultural products, the planet had become a tourist destination. In order to change the environment of the planet, Heir had many branches on the planet. The rainbow flowers were beautiful and bloomed all year round. On top of that, the ocean area of the planet was huge, and the temperature had been adjusted to a comfortable level. In addition, Zhao Hai had also greatly developed the tourism industry on the planet. Therefore, the tourism industry on planet Yeren 2 had developed very quickly in the past 2 years. There were not only traditional tourist attractions here, but also some non-traditional tourist attractions. One of them was the flintlock hunt, which had even stirred up a whirlwind in the array world. To put it bluntly, musket hunting was basically using the guns on Earth to hunt. To the people on Earth, this was just a way to have fun. However, to the people of the Array world, it was completely different. There had never been such a musket in the Array world. This made the people of the Array world feel very fresh. In addition, although these firearms were quite powerful, it was still somewhat difficult to deal with demon beasts. However, it was also because of this difficulty that it was interesting. In the field of mecha arrays, it was not just on planet Yaren 2. Firearm hunters had also begun to appear on other planets. However, their business was far worse than that on planet Yaren 2. Other than the flintlock hunt, there were also activities such as wooden boats and beast hunts. These were all Zhao Hai's ideas, because he knew that these things that had never appeared before were more attractive. As expected, these things were very useful for the development of planet Yaren 2. They were also very important for the tourism industry on planet Yaren 2. Currently, the tourism industry on planet Yaren 2 was the best in the entire Array world. Due to the good environment on planet Eric 2, it had attracted many people to settle down on the planet. The current population on the planet had already exceeded 100 million, close to 200 million. This was very rare for a newly developed planet. Boom, 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 the sound of two people fighting could be heard. One of them was using a chain hammer, while the other was using a halberd. The two of them had already exchanged dozens of blows. Although it was very lively, those with discerning eyes could see that the two of them had not used their true abilities and were only sparring. These two people were naturally Xingli and Lu Dingshan. They were currently cultivating on Hengsha Island. The few of them were afraid of each other to increase their battle strength. The Round Guardian stood at the side and watched. His strength was slightly stronger than Xingli and the others. In addition, he had a wealth of battle experience and had received some guidance from them. The weapons that Xingli and the others used were similar to the weapons used by the cultivators of the cultivation world. In addition, they had been training in the six-realm battlefield for the past few years, so they were more familiar with the use of these weapons. Their strength was not considered weak even in the cultivation world. Xingli and Lu Dingshan fought for a while before stopping. The few of them gathered around the round diamond, and each of them picked up a wine jar. Xingli first drank a mouthful of wine, then turned to the few of them and said, "Recently, our cultivation has been pretty good, but I feel that it's not as fast as the six-realm battlefield." Dongfeng Yu nodded and said, "Yes, the spiritual qi here is not much worse than that in the six-realm battlefield. But no matter how I feel it, it's not as fast as the progress in the six-realm battlefield. Sai, if this continues, I don't know when I can help Little Hai." The Round Guardian deity smiled and said, "Forget it, don't think too much. With our strength, it's still too early to help Little Hai. I don't know how Little Hai is doing recently." He's been in closed-door cultivation for a long time this time. Xingli nodded, his expression heavy. "I don't know what Little Hai has learned this time. He has been in closed-door cultivation for such a long time. I wonder what level he will reach this time. Captain, do you think he will reach the Duji stage this time?" The Round Guardian shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. Little Hai is very powerful and his cultivation speed is also very fast. It's not strange for him to reach the Duji stage. However, it's normal if he can't reach the Duji stage. After all, it's not easy to reach the Duji stage." While they were talking, a voice was heard. "The captain is right. It's not easy to reach the crossing calamity stage." The few of them were stunned. They turned around and saw Zhao Hai looking at them with a smile. The few of them stood up and surrounded him. Zhao Hai also laughed and opened his arms to give them a hug. They had not seen each other for a long time. After a while, everyone calmed down. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "Did big brother and second brother fight just now? Hee, looks like you guys have improved very quickly." Xingli smiled. "Were considered fast. By the way, Little Hai, did you come out of closed-door cultivation at the last minute, or have you already cultivated it?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Yes, I have. After this closed-door cultivation, I probably won't need to cultivate for so long. However, I probably don't have much time to stay. I might go out after a while." Xingli and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Zhao Hai looked at the few of them and smiled. "I'm saying it's possible. Maybe I don't have to go out, but I can't decide on this matter. I'm just guessing now. We'll only know after a while." Xingli was puzzled. "What do you mean? In the cultivation world, who could force you to do anything? I'm afraid even the higher-ups of the Array world don't have the guts to do this. The higher-ups of the realm of Arrays don't have the final say in the cultivation world. There are some powers that even the higher-ups of the realm of Arrays don't dare to interfere with," Zhao Hai said with a bitter smile. Xingli and the others were stunned and looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They knew that the higher-ups of the realm of Arrays did not have the final say in the cultivation world. However, it was not certain who the higher-ups of the realm of Arrays were afraid of. The realm of Arrays only existed today because of its unyielding spirit. Was there someone they did not dare to offend? On the other hand, the Round Guardian was stunned when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, where did you get this information? Where are we going?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "I haven't received any news yet. I only received one piece of news from my master. He said that I might be summoned to a place by some people. It's very dangerous there." The round guardian deity nodded. I've heard of that place before. If I want to go there, I'll have to face a nascent soul expert at the very least. Moreover, he's one of the very strong ones. Zhao Hai nodded. That's right. My master said that he went there a long time ago. It was when he had just successfully transcended his tribulation. He had only been there for a few months before he was seriously injured. That's why he came back. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xing Li and the others gasped. Huang Daoran was a crossing calamity stage cultivator. Even crossing calamity stage cultivators were seriously injured when they went to that place. From this, one could see how dangerous that place was. Xing Li even said to Zhao Hai, "Little Hai, can I not go?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid not. Forget it. This matter is not settled yet. If I have to go, I really want to go and see what kind of place it is. How could it injure a powerhouse at the crossing calamity stage?" When the round guardian heard Zhao Hai's words, he could not help but be stunned. This was because he could hear the incomparable confidence in Zhao Hai's words. This made the round guardian even more curious. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "What is it, Little Hai? How's your current strength compared to before? If you were to face your master again, do you have a chance of winning?" Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. However, the confident expression on his face made the round guardian and the others understand Zhao Hai's strength. The round guardian laughed and said, "Good, very good. Little Hai, I know you're busy, but I'm very happy that you came to see us today. Let's have a few drinks. If you really go to that place, you'll make a name for yourself. You have to let that person know that there are experts in the field of arrays." Xing Li and the others also joined in the commotion. Zhao Hai was naturally happy to do so. The few of them had a few drinks on Eternal Sand Island before Zhao Hai left. He would be going to his Yale too. The situation at the Aranea too was not bad. Zhao Hai went to Zhang Li's place to take a look. Zhang Li and the rest were quite satisfied with their current life. Now that the Aranea too had built some academies here, the teachers were all poached by Margaret from other planets. Now that the Aranea too was no longer a barren land, it was a famous tourist spot in the mecha world. Naturally, people were willing to come here to work. In addition, the environment on planet Yarans too was very good, and the pay was also very high. It was likely that there were many people who wanted to work here on Yarans too. After chatting with Zhang Li and the others, Zhao Hai returned to the origin space. To be honest, Zhao Hai really wanted to go and teach those guys from the Devil World a lesson. Recently, those guys had been causing a lot of trouble, and Zhao Hai wanted to take care of them. However, there weren't any good array formations. The guys from the Devil World had learned from the thieves. They were at the Six World battlefield and wouldn't personally come to the territory of the Array World to cause trouble. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to deal with them. They would only deal with the people from the Array World who went out to hunt, causing the Array World to lose a lot of people. However, the response of the Array World was still timely. After giving those who went out a small nuclear bomb, the guys from the Devil World had restrained themselves a little. However, they still attacked the people from the Array World, as if they were haunting them. Zhao Hai couldn't deal with the people from the Devil World in the Six World battlefield, so he wanted to go to the Devil World to teach them a lesson. Now that many places in the Devil World had been recorded in the space map, it was very easy for Zhao Hai to cause trouble there. Moreover, Zhao Hai had already kept an eye on the Blood Saint sect, which he had a huge grudge against. Zhao Hai was going to take the Blood Saint sect down first. However, Zhao Hai decided to give up now. The Devil World wasn't a good place to be. Those guys were probably waiting for Zhao Hai to come to them. If Zhao Hai really went to the Devil World and caused a scene, those guys from the Devil World might use this as an excuse to directly attack the Mecha World. One must know that those guys had been eyeing the Mecha World's territory for a long time. Now they didn't have a good excuse. If they were to attack the Array World, the Cultivation World would probably interfere as well. By then, they would not be able to get anything. It was precisely because of this consideration that Zhao Hai didn't want to make a move on the Devil World now. He wanted to go to the place Huang Daoran mentioned to take a look. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai gave up on the idea of returning to the Devil World. What he wanted to do now was to go to the Cultivation World and see Huang Daoran. No matter what, Huang Daoran was now his master and was quite nice to him. In addition, through Huang Daoran, he could form a relationship with the Xuan Qing sect. This was also very beneficial to Zhao Hai. Although he was now a business partner of the Xuan Qing sect in name, he had only seen Feng Beiming and had never seen anyone else from the sect. It could be said that he had yet to form a relationship with the Xuan Qing sect. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to go to the Cultivation World to see Huang Daoran and see if he could form a relationship with the Xuan Qing sect. In fact, if Zhao Hai wanted to form a relationship with the Xuan Qing sect, it would be very easy. The Xuan Qing sect was also a big consumer of spirit wine. Although they used to produce some spirit wine, they stopped producing it after they had Zhao Hai's spirit wine. Their spirit wine was far inferior to Zhao Hai's. As long as Zhao Hai could increase the supply of spirit wine to the Xuan Qing sect, it would be easy for him to establish a relationship with the Xuan Qing sect. However, there was a problem now, and that was Zhen Ling. Zhenling was also Zhao Hai's business partner, but she didn't have much contact with him. However, Zhao Hai had never been in contact with her again. Zhenling was very wary of him. If Zhao Hai wanted to meet the people from Xuan Qing sect, Zhenling might stop him because she was afraid that Zhao Hai would directly cooperate with the Xuan Qing sect after meeting them and kick her aside. That would be a great loss for her, so Zhenling might not want to meet Zhao Hai. Just as he was thinking about this, Zhao Hai's heart suddenly moved. He felt that Huang Daoran had pressed the coordinates of the jade pendant he had given him. This wasn't the first time Huang Daoran had pressed the jade pendant. When Zhao Hai was in closed-door cultivation, Huang Daoran would press the jade pendant once every 1 or 2 months to see if Zhao Hai had come out of his closed-door cultivation. Zhao Hai was already used to this. However, in the past, when he was in seclusion, he wouldn't have any reaction even if Huang Daoran pressed the jade pendant. But now, it was different. Zhao Hai was about to go to the cultivation world, and Huang Daoran pressed the jade pendant at this time. This was a huge help to Zhao Hai. If Huang Daoran didn't hand over the jade pendant and Zhao Hai killed his way into the cultivation world, Huang Daoran would probably think that Zhao Hai could use the jade pendant to monitor him. If that happened, he might have a conflict with Huang Daoran, which was not something Zhao Hai wanted to see. Although he and Huang Daoran were master and disciple in name, Zhao Hai felt that Huang Daoran was a pretty good person. It was good to be able to maintain such a relationship with Huang Daoran. At the very least, Huang Daoran could become a hindrance to him when necessary. Zhao Hai didn't even think. With a move of his body, he appeared at Huang Daoran's location. Huang Daoran was still in the Elder's Valley on Mount Flying Phoenix. This was the place with the densest spirit qi on the mountain, and it was also the place where the Zhen family's elders cultivated. Huang Daoran didn't expect Zhao Hai to come today either. He had just pressed the jade pendant out of habit. For the past few years, he would press the jade pendant every month to see if Zhao Hai had come out of his seclusion. After pressing on the jade, Huang Daoran put it down. Just as he was about to stand up, a white light suddenly flashed in front of him, and Zhao Hai appeared in front of him. The moment Zhao Hai appeared, he bowed to Huang Daoran and said, "Zhao Hai greets master." When Huang Daoran saw that Zhao Hai had actually appeared, he smiled and said, Good, you've come out of seclusion." "Yes, master, I've finished my cultivation." Zhao Hai nodded. Huang Daoran nodded and waved his hand, "Have a seat." Zhao Hai responded and sat at the side. However, Huang Daoran didn't speak to Zhao Hai immediately. Instead, he took out a communication jade sword and sent it out. After that, Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai and nodded his head in satisfaction. "You've indeed improved a lot. Little Hai, what kind of secret art did you cultivate this time?" Zhao Hai didn't intend to hide it from Huang Daoran. "Master, I learned some Buddhist techniques that came from nowhere during my seclusion. Although I used cultivation techniques before, I didn't really understand how to use flying swords or magic tools because I didn't learn them systematically before. Last time, when I was dealing with a rat demon, I accidentally found a crescent shovel on him. There was a Buddhist cultivation method in the crescent shovel, so I followed it. The effect is not bad." Huang Daoran frowned and said, "It's not that you can't learn the techniques of Buddhism. However, it's not easy to learn the heart of Buddhism. It's already good enough that you can learn it without anyone's guidance. How about this? I'll teach you a set of flying sword techniques. It should be useful to you." Zhao Hai didn't object. Although he didn't only think that the flying sword technique Huang Daoran was going to teach him would be more advanced than the starfall sword technique, it was also Huang Daoran's good intentions. He couldn't reject it. Huang Daoran turned his hand and a jade slip appeared in his hand. He threw the jade slip to Zhao Hai and said, "This is a set of sword formation techniques that I obtained by chance. However, this sword formation requires a set of magic swords to be used. I have never had a set of magic swords, but your Mercury staff can change into a myriad of forms. This sword formation should be suitable for you. Take it." Zhao Hai bowed and thanked Huang Daoran, then kept the jade slip. At this moment, a voice came from outside Huang Daoran's cave. "Niece Zhenling requests an audience." "Come in," Huang Daoran said in a deep voice. Zhenling entered gracefully and bowed to Huang Daoran. Huang Daoran waved his hand, and Zhao Hai hurriedly stood up and bowed to Zhenling. "Junior brother greets senior sister." "Junior brother, you're too polite. Please take a seat." Zhenling returned the greeting. Zhao Hai nodded and sat on both sides of Huang Daoran. Huang Daoran looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "Little Hai has come out of seclusion this time. There are some business matters that the Ling girl wants to talk to you about. You two should have a good talk." Zhao Hai replied and turned to Zhenling. "Senior sister, what instructions do you have? But there's not enough spirit wine." "Don't worry, senior sister, I will deliver the wine to the warehouse as soon as I return. What do you think?" Zhenling smiled and said, "Junior brother, you must be joking. There's still enough spirit wine. I've come to find you this time about the division of shares. Junior brother, your share has been with me for almost 5 years and I've never taken it away. It's not a small amount and I'm scared to leave it with me. Junior brother, when do you think you can take it back?" Hearing Zhenling's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. "So it's about this matter. This little brother forgot To be honest, senior sister, even if you give this little brother Jingxi now, this little brother won't need it. This little brother still has a lot of Jingxi in hand, so how about this, senior sister? Please exchange those Jingxi for the things this little brother needs. Just like before, whether it's minerals or medicinal herbs, it's fine. But this little brother still only needs the kinds that I've never seen before, including minerals. Senior sister can also collect some things that look more rare. You can spend as many Jingxi as you want, no matter if it's useful or not, as long as it's rare and rare, it's fine. Zhen Ling and Huang Deoran looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior sister, I'll leave my share here. Just take it as the fee for collecting things for me. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it." Zhen Ling frowned and asked, "Junior brother, why are you doing this? You've collected so little of those things. What use do you have?" In BSB, Zhao Hai smiled. "Of course, I have a use for it. Senior sister, just do your best. As long as it's something special, I'll take it. I'll take as many as you have." Seeing Zhao Hai's insistence, Zhen Ling didn't say anything else. He just nodded and said, "Okay, leave this matter to me. I'll handle it well. Do you have any other requests?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't have any other requests. As long as you do this well, you'll be doing me a great favor. Besides, my production of spirit wine has increased recently. I'll send you wine jars in the future. This time I'll send you 50 million kilograms. It'll depend on the situation in the future. If the situation is good, I might be able to increase the production of wine." Zhen Ling was stunned for a moment before he nodded. "Okay, but junior brother, you should know that if too much of this spirit wine appears at once, it won't be worth much. So the sales of this spirit wine must be strictly controlled." NBSB Zhao Hai nodded. "I know that. Senior sister, don't worry. You can handle it yourself. I won't interfere." Zhen Ling nodded. "All right. Since you trust me so much, I won't mistreat you. Don't worry, junior brother. I'll definitely do my best." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Throughout the entire process, Huang Deoran didn't make a sound. When he saw that Zhao Hai and Zhen Ling had finished their conversation, Huang Deoran turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, if you don't have anything to do, you can cultivate in my cave for a while. In 2 days, I'll take you to the Xuan Qing sect. You've been working with them for a long time, so you should go and see them." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect Huang Deoran to actually take the initiative to ask him to go to the Xuan Qing sect. However, he immediately replied, "Yes, master. But master, I have to go back first and send the spirit wine to senior sister." Huang Deoran waved his hand. "Go, be quick." Zhao Hai replied and disappeared from Huang Deoran's cave abode. After Zhao Hai left, Zhen Ling turned to Huang Deoran and said, "Uncle Huang, isn't it inappropriate to let little Hai meet the Xuan Qing sect just like that?" Huang Deoran looked at Zhen Ling and smiled. "Little Ling, don't worry. Nothing will happen." When Zhen Ling heard Huang Deoran's words, he didn't know what to say. He only bowed to Huang Deoran and turned to leave. After Zhao Hai returned to the origin space, he immediately sent the spiritual wine he had prepared to Zhen Ling's warehouse. The spiritual wine was stored in jars, which Zhao Hai then put into his interspatial bag, so it didn't take up much space. There was plenty of it in the interspatial bag anyway, so Zhao Hai could use it as he pleased. After delivering the spirit wine, Zhao Hai returned to Huang Deoran's cave abode. Huang Deoran gave Zhao Hai a quiet room to cultivate in. After Zhao Hai entered the quiet room, he immediately took out the jade slip that Huang Deoran gave him and probed it with his spiritual force. The jade slip actually recorded a sword formation technique. This sword formation attack technique was one of the more common sword formations in the cultivation world. It required a set of sword-shaped magical artifacts to use, and its power was not small. Of course, compared to the Starfall sword technique and many other Buddhist techniques, they were far inferior. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to learn them. He had already decided that in the future, he would first use the torrential pear blossom sword that Huang Deoran had given him to fight. Then he would change to the Starfall sword technique. If it still didn't work, he would use the Buddhist techniques. The Buddhist techniques were all based on the power of faith and were extremely powerful. Therefore, Zhao Hai had decided to use them as the last resort. The Starfall sword technique was actually very powerful. Zhao Hai believed that even if he used it, very few people would be his match. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to use the Buddhist technique last was that he was afraid that he would meet someone who understood the situation. If others were to see that the Buddhist technique he used contained the power of faith, it would not be a good thing for him. One should know that the power of faith was something that could make people go crazy. Whether it was powerhouses at the crossing calamity stage or the longevity stage, they would all be tempted by the power of faith. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to use the Buddhist technique as little as possible. He still didn't have the strength to fight against those powerhouses in the longevity stage. Because Zhao Hai had the foundation of the Starfall sword technique, he was able to learn the torrential pear blossom sword very quickly. Moreover, there was another advantage to Zhao Hai's use of the flowing silver. He could change the mother sword into the mother sword at will. This way, the torrential pear blossom sword formation would have more changes. He believed that the torrential pear blossom sword formation would show its true power in Zhao Hai's hands. Huang Daoran had also been observing Zhao Hai for the past 2 days. He was still suspicious of Zhao Hai's ability to enter closed-door cultivation for such a long time. Although cultivators had experience in closed-door cultivation, it was rare for Zhao Hai to enter closed-door cultivation for several years. When Huang Daoran saw that Zhao Hai had been sitting there for 3 days without moving at all, he finally believed Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai must have really been in closed-door cultivation, and for quite a long time at that. 5 days later, Huang Daoran was done with his arrangements. He was also informed by Feng Beiming that they could go to the Xuan Qing sect. Only then did he wake Zhao Hai up. Normally, when people were in closed-door cultivation, they couldn't be disturbed at will. However, Zhao Hai wasn't really in closed-door cultivation this time. After sitting for 4 days, he had already woken up and was practicing the torrential pear blossom sword technique in the conference room. That was why Huang Daoran had called him. As soon as Huang Daoran entered the chamber, he noticed that there were countless silver-white dots flying around Zhao Hai's body. When he took a closer look, he realized that these silver dots were actually silver needles. These silver needles were arranged in a formation, advancing and retreating in an orderly manner. Huang Daoran's eyes couldn't help but light up. Although he didn't learn the torrential pear blossom sword, he had seen the sword formation before. Therefore, he could recognize it with a single glance. Zhao Hai's silver needles were practicing the torrential pear blossom sword. This caused Huang Daoran to be shocked. It had only been 5 days, and Zhao Hai had already used the torrential pear blossom sword to such an extent, he was really a genius. Now Huang Daoran had a certain understanding of why Zhao Hai's strength had increased so quickly. Zhao Hai was a genius-type character, and he wasn't an ordinary genius. Zhao Hai also sensed Huang Daoran's arrival. He kept the flowing silver needles that replaced swords and stood up to bow to Huang Daoran. "Greetings, master." Huang Daoran nodded and said, "Good, not bad. Little Hai, you're really a genius. You've actually learned the pear blossom storm sword formation in such a short time. Impressive." "Master, you're flattering me. Why are you here today?" Zhao Hai quickly replied. "Let's go," Huang Daoran said with a smile. "We're going to the Xuan Qing sect today. I've already spoken to Feng Beiming." Zhao Hai quickly responded and followed Huang Daoran outside. The two of them left the Elder Valley and arrived at a mine in Feifeng Mountain. This mine used to be a dark iron mine, but all the dark iron had been dug out long ago. The Zhen family had converted the mine into a teleportation square with more than a dozen teleportation arrays of various sizes. Upon seeing the two of them, the people in charge of the teleportation array didn't dare to delay. Although they didn't know Zhao Hai, they knew Huang Daoran. They respectfully invited Huang Daoran into the teleportation array and directly teleported him to the Xuan Qing planet where the Xuan Qing sect was located. The Xuan Qing sect was a big sect in the world of self-cultivation. The planet they were on was completely controlled by the Xuan Qing sect, so it was called Planet Xuan Qing. On Planet Xuan Qing, there was a Mount Yuking, and the Xuan Qing sect was built on this Mount Yuking. There was no direct magic array to get to Mount Yuking. One had to be teleported to the teleportation square on Planet Xuan Qing before flying to Mount Yuking. Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran appeared on the teleportation array in the Xuan Qing sect's teleportation square. The moment the two of them appeared, a young cultivator dressed in navy blue robes walked over and bowed to Huang Daoran. "Greetings, perfected one. I'm Xuan Qing sect's intersect disciple, B.A. Buyan. Under the Grand Elder's orders, I'm here to wait for you. All right, lead the way." Huang Daoran nodded. Babu Yan responded and led Huang Daoran and Zhao Hai out of the teleportation formation square. There was a wooden carriage parked there. The carriage was carried by 4 white horses. The white horses did not look any different from ordinary white horses. However, there was a row of long white feathers on the top of their hooves and on their calves. They looked very handsome. Zhao Hai recognized the white horse as soon as he saw it. It was a famous demonic beast in the world of self-cultivation called the white-feathered heavenly stallion. This horse was extremely fast and had a gentle personality. It was a type of demonic beast that was difficult to capture when it flew in space. However, once it was captured, it could be easily tamed. It was a very good mount. The white feather flying Pegasus was also a good thing in the cultivation world. Ordinary people would not be willing to use it. Only big sects like the Xuan Qing sect could use the white feather flying Pegasus to drive their carriages. There were many small sects in the cultivation world who used very ordinary carriages. Some of them even used the flying carriages from the machine array world. However, the people of the cultivation world still looked down on the flying carriages from the machine array world, no matter how advanced the functions of the flying carriages were. There wasn't much of a market in the cultivation world, especially for some big sects. They almost didn't use flying cars. Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran followed Babu Yan into the carriage. The carriage did not have any wheels and only had a box. The box was very spacious and there were a few praying mats inside. There was also a small table with a kettle and tea cups on it. To Zhao Hai's surprise, the concentration of Reiki in the car was very high. He was a little confused, but he soon realized that the Reiki was coming from the car box. In other words, the Reiki was concentrated because of the wood used to make the car. This discovery surprised Zhao Hai. The wood used to make the car could emit such a strong spiritual qi. It seemed to be a famous material, but Zhao Hai still couldn't recognize what kind of wood it was. However, Zhao Hai was sure that this wood was not cheap. If he sold all this wood, he could buy dozens of high-quality flying cars. Anything that contained spirit qi was extremely precious in the cultivation world. It was not cheap either, at least much more expensive than a flying car. When Babu Yan saw that Zhao Hai had noticed the trunk, he could not help but smile and said with a proud expression, "This trunk is made of the best sandalwood, and the tree is more than 100 years old. This kind of sandalwood will no longer emit fragrance, and it will only emit spirit qi, which is not weak even after 100 years. It's indeed a good thing, master." Zhao Hai nodded. "How about I give you a car like this when we get back?" Huang Dioran was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "This carriage isn't something an ordinary person can afford. You must know that this 100-year-old sandalwood is a high-grade material that can be used for refining tools and medicine. It's very valuable. Don't worry, master," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. Huang Dioran smiled slightly and didn't say anything. On the other hand, Director BA looked at Zhao Hai with disdain. His gaze clearly said that Zhao Hai was lying. Zhao Hai ignored him and turned to look out of the window. The carriage had already taken off, and it was moving at a very fast speed. B.A. Buyan looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "You must be perfected Huang's disciple, the #1 expert in the field of arrays, Mr. Zhao Hai, right? It's my great fortune to be able to meet you today." Zhao Hai smiled. "I wouldn't dare. It's Zhao Hai. It's my honor to be here at the Xuan Qing sect. I still admire a large sect like the Xuan Qing sect." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, a trace of pride appeared on Babu Yan's face. He smiled and said, "As the disciple of Taoist Huang, you can visit the Xuan Qing sect often in the future. Taoist Huang and Grand Elder Feng are good friends, so you're not an outsider." "Definitely," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, they had already arrived at the foot of Mount Yuking. The carriage did not stop and flew directly up the mountain. As soon as they entered the range of Mount Yuking, Zhao Hai felt a very powerful aura coming at him. His heart-clearing mystic technique immediately reacted. All the hair on his body stood up because he felt an extremely dangerous aura. However, Zhao Hai didn't move. He knew that Mount Yuking was where the Xuan Qing sect was located, so there must be a protective array. If he didn't guess wrong, the dangerous aura just now should be emitted by the Xuan Qing sect's protective array. Babu Yan must have something on him that could allow him to pass through. The protective array would not do anything to them. However, this slight change in Zhao Hai's body was noticed by Huang Daoran and Babu Yan. The two of them were stunned. This was not Huang Daoran's first time coming to Mount Yuking, so he naturally knew where the mountain protecting formation was. As a member of the Xuan Qing sect, Babu Yan naturally knew that the slight change in Zhao Hai's body just now had started the moment they entered the mountain protecting continent. The two of them were somewhat surprised. They did not expect Zhao Hai to be so sensitive. Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai with a gratified expression. He was really satisfied with Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai's body only had a slight change, it showed that Zhao Hai had an instinctive intuition for danger. One must know that this kind of intuition wasn't something that ordinary people had. One had to have a certain level of strength to be able to sense it. Zhao Hai's reaction just so happened to prove his strength. Babu Yan also looked at Zhao Hai in a different light. He had heard that Zhao Hai was accepted as Huang Daoran's disciple because he had blocked Huang Daoran's attack. He didn't think much of it. After all, there hadn't been anyone from the array world in the past few years. Therefore, he didn't believe that Zhao Hai was strong enough. In his opinion, the reason Zhao Hai was able to block Huang Daoran's attack was because Huang Daoran had let him off. As an inner sect disciple of the Xuan Qing sect, Babu Yan had some understanding of the situation in the cultivation world. Previously, when Huang Daoran went to the 6th world battlefield to deal with Zhao Hai, it could be said that he was forced by the various major sects to go. Huang Daoran was not happy, so it was possible that he would only do his work without putting in any effort. However, Zhao Hai's reaction just now made Babu Yan understand that Zhao Hai did not have an undeserved reputation. Just from his sensitivity to danger, one could tell that he was not weak. Zhao Hai did not expect that a small change in his body would change B.A. Buyan's opinion of him. He was currently looking at the scenery of Mount Yuking outside the window. Mount Yuking was very tall. Not only was it tall, but it was also very dangerous. Strange rocks stood on the mountain, but the vegetation was also very lush. The mountain was also surrounded by clouds and spiritual energy. It made people think that they were in an immortal palace. Looking at the scenery on Mount Yuking, Zhao Hai could not help but reveal a trace of obsession in his eyes. He had seen many beautiful mountains, but the scenery on Mount Yuking was definitely the most beautiful one he had ever seen. B.A. Buyan looked at Zhao Hai's expression and smiled. On Mount Yuking, there is one of the spirit veins with the densest spirit qi in the cultivation world. This is also the foundation of our Xuan Qing sect. I really envy you guys. In the realm of arrays, it's almost impossible to find a place with abundant spiritual qi. Zhao Hai let out a long sigh. Babu Yan smiled slightly but did not say anything. Everyone in the cultivation world knew about the situation in the field of arrays. For Zhao Hai to be able to cultivate to such a level in the field of arrays, this showed just how powerful he was. Babu Yan's position in Zhao Hai's heart could not help but rise a little. As they spoke, the carriage had already arrived at the top of Yuking Mountain. On this mountain, there was a small square. There were some houses built along the mountain. The style of these houses was not particularly gorgeous, but they gave off a sense of simplicity. When the carriage stopped at the plaza, Ba Bu Yan led Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran out of the carriage. Ba Bu Yan said to Zhao Hai, "This is where the inner sect of the Jade Pure Sect is located. I can only send the two of you up to here." "All right, go ahead," Huang Daoran nodded. Babu Yan bowed to Huang Daoran and turned to leave. The carriage also flew away. Huang Daoran stood there unhurriedly. This wasn't the first time he had experienced such a situation. At this moment, a burst of laughter could be heard. "Li Ba, you've finally come. Little Hai has also come. Ha ha ha, this is great. This old man can finally drink to my heart's content." Huang Daoran looked at Feng Beiming, who had just landed, and said with a smile, "You blacksmith, I think you miss Little Hai's wine more than me, right? Why, did you finish all the wine Little Hai gave you? I finished it long ago. Although it's a pity that I didn't get to eat Little Hai's food. Little Hai's wine is really good," Feng Beiming said with a smile. Zhao Hai paid his respects to Feng Beiming. Feng Beiming looked at the sky and said, "Let's go, we'll go to my immortal's cave first. I'll take you to see the sect master tomorrow. Little Hai, you have to be mentally prepared. Those guys might want to test you." "Test me?" Zhao Hai was stunned. "Why?" Feng Beiming smiled and said, "To see if you have the qualifications to cooperate with the Xuan Qing sect. They are also very curious about you. Everyone in the Xuan Qing sect knows about my relationship with Liba. They also know about Liba's strength. You were able to block Liba's attack, which made them very curious. They also want to know what kind of means you have, but don't worry, I have already told them. With me around, they won't dare to do anything to you." Huang Daoran's expression wasn't too good. He looked at Feng Beiming and said, "Blacksmith, what do you mean by this? Why should I let them test my disciple? Don't they believe in my strength?" Feng Beiming waved his hand and said, "Forget it, Liba. Don't be so sensitive. You also know that those guys are very arrogant. Although I'm a supreme elder, I can't change the sect master's decision at will. Don't you have confidence in Little Hai's strength? It's good to let Little Hai deal with them." While they were talking, they had already arrived at Feng Beiming's cave. As the grand elder of the Xuan Qing sect, Feng Beiming's cave was naturally located in the place with the densest spiritual qi. Only when they arrived here did Zhao Hai know what it meant to have such a dense spiritual qi. The spiritual qi on Mount Yuking was beyond his imagination. The spiritual qi was so dense that it had slowly formed a spiritual mist, making Mount Yuking look like a paradise. Feng Beiming's cave was very big. There was a refining room, a cultivation room, and a resting room. This cave was even bigger and more beautiful than the one in the Six-Realm battlefield. Seeing Feng Beiming's immortal's cave, Zhao Hai couldn't help but curse in his heart. Who said that cultivators must have a pure heart and few desires and couldn't enjoy it? Those were just words that fools used to comfort themselves. The few of them sat in the resting room of Feng Beiming's cave abode. Zhao Hai took out some wine and a few side dishes. After placing the wine and dishes on the table, Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming couldn't wait to start eating. Feng Beiming and Huang Daoran really wanted to eat this side dish that Zhao Hai had made. Not only was it delicious, but it also didn't contain any toxins. Eating this dish was like absorbing spiritual energy. Most importantly, it tasted extremely good. After the two of them drank a few mouthfuls of wine, Huang Daoran turned to Feng Beiming and said, "I say, blacksmith, what's going on? From what I've heard, you seem to be dissatisfied with those guys." Feng Beiming looked at Huang Daoran and said, "You can tell too, I'm a little dissatisfied. These guys from the Xuan Qing sect are getting more and more arrogant, but each and every one of them has high standards but low standards. They think that no one would dare to provoke them just because they have the reputation of the Xuan Qing sect. Especially this group of core disciples, they are all too arrogant." Huang Daoran looked at Feng Beiming and smiled. The Xuan Qing sect is an orthodox sect in the cultivation world. It's understandable that they are a little arrogant. Besides, the Xuan Qing sect's strength is there for all to see. They have the right to be arrogant. Feng Beiming snorted coldly. What authentic Xuan men. Those are just words for outsiders to hear. There are many more authentic Xuan men. The Xuan Qing sect can have its status today not because of the brand of the authentic Xuan men, but because of its strength and fist. If it were not for us risking our lives, who would take the Xuan Qing sect seriously? I can't stand those guys. Marshal Uncle Feng, if I were to fight with your sect, I'd have made an enemy of the Xuan Qing sect. It'd be hard for us to talk to each other in the future." Zhao Hai looked at Feng Beiming and said. Feng Beiming waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, Little Hai. It won't happen. In fact, I have already spoken to the sect master about this matter. The The sect master also feels that we should suppress them a little. He has agreed to let you do this. However, you have to show mercy and don't go too far. Zhao Hai smiled. Then I'll have to offend all the Xuan Qing sect's core disciples. I'm afraid some of the elders won't like it either. However, since you've given the order, I'll do my best. Feng Beiming smiled and said, all right, you little brat. Suppress them and let them know that there's always someone better than them. Moreover, do you think you're afraid of them? Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything else. Huang Dioran looked at Feng Beiming and Zhao Hai, then said in a deep voice, blacksmith, with Little Hai's current strength, I'm worried that those people will come to him. Who? Feng Beiming was stunned. You mean those people? Huang Dioran nodded and Feng Beiming's expression turned serious. He then looked at Zhao Hai, who had an indecisive look on his face. He turned to Huang Dioran and said, you haven't told Little Hai about this. Huang Dioran nodded and sighed, I don't know if I should tell Little Hai about this. This might not be a good thing for him. Feng Beiming suddenly laughed and said, that's not necessarily the case. This may not be a good thing for you, but it may not be a bad thing for Little Hai. He hasn't even reached the Duji stage yet, but his strength is already so strong. It can be said that he has reached a bottleneck. Don't learn from those old guys in the sect, each one of them protecting their children to death. If you don't let them go out and gain experience, how can they grow up? When Huang Dioran heard Feng Beiming's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, yes, blacksmith, you're right. We should let Little Hai go and gain some experience. After speaking, Huang Dioran turned to look at Zhao Hai and smiled, Little Hai, with your current strength, you should know about this. The place we are talking about is actually called the Myriad Realm Battlefield. It is a place similar to the Six Realm Battlefield, but it is bigger and more complicated. Zhao Hai's body trembled. His eyes were filled with shock. He was asking too much about the meaning behind Huang Dioran's words. Perhaps Huang Dioran thought that Zhao Hai was frightened by the name of the Myriad Realm Battlefield. However, that was not the case. Zhao Hai was frightened by the thing behind the name. No one knew better than Zhao Hai what kind of place the Six Realms Battlefield was. The Six Realms Battlefield was an independent space created by someone else. In other words, that space had an owner. And now, there was another Myriad Realms Battlefield, and it was even bigger than the Six Realms Battlefield. Didn't that mean that the Myriad Realm Battlefield was also a space opened up by someone else, and it also had an owner? If that was the case, then who was the person standing behind the Myriad Realm Battlefield? Did the Myriad Realm Battlefield and the Six Realm Battlefield belong to the same person? What was the purpose of this person making this thing? Zhao Hai's mind whirred as he instantly thought of this. However, he couldn't show it. Huang Dioran and Feng Beiming only thought that he was shocked by this news and didn't think much about it. Feng Beiming looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, don't think that the cultivation world is the whole universe. In this universe, there are countless forces like the cultivation world. Our cultivation world can only be regarded as a medium-sized force in the whole universe. But in the Myriad Realm Battlefield, there are tens of thousands of forces like the cultivation world. It is much more chaotic there than in the Six Realm Battlefield. Back then, your master was summoned into the Myriad Realm Battlefield after he had just successfully crossed the tribulation. He was seriously injured in less than 3 months, but training there is also very beneficial for him. I have also been there, and the situation is similar to your master's. He was also beaten out after more than 3 friends. If you go, you have to fight for us. Huang Dioran said in a deep voice, in the Myriad Realm Battlefield, even the weakest experts are at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, everyone has their own unique skills. Even if they were to face an expert at the crossing calamity stage, there wouldn't be any problem. Little Hai, if you are really summoned there, you must remember not to underestimate anyone. Otherwise, you will suffer a great loss. Zhao Hai nodded. Feng Beiming smiled bitterly and said, it's really embarrassing to say that in the Myriad Realm Battlefield, the strongest combat power in our cultivation world is not our celestial sect or the devil world, but the Buddhist sect. It's precisely because the Buddhist sect has always been the main force in the Myriad Realm Battlefield that their status in the cultivation world is so high. Little Hai, you are powerful, but you must remember that when you go to the Myriad Realm Battlefield, you must have a good relationship with those Buddhist sect people. The Myriad Realm Battlefield is different from the Six Realm Battlefield. In the Six Realm Battlefield, you only need to focus on killing your enemies, and you don't need to worry about your comrades plotting against you from behind. However, the Myriad Realm Battlefield is different. If you offend those monks, those guys will definitely plot against you from behind, so you must be careful. Zhao Hai frowned and said, plotting against me. Why? Aren't we all from the cultivation world? What good can they get from scheming against me? Huang Dioran looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. What other benefits are there? The Myriad Realm Battlefield is the biggest benefit. The various materials there are much more than in the Six Realm Battlefield. Speaking of which, in the beginning, the people of the Celestial Sect were the main force of the Myriad Realm Battlefield, but we were later betrayed and besieged by the talents of other realms. In the end, all the main forces died in battle, and the Buddhist sect took the opportunity to rise. So, Little Hai, you must be careful of those monks. They are not good people. Zhao Hai frowned. To be honest, he didn't like this kind of infighting. However, there was a saying that where there were people, there would be martial arts. It seemed that the cultivation world wasn't as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Little Hai, don't think so much. The Myriad Realm battlefield is indeed a good place. Many of the medicinal herbs and ores that are very precious in the Sixth Realm battlefield are not worth much in the Myriad Realm battlefield." Feng Beiming also nodded and said, "That's right, go to the Myriad Realm battlefield to take a look. It will be good for you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, Master. Uncle Master, if they summon me, I can't refuse. Now I really want to go to the Myriad Realm battlefield and see what the people of the other macro worlds are like." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Feng Beiming could not help but laugh. "I knew you could do it, kid. Ha ha ha, as expected. Ha ha ha, good job. It's good that you have the spirit. Remember, you must be careful when you're inside. I heard that the Myriad Realm battlefield is not very peaceful recently. I heard that the floating temple seems to have brought the 100 Changes golden staff in." Huang Dioran was taken aback and said he even brought the ever-changing Vajra scepter in. "That's impossible, right? That was the supreme treasure of Buddhism, the temple-shaking treasure of the floating temple. What had happened in the Myriad Realm battlefield? Why are you using the staff of 100 Changes?" Feng Beiming shook his head and said, "I don't know yet. I just got the news. I don't know if it's true or not. But I don't think it's that bad. The staff is not an ordinary thing." Huang Daoran nodded and said, "It seems that something must have happened at the Myriad Realm battlefield. But in this case, I think Little Hai will be summoned to the Myriad Realm battlefield by them very soon. They will need to replenish their manpower there." Feng Beiming nodded and said, "Those monks are really not very fair. We are old people, but they have never recruited us into the Myriad Realm battlefield. They only recruit new people. I think those guys are just reluctant to part with the fat meat of the Myriad Realm battlefield." Huang Dioran sighed and didn't say anything. The situation was more pressing than the person, and no one could do anything. When Feng Beiming saw that Huang Daoran was silent, he took another big gulp of wine and smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, in recent years, the Celestial Sect of Wonders has been suppressed by the Buddhist sect. Moreover, these disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders are becoming more and more disappointing. Each of them is arrogant, and they are much worse than the new disciples of the Buddhist sect. This is all because of the Myriad Realm battlefield. Every few years, the Buddhist sect will select a batch of disciples to enter the Myriad Realm battlefield to test the waters, so that those disciples will know that there is always someone better. In this way, those disciples of the Buddhist sect will naturally not have that arrogance. But if we, the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, want to participate in the Myriad Realm battlefield, we have to see what the Buddhist sect thinks. And in the Sixth Realm battlefield, it is not enough to let those core disciples understand the principle of, there is always someone better than you. Sigh, what a pity. Huang Dioran looked at Feng Beiming and said, "So old man, you want Little Hai to be the bad guy? Forget it, Little Hai has already agreed anyway, so he'll just be the bad guy this time." Feng Beiming forced a smile and said, "I have no choice. To be honest, I really envy you now. Although you don't have anyone to rely on, you live a carefree life and don't have to worry about anything. Unlike me, Sai, forget it. Let's not talk about that. Come, let's have a drink and rest for 2 days at my place. Then we'll go see the sect leader." Huang Daoran frowned and said, "This isn't good, is it? Will the sect master think that we're being too arrogant?" Feng Beiming shook his head and said, "It's all right. I've already told the sect master. I don't want to anger those kids." Huang Daoran smiled bitterly and shook his head this time. "I've fallen into your trap, you old brat. With your provocation, those brats will be furious. At that time, if they don't know how to control their strength, it will be difficult for Little Hai to hold back even if he wants to. Aren't you pushing Little Hai into the fire pit?" Feng Beiming snorted coldly and said, "I just want to teach those kids a lesson that they will never forget. I don't want them to act like they are the king of the world every day. It makes me angry just by looking at them. Come, Little Hai, have a good drink with me. When the time comes, teach them a lesson for me." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, but he had no choice but to raise his glass and take a sip with Feng Beiming. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly felt someone outside the cave. Feng Beiming also felt it. He said in a deep voice, "Mo Sheng is here, right? Come in." "Yes, master." A voice answered from outside, and a person walked in. Zhao Hai was stunned as soon as the man entered. He was really strong. There were very few cultivators who could be so strong. He was almost 2.5 meters tall, with muscles as hard as steel and a metallic luster. His short hair stood up straight. His clothes were also very special. It was not an ordinary cultivator's clothes, but an iron vest, an iron wrist guard, and a pair of black pants that seemed to be made of animal skin. There were metal kneecaps on his knees and a pair of scaled battle boots on his feet. He looked like an ancient god of war, exuding a wild and valiant aura. However, Zhao Hai quickly noticed the man's eyes. His eyes were very special. Normally, people like him would have murderous intent in their eyes. However, there was no murderous intent in his eyes. Instead, there was a trace of innocence, which was completely inconsistent with his body. In addition to this pure air, there was also a trace of dullness in his expression. As soon as he saw Feng Beiming, he laughed foolishly and said, "Master, I'm here." Feng Beiming looked at Mo Sheng and sighed, "Have a seat. Have you finished today's training?" Mo Sheng nodded, but his eyes were fixed on the wine jar on the ground with a covetous look. Zhao Hai looked at Mo Sheng's expression and smiled. With a turn of his hand, he took out a jar of wine and handed it to Mo Sheng, saying, "I'll treat you to a drink." Mo Sheng glanced at Zhao Hai and then turned to Feng Beiming. Feng Beiming smiled and said, "Drink up. This is your senior brother. You have to listen to him in the future." Mo Sheng responded and took the wine jar from Zhao Hai. He said to Zhao Hai, "Senior brother, you're treating me to a drink. You're a good person. If anyone bullies you in the future, you can tell Mo Sheng and he'll help you beat him up." After he finished speaking, he ignored Zhao Hai and started to drink from the wine jar. Huang Dioran looked at Feng Beiming in confusion and asked, "Blacksmith, who is this?" Feng Beiming sighed and said, "His name is Mo Sheng. I picked him up in a barren mountain a few years ago when I was out. This kid is a little stupid, but he is a heavenly thief. He has a body of copper skin and iron bones, and he is extremely strong. After he followed me, I have been letting him practice the body cultivation technique of the sect." I didn't expect this kid to practice that kind of body cultivation technique. It really benefited him, and his progress was very fast. I have been letting him cultivate elsewhere for the past few years, and I have only let him come back recently. Mo Sheng did not seem to have heard Feng Beiming's words. He continued to drink the wine and soon finished the jar. Zhao Hai looked at Mo Sheng and smiled. He took out another jar of wine, and with a turn of his hand, he took out a fat chicken. This kind of chicken was raised in the medium, and the spiritual qi in its body was stronger than that of ordinary demonic beasts. Eating this kind of chicken would only be good for cultivation. There would be no harm. Zhao Hai passed the roasted, fragrant chicken to Mo Sheng. Mo Sheng was stunned for a moment. He did not seem to understand Zhao Hai's meaning. In Mo Sheng's memory, he had never eaten before. Zhao Hai smiled and tore off a chicken leg to eat. Mo Sheng looked at Zhao Hai and understood that it was for eating. He didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the chicken and took a bite. After taking a bite, his eyes lit up. He immediately bit down hard and even forgot to drink. Zhao Hai looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Then he immediately felt that something was wrong. It was too quiet. Other than his laughter and the sound of Mo Sheng eating, he couldn't hear anything else. He turned around and saw Feng Beiming and Huang Dioran staring at Mo Sheng. To be more precise, they were staring at the fat chicken in Mo Sheng's hand. However, their expressions didn't look good. Zhao Hai immediately understood their intentions. He smiled and took out another fat chicken. He smiled at Huang Dioran and Feng Beiming, "Master, Uncle Master, this is a fat chicken that I raised with a special method. Try it." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Huang Dioran and Feng Beiming were stunned for a moment. They immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. They didn't stand on ceremony, and each of them tore off a chicken wing and ate. As soon as the chicken wings entered their mouths, their eyes lit up. Not only did the chicken wings taste good, but they were also free of poison, just like the vegetables Zhao Hai took out. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and smiled, "Master, Uncle Master, how is it? Is it okay?" Feng Beiming and Huang Dioran both nodded and quickly ate the chicken wings. Huang Dioran then let out a long breath and said, "It's been a long time since I've eaten something like this. Ha ha ha, Little Hai, you're really something. You've actually prepared so much delicious food." Feng Beiming looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Little Hai, how did you feed these chickens? If the entire cultivation world was filled with chickens like this, then people wouldn't need to eat pills anymore. They could just eat." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, but it's not so easy to feed these chickens. First, we have to find a place similar to Yuking Mountain. Then, the food and water they eat and drink must be water and rice that contain spiritual energy. Ordinary rice and water definitely won't work, so it's almost impossible to mass-produce them. I can only get some for myself." Feng Beiming and Huang Dioran sighed, but their hands were not idle. They tore the fat chicken apart and kept putting the chicken into their mouths. In a short while, the fat chicken was eaten by the two of them. After finishing the fat chicken, the two of them picked up the wine and took a big gulp. Then they looked at each other's oily face and laughed. At this time, Mo Sheng had also finished the entire chicken. This guy ate with a tiger's energy. He even finished the chicken bones, leaving nothing behind. Zhao Hai liked Mo Sheng's personality. Mo Sheng's world was a very simple one. If someone treated him well, he would treat them well. If someone treated him badly, he would kill them. This kind of person was the simplest. Of course, such a person was most likely to become a tool in the hands of others. However, it was obvious that neither Feng Beiming nor Zhao Hai were such people. Feng Beiming looked at the way Zhao Hai looked at Mo Sheng, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He wanted Mo Sheng to go out and explore, but it was obvious that with Mo Sheng's intelligence, it was impossible for him to go out alone. Someone had to take him. No one, whether it was his disciple or the other people from the Xuan Qing sect, would take Mo Sheng with them, as they felt that Mo Sheng would embarrass them. But to be honest, Mo Sheng's strength wasn't bad. He was talented and cultivated a body cultivation technique, so his combat power was very strong. Moreover, Mo Sheng's mind was simple and Ziu Jai's speed was very fast. He was now a nascent soul expert, and a nascent soul expert simply couldn't be Mo Sheng's opponent. Even so, no one was willing to bring him along. Feng Beiming was having a headache over this matter. However, he thought of Zhao Hai. He wanted Zhao Hai to bring Mo Sheng along. He had interacted with Zhao Hai before. Although they had not been together for a long time, Feng Beiming realized that Zhao Hai was much stronger than the Xuan Qing sect's core disciples. If Zhao Hai was willing to bring Mo Sheng along, it would be much better than letting the Xuan Qing sect's core disciples bring Mo Sheng along. At the thought of this, Feng Beiming turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I want to ask you for a favor. Can you do that?" Zhao Hai looked at Feng Beiming with a puzzled expression. "Martial uncle, please instruct me." Feng Beiming glanced at Mo Sheng and sighed. "Little Hai, you've seen Mo Sheng's situation. I can't always take him with me. If something happens to me one day, this kid will be finished. So I want him to go out and explore, but he obviously can't go out alone, so I want you to take him out and explore. Don't worry, I'll tell him to listen to you. What do you think?" Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "So it's about that. Martial uncle, don't worry, I'll take good care of Mo Sheng. I like Mo Sheng's character. It's easier to get along with them. By the way, Martial uncle, is there something special about the clothes Mo Sheng is wearing? You also know that I might go to the Myriad Realm battlefield in the future, so don't let Mo Sheng be in any danger." Zhao Hai had long since noticed that Mo Sheng's clothes seemed to be a set of magical artifacts, which was why he asked. Feng Beiming turned to look at Mo Sheng, his eyes full of love, and said in a deep voice, "This silly boy is learning body cultivation techniques. It can be said that he is now a replica of ancient body cultivators. Although this boy's strength is not bad, I am still not at ease, so I specially showed him this Taoist robe. Don't look unremarkable, this thing has a very strong defense." Zhao Hai nodded and smiled. "Okay, then there's even less of a problem. Don't worry, Junior Master. I guarantee that nothing will happen to Mo Xing." At this moment, Mo Sheng finished another jar of wine. Then he lay back and started snoring. Zhao Hai looked at Mo Xing and couldn't help but smile. Feng Beiming looked at Mo Sheng and shook his head. He smiled bitterly and turned to Wang Daoran. "Liba, I've heard that someone has been eyeing this spirit wine recently. You should tell little girl Zhen to be careful." Wang Daoran raised his eyebrows and asked, "What? Someone had their eyes on him so quickly." "I say your Xuan Qing sect can't just take the money and do nothing. Shouldn't you come out and do something?" Feng Beiming rolled his eyes at Wang Daoran and said, "What do you mean by being targeted so quickly? They've been watching us for a long time, but with our Xuan Qing sect's protection, they didn't dare to act rashly. However, the group of people who are going to make a move now are all desperados who can use any tricks, so I told little Zhen to be careful. Besides, we've also found out some clues about their background. Once we find out who they are, I'll take care of them immediately." "Who is it?" Wang Daoran asked in a low voice. "From the clues we have, it could be the people from the Rainbow Cloud Pavilion. They were forced into a corner by little girl Zhen's appearance, so they had no choice but to be ruthless." Feng Beiming smiled wryly. Wang Daoran was stunned for a moment. Then he sighed and said, "The sins of the heavens can be forgiven, but the sins of one's own will cannot be forgiven. They asked for this. They tried to drive little Zhen out back then. Now that she's out, they're finished." "You can't blame them for this," Feng Beiming said with a smile. "Miss Zhen is really ruthless this time. She poached all the useful people in their store. It's no wonder they're having a headache." Wang Daoran snorted coldly. The iridescent cloud's vermilion was built with great effort by the Zhen family and a few other families. Even though she's the only girl in Xiao Ling's generation, she's not the best in management or other aspects. She's also fair in her work. Even though Xiao Ling has been the vermilion bird all these years, she hasn't taken a single cent more of the dividends. Those guys want to kick her out, but she'd be an idiot if she didn't make some preparations. This time, if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have let them off." Feng Beiming smiled. "Don't worry. The Xuan Qing sect won't take so many dividends for nothing. I'll take care of this." Seeing that the two of them were fine, Zhao Hai bowed to them and said, "Master, Martial Uncle, you guys can continue chatting. I'll bring Masheng down to rest." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out 2 more jars of wine and some dishes to go with the wine. Then he got up and went to the resting room at the side. Feng Beiming looked at Zhao Hai's back and sighed, "Old friend, this is a blessing in disguise. You should be happy to have a disciple like Zhao Hai." Wang Daoran smiled slightly. He was also very happy to have a disciple like Zhao Hai. It was indeed a happy thing. Feng Beiming looked at Wang Daoran and said in a deep voice, "If little Hai is really summoned to the Myriad Realm battlefield this time, shouldn't you prepare something for him? You must know that those monks don't have a good impression of the powerful people of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Little Hai might fall into their trap." Wang Daoran smiled and said, "I don't think so. You might not know this, but little Hai has recently obtained some Buddhist techniques from somewhere. Some time ago, he went into seclusion to cultivate those techniques. If little Hai uses Buddhist techniques to fight, some monks might even treat him as one of their own. Besides, you don't know how powerful little Hai's magic tool is. It's not any weaker than the ever-changing Vajra scepter. With such a magic tool, what do I have to worry about?" Even if I figured something out, it can't be stronger than the staff, right? So forget it. Feng Beiming was stunned for a moment, and then he asked in confusion, Little Hai, what kind of magic tool are you using? How can he be so strong? Huang Dioran laughed. It's the most useless magical artifact in the realm of arrays. That magical artifact was activated by Zhao Hai. Who would have thought that the magical artifact would be so powerful? Forget it, I'm not worried about Little Hai anymore. Let's think about Little Hai's fight with your core disciples. Did your sect leader really agree to it? Feng Beiming rolled his eyes at Huang Daoran and said, Would I lie to you about this? You guys rest here for a few days, I promise I'll be fine. Huang Daoran nodded and didn't say anything else. Of course, Zhao Hai heard their conversation, but he didn't care. As long as they weren't scheming against him, he didn't care about anything else. Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran rested in Feng Beiming's cave for 3 days. During these 3 days, Zhao Hai had been with Mo Sheng. Feng Beiming had already told Mo Sheng to listen to Zhao Hai in the future. In addition, Zhao Hai had provided good food and drinks for Mo Sheng. In Mo Sheng's pure heart, Zhao Hai was already one of his own. 3 days later, Feng Beiming brought Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran to the main peak of Mount Yuqing, where the Xuanqing Palace was located. This was the Xuanqing sect's main palace, where the sect master lived. In fact, the Xuanqing Palace was not just a simple main hall, but all the buildings on the peak. The entire Xuanqing Palace peak had more than 1,000 rooms of various sizes and a huge square. The square was called the Martial Arts Practice Field, which was used by the core disciples of the sect to practice martial arts. In addition to the sect master's residence, there were also the residences of the elders and the core disciples. Therefore, there were many rooms. Every day, apart from some core disciples who went out on missions, they would come to the martial practice field to practice their spiritual spells or magic artifacts. At the same time, every few days, the sect elders would come to give lectures. Of course, these elders could not be grand elders like Feng Beiming and the others, but they were still some of the more powerful elders in the sect. Other than the core disciples, no one else could enjoy such treatment. For a big sect like the Xuanqing sect, core disciples were the most important existence in the sect. However, one should not think that everything would be fine just because one became a core disciple. The core disciple competition was held once every 3 years. Once one became the last 10 core disciples, they would have to accept challenges from some inner disciples. If one failed, then one would be demoted to an inner disciple, and the person who defeated one would become a core disciple. However, it was rare for a core disciple to lose to an inner disciple. The resources that an inner disciple could get were only half of what a core disciple could get. Moreover, the inner disciples could only listen to the elders' lecture once a month, while the core disciples could only listen to it for no more than 7 days. The gap between them was very big. Fei Fei was a stunning inner disciple. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat a core disciple. In other words, if an inner disciple was really that amazing, he would not need to challenge him. He could also become a core disciple. As for outer sect disciples, they only received 1/3 of the cultivation resources that inner sect disciples received. They could only listen to the elders' lectures once every 6 months, so it was even more difficult for outer sect disciples to stand out. On the profound Purity Palace peak, only core disciples and elders lived there. As long as one became a core disciple and entered the top 10 in 3 consecutive competitions, they could be accepted as a disciple by a grand elder. This was also the reason why Feng Beiming had several disciples. As grand elders, they had to take on the responsibility of training successors for the sect. When Feng Beiming brought Huang Daoran, Zhao Hai, and Mo Sheng to the Xuanqing Palace peak, the sect master of the Xuanqing sect was already waiting for them. The sect master was not necessarily the strongest in the sect. The strongest in a sect was usually the grand elder, who usually did not care much about the sect's affairs. Sect master had the management power, so the sect master's cultivation was not important. What was important was that he knew how to manage. The sect master of the Xuanqing sect was a nascent soul grandmaster. He looked very gentle on the outside and wore a navy blue cultivator robe. He stood there, giving off a sense of righteousness. Moreover, despite his refined appearance, his aura was very oppressive. Even when he stood in front of Feng Beiming, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. After Feng Beiming landed with the 3 of them, the sect master of Xuanqing sect immediately came forward with the elders. The sect master bowed and said, Qing Xuan greets Grand Elder Feng and Huang Zhen. The elders behind them also bowed to the 2 of them. Feng Beiming replied, Qing Xuan, you don't have to be so polite. Huang Zhenren is my good friend. You've met him before, so I won't introduce him to you. You know Mo Sheng too. This is Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai immediately took a step forward and bowed to Qing Xuan. Zhao Hai greets the sect master of the Xuanqing sect. Long live the sect master. Qing Xuan sized up Zhao Hai. He had heard of Zhao Hai's name before. He thought that a genius like Zhao Hai would be very arrogant. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Zhao Hai had a gentle smile on his face. That smile made people want to get close to him. Qing Xuan knew very well that such a smile could not be faked. Although Qing Xuan was sizing Zhao Hai up, he did not forget to return the bow. However, he only returned half of the bow, which was already very good. One should know that Qing Xuan was the sect leader of the Xuan Qing sect. Although he was not very strong, he represented the Xuan Qing sect. It would be too much if he returned the full bow. After the two parties had greeted each other, Qing Xuan then led Zhao Hai and the others into the main hall. The elders looked at Zhao Hai with unfriendly gazes. It was obvious that they were unhappy with Zhao Hai for hiding at Feng Beiming's place for 3 days instead of paying respects to the sect master. Zhao Hai had also noticed the gazes of the elders, but he could only smile bitterly. Could he tell them that this was the intention of their sect leader and Grand Elder Feng? He was afraid that even if he said it, these elders would not believe him. The group of people quickly entered the Xuan Qing Hall. In the middle of the Xuan Qing Hall, there was a large Xuan character. It was said that this character was left behind by the first founder of the Xuan Qing sect, and it was very precious. After entering the main hall under the lead of Feng Beiming, everyone bowed to the Xuan character. Then they were led by Qing Xuan to the back hall, which was a living room. It was very large and was specially used to receive some important people. With Zhao Hai's status, it was impossible for him to be invited to Xuanqing Palace to receive them. However, with Huang Daoran here, it was a different story. Although Huang Daoran was a rogue cultivator, he was a powerhouse at the Crossing Calamity stage. In any sect, he should be respected. After everyone sat down, naturally, they served the spiritual tea. Qing Xuan sat at the head of the table, with Feng Beiming and Huang Daoran sitting beside him. Zhao Hai and the others sat at the back. Qing Xuan raised his teacup and smiled at Zhao Hai. It's the Xuan Qing sect's honor to have Mr. Zhao Hai join us. Please have a taste of our green pine flowers. You're too kind, sect master, Zhao Hai replied with a smile. It should be my honor to be invited to the Xuan Qing sect. Then he picked up his teacup and took a sip. He put down the teacup and nodded, good tea. It's full of spiritual energy. It's a rare and wonderful tea. Qing Xuan smiled and said, it's far inferior to Mr.'s spirit wine. Mr.'s spirit wine is truly the best in the world. I'm indebted to Mr. for thinking highly of cooperating with my Xuan Qing sect. Qing Xuan would like to thank Mr. here. Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming acted as if they didn't hear anything as the two of them were talking about their own matters. Their actions were also a clear indication of their attitude. You can discuss your own matters. We won't get involved. Qing Xuan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this situation. At the same time, he was even more curious about Zhao Hai. He knew very well how Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran became master and disciple. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran to have such a relationship. Huang Daoran actually managed to convince Feng Beiming to speak up for Zhao Hai. This Zhao Hai was not simple. Even though the two of them had only exchanged a few words, Qing Xuan realized that his sigh and response were appropriate. Moreover, he had always placed himself at a very low position. It made one unconsciously want to be close to him. What was even rarer was that he was strong, but he did not have any arrogance. This was the most rare thing. Qing Xuan looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Mr. Zhao Hai, did you just come out of your closed-door cultivation? I'd like to congratulate you on your great progress. Without waiting for Qing Xuan to speak, one of the elders snorted. Not everyone can meet the sect master of my Xuanqing sect. If it wasn't for the sake of Zhenren Huang, I'm afraid it would be difficult for some people to meet the sect master. His voice was so loud that everyone in the hall heard him. Everyone in the hall quieted down. This person's words were extremely rude. Although his words were meant to elevate Huang Daoran's status, it was extremely inappropriate to say it in this situation. Not only was he not giving face to Zhao Hai, but he was also not giving face to Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming. Therefore, everyone in the hall fell silent after hearing his words. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. An old man in a navy blue cultivator's robe was sitting there. Qing Xuan and Feng Beiming could not help but frown when they saw this man because they were too familiar with him. This man was the great elder of the inner hall of Xuan Qing sect. He was in charge of the courage education of all the disciples in Xuan Qing sect, and was also the most important person in Xuan Qing sect, the supervisor of the scripture hall. The scripture hall was the place where all the scriptures and secret manuals of the Xuan Qing sect were stored. It was very important. This great elder was also the most senior great elder in the Xuan Qing sect. The reason why he was still a master of the nascent soul stage was not because he was not strong enough, but because an enemy had infiltrated the Xuan Qing sect once. When they were planning to steal the scriptures from the scripture hall, he had discovered it. With the strength of the nascent soul stage, he had a hard fight with a master of the crossing tribulation stage. In the end, he was seriously injured, but he had still managed to escape. He was injured by the Grand Elder who came after him and did not succeed. However, he was seriously injured and had no hope of advancing to the Duji stage. It was because of his status that he had a very high status in the Xuan Qing sect. Even some Grand Elders had to give him face. In addition, he had been in charge of teaching the core disciples and distributing secret manuals all these years. It could be said that he was half a master to the core disciples. His disciples were all over the world, so his status in the Xuan Qing sect was naturally special. As soon as they heard him speak, both Qing Xuan and Feng Beiming were put in a difficult position. This was because they could not afford to offend this old man. They had to consider all aspects of this matter. Zhao Hai glanced at the elder and noticed Qing Xuan and Feng Beiming's attitude. He did not mind and smiled. This elder is right. The Xuan Qing sect is such a big sect. It is already my good fortune to be able to meet the Qing Xuan sect master and all of you. This elder does not need to be wary of me. Zhao Hai's words carried a hint of harshness in them. He immediately retorted the first elder's words. Moreover, Zhao Hai's words made the first elder seem petty. The grand elder's expression changed when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He said angrily, "Kid, what did you say?" "I'm saying that it's my honor to be able to meet the sect master and the elders. There's no need for you to remind me again," Zhao Hai said with a smile. As soon as Zhao Hai said this, the elders exploded. Zhao Hai was slapping them in the face. They were used to being arrogant, so they couldn't stand this. The grand elder's face turned green with anger, and he only managed to calm down after a while. He snorted coldly and looked at Zhao Hai. "Young man, you don't know how high the sky is. Let me teach you a lesson today. Zhao Hai, I heard that you're quite strong. A few of our Xuan Qing sect's useless disciples would like to see you for themselves. Do you dare to accept the challenge? I've long heard that the Xuan Qing sect is an authentic Xuanmen sect in the cultivation world. I'd like to learn a thing or two from you," Zhao Hai said with a smile. The great elder's hair and beard stood up as he laughed. Good, good, good. Young people nowadays are getting more and more courageous. What do you think, immortal Huang? Huang Daoran looked at the great elder and said in a deep voice, "Young man, it's good to let him know the immensity of the heavens and earth." After saying that, he turned around and talked to Feng Beiming. Obviously, he didn't care about this matter anymore. The great elder's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. He then turned to Qing Xuan and cupped his fists. "Sect master, please allow your disciples to compete with Mr. Zhao Hai." Qing Xuan looked at the great elder and nodded. "Great elder will make the arrangements." The grand elder's eyes flashed with joy. He glanced at Zhao Hai and turned to leave. After the great elder left, Zhao Hai turned to Qing Xuan and cupped his fists. "Sect master Qing Xuan, I'm sorry for offending you today. Please forgive me." Of course, Qing Xuan knew why Zhao Hai had done this. This was something he had discussed with Feng Beiming. Qing Xuan waved his hand at Zhao Hai and said, "Sir is too polite. Sparring is a very normal thing. Sir, please don't mind it. Master, I'm going to see the Xuan Qing sect's wondrous techniques." Zhao Hai turned to Huang Daoran and said. Huang Daoran waved his hand and continued to talk to Feng Beiming as if he didn't care at all. At this moment, a commotion could be heard from outside. Zhao Hai looked at Qing Xuan and Qing Xuan smiled. "Please, sir. Today, please let him know that there's always someone better." After saying that, he led Zhao Hai out, but Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming didn't follow. After everyone had left, Huang Daoran used a protective shield to cover the two of them. He then said to Feng Beiming, "Blacksmith, I think that old man was really angered by little Hai. It won't be a big deal, right?" Feng Beiming shook his head and said, "Don't worry. I've talked to the other grand elders about this. We'll keep an eye on them. It'll be fine. As long as little Hai doesn't use too much force, there won't be a problem." Huang Daoran nodded and sighed. "Now I know why your sect's core disciples are so arrogant. With such a protective great elder, it's hard for them not to be arrogant." Feng Beiming smiled bitterly and turned to Huang Daoran. "Should we go out and take a look? At that time we can have a good chat. I really don't feel at ease staying in the house." Huang Daoran rolled his eyes at Feng Beiming and said, "You're worried about little Hai injuring them, right? Forget it, let's go." The two of them stood up and walked out of the door. At this time, Zhao Hai was already standing on the square in front of Xuanqing Palace. In front of him stood more than 20 cultivators in navy blue cultivators' uniforms. The ages of these cultivators varied. The oldest was in his 40s, while the youngest looked less than 20 years old. However, Zhao Hai also knew that you couldn't judge a cultivator's age from their appearance. Some of the cultivation techniques that cultivators practiced had a very good way of maintaining their beauty. If you relied on appearance to judge his age, you would be at a disadvantage. Mo Sheng had been standing behind Zhao Hai like an iron tower. However, Mo Sheng clearly didn't know what was going on. He looked at the cultivators of the Xuan Qing sect with a curious gaze. He had seen many of them before, but he couldn't remember many of them with his memory. The cultivators were looking at Zhao Hai angrily. They didn't know what the Grand Elder had said to them. The Grand Elder was standing in front of them, looking at Zhao Hai with a smile. It was obvious that he wouldn't say anything good about Zhao Hai. He was happy that he was going to teach Zhao Hai a lesson. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He turned to Mo Sheng and said, "Mo Sheng, stand at the back first. I'll play with them. You'll see how we do it later. Don't come and help, we're just playing." When Mo Sheng heard Zhao Hai's words, he also took it seriously. He touched his head and said, "Big brother Hai, why didn't you call me along?" Zhao Hai smiled wryly. "All right, I'll call you next time. You can wait at the back first. I'll play with them for a while, then I'll take you to eat something good." When Mo Sheng heard Zhao Hai's words, he quickly said, I want to eat chicken. Zhao Hai smiled. All right, let's eat chicken. You can eat as much as you want. Be good and go to the back first. Yes, Mo Sheng replied. He turned around and stood a dozen meters behind Zhao Hai. The cultivators heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Mo Sheng. Those who knew Mo Sheng knew that Zhao Hai was just trying to coax him, but those who didn't thought that Zhao Hai was mocking them. Their faces turned even uglier. Zhao Hai looked at them and cupped his fists. I'm Zhao Hai. I've come to the Xuan Qing sect to pay my respects to the Qing Xuan sect master. I'm very honored that the great elder is willing to allow me to learn from you. The grand elder glanced at Zhao Hai and snorted. All right, there's no point in saying all this now. Zhao Hai, I'll let you know today that there's always someone better than you. Don't think too highly of yourself. I was just about to ask for advice, Zhao Hai replied with a smile. The great elder snorted and turned to look at those core disciples. He said in a deep voice who's going to exchange a few moves with Zhao Hai. Among those core disciples, someone immediately said, let me do it. A few people walked out. The great elder looked at them and frowned slightly. Among the core disciples, these people's strength could only be considered average. He was really worried if they were to fight Zhao Hai. Although the first elder's words implied that he didn't put Zhao Hai in his eyes, he was very clear that Zhao Hai's strength wouldn't be too weak if he blocked Huang Daoran's attack. Even if Huang Daoran went easy on him, he was still a Duji stage cultivator. Even if he casually attacked, the power would be astonishing. Zhao Hai blocked it, which in itself showed Zhao Hai's strength. If they sent someone weaker, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to block it. He was afraid that he would not be Zhao Hai's match. Today, he wanted to teach Zhao Hai a lesson. He did not want to lose, as that would only make him lose even more face. At this moment, a young cultivator who looked to be in his 20s stood up and cupped his fists to the great elder and the other cultivators. Fellow junior brothers, let me have the first round. Although this person looked younger than the few people who had stood up, he had called them brothers and junior brothers. Those people did not seem to object at all, so it was obvious that his status was not low. In the cultivation world, senior and junior brothers were not determined by age, but by strength. You were the senior brother last year, but you lost today, so you can only be the junior brother. This kind of competition system was one of the driving forces for cultivators to work hard. When the cultivators saw this young man stand out, they all bowed to him and said, if that's the case, I'll let senior brother win this round. After saying that, he retreated. When the great elder saw this young man step forward, a smile appeared on his face. He nodded and said, all right, then I'll let you take the first round, Liu Feiyang. Hearing this name, Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He had heard of this Liu Feiyang before. His nickname was Flying Willow Catkin Sword. He was one of the most famous core disciples of the Xuan Qing sect. Liu Feiyang stood up and cupped his fists at Zhao Hai. Feiyang has long heard of Mr.'s great name. It is Feiyang's great fortune to be able to exchange a few pointers with Mr. today. Zhao Hai looked at Liu Feiyang and smiled, so it's the Flying Catkin Sword. Zhao Hai has long heard of Mr.'s name. It's a great honor to be able to meet Mr. today. Liu Feiyang looked at Zhao Hai and said I'm not famous enough. I can't compare to you, please. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and took out a flying sword. His flying sword was very special. It was actually a flexible sword. The flexible sword slithered around Liu Feiyang like a snake. It was extremely agile. Zhao Hai nodded. At the same time, he waved his hand. Dozens of swords appeared beside him. These swords formed a sword array and floated in front of Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai's body moved and he slowly flew up. Liu Feiyang also slowly flew up. Cultivators usually fought in the air. The two stood 100 meters apart and the others flew up, leaving a large space for the two to fight. Zhao Hai looked at Liu Feiyang's soft sword and was a little curious. This was the first time he had fought with someone who used a soft sword. It seemed that Liu Feiyang must have some special skills. Liu Feiyang, on the other hand, looked at the flowing silver swords floating in front of Zhao Hai with a serious face. The last thing cultivators needed to face was an opponent who used a set of magic weapons. Although a set of magic weapons was strictly a magic weapon, its power was much higher than a single magic weapon. Moreover, Zhao Hai's sword formation seemed to be extraordinary. He didn't dare to take it lightly. Liu Feiyang also noticed that Zhao Hai didn't look worried at all. He just looked at Liu Feiyang's soft sword curiously. Liu Feiyang's heart couldn't help but jump. He had heard of Zhao Hai's name a long time ago. He also knew that Zhao Hai had ascended to the immortal world. It was shocking that an immortal had made such a great name for himself in just a few years. However, it also showed Zhao Hai's strength. Liu Feiyang knew very well that Zhao Hai must not be a simple person to have such a great reputation. His current performance could only mean that he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Although Liu Feiyang had the pride of a disciple from a big sect, he was not an idiot. Seeing Zhao Hai's performance, he couldn't help but be more careful. However, he never thought that he would lose. Therefore, Zhao Hai's performance not only made him more careful, but also made him a little angry. He thought that Zhao Hai was looking down on him. Zhao Hai looked at Liu Feiyang. One look at Liu Feiyang's face and he could more or less guess what he was thinking. People like Liu Feiyang, who had not been through much, could not hide their thoughts. It was all written on their faces. It wasn't that Liu Feiyang hadn't killed anyone. He had killed people before. However, Liu Feiyang and the others had grown up in a big sect. They hadn't encountered as many things as Zhao Hai had. Wherever they went, they were like stars surrounding the moon. Naturally, they didn't have as much experience. Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart. To him, Liu Feiyang and the others were just rich kids who hadn't gone through much. They weren't worth his attention. Liu Feiyang wasn't as patient as Zhao Hai. After waiting for a while, he saw that Zhao Hai didn't have any intention of attacking. He couldn't stay still. He waved his hand and shouted, "Fluttering willow catkins, buzz." As soon as he finished speaking, the soft sword beside him immediately flew out. In the process of flying, the soft sword spun a few times. At the same time, the sword light swirled. In a short while, it turned into a sword light that filled the sky. It pounced directly at Zhao Hai. At the same time, Liu Feiyang waved his hand and an umbrella-shaped Dharma artifact flew out. Umbrella had already opened and was spinning around it. This was a defensive Dharma artifact. Liu Feiyang had some experience in fighting people and naturally knew how to use defensive Dharma artifacts. However, Liu Feiyang didn't think that his attack would succeed. He just wanted to test Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai saw Liu Feiyang's attack and smiled. He waved his hand and shouted, "Pear blossoms filling the sky, buzz." Following his words, the flowing silver swords in front of him immediately flew out. Then with one sword as the center, the other swords began to spin rapidly, like the petals of a pear flower falling from the air. Clang, 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 the sound of two swords clashing could be heard. Zhao Hai's sword formation had already collided with Liu Feiyang's soft sword. However, Liu Feiyang only had one sword. The other sword lights were just illusions created by the soft sword. So as long as his soft sword was blocked, the sword lights would disappear. Liu Feiyang knew that his attack had failed this time, but he didn't give up. He formed a sword gesture with his hand and the attack of the sword changed. Naturally, Zhao Hai did not hold back and changed his attack method as well. At this moment, Liu Feiyang waved his hand and a shuttle-shaped spiritual artifact flew out, attacking Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled slightly. He had thought of Liu Feiyang's move. In the cultivation world, except for some extremely poor people, almost no one would use a magic weapon to attack their enemies. Not to mention a rich second generation like Liu Feiyang, they must have a lot of magic weapons. Zhao Hai made a sword gesture and the dozens of swords immediately returned to his body. He only defended and did not attack. Liu Feiyang raised his eyebrows when he saw Zhao Hai's actions. He waved his hands and took out a few more Dharma artifacts. However, Liu Feiyang obviously had a special liking for sword-shaped Dharma artifacts. The Dharma artifacts he took out were all sword-shaped. Although some of them were different from ordinary swords, people still thought that they were swords at first glance. For example, the snake sword, the curved sword, and all kinds of other sword styles were used. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. He thought that Liu Feiyang only liked swords and was nothing special. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. Liu Feiyang didn't just like swords. Although his swords were different, he didn't know what method Liu Feiyang used to make these swords work together. It was definitely not as simple as a sword array. These swords cooperated with each other and had different shapes, so they were powerful when used. Zhao Hai's face grew serious. He was now sure that Liu Feiyang did not like to use sword-shaped celestial devices for no reason. He must have learned some special sword formation. Otherwise, he would not be like this. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai could not help but be more careful. The pear blossom storm sword formation was impenetrable in front of him. He was waiting to see what other tricks Liu Feiyang had. Just as Zhao Hai had thought, Liu Feiyang really knew a sword formation that Zhao Hai didn't know about. This sword formation was called the Strange Sword Formation. As its name suggested, it used some strange sword-shaped Dharma artifacts. These strange sword-shaped Dharma artifacts formed a strange sword formation. Because the shape and appearance of these swords were very strange, the attack method was even more bizarre. There was another special feature of this strange sword formation. It was not a sword formation for a set of magic swords. Instead, it was a sword formation for individual magic swords. In other words, this strange sword formation was somewhat similar to the Starfall sword technique. At this time, Liu Feiyang had already released the 24 flying swords that he had collected with difficulty. In addition to an umbrella-shaped defensive magical artifact, he now needed to control 25 magical artifacts. This was his limit. If it wasn't for the strange sword array's ability to reduce the consumption of spiritual power, he would probably not have been able to hold on. However, as soon as the 24 strange swords were released, their power also showed itself. Zhao Hai felt the pressure increase. However, Zhao Hai also realized that Liu Feiyang's sword formation didn't seem to have fought with many people. The cooperation between the sword formations had not reached the level where it could be freely used. Zhao Hai smiled and shouted. With a wave of his hand, the dozens of swords beside him increased to more than 100. He said in a deep voice, "Myriad star changes, buzz." Following Zhao Hai's words, the hundreds of flying swords in front of him suddenly slowed down. Each of the flying swords slowly flew forward as if there was a mountain pressing down on them. But the strangest thing was that when the sword was moving, it gave people a strange feeling. It was as if the sword was no longer a sword but a mountain, a meteorite, a planet. Although it was moving slowly, it was as stable as a mountain and unstoppable. Liu Feiyang was stunned when he saw Zhao Hai take out so many swords. When he saw the chi force on the swords, his face became serious. He immediately commanded the 24 swords to attack Zhao Hai. He had been on the offensive. He would not be willing to go on the defensive now. However, just as his swords flew into Zhao Hai's sword formation, he suddenly realized that the swords were not under his control. It was as if they were constantly being attracted by Zhao Hai's swords. Zhao Hai's sword seemed to have a huge magnetic field. Liu Feiyang's expression changed. He tried to control his flying sword and take it out of Zhao Hai's sword formation. However, he soon realized that it was too late. Zhao Hai's sword formation had accelerated, and his flying sword was no longer under his control. It quickly caught Zhao Hai's flying sword and stuck to it like a meteorite affected by the planet's magnetic field. Liu Feiyang's face was ashen. He knew very well that this situation meant that he had lost. His strongest move was this strange sword formation. Now that this strange sword formation couldn't deal with Zhao Hai, he had no other way to deal with Zhao Hai. Now, he could only hope that Zhao Hai didn't destroy his flying swords. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to collect those 24 flying swords. Zhao Hai also saw Liu Feiyang's expression. He waved his hand and dispelled the sword formation. He put away all the flying swords and then cupped his fists to Liu Feiyang. "Mr. Liu, you've let me win. Your sword formation is indeed extraordinary." Zhao Hai is very impressed. However, others might not have the same thoughts as him. Liu Feiyang looked at Zhao Hai. He waved his hand and took back his flying sword. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I lost. Mr. Zhao Hai, you're indeed impressive. I'm impressed. If you have time, I'd like to ask you again." After he finished speaking, his figure moved and he returned to the main formation. However, Liu Feiyang's actions displeased the first elder. In his opinion, Liu Feiyang shouldn't have admitted defeat so quickly. He should have fought with all his might. Liu Feiyang seemed to be trying to get close to Zhao Hai, which was unacceptable to the first elder. He didn't give Liu Feiyang a good look either. He turned to the core disciple and said in a low voice, "There's also someone who wants to spar with Mr. Zhao Hai." Liu Feiyang wasn't an idiot. He could tell that the first elder was unhappy with him. However, he could only smile bitterly in his heart. Although the first elder said that Zhao Hai was unruly, Zhao Hai knew his limits. He didn't destroy Liu Feiyang's Dharma artifact. Besides, they didn't have any deep enmity with Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai didn't hit him too hard. If they fought Zhao Hai to the death now, it would be unreasonable. However, when the first elder asked them to fight Zhao Hai, they fell silent. Although they were arrogant, they were not fools. On the contrary, they were much smarter than ordinary people. They knew very well that Liu Feiyang's strength was at the top among them. Even Liu Feiyang had been defeated, let alone them. Thinking of this, no one dared to step forward. When the great elder saw this situation, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. His expression became even uglier as he said in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" "No one dares to." His words were a bit heavy. It should be known that if a cultivator lost their courage, then they would never advance an inch in their life. This time, it was everyone's face that turned ugly. Just as they were about to make their move, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Who dares to come to our Xuanqing sect and cause trouble? Let me, official Zhang, meet him." The voice wasn't very loud, but there was an indescribable wildness to it. Moreover, the words seemed to carry a sense of anger that made people shiver. When the Xuanqing sect people heard this voice, they couldn't help but relax and move aside. Even Liu Feiyang had a look of admiration on his face as he moved to the side. A red figure slowly flew over from behind the group. This person's speed wasn't very fast, but his body emitted a shocking aura. Like an unsheathed long blade, he pointed it at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was also looking at the man. This was the first time he had seen someone in the Xuanqing sect not wearing a navy blue cultivation robe. This person was wearing a red cultivation robe. Coupled with his aura and the name he had announced earlier, Zhao Hai was certain of this person's identity. Zheng Guan, nicknamed Zheng Tu, was a Xuanqing sect's core disciple and one of the top 10. It was hard to say what his exact ranking was, but one thing was certain, he would definitely be in the top 5. Zhao Hai looked at Officer Zheng and smiled. He cupped his fists and said, "Zhao Hai greets Mr. Zheng Guan." Zheng Guan did not appreciate the gesture. He knew very well that he was at the peak of his momentum. If he bowed to Zhao Hai, the momentum that he had built up would be gone. Therefore, he did not return the bow and continued to approach Zhao Hai. Officer Zheng was a scheming person. He had arrived a long time ago and had only been watching from the back. He knew that Zhao Hai was very strong, so he had started to build up his momentum from the moment he opened his mouth. He wanted to overwhelm Zhao Hai with his momentum first. Only then would he have a chance of winning. Officer Zheng knew very well that if they were to fight to the death, he might not be able to kill Liu Feiyang. At most, he would only be able to injure Liu Feiyang. It would be impossible to kill him. He couldn't defeat Liu Feiyang easily like Zhao Hai. He wasn't strong enough, so he thought Zhao Hai was stronger than him. However, he had accomplished something big recently, which gave him more confidence when he fought Zhao Hai. HMPH. Officer Zheng snorted coldly and shouted, "Stop talking. Take this." With a wave of his hand, a large yellow saber appeared beside him. This saber was the judge who made Officer Zheng famous, the Wild Sand Saber. Zheng Guanchu was famous for his Wild Sand Saber and the Wild Sand Saber technique. Of course, the Wild Sand Saber was not his life-bound weapon. In fact, people from large sects like him rarely determined their life-bound weapons so quickly, as it was very disadvantageous to their future cultivation. People like Official Zheng and the others ate all kinds of medicinal pills, as if they were jelly beans since they were young, so their cultivation progress was very fast. However, this also caused their foundation to be unstable. If they decided on their life-bound magical weapon too early, their character might be affected by the life-bound magical weapon, which was even more detrimental to their cultivation. In addition, these great sects attached great importance to their disciples' life-bound magical weapons. When and what kind of life-bound magical weapons they wanted to refine, they must inform the sect. Unless there were special circumstances, they were not allowed to refine life-bound magical weapons in private. It was not easy for a large sect to cultivate a core disciple. The cost of various cultivation resources alone was an astronomical figure. In order to prevent these disciples from delaying their cultivation because of their life-bound magical weapons, the large sects had very strict requirements for these core disciples' life-bound magical weapons. However, this did not mean that the magic tools used by Zheng Guan and the others were not good. In fact, cultivating in a large sect would have many benefits that many rogue cultivators could not imagine. The core disciples of the big sects would choose their own cultivation technique every time they advanced a level. For example, after Zheng Guan reached the nascent soul stage, he chose to cultivate the extremely powerful sand blade technique. When the sect found out that he had chosen the sand blade technique, they had equipped him with this sand blade. Although the wild sand saber was not his life-bound magic weapon, it was very compatible with his cultivation technique. When the wild sand saber used the wild sand saber technique, it would increase his attack power to a certain extent. This was also the treatment that only large sects would receive. If it was a loose cultivator, he would immediately practice it after obtaining a powerful attack method, but it was impossible for him to find a magic tool that was completely compatible with this cultivation method. So when facing an enemy, he could not display the full combat power of this cultivation method. This was the difference between a loose cultivator and a sect disciple. For example, the first core disciple of the Xuan Qing sect would be equipped with a few magic tools so that he would be able to defend himself. However, the sect would only give them a few magic tools, not too many. The sect would give them some missions to test themselves and let them go out to find magic tools themselves. If you could find 100, that would be even better. If you could only find one, it would mean that you were incompetent. In fact, this was a way for these disciples to go out and fight with others. It was so that these disciples could gain a trial in the process of fighting. However, because the time limit was too long, the core disciples of the big sects went out for the trial test as if they were going out for a walk in the garden. They took some tasks that were not dangerous but had great rewards, which allowed them to easily complete the tasks and get the rewards. This was equivalent to harming the core disciples. They completed their tasks easily. Sometimes they didn't even need to fight at all. This made them lose their combat experience and didn't have the effect of a trial. Secondly, it increased their arrogance and made them think that they could do whatever they wanted with their Xuan Qing sect identity. Therefore, the combat strength of these core disciples inevitably declined. Officer Zheng was a different kind of person in the Xuan Qing sect. He was easy to kill and had rich combat experience. In addition, he was very calculative. Therefore, his combat training ability was considered high among the core disciples of the Xuan Qing sect. However, it was not necessarily true that he had gone through a lot of tough battles. The missions that the Xuan Qing sect gave to these core disciples were not too dangerous. It was impossible for him to have a tough battle even if he wanted to. Moreover, the Xuan Qing sect was still very useful. Therefore, although Officer Zheng had a lot of combat experience, he did not have to smile bitterly. Zhao Hai saw that he had made his move, so he did not hold back. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of practice swords appeared in front of him again. He was still using the Pear Blossom Storm Sword formation. When Officer Zheng saw that Zhao Hai had taken out those flying swords again, he could not help but sneer. He waved his hand and shouted, "Rolling yellow sand, buzz." As he spoke, the wild sand saber next to him spun and slashed toward Zhao Hai. As the saber moved, it was as if 10,000 miles of yellow sand were rolling toward Zhao Hai. The momentum was astonishing. What? Zhao Hai's eyebrows shot up as he shouted, "Storm, buzz." As he said this, the 100 flying swords turned into a ball of sword light, and like a storm, they went straight to meet Officer Zheng's large saber. These two balls of sword and saber with astonishing power collided in the blink of an eye. A thunderous boom erupted in everyone's ears as the two balls of light separated. Zhao Hai's expression did not change as he looked at Officer Zheng calmly. However, Officer Zheng's face flushed red as he looked at Zhao Hai and laughed out loud. Good one, Zhao Hai. You do have some skills. Take my next move, violent sand filling the sky. Die, Zhao Hai laughed as well. Good, I was just about to ask for advice. The storm blows away the flowers. Whoosh, the sword formation brought with it an indomitable aura as it went straight to meet Zheng Guan's yellow sand saber. Boom. A voice even louder than before rang out, and then stellar energy began to expand from the center of the battle. Indeed, it was stellar energy, official Zheng's secret weapon, stellar energy. During this period of time, Zheng Guan had made use of the training outside to travel to the yellow sand mad beast planet. He had successfully condensed a gang into his body. His attack just now had contained gang qi. He had wanted to use it to make Zhao Hai suffer, but he had not expected that Zhao Hai's staff already contained gang qi and baleful qi. Now there was even more power of faith. Although Zhao Hai had not used these things to increase his attack power, Zheng Guan's attack had not been successful. However, it was impossible for others to use stellar energy or baleful energy to attack Zhao Hai. Thus, the stellar energy that Zheng Guan released was directly blocked by liquid silver. Everyone could feel the stellar energy scattering. The Grand Elder's expression changed. He thought that Zhao Hai was using a stellar energy attack. At this moment, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, so you have already formed the goo in your body. Good, I'm impressed. We can have some fun now. As he spoke, the 100 flying swords returned to his side. Zhao Hai's expression darkened. Officer Zheng had used his stellar energy without a word, which had angered Zhao Hai. Stellar energy attacks were not as simple as strengthening the attack. Once the stellar energy entered the body, the consequences would be extremely serious. Feng Beiming had asked him to teach Officer Zheng and the others a lesson. Therefore, he had held back when he fought Liu Feiyang and had not used much strength. However, Zheng Guan had used his energy without saying a word. He had used his energy during the previous sparring session to injure Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai was just an ordinary cultivator, he would have fallen for Zheng Guan's trick. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai was angry. The two of them were not fighting to the death, so it was despicable to use such a method. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the Grand Elder and the others' expressions changed. They knew that these core disciples had not tried to condense the aura into their bodies. Although it was best to do so when one was in the foundation building stage, the Xuan Qing sect had a secret technique that allowed people to condense the aura into their bodies only when they were in the nascent soul stage, and the success rate was higher. It wasn't easy to cultivate a core disciple, and because of this, every step had to be taken with extreme caution. If it was really like what Zhao Hai had said, that Zheng Guaning had entered his body, then he had stolen it. Although Zheng Guaning had appeared here safe and sound, the Great Elder was still not happy, because what Zheng Guaning had done was too reckless. However, how to punish Officer Zheng was a matter for the future. What the Great Elder was concerned about now was whether Officer Zheng could defeat Zhao Hai with his stellar energy. Zheng Guan looked at Zhao Hai with a serious expression. He had used his stellar energy to sneak an attack on Zhao Hai. He wanted to use this opportunity to injure Zhao Hai so that he would have a chance of winning. However, it seemed like it had not been effective. This made him think even more highly of Zhao Hai. At the same time, he had a better understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. He also understood that Zhao Hai had probably condensed stellar energy into his body, which was the last thing he wanted to see. If Zhao Hai had also condensed a goo into his body, it would mean that Zhao Hai was even more difficult to deal with. Officer Zheng realized that his chances of defeating Zhao Hai had dropped even further. Huang Daoran looked calmly at Zhao Hai and Zheng Guan. He was very confident in Zhao Hai's strength. In his opinion, no matter how many tricks Zheng Guan used, he would still be Zhao Hai's opponent. Everyone thought that he had held back when he was fighting Zhao Hai, but he knew very well that he had not held back at all. He had used all his strength, but even so, he had not been able to defeat Zhao Hai. One could only imagine how powerful Zhao Hai was. This time, after Zhao Hai came out of his closed-door cultivation, he said that he was learning Buddhist techniques. However, until now, Zhao Hai had not used any Buddhist techniques. He had used the Pear Blossom Storm sword formation and another sword formation that he did not know about. However, these two sword formations were already extremely powerful in Zhao Hai's hands. Obviously, Zhao Hai would not reveal his trump card so soon. In other words, Zhao Hai had not used his full strength until now. Moreover, Huang Daoran was also very clear that Zhao Hai had condensed both Gang Qi and Fiend Qi into his body. Up until now, he had not used any Gang Qi or Fiend Qi. This also made Huang Daoran understand that not only had Zhao Hai not used his full strength, but he had probably not even used 50 of his strength. Thinking of this, Huang Daoran couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, he really didn't know what to say. It seemed that every time he saw Zhao Hai, his strength would increase. Although Zhao Hai hadn't undergone the heavenly tribulation, Huang Dioran had no choice but to admit it. He was afraid that if Zhao Hai went against him, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. It was even more impossible to force Zhao Hai into such a sorry state like the last time. At the thought of this, Huang Dioran couldn't help but sigh. Feng Beiming, who was standing beside Huang Dioran, looked at Huang Dioran with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's wrong, Liba? Why are you sighing?" Huang Dioran looked at the scene and smiled bitterly. Taking in a genius disciple is really not a good thing. Little Hai's strength has become much stronger. If I fight him now, I'm afraid I can't win. Feng Beiming was stunned. He knew about the previous battle between Zhao Hai and Huang Dioran. To be honest, although Huang Dioran said that he didn't hold back, Feng Beiming didn't really believe it. Now that he heard Huang Dioran's words, Feng Beiming couldn't help but be stunned. Huang Dioran turned to look at Feng Beiming and smiled bitterly. "You might not believe it, but I was the one who taught Little Hai the torrential pear blossom sword. From the time I gave it to him until now, it's only been 7 days or so. Look at him now, it's like he's learned it for decades." And you might not know, I originally wanted Little Hai to use the torrential pear blossom sword as his main attack method, but now you see, he only uses it as the most ordinary attack method. When he was fighting with Liu Feiyang, he used a sword formation that I've never seen before, but it's very powerful. As far as I know, this sword formation is not his strongest attack. In the past few years, Little Hai has been cultivating Buddhist techniques in seclusion. I'm afraid that is his last resort. In addition, Little Hai has already condensed the aura and evil into his body, but now he has not used it at all. From these points I can see that he is just playing. He didn't put in much effort. Tell me, with the strength he's showing now, if I were to fight him, would I be able to win? Feng Beiming was stunned for a moment. Although he had come into contact with Zhao Hai before, he had never really fought him. Therefore, he didn't know Zhao Hai very well. Now that he heard Huang Dioran's words, he finally understood what Huang Dioran meant. With Zhao Hai's current strength, even he wasn't confident that he could defeat Zhao Hai, not to mention that Zhao Hai was a space warlock. His space techniques were extremely powerful. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Under such circumstances, he couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Such a person was too dangerous. If he were to become a Duji stage expert one day, how powerful would he be? Thinking of this, Feng Beiming couldn't help but sigh like Huang Dioran. He felt that he had been hit hard. Compared to Zhao Hai, was he still worthy of being called a genius? At that moment, Zhao Hai and Zheng Guan made their move again. This time, Zheng Guan did not dare to be careless. He waved his hands and a few magical artifacts appeared beside him. Some were for offense, while some were for defense. It seemed like he knew that he was no match for Zhao Hai with just his yellow sand saber. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He didn't even use his stellar energy. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Even if he didn't use his stellar energy, dealing with Officer Zheng would still be very easy. Although Zhao Hai was a little angry that Zheng Guan had used his earth energy to sneak attack him, he knew that he could not go too far with Zheng Guan. After all, this was all because of Feng Beiming. He had to give Feng Beiming some face. It was because of this thought that Zhao Hai didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, he looked at Officer Zheng coldly. Although he couldn't hit Officer Zheng too hard, he still decided to teach him a lesson. Zheng Guan couldn't wait for too long. The attack just now had weakened his aura. If he continued to wait until his aura dissipated, he would be no match for Zhao Hai. Thinking of this, Officer Zheng immediately directed a few magical artifacts to attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai continued to use the torrential pear blossom sword formation to fight Officer Zheng. Officer Zheng continued to use his stellar energy, but it did not affect Zhao Hai at all. After 10 more exchanges, Zhao Hai felt that it was about time. He closed his eyes and formed a sword gesture. His attack changed immediately, becoming the Star Myriad transformation sword formation of the Star False sword technique. Zhao Hai's sword formation was not something Zheng Guan could withstand. After all, the Starry Myriad sword formation was similar to Liu Feijian's strange sword formation. Each sword was a separate magic weapon, so its attack power was naturally multiplied. Even though the number of swords remained the same, Zhao Hai was using a set of magical equipment to fight against Officer Zheng's magical equipment. However, things were different now. It was equivalent to Zhao Hai using 100 magical equipment to fight against Officer Zheng's magical equipment. Officer Zheng was naturally at a disadvantage. In an instant, the positions of the attacking and defending sides had changed. Zhao Hai had become the attacking side, while Zheng Guan had become the defending side. He was even defending in an extremely sorry state. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zhao Hai let out a deep shout and activated his sword art. His flying sword attacked directly, adding another layer of attack power this time. With a loud boom, all of Officer Zheng's magic tools were sent flying. He groaned and his face turned pale. However, Zhao Hai did not pursue an attack. Instead, he retracted his magic tool and looked at Officer Zheng. He cupped his fists and said, "Mr. Zheng, you let me win." Officer Zheng had been injured, but it was not serious. He could still move normally. However, even with the help of pills, he would need 2 to 3 days to recover. He had suffered a small loss. Officer Zheng knew that Zhao Hai was being merciful, but he didn't appreciate it. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was humiliating him. He glared at Zhao Hai with fire spewing out of his eyes, snorted coldly, and turned to leave without saying a word. Zhao Hai looked at Officer Zheng's back and sighed. He shook his head. To be honest, he was a little disappointed in Officer Zheng's character. When Officer Zheng first arrived, he had been secretly observing him from the back. Then he had accumulated his aura and tried to suppress Zhao Hai. Then during the battle, he had suddenly used his gang chi. Now it was obvious that he had shown mercy, but he still didn't appreciate it. He even looked at Zhao Hai with hatred. Compared to Liu Feiyang, Zhao Hai was a little disappointed. He was far from that. Such a person might be able to go further on the path of cultivation, but he would never be able to make any friends. Moreover, today was only a sparring session. Otherwise, he would have killed Officer Zheng long ago. The Grand Elder didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that even Zheng Guan, who had formed his gu, was no match for Zhao Hai. This made him even more surprised at Zhao Hai's strength, and at the same time he felt a little regretful. He was the one who had started the incident today. He had wanted to teach Zhao Hai a lesson. However, it seemed like he had been taught a lesson by Zhao Hai. This made him very uncomfortable. However, there was nothing the first elder could do. Zheng Guan had already condensed the aura in his body. It could be said that Zheng Guan was the strongest among the disciples. If even Zheng Guan was no match for Zhao Hai, the others would definitely be no match for Zhao Hai. For a moment, the first elder was frozen in place, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a long howl could be heard. The howl was extremely clear as it approached them rapidly. Zhao Hai could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the howl. He could feel that the person who had made the howl was extremely powerful. He was even more powerful than Officer Zheng. He was probably at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The first elder's face lit up when he heard the howl. He recognized the voice. It was the #1 core disciple of the Xuan Qing sect, Tower Bearer Li Zongdao. Tower Bearer Iron Man Li Zongdao was the #1 core disciple of the Xuan Qing sect. He was 2.1 meters tall and extremely burly. 20 years ago, he condensed the aura into his body. 10 years ago, the sect gave him his natal Dharma treasure, the 7 Orifices exquisite pagoda. Not only was he good at using Dharma artifacts, but he had also cultivated an ancient body cultivation technique to a very high realm. He had immense strength and an amazing defense. He was a forthright person, and his hands were tough. This allowed him to become the eldest senior brother of the core disciples without any surprises. 5 years ago, he had already gone out to train. In the cultivation world, he had made a name for himself. If there was a core disciple in the Xuan Qing sect who was successful, it would be Li Zongdao. NBSB, although Li Zongdao was out adventuring, he would return to the sect once in a while to report his situation. At the same time, he would hand in some of the things he had obtained outside to the sect to exchange for things he needed before going out. Today, he had just returned to the sect and heard about Zhao Hai's matter. Therefore, he was in a rush. Because he was afraid that Zhao Hai would leave, he had whistled in advance as a challenge. Li Zongdao's position among the core disciples was rather special. Due to his powerful strength and his forthright personality, he had a very high position in the hearts of the core disciples. He even surpassed the average elder. It could be said that he was the idol of all the core disciples in the Xuan Qing sect. The Grand Elder heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the howl. A smile appeared on his face. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, stood there without a change in expression. He was curious to see who had come. Even though Li Zongdao was extremely famous in the Xuan Qing sect, Zhao Hai had only heard of his name before. He had never met him in person, so it was naturally impossible for him to know who he was just from his voice. Soon, Li Zongdao arrived at the square. The moment the Xuanqing school core disciples saw Li Daozong, they immediately forgot about Zhao Hai and went up to greet him. They kept calling out eldest senior brother and eldest senior brother. The enthusiasm they had was indescribable. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao, who was surrounded by the crowd, and couldn't help but praise him in his heart. What a good man. Li Zongdao wasn't wearing the ordinary cultivator's clothes. Instead, he was wearing a sleeveless warrior's clothes. He had a pair of leather boots on his feet, and his short, fiery red hair stood upright. He looked very energetic. In addition to his height of 2.1 meters, due to his years of martial arts training, he had strong muscles and dark skin that flashed with a metallic luster. He gave off a valiant aura. At this moment, he was talking to the core disciples of the Xuan Qing sect. He was laughing loudly, and his voice was loud. Anyone who saw him would be able to help but praise him for being a good man. After greeting those people, Li Zongdao turned around and bowed to the great elder, Qing Xuan, Feng Beiming, and the others. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, stood there quietly and looked at Li Zongdao with a calm expression. He had heard of Li Zongdao before. He was like the flag of the Xuan Qing sect in the cultivation world. Many people would mention Li Zongdao when they mentioned the Xuan Qing sect. Li Zongdao had been on the path of cultivation for more than 30 years. He had fought hundreds of battles, both big and small. There were wins and losses, but without exception, even his opponents valued him highly. They thought that he was a person worth befriending. It was because of this that Zhao Hai was very curious about Li Zongdao. After Li Zongdao paid his respects to Feng Beiming and the rest, he flew in front of Zhao Hai and cupped his fists towards him. I, Li Zongdao, have long heard of Zhao Hai's name. I heard that Mr. Zhao Hai is the #1 expert in the array world, and I have long wanted to meet you. However, I did not expect that Mr. would come to our Xuan Qing sect today. This will save me a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai smiled at Li Zongdao and cupped his fists. I have long heard of Li Zongdao's name. I heard that you have a straightforward personality and are good at making friends. Zhao Hai has long wanted to make friends with you, but you are a cultivator and rarely go to the world of arrays, so I never had the chance. I came to the Xuan Qing sect today to accompany my master to visit friends and to meet the sect master of Qing Xuan. I didn't think that I would be able to meet Brother Zongdao. This is really a surprise. Li Zongdao laughed and said, I heard that it's good to make friends, sir. You have many friends in the array world. In this aspect, you're very similar to me. It's my honor to be able to spar with you today. What do you think, sir? It's my own wish, so I dare not ask you. Zhao Hai smiled. Li Zongdao laughed out loud. All right then, sir, I'm sorry for the offense. After he finished speaking, Li Zongdao did not take out his Dharma artifact. Instead, he waved his fists and made a boxing stance. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. Similarly, he did not take out his magic tool. Instead, he also adopted a boxing posture. However, he did not use any Buddhist techniques. Instead, he used the star body forging fist. When Li Zongdao saw Zhao Hai's expression, he was stunned. Then he laughed and said, Mister, you have to think this through. Zongdao had previously trained in physical skills and is very familiar with these martial arts. My martial arts are not that much worse than magic weapon martial arts. If Mister has not learned any martial arts, it is best that you do not fight Zhao Hai with your fists. When Zhao Hai heard Li Zongdao's words, he couldn't help but smile. It's good to let Sir know that I also know the art of body cultivation. It's just that I've never met anyone who cultivates the body before. Today I'm able to fight with Sir with my fists and legs. It's very satisfying. Sir, please don't worry and do as you wish. Li Zongdao's eyes lit up when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He laughed and said, that's for the best. Ever since I've cultivated this body cultivation technique, I've always wanted to find someone who can cultivate the body and have a good fight with them. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to find someone who can cultivate the body in the cultivation world. I didn't expect you to also cultivate the body. All right, I'll have a good fight with you today. After saying that, he shouted and punched. Zhao Hai realized that Li Zongdao's punch was a little strange. Li Zongdao didn't send out a fist force. Instead, as he punched out, he took a step forward with his thigh and used the move Shrink the Ground into inches. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Zhao Hai. Li Zongdao's punch was aimed at Zhao Hai's head. Li Zongdao was actually going to fight Zhao Hai in close combat. Although Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, he immediately reacted. He raised his hand to block the attack and threw a punch at Li Zongdao at the same time. Li Zongdao used his other hand to block Zhao Hai's fist while he kicked out with his foot. Zhao Hai blocked with his foot and then threw a punch. The two of them stood together, exchanging punches and kicks. Seeing the way the two of them fought, the others couldn't help but be stunned. There were still a few body cultivators in the world of cultivation, but they generally used their fists to release Qi Jin for long-range attacks. There were very few people who really fought in close combat because it was too dangerous. One wrong move could lead to either death or injury, so very few people used close combat now. On the other hand, the two of them were fighting in close combat, and their moves were very exquisite. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate. On the other hand, the others were drenched in cold sweat as they watched. The two men's attacks were too powerful. If it were them, they would probably be finished in 2 or 3 moves. Liu Feiyang looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. He had never fought Zhao Hai except today, but he knew some people about Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai was a space sorcerer who could travel freely in space. He didn't pay much attention to it before. In his opinion, this ability was not very useful except for escaping and sneak attacking. However, after watching the battle between Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao, Liu Feiyang finally understood that if Zhao Hai used the special space technique to suddenly appear beside him and give him a beating, he would probably be defeated even faster. He wouldn't even have the chance to escape. This was for those like Liu Feiyang who had faster reactions. Those who were slower still hadn't thought of this. They only felt that the battle between Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao was extremely dangerous, but didn't think too much about it. Huang Dioran looked at the battle in the arena and smiled bitterly. He turned to Feng Beiming and said, I say, blacksmith, Zongdao is really a battle maniac. He actually trained his martial arts to such a level. I'm afraid even I might not be his match in close combat. The reason why Huang Dioran sighed was because he had a part to play in Li Zongdao's martial arts. Feng Beiming was the grand elder of Xuan Qing sect and was responsible for teaching his disciples. Although Li Zondao wasn't his disciple, Feng Chenming liked Li Zondao very much and had taught him for a period of time. Later on, he heard that Li Zondao liked to learn self-cultivation techniques as well as fist and leg techniques. Therefore, he asked Huang Daoran to teach Li Zondao all the fist and leg techniques of his self-cultivation techniques. Li Zondao had already learned the self-cultivation techniques of Xuan Qing sect. After learning from Huang Daoran, his self-cultivation techniques had reached a higher level. This was why Huang Daoran said that. Feng Beiming forced a smile and said, I heard that in recent years, he has been using self-cultivation techniques and physical techniques when fighting with others. It seems that this kid likes this kind of fighting style. Sigh, now that I think about it, I really regret it. If I had known that he liked this, I wouldn't have chosen the exquisite pagoda as his origin-type magic tool. It would have been better to make him a suit of armor like Mo Sheng. Feng Beiming couldn't help but turn to look at Mo Sheng as he spoke. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Mo Sheng had been so bored that he had fallen asleep. Now, he was snoring loudly. The battle in the arena didn't attract his attention at all. Huang Daoran also looked at the sleeping Mo Sheng and smiled. This silly boy is really lucky. He can sleep whenever he wants to. How rare. Feng Beiming forced a smile and said, that's right. It's hard to find someone as simple-minded as him. Unfortunately, it's because he's too simple-minded that no one likes him, except Little Hai. While the two of them were talking, Zhao Hai and Li Zondao had already fought for more than 100 rounds. Both of them were fighting with their fists and legs at close range. They didn't dare to be careless in any of their moves. This kind of close combat was the most dangerous. If they were careless, they would not be able to pay for it. The two of them fought for a while and found that they couldn't do anything to each other. They couldn't help but step up their attacks at the same time. Using fists and feet in the air was different from fighting on the ground. In the air, up, down, left, right, front, back, and back, they could be attacked anywhere. There were more ways to attack, and the danger of being attacked was greater, so the two of them were even more careful. Although their moves were dangerous, they still kept their minds clear. They didn't use too heavy of a hand or dirty tricks. They weren't that kind of people. At the same time, they also understood that this wasn't a life and death battle. But even so, no one dared to let their guard down, because they found that the other party's fist and leg techniques were very familiar. If they didn't pay 120,000 attention, they would really lose. The people in the surroundings were attracted by the battle between the two. They had never known that close combat could be so powerful and dangerous. For a moment, they were dazzled by it. Zhao Hai realized that he could not go on like this. He changed his moves and stopped using the star body forging fist. Although this set of fist technique was exquisite, it was not the most authentic killing fist technique. Zhao Hai changed his hand and used the tiger subduing fist. However, he did not use the Buddhist heart technique. He still used ordinary spiritual energy to use the tiger subduing fist. If he didn't practice his martial arts, he would end up with nothing. This sentence was enough to explain that if a fist technique did not have a corresponding cultivation technique to complement it, it would just be a show. Zhao Hai was using the ordinary spiritual energy in his body to use the tiger taming fist. It could be said that the tiger taming fist only had the form, but not the spirit. But even so, just the exquisiteness of the tiger subduing fist was enough for Zhao Hai to handle this battle. As expected, once Zhao Hai's fist technique changed, Li Zondao couldn't keep an eye on him and slowly fell into a disadvantage. Zhao Hai's impression of Li Zondao increased greatly. When Li Zondao was fighting with others, he was always upright and did not have any evil intentions. Apart from having a good impression of him, Zhao Hai was also shocked. He could not understand how someone like Li Zondao could survive in the cultivation world. This was too strange. The cultivation world was a place where tigers and wolves gathered together. No one here cared about being upright. No matter what method one used to kill someone, it was a good method. To the people of the cultivation world, being upright and just was something only a fool would talk about. However, when Li Zondao fought with others, he was always so open and honest. There was no underhanded means at all. It was really strange that such a person could make such a big name for himself in the cultivation world and not be destroyed. NBSB, however, Zhao Hai finally understood why everyone in the cultivation world would say that Li Zondao was someone worth befriending. Even though Li Zondao tried his best to defend, he was still unable to defend against Zhao Hai's tiger subduing fist. Zhao Hai was only using Li Zondao as a test. He didn't even use the dragon subduing leg. The two of them exchanged more than a dozen moves. Li Zondao no longer had any strength to fight back. When Li Zondao saw this situation, he knew that he was no match for Zhao Hai. He suddenly attacked with two moves and jumped out of the circle. He cupped his hands towards Zhao Hai and laughed. You are indeed an expert. Zhang Dao is no match for you. I will spar with you when I have time. Hearing Li Zongdao's words, the great elder's face changed completely. Li Zongdao was the #1 expert among the Xuan Qing sect's core disciples. If even he wasn't Zhao Hai's match, then there was no need to mention the others. It seemed like he was going to lose face today. After hearing Li Zongdao's words, Zhao Hai smiled and cupped his fists towards Li Zongdao. Teacher's strength has also exceeded my expectations. Today, I am very close to teacher and would like to invite teacher to drink. I wonder what teacher would think. When Li Zongdao heard what Zhao Hai said, he was slightly stunned. Then he laughed and said, if that's the case, then I'll respectfully accept your request. Zhao Hai smiled. He then turned to Qing Xuan and cupped his fists. Sect master of the Qing Xuan sect, I have done what I have to do and said what I have to say. I would like to have a small gathering with Brother Zong Dao and ask for your permission. Qing Xuan looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression. However, he still nodded and said, Teacher, please do as you wish. This one still has some matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. I wouldn't dare to trouble sect master, Zhao Hai quickly replied. After he finished speaking, he flew in front of Huang Daoran and bowed to Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming, Master, Uncle Master. I would like to invite Brother Zong Dao to have a few cups of wine in Uncle Master's cave. I hope Master and Uncle Master will agree. Feng Beiming smiled and said, You brat, go ahead, prepare more wine. I'll also go and deal with the matters here. Liba, you go with them first. Huang Daoran nodded his head and turned around to cup his fists at Qing Xuan and the other elders. He then led Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao and flew forward. They first went to Mo Sheng's side and woke him up. This fellow was so bored that he had been sleeping all this time. His snores were so loud that it shook the sky. However, the people of the Xuan Qing sect knew his personality, so no one said anything about him. Zhao Hai called Mo Sheng up. When Mo Sheng opened his eyes and saw Zhao Hai, he immediately jumped up and said to Zhao Hai, Big brother, he's not playing with them. I'm hungry. All right, let's go and eat. Let's go, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Mo Sheng responded happily. Zhao Hai followed behind Huang Daoran and flew toward Feng Beiming's cave. Li Zongdao, on the other hand, looked at Mo Sheng in confusion. He didn't know Mo Sheng very well. Although he had learned from Feng Beiming for a period of time, Mo Sheng had been cultivating alone outside at that time, and they had never met. In the past few years, he had been wandering outside and rarely returned to the sect. Therefore, he didn't know about Mo Sheng's existence. When Zhao Hai saw Li Zongdao looking at Mo Sheng, he smiled and said, This is Brother Mo Sheng, Martial Uncle Feng's disciple. However, his mind is too simple. This time, Martial Uncle Feng wants me to take him out to explore. Once Zhao Hai said that, Li Zongdao immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He looked at Mo Sheng and realized that Mo Sheng wasn't even paying attention to him. He was like a child, following Zhao Hai closely. Although he was taller and stronger than Li Zongdao, his actions were like a child's. Li Zongdao didn't say anything. After a while, the three of them arrived at Feng Beiming's cave. After entering the resting room and sitting down, Li Zongdao couldn't help but ask Zhao Hai curiously, Mr. Zhao Hai, I have a question that has been very strange. I hope you can answer it for me. NBSB Zhao Hai smiled. Brother Zong, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me Little Hai. I'll call you Brother Zong. We have the same temperament, so it's fate. If you have anything to say, just say it. NBSB Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and said, Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony. You don't have to call me Brother Zongdao. Since I'm older than you, you can just call me Brother Dao. When Zhao Hai heard Li Zongdao's words, he quickly said, I'm Brother Li, right? Brother Li, what do you want to ask? The moment he heard Li Zongdao asking him to call him Brother Dao, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He wasn't a black skin, so it was better not to call Li Zongdao Brother Dao. Li Zongdao obviously didn't care about the title. He nodded and said, All right, Little Hai, I don't think you're the kind of person who's arrogant and domineering, so why did you have a conflict with the Great Elder, and to the point of using force? When Zhao Hai heard Li Zongdao's words, he couldn't help but smile. He turned and looked at Huang Daoran. Huang Daoran nodded. Zhao Hai then smiled and said, Actually, what happened today was arranged by Junior Master Feng. You can say that everything was arranged by Junior Master Feng and the sect master of Qing Xuan. Why is that? Li Zongdao was taken aback and asked in confusion. Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped and looked at Zhao Hai thoughtfully. Is it for you to suppress the arrogance of those kids? NBSB Zhao Hai cupped his fists at Li Zongdao and said, As expected, I can't hide it from Big Brother Li. That's right. At this moment, Mo Sheng pulled on Zhao Hai's clothes and said, Big brother, I'm hungry. Zhao Hai smiled and took out a jar of wine. He then took out a fat chicken and gave it to Mo Sheng. Mo Sheng took it and ate it, not caring about the others. Only then did Zhao Hai take out a few more jars of wine, a few side dishes, and a fat chicken. He then turned to Huang Daoran and said, Master, Big Brother Li, please. Li Zongdao looked at the fat chicken in Mo Sheng's hand in confusion. He then turned to look at Huang Daoran. Huang Daoran smiled and said, Try it. This is good stuff. You won't be able to eat it outside. Li Zongdao was very familiar with Huang Daoran. When he heard Li Zongdao say this, he couldn't help but nod his head. He picked up the jade chopsticks that Zhao Hai took out and took a bite. After he ate the dish, he finally understood why Huang Daoran said that it was good stuff. Li Zongdao put down his chopsticks and looked at Zhao Hai. He smiled and said, It's really good stuff. Little Hai, you have a lot of good things in your hands. It seems that the spirit wine was also made by you. However, aren't you afraid that some kids will find trouble with you by doing this today? Zhao Hai smiled. So be it. What can I do? How can I not do what Marshal Uncle Feng asked of me? I guess I can only offend them. Li Zongdao laughed out loud. All right, little Hai, just because of what you said, I'm going to have a good drink with you. The two of them picked up their jade cups and downed their wine. Huang Dioran looked at Li Zongdao and said, Zongdao, why did you come back at this time? Did something happen? Li Zongdao nodded. Yes, Uncle Master, I really came back for something this time. Those people are looking for me. His words were a little vague, but Huang Dioran and Zhao Hai understood more or less. Huang Dioran was taken aback. Those people came to find you. You've been quite famous recently, so I guess he's looking for you. When will he ask you to go? NBSB Li Zongdao said in a deep voice. He told me to come back and let the sect know. Also, it seems like after a period of time, they will be looking for someone. Once they find him, they will go together. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. He turned to look at Huang Daoran and said, Master, do you think they're looking for me? Huang Daoran nodded. It's very possible. If they're really looking for you this time, you can go with Zong Dao. When you two go in, you have to look out for each other. Zhao Hai nodded. Don't worry, Master. We will. I've been waiting for them for a long time. I don't know where they will go to find me. Huang Dioran said in a deep voice, those people have many eyes and ears. I think they will find this place very soon. However, if that's the case, Mo Sheng will be in trouble. When Zhao Hai heard Huang Dioran's words, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He then said in a deep voice, I'll talk to them and see if they can let me bring Mo Sheng in. When Huang Dioran heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but frown and say, well, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Those guys aren't easy to talk to. It's too dangerous inside. You're bringing Mo Sheng with you. What if something happens? When Huang Dioran heard Zhao Hai's words, he nodded his head slightly and said, all right, you don't have to take care of the matter of bringing Mo Sheng in. The blacksmith and I will pay 100. Zhao Hai nodded. Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, in that case, little Hai, it's possible that you've been summoned to the Myriad Realm battlefield by those people. Zhao Hai laughed. This is what Master and the others have deduced. With my current strength, it is very likely that those people will summon me into the Myriad Realm battlefield. Of course, those people have not come to find me yet. Li Zongdao laughed and said, good, that's for the best. If they recruit you, then the two of us can go to the Myriad Realm battlefield to explore. I've long wanted to go to the Myriad Realm battlefield to take a look. It's a pity that I was not strong enough before. Zhao Hai smiled. I only found out about the Myriad Realm battlefield recently. However, I'm also very curious about it. I'm also very happy to be able to meet all the elites of the Myriad Realms. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and burst into laughter. Huang Daoran looked at the two of them and smiled. However, he sighed in his heart. He felt that he was really getting old and had lost the drive he had when he was young. At this moment, Feng Beiming walked in from outside, but the expression on his face was a little strange. Huang Dioran looked at Feng Beiming and asked in confusion, what's wrong, blacksmith? What happened? What else could it be? Feng Beiming forced a smile and said, those guys have come looking for us. I didn't expect their reaction to be so fast. They actually came straight to us. Let's go, little Hai, come with me to see them. Feng Beiming's words stunned them. They had never thought that those people would come so suddenly. All right, let's go. We can't keep them waiting, Zhao Hai said as he stood. Feng Beiming nodded and followed Zhao Hai out. Huang Daoran, Li Zongdao, and Mo Sheng followed behind him. Mo Sheng was holding a half-eaten fat chicken and a wine jar in his hands. They soon arrived at the peak of Xuanqing Palace and went straight into Xuanqing Palace. Then they went to the inner palace that Zhao Hai and the others had been to before. Before they entered the palace, Zhao Hai could hear the sounds of laughter coming from inside. Feng Beiming did not stop and led Zhao Hai and the others into the inner hall. As soon as they entered, Zhao Hai saw Qing Xuan and the great elder sitting there. There were two other people sitting in the room. They were both bald monks in gray monk robes, looking unremarkable. They did not look young at all and looked to be in their 50s. One of them had long eyebrows that reached his chin, a large string of prayer balls hanging around his neck, and a small string of prayer balls in his hand. He looked kind. He had the look of a noble Buddha. The other monk was tall and had a full beard and two broom-like eyebrows. His eyes were slightly closed, and he was also wearing a gray monk robe. A prayer ball hung around his neck, and he also held a string of prayer balls in his hand. However, he sat there like a mountain and a mountain, like an unmoving Vajra. As soon as they saw Feng Beiming, the two monks immediately stood up. The long-browed monk was still fine, but the tall monk opened his eyes as soon as he stood up. His eyes swept across Zhao Hai like cold lightning. His eyes were like a Vajra's, and no one dared to look him in the eye. For some reason, when Zhao Hai saw the monk's eyes, he was reminded of a saying, if the Lord of Guan doesn't open his eyes, he will kill when he does. The monk's eyes widened, and they seemed to be filled with endless killing intent. This surprised Zhao Hai. The two of them bowed to Feng Beiming. Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen pay their respects to benefactor Feng. Feng Beiming didn't dare to be negligent and quickly returned the greeting, Master Yuan Ding, Master Yuan Zhen. Come, there's an old friend who's here as a guest. Why don't you meet him? After speaking, Huang Daoran walked over and bowed to the two of them. Daoran greets the two masters. Can the two masters take a look at each other? Yuan Ding, with his long eyebrows, saw Huang Daoran and immediately smiled. Omskiver Huang, I haven't seen you for a few years. Omskiver Huang's demeanor is even more elegant than before. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yuan Zhen bowed to Huang Daoran and didn't say anything. However, Huang Daoran clearly knew Yuan Zhen's temper, so he didn't mind. He just smiled and said, "This time the two masters are here to receive my disciples. As their master, I can't not come. Omskiver Huang is indeed extraordinary. Even your disciple is so amazing," Yuan Ding said with a smile. Huang Daoran laughed out loud. Master Yuan Ding is still as good with his words as ever, but this time you've finally spoken. Little Hai joined us with his own arts. I didn't teach him anything. Little Hai, come and pay your respects to the two masters. Zhao Hai quickly walked over and bowed to the two masters. Zhao Hai greets the two masters. Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen sized up Zhao Hai. Yuan Zhen was the most careful because he knew that Zhao Hai's strength was even stronger than Li Zongdao. This master Yuan Zhen had cultivated a Buddhist technique called the Vajra's angry eyes. This technique was mainly used on the eyes and could be considered as a spiritual attack. It could make people's eyes produce killing intent. Those who were timid, had insufficient spiritual power, or were not strong enough would be scared stiff or be on full alert. Only the truly strong would not care about his eyes, but Zhao Hai did not care. Because of this, Yuan Zhen was extremely curious about Zhao Hai. He really wanted to know why a nascent soul stage expert could ignore his Vajra stare. Zhao Hai saluted them in a well-mannered manner under their scrutiny. He did not show any signs of rudeness or excessive behavior. Everything seemed normal. However, there was not a single mediocre person in the room. They could naturally feel the aura from Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen. To be honest, although Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen were dressed like monks, they had been fighting in the Myriad Realm battlefield all year round. Once they got serious, the murderous aura from their bodies was so overbearing that no one dared to look at them directly. However, Zhao Hai was able to bow calmly under the gazes of the two. This in itself was a clear indication of Zhao Hai's strength. After Zhao Hai bowed, Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen returned his bow. Both of their eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. After both parties had exchanged greetings, Yuan Ding looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Benefactor Zhao Hai, I believe that you have heard from your master the reason why I have come today. Benefactor has 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, Benefactor will follow this poor monk into the Myriad Realm battlefield. I wonder if Benefactor has any other requests." NBSB Zhao Hai shook his head. "No, don't worry, master. I'll be ready in 3 days." "That's the best. We'll come here again 3 days later to look for you," Omskiver Zhao Hai. "Is that okay?" Yuan Ding nodded. "All right, I'll be waiting for you two here in 3 days." Zhao Hai nodded. Yuan Ding nodded and turned to Li Zongdao. "Omskiver Li, this time you will be traveling with Omskiver Zhao Hai. 3 days later, I will come to find you. Is that okay?" "That's for the best," Li Zongdao nodded. Yuan Ding nodded and turned to Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao. "If that's the case, we won't disturb you anymore. Benefactors will take our leave." Feng Beiming and the others didn't ask the two of them to stay. They just stood up to send them off. Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen turned around and left the Xuanqing Palace. After the two of them left, the few of them returned to the inner palace and sat down. Feng Beiming said in a deep voice, "It seems that the situation in the Myriad Realm battlefield is really not good, otherwise they would not be so anxious to recruit people. I remember that in the past, when they recruited people, they would give at least a month to prepare. And as far as the situation in our cultivation world is concerned, people with strength like Zhang Dao would not be recruited." Huang Daoran nodded his head and said, "This time, entering the Myriad Realm battlefield can be said to be extremely dangerous. Little Hai, Zhang Dao, the two of you must be careful. Take care of Mo Sheng." Upon hearing Huang Daoran's words, Feng Beiming couldn't help but be stunned. "Mo Sheng is also going in. This wasn't good, was it? I didn't recruit Mo Sheng." Huang Daoran smiled and said, "Let Mo Sheng go. Little Hai wants to get 2 sets of body cultivation techniques for Mo Sheng to cultivate. Also, it's good to let Mo Sheng see some blood. Those people didn't recruit Mo Sheng, but if we ask, Yuan Ding will probably agree." Feng Beiming's expression changed a few times. To be honest, among all his disciples, only this silly Mo Sheng was the one he liked the most. Perhaps it was because Mo Sheng was born a little silly, but he had put in more effort for Mo Sheng. However, Feng Beiming was very clear that Mo Sheng couldn't always follow him. It was better to let Mo Sheng go out and explore. With his status, he couldn't personally take Mo Sheng out to explore, so he could only let someone else take him. And now it seemed that Zhao Hai was the most suitable person. Thinking of this, Feng Beiming sighed, "All right, let him go. I'll take care of this matter. Little Hai, if you have something to do, quickly go and deal with it. Don't forget that you'll definitely come back here in 3 days. Those monks aren't people you can afford to offend right now." "Yes," Mo Sheng replied. However, he had already finished the fat chicken, but he still held the wine jar in his hand and followed Zhao Hai out. Once they were outside, Zhao Hai waved his hand and the two of them disappeared from the Xuanqing Palace. Jing Xuan and the Great Elder, who had come out to see Zhao Hai off, could not help but sigh when they saw this. Zhao Hai's ability to come and go without a trace was really frightening. However, the two of them didn't say anything and followed Feng Beiming and the others back to the inner hall. They were prepared to give Li Zondao a few better Dharma artifacts and bring more pills so that Li Zondao would have more capital to save his life. Zhao Hai brought Mo Sheng back to the origin space. He was most worried about the origin space. The perimeter of the second planet of Jare was almost complete. In addition, they were at the back of the array world, so Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about anything. Zhao Hai only needed to go there and say hello to the Round Guardian and the others. He didn't have to worry about Mo Sheng. As long as he didn't let Mo Sheng tell anyone, Mo Sheng wouldn't tell anyone about what happened in the space. That was why he was so assured to bring Mo Sheng into the space. As soon as they entered the origin space, Laura and the others immediately came up to them. Mo Sheng looked at them with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai looked at Mo Sheng and smiled. Mo Sheng, remember, these are your sisters-in-law. In the future, you have to call them sister-in-law and respect them as you respect me. If you're hungry, just tell them. Mo Sheng nodded and said to Laura and the others, sister-in-law. Laura and the others already knew about Mo Sheng's situation from the origin space. They all nodded with a smile. Zhao Hai then led Laura and Mo Sheng into the villa. After sitting down in the villa, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said with a smile, I really did not expect that we would be able to enter the Myriad Realm battlefield so quickly. I really can't wait any longer. In a while, I'll go to the Yale planet number 2 to greet you. You guys have to spend more time on the Pirates' Playground in the Yale planet. The Myriad Realm battlefield is not like the Six Realm battlefield. It's best to be careful. Lola nodded. Don't worry. We'll take care of these things. You can rest assured and prepare for the things in 3 days. Zhao Hai nodded his head and looked at Mo Sheng, who was standing at the side. He then turned to Kai and said, Kai, arrange a room for Mo Sheng. If he wants to eat something, then make him something to eat. This guy can eat a lot. Kai nodded and led Mo Sheng away. Although Mo Sheng wasn't very smart, he was very obedient to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had told him to treat Kai, and the others the same way he treated him, and he still remembered that. So when Kai asked him to follow, he followed obediently. Seeing that Mo Sheng had left, Zhao Hai went to Countless Sands Island in a flash. He greeted the Round Guardian and the others and told them about his upcoming trip. He had already mentioned this matter to the Round Guardian and the others, but the Round Guardian and the others had not expected it to happen so quickly. However, they also understood that Zhao Hai had no choice in this matter, so they did not say anything. They only instructed Zhao Hai to be careful and did not say anything more. Zhao Hai gave a few instructions and went to see Zhang Li and the rest. Zhao Hai did not have time to discuss Zhang Yun's matter. After Zhang Yun arrived at the Yale 2, she was busy with her cultivation and did not have time to think too much. This made Zhao Hai heave a sigh of relief. Next, Zhao Hai went to see Louis and gave him some instructions. Now that things were basically on the right track on planet Jare number 2, most of the people living there were from the Sword Cross, so it was better to let Louis manage them. Furthermore, the Cross Sword's territory at the Pirates' Playground was also under Louis' control, so Louis was still very busy. After explaining to Louis, Zhao Hai basically had nothing else to do. However, to be safe, he still went to the Six Realm battlefield and told the person in charge of the Six Realm battlefield about his situation. The person in charge had obviously received instructions from the higher-ups of the machine array world. They did not dare to interfere with Zhao Hai's matters, so they immediately agreed. In fact, the higher-ups of the array field had already told the manager that Zhao Hai had to go out for some matters and asked them to make preparations to prevent people from the other fields from coming to the Six Realm battlefield to cause trouble. That was why the manager had agreed so readily. After going to the Six Realm battlefield, Zhao Hai really had nothing to do. He immediately returned to the origin space and saw Mo Sheng practicing martial arts outside the villa. Zhao Hai originally wanted to give Mo Sheng the Super Strength Devil Subduing Mystic Technique and a few other physical cultivation mystic techniques, but these mystic techniques could only be cultivated with the power of faith. Mo Sheng did not have the power of faith, so he could not cultivate them at all. Zhao Hai could only bring Mo Sheng into the Myriad Realm battlefield. He found a few body cultivation techniques that Mo Sheng could cultivate and gave them to him. Zhao Hai, Mo Sheng, and Li Zondao followed Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen to a teleportation array in the Xuan Qing sect. This teleportation array was very special. It was not in the teleportation square of the Xuan Qing sect, but in an extremely hidden place inside the sect. Feng Beiming told Zhao Hai that the first major sect would have such a magic array. It was meant to be used by people in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Therefore, it was usually chosen in a very secretive place. Very few people in the sect would know of its existence. Zhao Hai only used a day to deal with all the things he needed to deal with. However, he didn't return to the Xuan Qing sect immediately. Instead, he brought Mo Sheng to the origin space to cultivate. Mo Sheng's strength wasn't bad. He was indeed a genius in cultivating physical skills. Just by cultivating physical skills, he had already reached the height of a nascent soul stage expert. Zhao Hai's purpose this time was to allow Mo Sheng to add another ability, which was to condense aura into his body. Zhao Hai used 2 days to help Mo Sheng successfully form the aura shield. This was probably the smoothest time he had ever done so. Mo Sheng's body was extremely strong, and the Inquisitors in the space could still be controlled. They would not cause Mo Sheng any harm. In addition, Mo Sheng was foolish and bold. He would do whatever Zhao Hai asked him to do. Thus, the process of forming the aura shield was very successful. After helping Mo Sheng successfully form the goo, Zhao Hai brought Mo Sheng back to the Xuan Qing sect. As soon as they returned, Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen arrived. Huang Duran didn't know about it either, so Zhao Hai didn't need him to care about it. However, he still gave Zhao Hai some instructions before following Zhao Hai and the others to the teleportation array in the Xuan Qing sect. The few of them stood on the teleportation array, and Yuan Ding turned to Feng Beiming and Huang Daoran. "Don't worry, benefactors. I'll take good care of you." Feng Beiming and Huang Daoran both smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble the two masters if that's the case." Of course, the two of them did not take his words seriously. There were not many guides in the Myriad Realm battlefield in the cultivation world. There were only the two of them. Every year they had to guide many people into the Myriad Realm battlefield so they could take care of all of them. What they meant was that if they did not give Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao any trouble, they would be considered eminent monks. With a flash of white light, the few of them disappeared from the teleportation array. Feng Beiming looked at the teleportation array and said in a deep voice, "Liba, do you think they will be able to return safely?" Huang Daoran smiled. "I'm not worried about that at all. They'll definitely return safely. With Little Hai around, I'm very assured." "Yeah, we have Little Hai here," Feng Beiming nodded. After he finished, he turned to look at Qing Xuan and the Great Elder and said in a deep voice, "After you guys go back, immediately chase those stinky brats down the mountain to train. Don't be afraid of any casualties. One strong person is more useful than 100 pieces of trash. Do you understand?" Qing Xuan and the Great Elder responded in unison. They did not dare to be negligent. Although Qing Xuan also wanted Zhao Hai to teach those disciples a lesson, the gap between Zhao Hai and those disciples had made Qing Xuan a little frightened. He had thought that things would not turn out like this, but now it seemed that the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had arrived at a teleportation square. The teleportation square was not very large. It was built in a mountain stream and was surrounded by high cliffs. On the cliffs there were many cave abodes. They were densely packed and looked like honeycombs. Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen glanced at the cliff. Yuan Zhen immediately flew away, but Yuan Ding turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao, are you two going to build your own cave abodes or use the ones left behind by the past? If you want to build your own Immortals Cave, I can arrange a place for you. If you want to use the Immortals Cave left by your predecessors, I can take you there now." He did not ask Mo Sheng because Feng Beiming had already told him that Mo Sheng's situation was special, and he was told to follow Zhao Hai. "Master, I'll just use the Immortals Cave left behind by my predecessors," Zhao Hai said after some thought. Yuan Ding nodded and turned to look at Li Zongdao. Li Zongdao said in a deep voice, "I can also use the cave dwelling left behind by the predecessors." "But Master, is it possible to arrange our cave abodes closer to each other?" Zhao Hai and Yuan Ding acknowledged, and each of them found a cave and flew in. Yuan Ding glanced at the two of them and smiled before flying away. Zhao Hai and Fei Sheng entered the Immortals Cave and took a look. The area of the Immortals Cave was not small at all. It was not inferior to Feng Beiming's Immortals Cave at all. Moreover, the density of the spirit qi in the Myriad Realm battlefield was actually similar to that of Xuanqing School's Mount Yuking. It was extremely dense. Zhao Hai entered the resting room of his cave abode and saw a white jade slip. Zhao Hai picked up the jade slip and sent his mental energy into it. Of course, it was impossible for the jade slip to have any restrictions. His mental energy easily probed inside, and then a large amount of information about the Myriad Realm battlefield entered his mind. The situation here in the Realm battlefield was very complicated. Just the ones that were unified now, the various realms in the Myriad Realm battlefield were middle-level people. There were more than 36,000 realms, and these people were all very powerful. In the six-realm battlefield, the cultivation world was not the strongest realm. Their strength in the Myriad Realm battlefield was considered average. Moreover, the cultivation world did not have a direct leader in the Myriad Realm battlefield, only a law enforcement team. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, there was no such thing as the old guide the new. When you came, you were a member of the Myriad Realm battlefield. The basic situation and some maps of the Myriad Realm battlefield were all recorded in this jade slip, but no one would help you. Everything was up to you to break through. Of course, you could also form a team. As long as you could find someone, no one would care if you formed a team of 10,000 people. However, there was a rule in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Every month, each person must hand in a certain amount of medicinal herbs or ores. If the amount you hand in is not enough, then sorry, you will be punished. If you don't hand it in 3 times, you will be kicked out of the Myriad Realm battlefield. If you obtained a lot of medicinal herbs or ores, other than the fixed amount handed in every month, the rest would be yours. You should know that there were good things everywhere in the Myriad Realm battlefield. As long as you went to look for them, your harvest would definitely not be small. Of course, it was also very dangerous here. The Myriad Realm battlefield was not a peaceful place. If you were not strong enough, you could forget about coming back. Because here you not only had to be careful of people from other realms, but also people from the cultivation world. If you were not careful, you might be swallowed up. Of course, the people in the Myriad Realm battlefield would not write down these dangers in the Jade Slip. This was what Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming had told Zhao Hai and the others. Hence, when Zhao Hai saw the situation in the Jade Slip, he immediately understood what it meant. Zhao Hai walked around the cave abode a few times and turned on the defensive magic array. In this cave abode, other than a practitioner, a cultivation room, and a quiet room, there was also a refining room and a yin pill refining room. In the refining room, there was an array that could be used to produce fire for people to use. In the pill refining room, there was a large cauldron used for refining pills. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that there was a small stream flowing through the cave. In general, Zhao Haidi was very satisfied with the cave abode. Just as he finished looking around, he heard a sound coming from outside. Zhao Hai was setting up a defensive array. It was Li Zongdao. The moment Li Zongdao entered Zhao Hai's cave, he looked around and said, not bad at all. My immortal's cave is the same as yours. It seems that all the immortal's caves here are similar. By the way, little Hai, what do you think of the things on the Jade Slip? Zhao Hai smiled and said, what else can we think? Didn't we come to the Myriad Realm battlefield to train? We'll rest for 2 days and first move around the area to familiarize ourselves with the environment. Then we'll go out and look for medicinal herbs. In any case, whatever medicinal herbs we need to hand in, the Jade Slip has the ore, so there's no mistake. Li Zongdao nodded. All right, let's rest for 2 days. Oh right, should we go around these 2 days and see if we can meet any acquaintances? Zhao Hai smiled. I can't possibly have any acquaintances here. If there is, it should be you. How about this, brother Li? You can go around these 2 days and see if there are any acquaintances. If there are acquaintances, invite them over and see if we can form a team. Li Zongdao nodded. Okay, I'll try it out in the next 2 days, but we've agreed on this. No matter what, the 3 of us must be together. Zhao Hai nodded with a smile. In the next 2 days, Li Zongdao kept going out, wanting to see if he could meet someone familiar here. Unfortunately, he didn't meet anyone. This didn't mean that Li Zongdao knew very few people. He knew many people in the world of self-cultivation, and many people were willing to be friends with him, even those who had fought with him. However, Li Zongdao's cultivation speed was also very fast. He belonged to the type of genius. As for those people he knew, most of them did not cultivate as fast as him. Naturally, they were not qualified to be sent to the Myriad Realm battlefield. After 2 days of hard work, Li Zongdao gave up. Zhao Hai didn't shut himself in these 2 days either. He released the liquid silver flying needle and scouted the surrounding terrain. Although the Jade Slip had a map of the surrounding area, Zhao Hai still kept the map in his storage space. This way, he could feel all the changes in the area more directly. After Yuan Ding brought them into the Myriad World battlefield, he left them alone. On the morning of the 3rd day, when Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao were about to leave, Yuan Ding suddenly came. Zhao Hai hurriedly invited Yuan Ding into his cave dwelling and called Li Zongdao over. Yuan Ding looked at the 2 of them and said, in the Myriad Realm battlefield, everything is up to you. The 3 of you are lucky to have come here together, so you can directly form a small team. Take these 3 Jade Slips with you. They not only represent your identity, but also act as a measuring device. From today on, you will officially enter the Myriad Realm battlefield. In the following month, you must hand in a certain number of medicinal herbs or ores. Besides that, you can keep the rest for your own use. We won't interfere anymore. If you have something you can't solve and need the law enforcement group to come forward, you'll have to pay some extra herbs and ores. At that time, the law enforcement group can come forward to help you settle some trouble. Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao both knew about what Yuan Ding had said. They had also heard Huang Daoran say that it was indeed possible to get the law enforcement group to step in. However, the price to pay would be very high. The law enforcement group had a nickname in the Myriad World battlefield, Vampires. It could be seen how unpopular they were. However, the law enforcement team was quite strong. The members were all old people from the cultivation world, and each of them had extraordinary combat power. If you found an amazing mine but you didn't have the ability to take it, you could contact the law enforcement team and take it. Of course, the majority of the mine would be given to the law enforcement team, and you could only take a small portion. But even so, it was better than nothing. Zhao Hai and the other 2 kept the Jade Slips. Yuan Ding looked at the 2 of them and said with a smile, I know what you've been doing these past 2 days. You've done well. Do a good job. I can't form a team with you because I'm a member of the law enforcement team. Do you want me to introduce you to a few people and form a team to act together? This was also something that Zhao Hai and the others had discussed before. The situation in the Myriad Realm battlefield was too complicated. For their own safety, Zhao Hai and the others had decided not to form a team with others and to take a look outside first. Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming had already told them to be on guard against these monks when they arrived at the Myriad Realm battlefield. Don't be fooled by their kind faces. When they did things, each one was more ruthless than the other. Hence, Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao rejected Yuan Ding's good intentions. Yuan Ding did not mind and nodded, okay, let me know when you guys want to form a team. After he finished speaking, he walked out. Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao sent him to the door before returning to the cave. After they sat down in the cave, Li Zongdao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what should we do next?" "Let's go," Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. "Let's go out and take a look. I want to see if the Myriad Realm battlefield is a dangerous place." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "All right, let's go now. Martial Uncle Feng has already said that it's very normal to go out for a few months in the Myriad Realm battlefield. But when you return, you must hand in the medicinal herbs or ores that you haven't handed in for the past few months. Otherwise, you will really be kicked out of the Myriad Realm battlefield." Zhao Hai did not care much about this. Now that he had entered the Myriad Realm battlefield, even if those people kicked him out, he could come back at any time. He was not afraid. However, there was no need to offend the law enforcement team now. They were too powerful in the cultivation world. If he offended them, his life in the cultivation world would be difficult. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai suddenly thought of something. Ever since he entered the Myriad Realm battlefield, he had not heard any system announcement. Could it be that the Myriad Realm battlefield was naturally formed? It wasn't a space that was opened up by someone. As he thought of this, Zhao Hai immediately said to Kai in his mind, "Kai, is this space of the Myriad Realm battlefield not created by someone?" Kai shook her head. "No, big brother Hai, this is a space that was created by someone else. However, it doesn't seem like it was created by a single person, but by a few people. There should have been an alert, but I didn't want it to disturb you. Don't worry, the space has a shielding ability, and the person who created this space can't find out about the existence of our space." Only then did Zhao Hai feel relieved. However, he didn't stop walking when he was doing this. He had already walked to the entrance of the cave with Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. The few of them flew out. There were many people like them who went out. Zhao Hai had made a rough calculation these days. In the gathering point at the mountain stream in the cultivation world, there were more than 10,000 cultivators, and this was only a gathering point of the cultivation world in the Myriad Realm battlefield. To be exact, this was an elementary gathering point. The cultivators living in this gathering point were those who had entered the Myriad Realm battlefield for less than 3 years. Those who had been in the Myriad Realm battlefield for less than 3 years were considered newcomers. Back when Feng Beiming and Huang Daoran were still in the newcomer stage, they had already been eliminated. The Myriad Realm battlefield could be said to be the most suitable place for cultivators to cultivate. The spiritual energy here was rich, and one would never have to worry about not being able to find an opponent. As long as one handed in enough medicinal herbs and ores, one could continue to cultivate here. Zhao Hai had only recently found out that there was no such thing as retirement in the Myriad Realm battlefield. As long as you could persist for 3 years, you would have the right to leave the Myriad Realm battlefield at any time and come back at any time. If you could not persist for 3 years, then I'm sorry, but you should never come back. And there was only one way to leave the Myriad Realm battlefield in less than 3 years, and that was to be seriously injured. If you were not able to recover within a few months, then you would naturally be unable to hand over the medicinal herbs or ores, and would naturally be kicked out of the Myriad Realm battlefield. When Zhao Hai first found out about this condition, he was really a little surprised. The situation in the Myriad Realm battlefield was really good. It was absolutely suitable for cultivation. However, this was also the most fruit-eating harmonious law of the jungle. As long as you had the strength, you could do whatever you wanted here. No one would care about you. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to have the strength. Zhao Hai and the others quickly left the mountain stream settlement, which was also known as the newbie residential area. As soon as they came out of the newbie residential area, Zhao Hai and the others immediately flew to the east. According to the map, the east was a place where medicinal herbs were produced and the best place for the newbies to train. This was also a tacit understanding in the Myriad Realm battlefield. There were several newbies training areas in the Myriad Realm battlefield, and the east of the newbies residential area in the cultivation world was one of these. The newbie trial area was filled with newbies. Very few seniors would go there because the medicinal herbs there weren't very high level. If you went there, you would have to win a lot of colored herbs to be able to hand in enough for a month. However, there was also an advantage to the newbie trial area. The people who took the trial there were generally not very strong, so it was more suitable for newbies. Of course, there were also some seniors who did not follow the rules and would come here to rob the newcomers. Most newcomers were not a match for them and could only admit that they were unlucky. Some newcomers were even killed or left the Myriad Realm battlefield with serious injuries. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, robbery and murder were all very normal things. In the Six Realm battlefield, sometimes people might not kill. After all, they were all from the cultivation world. Sometimes, when the higher-ups of several realms communicated, the casualties might be greatly reduced. However, it was different in the Myriad Realm battlefield. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, tens of thousands of worlds, the size of cultivation worlds, gathered here. Not to mention the law, it was already good enough that there were no corpses and blood every day. Zhao Hai and the others were extremely careful. After entering the trial area for newbies, the three of them had been extremely careful. Zhao Hai had also released his silver needles to scout the surroundings. At the same time, he had also activated the heart-clearing mystic technique to carefully observe the situation around him. This mind-clearing technique was indeed very useful. When Zhao Hai used it, he immediately felt all kinds of danger around him. This made Zhao Hai value this technique even more. He immediately chose a direction that was relatively less dangerous and flew over. It wasn't that he didn't want to choose the direction with the least danger, but he suddenly couldn't choose that direction because it was the direction of the newbies' residential area. He couldn't turn back right. The situation here in the Myriad Realm battlefield was similar to that in the Six Realm battlefield. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, there were well-preserved forests everywhere. Only the mines would be damaged by the mines, because the people here in the Myriad Realm battlefield were very clear that only when these forests grew well could they produce good medicinal herbs, and they would have a harvest. The preciousness of various medicinal herbs mainly depended on their medicinal effects, and in the Myriad Realm battlefield, the spiritual qi was very abundant. In addition, there were all kinds of environments, so some very precious medicinal herbs would often appear. What did this very precious mean? It meant that experts at the crossing calamity stage would immediately snatch it when they saw it. Even experts at the soul-splitting stage would fight for it if they knew about it. For example, the so-called precious medicinal herbs in the cultivation world, if they were placed here in the Myriad Realm battlefield, perhaps no one would care. In addition, the Myriad Realm battlefield was extremely huge. How big was this place? After all, the people of the cultivation world had been exploring for so many years, but they had never found the edge. One could imagine how huge it was, so the cultivation world had always been very supportive of those who wanted to explore the distance. Zhao Hai and the others flew forward for a while and realized that the trees were getting shorter and shorter. Zhao Hai looked at his surroundings and compared it to the map on the jade slip. Then he turned to Li Zongdao and said, "Big brother Lei, it looks like we're going to the area where the iron pear wood is. This is the territory of the iron pear rats, so we have to be careful." Iron pear wood was a superior material for making magic tools. The older the iron pear wood was, the tougher it would be. Even if you encountered iron pear wood that was more than 10,000 years old, it would be impossible to pick it because there was nothing that could cut it. In the area where the iron pear tree was, there were very few other plants that could survive. The reason was that there was a type of demon beast in the area where the iron pear tree was. This demon beast was called the iron pear rat. The iron pear rat was the guardian of the iron pear tree and also the terminator of the tree. Iron pear rats fed on iron pear wood for a living and were the only nemesis of iron pear wood. They could even bite through iron pear wood that was 10,000 years old. However, at the same time, they protected the iron pear wood. Anyone who wanted to obtain the iron pear would be attacked by the iron pear rats. The older the iron pear tree was, the more powerful the iron pear rats would be. As for other plants that grew on the iron pear tree, they would almost be cleaned up by the iron pear rats without any mercy. It's really hard to find other plants. The jade slip introduced the iron pear wood and the iron pear rat. Naturally, Li Zongdao knew about their existence. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, Li Zongdao immediately took a look at the map on the jade slip and nodded his head. "That's right, we're almost at the iron pear forest. It's very dangerous here. Little Hai, why don't we go somewhere else?" Zhao Hai smiled wryly. He wanted to go somewhere else, but his insight into nature told him that the iron pear forest was the least dangerous place. The other places were all very dangerous. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Let's go here and take a look. The iron pear wood is a good thing. As long as each of us can get a few dozen caddies of iron pear wood, this month's task will be completed. Then we can go to other places, and the harvest will be ours." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Li Zongdao was really tempted. There were good things everywhere in the Myriad Realm battlefield. If they could get more good things, then even if they left the Myriad Realm battlefield in the future, they would be able to survive in the cultivation world. In addition, Li Zongdao was very clear about his own strength. He was definitely not Zhao Hai's opponent. In the future, if he wanted to survive in the Myriad Realm battlefield, he would have to rely on Zhao Hai. Hence, he did not object and nodded. However, with a flip of his hand, he revealed a ring-shaped magical artifact. This ring-shaped magical artifact covered the three of them. Zhao Hai did not object to Li Zongdao's actions. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, there were all sorts of people with special abilities, who knew if there would be someone among them who could avoid the detection of space and launch a sneak attack on them. He wasn't afraid, but Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng weren't. Hence, Zhao Hai didn't object to Li Zongdao's decision to use his defensive equipment. The three of them carefully went into the iron pear forest. Soon, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the iron pear wood forest. The iron pear wood was very easy to recognize. The iron pear wood was yellow in color, with a straight skin and branches like dragons. It was not very tall, the tallest being only about 4 or 5 meters tall, and the average one was as thick as an arm. It looked very inconspicuous, but if I cut it with a magic weapon, you would know how tough it was. This iron pear wood had a special characteristic. At first, it grew very fast. Within a year, it could find about 3 meters of iron pear wood. However, at this time, the iron pear wood was useless, because it was as fragile as an ordinary tree and had no use. After growing to about 3 meters, the iron pear wood would stop growing, and would not grow any taller for 100 years. Only after growing for 10 years could the iron pear wood be officially regarded as a material, and could be used to refine weapons. The iron pear wood at the edge of the iron pear forest had all grown less than 10 years. People would not meet iron pear rats here, as they would not eat iron pear wood that had grown less than 10 years. Although they knew that there were no iron pear rats here, the 3 of them were still very careful. The most dangerous thing in the iron pear forest was not the iron pear rats, but the people. There would often be some people lying in ambush here, robbing people who came here to collect iron pear wood. Just as the 3 of them were carefully moving forward, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. Once he stopped, Mo Sheng naturally stopped as well. Li Zongdao also stopped. Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. "Friend, come out. If you're still hiding, don't blame me for being impolite," Zhao Hai said in a deep voice as he looked ahead. Zhao Hai had long discovered that there was someone here. It was the realm that had discovered him. This was a very good hiding skill. Even Zhao Hai and the others' spiritual power had not discovered him. However, he could not hide from the realm. Zhao Hai had never thought of avoiding this person, but it was useless. Although the iron pear forest was not small, it seemed like this person had been waiting for them. Zhao Hai could not let him go. Even if they did, they would still be robbed and killed by this person when they came out. In that case, why don't we just kill this person first? When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai's words, he knew that Zhao Hai had some feelings for him. He immediately took out his offensive weapon, a thick and heavy sword. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a liquid silver flying sword appeared in his hand. Then the flying sword flew straight in one direction. Li Zongdao looked at the direction the flying sword flew in and could not help but be slightly stunned. He had just used his mind power to scan the area, but there was nothing there. This made him feel very strange. Just as Li Zongdao was confused, he heard a swoosh. Zhao Hai's flying sword was suddenly grabbed by an iron claw. Then a figure slowly emerged from an iron pear wood. To be more precise, it was a humanoid creature. It had green skin and no hair on its head. It had tentacle-like things growing out of its head. Its eyes were completely black, without any white. It was very tall, nearly 3 meters tall. It was wearing a black robe that looked like a magic robe, but the style was different. The man's black eyes were fixed on Zhao Hai. Then he said in a deep voice, "How did you find me?" "Impossible, you can't find me. I'm wearing an invisibility robe, you can't find me." Zhao Hai looked at the man and snorted coldly. "Friend, let's not beat around the bush. You wanted to ambush us, but we've discovered you. Your ambush plan didn't succeed. Shouldn't you retreat? Friend, if you don't want to leave, then don't blame me for being impolite." In fact, Zhao Hai had no intention of letting that person go. If that person had really retreated, Zhao Hai would have definitely retreated and killed him. He had said this to lower that person's guard. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the good guy laughed and said, "The 3 of you must be newcomers from the cultivation world, right? I'm looking for you, and you're all dead today." Zhao Hai looked at this guy in confusion. He didn't understand what this guy meant. The man looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. "I've already killed dozens of people from the cultivation world. You'll be my spoils of war too." After hearing what the man said, Zhao Hai knew that today's matter would not end peacefully. Although this man had not reached the crossing calamity stage yet, his strength was not bad, especially his magic weapon, which was a moving iron claw like a mechanical arm. Zhao Hai looked at the man and snorted. "It seems that you've been eyeing our cultivation world for a long time. You even know that we're new here, but that's good. I'll kill you first." With that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and 100 flying swords appeared beside him. Then he used the violent wind and attacked a good person. The man snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a large number of Dharma artifacts suddenly appeared in his hand. There were no less than 100 of them. These Dharma artifacts looked like Dharma artifacts from the cultivation world, but they were all dyed with a layer of green and looked very awkward. Then something happened that shocked Zhao Hai even more. The tentacles on his other end began to wriggle slowly. The magic weapons began to shake slowly with the tentacles. It looked as if his tentacles were controlling the magic weapons. Then, the tentacle on his head pointed at Zhao Hai, and the magical weapons he released went straight for Zhao Hai's sword. The iron claw that the man released at the beginning was still holding on to Zhao Hai's sword. The man didn't seem to care about the fight with Zhao Hai. With a wave of his hand, the iron claw was already in front of him. He carefully examined the liquid silver flying sword that had been caught. At this moment, Zhao Hai's eyes suddenly flashed. The liquid silver flying sword that the man had been holding suddenly turned into a ball of metal and broke away from the iron claw. It then turned into a long sword and stabbed into the man's throat. A trace of shock flashed through the man's eyes, and then his black pupils slowly lost their light. The magic tools he released also lost all their green chi and fell to the ground one after another. Zhao waved his hand, and the magical equipment and the green-skinned monster were all kept into the medium. On the other hand, Li Zongdao, who was standing at the side and preparing to help, was a little dumbfounded. He had never expected that Zhao Hai would take care of the good guys so quickly. It had not even been one round. Wasn't that a little too fast? Zhao Hai kept the magical equipment and the green-skinned monster. He turned around and smiled at Li Zongdao. Big brother Li, I won't share these things with you. Please don't take offense. Li Zongdao shook his head and said, these things originally belonged to you, brother. What's there to be surprised about? I really didn't expect that we would meet such a tough guy just after arriving at the Myriad Realm battlefield. I actually didn't notice him just now. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would be in danger this time. Let's go, Zhao Hai said with a smile. We'll go in and get some ironwood first. Zhao Hai was very clear that if he had not used the liquid silver flying sword that he had captured at the very beginning to lower the green-skinned monster's guard, and then suddenly attacked and killed it, it would not have been so easy to kill it. That guy's strength was not bad, especially those tentacles on his head, which could actually control a magic weapon. If they really fought, even if they could get rid of him, it would take a lot of effort. The three of them carefully flew into the Ironpure forest. They were even more careful than before, especially Li Zongdao. He had never thought that he would encounter such a strong enemy the moment he arrived at the Myriad Realm battlefield. This was really beyond his expectations, so he could not afford to be careless. Speaking of which, there was a big difference between this kind of iron pear wood and the old iron pear wood. It was easy to distinguish. The younger the iron pear wood, the smoother the bark. The older the iron pear wood, the more cracks on the bark. For iron pear wood under 10 years, you almost couldn't see any cracks. Only after 10 years, there would be cracks on the iron pear wood that could be used. Zhao Hai and the others flew forward for more than 10 minutes before they saw the iron pear wood with cracks on its bark. One could imagine how big this iron pear wood forest was. Zhao Hai took a look at the iron pear wood with cracks and turned to Li Zongdao. Big brother Li, these iron pear trees are all around 10 years old. The grade is too low. I'm afraid we'll have to get tens of thousands of caddies to be able to produce a month's supply. I think we should walk further in and find a few older ones. What do you think? Li Zongdao looked at the ironpure wood and nodded. All right, we'll keep these low-aged ironpure trees for a while. We'll just have to look inside. Zhao Hai nodded, and the three of them flew into the forest. Zhao Hai's liquid silver needles had already covered a large area. He did not want to be ambushed. He had already discovered dozens of people from different realms in the iron pear forest, and many iron pear rats. The iron pear rat is a kind of demonic beast that is more difficult to deal with. The teeth of this kind of demonic beast are extremely sharp, and they can even bite through a 10,000-year-old iron pear tree. Perhaps it was because they ate iron pear wood all year round, but their defensive ability was very strong. The iron pear rats had almost no hair on their bodies, only a layer of thick skin. However, the defensive ability of this thick skin was really amazing. Even the armor made by ordinary cultivators was not as good as the defense of the iron pear rat's thick skin. People also found that the iron pear rats were not born to be able to bite the 10,000-year-old iron pear wood. The strength of the iron pear rats was related to the age of the iron pear wood they had eaten. If it was a newborn iron pear rat, it would be very easy to deal with, because those iron pear rats could only bite the 10-year-old iron pear wood at most, and their strength was not very good. However, as the iron pear rats grew up, they could eat iron pear wood of even older ages, and their strength would also slowly increase. If it was an iron pear rat that could bite through 10,000 years old iron pear wood, even a cultivator at the crossing calamity stage would not dare to provoke it. If they provoked it, they would definitely die. It could be seen how powerful these iron pear rats were. This iron pear rat was also a high-grade material for refining weapons. Its teeth, skin, bones, and tendons were all top-grade refining materials. The stronger the iron pear rat was, the better the items on it were for refining weapons. However, the iron pear rats were a kind of demonic beast that lived in groups. They usually lived in a family. Even if it was the weakest iron pear rat, you might not be able to catch it because there would be several strong iron pear rats following them. If you were not careful, not only would you not be able to catch the iron pear rat, but you might also become fertilizer for the iron pear wood. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai was very afraid of the iron pear rats. However, if Li Zongdao wasn't beside him, Zhao Hai would really want to go and meet the iron pear rats. This type of demonic beast seemed to be under some kind of control. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, once it reached the foundation establishment stage, it would be able to transform into a human form. However, this iron pear rat was unable to transform into a human form. They had always maintained their beast form. Although they had high intelligence, they were still in their beast form. It was very strange. In fact, it wasn't just the iron pear rats that were like this. As long as it was in the Myriad Realm battlefield, all the demonic beasts that were born and raised here were like this. This was also what Zhao Hai was most puzzled about. It seemed like the creator of the Myriad Realm battlefield must have controlled these demonic beasts, just like how he could control the animals in the space. However, Zhao Hai wanted to bring the iron pear rats into his origin space and see how they would react. He wanted to bring the iron pear rats into his origin space as well. To Zhao Hai, these things were all tonics to his origin space. Even if he couldn't upgrade the origin space, he could at least bring a few more good things to it. Zhao Hai did not want to fight with people from other realms, so he carefully avoided them. He was very clear that no one in the Myriad Realm battlefield was kind. Even if you did not want to provoke others, it did not mean that others would not want to provoke you. Therefore, Zhao Hai carefully avoided those people. Although Li Zongdao didn't understand why Zhao Hai was walking around in the Ironpure Forest, he didn't dare to say anything. He realized that Zhao Hai was very mysterious. Everything he did seemed to have a purpose, which was very confusing. After another hour, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. The area they were in now had a few hundred-year-old Ironpure wood. 100-year-old Ironpure wood was considered an excellent material for refining weapons. If Zhao Hai and the others could hand in 100 pounds of it, they would have completed their month's task. 100-year-old Ironpure wood was very heavy. It weighed more than 50 kilograms. Even a branch that was more than a meter long and had a diameter no larger than a wine cup would weigh more than 50 kilograms. One must know that the 100-year-old Ironpure wood was not that easy to pick. If you did not have a particularly sharp magical weapon in your hand, then there was no need to even think about it. Even if you had a particularly sharp magical weapon that could cut through the Ironpure wood, there was still one more obstacle that you had to overcome, and that was the guardian of the Ironpure wood, the Ironpure rat. Only iron pear trees that were about 100 years old would be guarded by iron pear rats. Moreover, the iron pear rats that guarded the iron pear trees were very powerful. They were usually from small families. The strongest iron pear rats in the families should have the strength of the nascent soul stage. However, ordinary experts in the nascent soul stage were definitely not the opponents of the iron pear rats in the nascent soul stage. This was because the iron pear rats in the nascent soul stage usually had copper skin and iron bones. It was not easy for ordinary celestial devices to break through their defense. They were not iron pear trees. They stood there for you to chop at. Moreover, the sharpness of their teeth and claws was even greater than that of ordinary magic tools. Zhao Hai had already noticed that there were a few iron pear rats near the few hundred-year-old iron pear trees. These iron pear rats were not as huge as Zhao Hai had imagined. These iron pear trees were not much bigger than ordinary rats. Their bodies were dark, and they did not have much hair. However, their exposed skin was shining with a metallic luster. They had 4 sharp claws, teeth like saws, and even their small tails were like steel whips. Zhao Hai knew that as long as he touched those 100-year-old Ironpure trees, those Ironpure rats would immediately come over. To the Ironpure rats, the Ironpure trees were their private property. If someone dared to touch those Ironpure trees, the Ironpure rats would definitely fight with all their might. Zhao Hai looked at the ironwood calmly. Although Li Zongdao didn't know why Zhao Hai suddenly stopped, he didn't ask anything and stopped as well. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a ball of liquid metal appeared in his hand. Closely after that, the ball of liquid metal gradually turned into a huge round saw blade. With a wave of his hand, the round saw blade started to rotate rapidly and flew towards the 100-year-old iron pear tree. This time, Zhao Hai did not cut the trunk of the iron pear tree. He knew that the main trunk was the hardest, so it was very difficult to cut it. What he wanted to cut was a small branch of the tree. The branch was only about 1 meter long and as thick as a walnut. If it was an ordinary tree, Zhao Hai wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. With just a wave of Qi Jin, the entire tree would fall. But now it was different. They were facing an iron pear tree. This iron pear tree was very strong, so Zhao Hai directly used liquid silver to attack. Even so, Zhao Hai still felt that the toughness of the iron pear tree was beyond his imagination. The huge round saw blade paused as soon as it hit the iron pear tree. Then, it turned with great effort and finally sawed off the walnut-thick branch. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Hai or Li Zongdao, they had a new understanding of the toughness of the Ironpure wood. This thing was too hard. Zhao Hai was very clear about the power of his attack. He had used 50 of his spiritual energy. The attack of a cultivator at the 5th level of spiritual qi was actually blocked. It should be known that the concentration of spiritual qi in his body was comparable to that of a Duji cultivator. At that moment, a sharp screech was heard, followed by a few more squeaking sounds. Zhao Hai waved his hand and grabbed the ironwood that he had cut off. He then handed it to Li Zongdao and said, "Big brother Zongdao, this is for you. With this, you won't have to worry about this month's tax." The tax that Zhao Hai was talking about was the thing that had to be handed over. It was the same as paying a tax. Therefore, Zhao Hai directly called it a tax. Li Zongdao did not object to it. Li Zongdao didn't expect Zhao Hai to give him the branch. He quickly said, "No need, little Hai, I'll do it myself." He felt rather embarrassed. He had followed Zhao Hai out and had not been of much help. He was the first one to receive the items from Zhao Hai, which made him feel a little apologetic. Zhao Hai smiled. "You can keep it. It won't be easy to keep it. The iron pear rat is here." NBSB Li Zongdao was stunned, but he immediately kept the iron pear wood. He had also heard the cries just now, and only now did he remember that it was the iron pear rat. Li Zongdao kept the iron pear tree and started to wait with rapt attention. He also wanted to see what the iron pear rats were like. However, Zhao Hai knew that there were a total of 7 iron pear rats this time. One of them was at the nascent soul stage and should be the clan leader of the iron pear rat clan. As for the remaining ones, 2 of them were also at the nascent soul stage, and 4 of them were only at the golden core stage. At this moment, a few squeaking sounds were heard, and a few small black dots passed through from the distance. These black dots were the iron pear rats. "There are 7 in total," Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. "I'll take 3. Big Brother Zongdao Mo Sheng, you guys take 2 each." After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure moved, leaving Li Zong's ring-shaped defensive magical equipment and heading straight for the iron pear rats. At the same time, he released the liquid silver flying sword. NBSB Zhao Hai blocked 3 iron pear rats with 1 move. These 3 iron pear rats were all in the nascent soul stage. Zhao Hai wasn't being arrogant or trying to help Li Zongdao. He just wanted to capture these 3 iron pear rats and bring them into the origin space. Then there would be 1 more animal in the origin space. Only after this exchange did Zhao Hai know that these iron pear rats really lived up to their reputation. Every iron pear rat was extremely strong. Zhao Hai was fighting against 3 iron pear rats by himself, and even under the situation of only using the torrential pear blossom sword, he was still at a disadvantage. However, the 3 strongest iron pear rats were also held back by Zhao Hai. Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng were also fighting against the 4 iron pear rats that they had saved. Although the iron pear rats were very strong, the 4 iron pear rats were only at the core formation realm. They were at a disadvantage against Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. Li Zongdao had also started to use magical artifacts to fight against the iron pear rats. Mo Sheng, on the other hand, was a proper physical cultivator and was fighting the iron pear rats in close combat. Although Mo Sheng was usually dull and silly, he seemed to have changed into a different person during battle. He was like a furious King Kong with a murderous aura. His every move and form were well-mannered and well-organized. In addition, he had infinite strength and amazing defensive power. The 2 iron pear rats did not dare to confront him directly. Zhao Hai was also constantly paying attention to Mo Sheng's situation. Once he saw that Mo Sheng was fine, he was relieved. Zhao Hai began to focus all his attention on dealing with the 3 iron pear rats in front of him. This time, Zhao Hai began to use the star formation and myriad sword formation. This time, the 3 iron pear rats were unable to keep an eye on them. They were slowly trapped in the sword formation by Zhao Hai. This was also because Zhao Hai did not kill them. He wanted him to capture the 3 iron pear rats alive, not kill them. Zhao Hai saw that he had already surrounded the 3 iron pear rats. With a wave of his hand, he once again released a few flying swords. The flying swords then turned into iron chains, firmly binding the 3 iron pear rats. The 3 iron pear rats were also shocked. They did not expect Zhao Hai to have this trick up his sleeve. They struggled with all their might, but liquid silver was not that easy to break away from. With a wave of Zhao Hai's hand, the iron pear rats were kept into the origin space. As soon as the iron pear mouse entered the space, it heard a notification sound coming from the space, discovered a new type of rat-type creature that is aggressive towards the spatial dimension. Immediately subdue it to successfully subdue it. This rat-type creature has mutated and has extremely strong attack power. It can be placed in the spatial store. Host can purchase it from the spatial store. Because this rat-type creature has strong defense, its ability has been extracted and added to the spatial creature. Extraction successful. Addition successful. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod when he heard the realm's answer. The defense of the iron pear rats was indeed amazing. It was just right to extract their defensive abilities and use them on other creatures. This way, the other creatures' combat power could be improved. After collecting the 3 iron pear rats, Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. Things were going well for them as well. Mo Sheng had already killed 1 iron pear rat, and the remaining one was covered in injuries. It looked like Mo Sheng could take care of it at any time. Li Zongdao's situation was similar. He had already killed 1 iron pear rat, and the remaining one would be out soon. When Zhao Hai saw that the 2 of them were fine, he turned his attention to the iron pear trees. Iron pear trees that were more than 100 years old were guarded by iron pear rats. If they killed all the iron pear rats in this family, then these 100-year-old trees would have no more guards. He could cut them down without any worries. However, Zhao Hai did not intend to cut down all these iron pear trees at once. It was not easy for these iron pear trees to grow to 100 years old. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, everyone had a common understanding. It was okay to pick medicinal herbs, but they could not pick the roots. They had to leave some seeds for the future. The reason why everyone thought this way was because they did not want to destroy the Myriad Realm battlefield too badly. If the destruction was too great, then everyone would not be able to harvest it in the future. Zhao Hai cut off a few branches from the 100-year-old iron pear tree. It was enough to pay for a month's tax. However, Zhao Hai still cut off 2 more branches. He wanted to see if the iron pear tree could survive in his origin space. As soon as he put the iron pear tree into the space, he heard a prompt from the space. A new mutated iron tree seed has been discovered. It can be used for cutting cultivation, refining tools, and medicine. It has a strong medicinal effect on body refining techniques. Zhao Hai was overjoyed when he heard the notification. This was great. Since this thing could be used for cutting, he could plant the iron pear tree in the boundless space. Zhao Hai immediately instructed Heir to do so. As long as one of them could survive, everything would be easier in the future. He could place the iron pear tree in the time-accelerated area and let it grow faster. This way, he would not be lacking iron pear trees in the future. After cutting down a few branches from different 100-year pear trees, Zhao Hai turned to Li Zongdao and the rest. Li Zongdao and the rest had already dealt with their opponents. Zhao Hai kept the 2 iron pear rats that Mo Sheng had killed into his origin space. Li Zongdao wanted to give the 2 that he had killed to Zhao Hai as well. However, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Don't, Big Brother Li, you keep these 2. If our harvest is not good in the future, these 2 things can cover 2 months of your tax. You should keep them. They are your hard-earned money." Li Zongdao also knew that if Zhao Hai said that he wouldn't accept it, he definitely wouldn't accept it. He could only accept it. However, his gratitude towards Zhao Hai deepened. After Li Zongdao kept the 2 iron pear rats, he looked around and turned to Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, do you want to go further in?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "No, we'll leave immediately. The other iron pear rats have already discovered the situation here and are rushing over. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Let's go." Li Zongdao trusted Zhao Hai's words very much. He immediately nodded his head and followed Zhao Hai out. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late. Let's go back, eat something and rest. We'll come out again tomorrow." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "Then after we go back, should we first pay this month's taxes?" NBSP. Zhao Hai laughed out loud. "Big Brother Li, you're really an honest man. There's no rush. Isn't it just a month? If we perform too well, we will instead be targeted by those monks. We can wait until the end of the month to hand it over. Besides, if we are injured in this month and leave the Myriad Realm battlefield, wouldn't that be a great loss?" When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai's words, he was slightly stunned. Then he thought about it and agreed with him. If he were to return and pay taxes now, he would be seriously injured in this month and have no choice but to leave the Myriad Realm battlefield. Then his income would be much less. As the 3 of them were flying away, Zhao Hai suddenly sensed a terrifying aura rushing toward them from a distance. Judging from the aura, this person was definitely an expert at the crossing calamity stage. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He turned to Li Zongdao and said, "Big Brother Li, put away your defensive magical. Let's fly forward at full speed." Li Zongdao replied and put away his defensive artifact. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a small metal artifact ship appeared in front of him. Zhao Hai stepped aside and Li Zongdao followed behind. Zhao Hai used all his strength to drive the spiritual ship forward. This time, the speed of the spiritual ship had increased by a lot. The magical formations on the ship were meant to increase the ship's speed. With Zhao Hai's help, the ship naturally sped up. The aura of the crossing calamity stage powerhouse was getting further and further away from them. Zhao Hai had also thought about it. If he used the space, he could immediately return to the newbie residential area. However, that would expose one of his trump cards. He didn't want those people to know that he had the space special technique now. Only the people in the cultivation world knew that he knew the spatial special technique. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, no one from the other realms knew that he knew the spatial special technique. It could be said that the spatial special technique had once again become Zhao Hai's life-saving trump card in the Myriad Realm battlefield. He did not want to reveal it so soon. Li Zongdao stood on the boat. Although he didn't know why Zhao Hai didn't use the special space technique, he didn't say anything. He just carefully sensed the aura of the crossing calamity stage powerhouse. When he saw that the aura didn't catch up with him, he was relieved. Mo Sheng didn't care. He didn't know what fear was. He continued to stand beside Zhao Hai and looked around curiously. Perhaps he found it interesting that the scenery around him had disappeared so quickly. Although the aura of the powerhouse at the crossing calamity stage was getting further and further away from Zhao Hai and the others, Zhao Hai didn't dare to stop. He continued to fly forward with all his might, because he had just learned from the space that the powerhouse at the crossing calamity stage who was chasing them was an expert among the green skin monsters. The green skin monster that Zhao Hai had killed was only an expert at the nascent soul stage. However, the one chasing them was at the crossing calamity stage. However, it seemed that this green-skinned monster was not here to avenge the nascent soul-stage green-skinned monster. Instead, it was here to rob them. Seeing that Zhao Hai and the others had run away, it didn't chase after them. Instead, it flew to the side. Zhao Hai didn't slow down just because the green-skinned monster had left. He continued to fly at full speed towards the newbie residential area. It didn't take long for them to reach the newbie residential area. Once they reached the newbie residential area, the three of them went to Zhao Hai's cave. Once they entered Zhao Hai's cave, Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao finally heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Mo Sheng said to Zhao Hai, "Big brother, I'm hungry." Zhao Hai smiled. "All right, let's eat if you're hungry. Come on, big brother Li. Let's have a good drink today and celebrate the harvest on our first day out." Of course, Li Zongdao would not object. The three of them sat in Zhao Hai's cave and started drinking. At this moment, a person slowly flew to the outside of Yuan Ding's cave and said in a deep voice, "Master, I, Liu Wu, would like to see you." Yuan Ding's voice came from inside, "Come in." Liu Wu responded and flew in. He entered the cave dwelling and went into the quiet room where Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen were meditating. Yuan Ding nodded to him and said, "How's the matter?" Liu Wu nodded and said, "We have some clues." Zhao Hai and the other two went to the Ironpure Forest. However, we don't know how much they have gained. Zhao Hai was very alert. "I didn't dare to go in." "Who else?" Yuan Ding nodded. Liu Wu's expression darkened. "Most of them were killed. Master's judgment is correct. Someone is targeting us. As long as our rookies leave, they will kill them. Other than Zhao Hai and the other two who returned safely, most of the others are injured." Yuan Ding nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. You may leave. Don't tell anyone about this." "Oh right, follow Zhao Hai for the next 2 days and see how strong he is." Liu Wu responded and turned to leave. Once Liu Wu left, Yuan Zhen said in a deep voice, "Senior brother, what do you think we should do about this? During this period of time, many of our Buddhist disciples have been killed or injured. Do you want to replenish them?" Yuan Ding thought for a moment and said, "Let's not be too anxious. It's not very useful to add more people in now. On the contrary, it will let the people of the Celestial Sect of Wonders know that we have encountered trouble here. Now I'm afraid they are already suspicious. After all, there are still experts of the Celestial Sect in the Myriad Realm battlefield. We have to find out who's going against us as soon as possible so that we can make targeted arrangements." Yuan Zhen nodded his head. His eyes widened. "If I find out who it is, I won't let him off." Yuan Ding mumbled a Buddhist chant without uttering a word. However, there was a hint of killing intent in his chant. What Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen did not know was that Zhao Hai had long known that Liu Wu was spying on them. Liu Wu had followed them not long after they left their residence. Zhao Hai had noticed him long ago, but he had not touched him. He wanted to see what Liu Wu was up to. Zhao Hai's new residential area had been stored by the liquid silver flying needles in the realm of origin. He couldn't call in any of the cave abodes because they all had defensive magic arrays in front of them. If the liquid silver flying needles entered, they would be discovered immediately. So Zhao Hai didn't act rashly. However, Zhao Hai didn't let this opportunity slip by. When he discovered that Liu Wu was following him, he had asked Kai to insert a silver needle into Liu Wu's body. Therefore, he had heard the entire conversation between Liu Wu and Yuan Ding. Not only that, he had also heard the conversation between Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen. He really didn't expect that what Huang Dioran and the Round Vajra said about the battle between the Mystic Sect and the Buddhist sect seemed to be true. In order to prevent the Mystic Sect from entering the Six-Realm battlefield, the Buddhist sect would really use any kind of technique. However, this had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. Be it the Buddhist sect or the Mystic Sect, the conflict between them had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai belonged to the Array world, not the Buddhist sect or the Mystic Sect. If one were to really talk about it, his relationship with the Buddhist sect or the Mystic Sect was not that different. Although Huang Dioran was an individual cultivator, he was learning the authentic Xuanmen techniques. Therefore, Huang Dioran could also be considered a Xuanmen person. According to this, his relationship with Xuanmen seemed to be closer. However, don't forget that Zhao Hai's strongest attack methods were all the wondrous techniques of Buddhism. If this was the case, he should actually be considered a person of Buddhism. That was why Zhao Hai didn't know whether he was a person of Buddhism or Xuanmen. However, Zhao Hai knew that no matter what, he was still from the cultivation world. If someone from another world were to go against him, he would not be polite. According to Yuan Ding and the others, the attack from the green-skinned monsters this time wasn't a simple attack. There were probably many other things involved. Although he was thinking about all this, Zhao Hai did not show any pride. Instead, he continued to drink with Li Zongdao and discuss their gains today. Li Zongdao didn't notice anything. He felt that following Zhao Hai was really not bad. Not only did he not have to worry about war, but he could also eat and drink good food every day. This feeling was really good. The last one to be full was Mo Sheng. This kid ate 2 fat chickens in one go and drank a big jar of spirit wine before he was full. Then he immediately fell to the ground and fell asleep. It seemed that he had drunk too much. Zhao Hai didn't care about him. He raised his glass and said to Li Zongdao, "Come, big brother Li, let's drink." Li Zongdao looked at Mo Sheng and smiled. I'm really envious of this kid now. He can eat and sleep. I really want to be like him. He really doesn't have any worries. Zhao Hai smiled. Forget it. He has his own fortune. None of us can compare to him. Come, let's drink. Li Zongdao clinked his glass with Zhao Hai and drank the wine in his glass. Zhao Hai smiled. Big brother Li, you're too kind. There's no need for that between us brothers. Come, cheers. The two of them downed another cup and chatted as they drank. Unknowingly, the two of them started to feel tipsy. Li Zongdao stood up and said his goodbyes, returning to his cave. Once Li Zongdao left, Zhao Hai returned to the origin space in a flash. As soon as he entered the space, he immediately called the green-skinned monster that he had turned into an undead creature to him. He looked at the green-skinned monster and said, "What's your name? What race are you from?" The green-skinned monster bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, my name is Su Zuoshan. I'm from the Su tribe." Zhao Hai looked at Suzation and asked, "The Su clan? Why are you called the Su tribe?" "Young master," Su Zuoshan replied, "we were born to be called the Su race because of the tentacles on our heads. These tentacles can help us control magical artifacts. The stronger we are, the more magical artifacts we can control." Zhao Hai looked at the tentacle on Suzation's head and nodded. "Did you attack me this time just to take something from me, or were you ordered by someone? What's your purpose?" "We've received orders from our clan to deal with all the newbies in the cultivation world," Suzation said in a deep voice. "That's why we attacked you, young master. Our clan has set up a large perimeter around the residential area for the newbies. Once you leave, you'll be discovered by our clan." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at Suzanoshan. "Why do you people from the Su clan want to deal with the people of the cultivation world? Do you have a grudge against the people of the cultivation world?" Su Zuoshan shook his head. "There's no enmity between us. We Su people make a living by robbing. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, we mainly rob. I don't know why we're going all out against the people of the cultivation world." Zhao Hai nodded. He understood what Suzushan meant. The Su people were a race of bandits who made a living by robbing. It wasn't strange for them to have their eyes on them. What was strange was why they had their eyes on the cultivation world. There was a lot of knowledge behind this. However, from the looks of it, Suzushan didn't seem to know either. He had only received orders from his family. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. "Are your Su tribe people also directly under your tribe's control?" Su Zuoshan nodded his head and said, "Yes, young master. The Su clan is under the jurisdiction of the clan. All the Su clan members who wish to enter the Myriad Realm battlefield must obtain the approval of the clan. After entering the Myriad Realm battlefield, they must also listen to the orders of the clan. However, the clan rarely gives direct orders. We can move on our own, but the things we obtain must be handed over to the clan on a 30 basis. The rest can be kept for our own use." "I see." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, you may leave." "Okay," Suzushan replied as he was sent back to the infernal realm by Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai was now even more curious about the Su tribe's operation. The Su tribe had a unified leader, which was quite different from the great cultivation world. However, Suzushan had only done so after receiving orders from his superiors. So, why did the higher-ups of the Su tribe give this order? Did he think that the cultivation world was easy to bully? Although he felt that the Su tribe was plotting something against the cultivation world, Zhao Hai could not do anything about it. He had only been in the Myriad Realm battlefield for a short time and did not know much about the situation. He could only investigate this matter slowly in the future. However, Zhao Hai believed that the Su tribe wouldn't let him go. He was a pure newcomer, and the Su tribe's main goal was to deal with the newcomers from the cultivation world. It would be strange if they let him go. Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. He was just waiting for the other party to come and find him. It was a good time for him to take care of those guys and take care of some Su clan people. Let's see if they could still keep their cool. Zhao Hai wasn't a kind person either. His hands were darker than anyone else's. If it wasn't for the undead creatures and other races in his realm that hadn't matured yet, he would have dealt with them long ago. After asking Suzation, Zhao Hai returned to the mansion and checked the situation outside. He had already collected many places on the spatial map and was still collecting them. Although it was not as big as the map of the cultivation world, it was not small. Seeing that Zhao Hai had returned, Laura and the others quickly asked him to sit down and told him about the situation in the cultivation world. There were no changes in the cultivation world after Zhao Hai's departure. Everything was very calm. Even Planet Yale 2 and Pirate Paradise were not affected. In fact, not only was he unaffected, but the Array world had also taken some protective measures to protect Planet Yale number 2. After asking around, Margaret found out that Zhao Hai had entered the Myriad Realm battlefield. The Array world received a lot of good things every year, which were very important to the Array world. It was because of this that the Array community protected Planet Jerry number 2. They were afraid that something would happen there and distract Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was relieved when he heard that. He didn't have to worry too much about the pirates' playground as it was still managed by Louis. Since the Crossblades was powerful, no one dared to mess with them. In addition, the undead creatures were also powerful. Hence, the missions that the Crossblades had taken on were completed smoothly. Moreover, their robberies went much smoother than before. As such, he had yet to discover any changes to the Crossblades at Pirates' Playground. The Pirates' Paradise was important to all the realms, but they wouldn't interfere in it openly. So the power of the realms in the Pirates' Paradise reached a very delicate balance. They weren't very strong, so no one dared to mess around. The Crossblade was the strongest there, so the people of the realms didn't dare to mess with the Crossblade. Plus, the most hidden spies they had placed in the Crossblade had been found. This made the people of several Jai not dare to make a move. As long as these two places were peaceful, Zhao Hai did not need to worry about the Six-Realm battlefield. Before he entered the Myriad Realm battlefield, the Six-Realm battlefield was already prepared. Thus, Zhao Hai was not worried about the Six-Realm battlefield. Seeing that everything was fine outside, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the inside of the Myriad Realm battlefield. From the map that the realm kept, the Myriad Realm battlefield was much more chaotic than the Six-Realm battlefield. There were people fighting almost every minute, and it was a mess. Based on the information he had gathered today, the Sioux people were indeed targeting the rookies of the cultivation world. It wouldn't take long for rookies to be attacked once they left the rookies' residential area. Zhao Hai also discovered that it wasn't just the Sioux people who were attacking the rookies of the cultivation world. There were other races as well, and they were all demi-humans. This made Zhao Hai even more convinced that there was some unspeakable secret behind this. However, Zhao Hai didn't have the ability to find out who the mastermind behind the scenes was. This was not something he should be concerned about. If those monks of Buddhist League wanted to control the Myriad Realm battlefield, they had to come up with some tricks. If they couldn't overcome this obstacle, then the days of Buddhist League's control of the Myriad Realm battlefield would come to an end. Laura and the others saw that Zhao Hai had not made a sound. Although his eyes were still staring at the screen, it was obvious that his mind was not there. They did not disturb Zhao Hai, but lowered their voices a little in fear of affecting him. After a long while, Zhao Hai came back to his senses. He was touched when he saw Laura and the others chatting carefully. After chatting with them for a while and drinking some water in the space, Zhao Hai came out of the space. Zhao Hai didn't ask much about the Iron Pear Wood and the Iron Pear Rat. He believed that Heir would take care of it. When he came out of the origin space, he saw that Mo Sheng was still sleeping soundly on the ground. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. He went back to the lounge and lay down to rest. In fact, people like Zhao Hai didn't need to sleep at all. It was just that Zhao Hai had always maintained this habit. It was somewhat different among cultivators, but Zhao Hai didn't care. After waking up and feeling refreshed, Zhao Hai woke up and woke Mo Sheng up. The two of them ate something before coming out of the cave and going to Li Zongdao's cave to find him. When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai calling for him, he immediately came out. When he saw Zhao Hai and Mo Sheng outside, he immediately said, "What's wrong? Set off now. Where are we going today?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't know yet. Let's go out and take a look. I just asked that green-skinned monster. They are Sioux people. This time they received orders from the higher-ups to specifically deal with us newcomers. If we go out, we will definitely encounter more Sioux people." When Li Zongdao heard what Zhao Hai said, he was stunned. Then he frowned and said, "Then let's not go out. Let's go to Master Yuending's place first and tell him about the situation." Zhao Hai was stunned. He never expected Li Zongdao to say that. The Xuan men and Buddhist sects were not that united. When Li Zongdao heard the news, his first reaction was to tell Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen. It seemed like this had something to do with Li Zongdao's personality. However, Zhao Hai didn't object. He had no enmity with the Buddhist sect anyway, so he nodded and said, "That's good too. Let them be prepared. We should also pack up those Sioux clan people." The two of them turned around and flew towards Yuan Ding's cave abode. Before long, they arrived outside Yuan Ding's cave abode. Standing outside the cave abode, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao, and Mo Sheng are here to see Master Yuending." He knew that Yuan Ding was inside as well, but he did not call out Yuan Zhen's name. This was his first time in Yuan Ding's Immortal's cave. If he were to call out Yuan Zhen's name as soon as he arrived, he was afraid that he would arouse the suspicion of this Buddhist master. As soon as their voices were heard, Yuan Ding's voice was heard. "Oh, it's you guys, come in." Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao responded and led Mo Sheng into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he heard Yuan Ding's voice come to the quiet room. Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao acknowledged and walked towards the quiet room. When they reached the room, the two of them bowed to Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen. Yuan Ding waved his hand and said, "Why are you here today? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Yes, great master, there are indeed some matters. Yesterday we went to the Iron Pear Forest to pick some Iron Pear wood, but we didn't expect to be attacked there. It was a Sioux person, and we killed him and turned him into an undead creature. He told us that the higher-ups of the Sioux clan recently gave them an order to have all the Sioux people deal with the newcomers of our cultivation world. The Sioux people have now formed a huge encirclement around the newcomers' residential area. As long as it's someone who left the newbie residential area, they won't let a single one of them off." When Yuan Ding heard Zhao Hai's words, he could not help but be stunned. Then he said with a serious expression, Zhao Hai, how important is this matter? Is that true? Zhao Hai nodded. Of course it's true. It's because of the importance of this matter that I came here as soon as I received the news. If you allow me, I can release the undead creature and let him talk to you in person. Let it out, Yuan Ding nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and let Suzushin out. Yuan Ding then asked Suzushin a few questions. Suzushin didn't need to lie, so he told Zhao Hai everything he knew, from when he received the order to how many people he had ambushed in the cultivation world. After he finished, Yuan Ding could not help but think for a moment. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, all right, this piece of news is very important. I can make the decision to exempt you from a year's worth of payment. You can go now, but don't go out for the next 2 days. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He had not expected to receive any benefits. Now that Yuan Ding had said this, Zhao Hai was slightly taken aback. However, the two of them still thanked Yuan Ding. Zhao Hai continued, Master, we still want to go out and take a look. When Yuan Ding heard what Zhao Hai said, he was slightly taken aback. Then his eyes lit up and he looked at Zhao Hai. You're confident. Did Yuan Ding mean that he was confident that he could come back alive? He really didn't expect Zhao Hai to suggest going out. In his opinion, Zhao Hai shouldn't have gone out after hearing this news. He didn't understand why Zhao Hai wanted to go out now. The reason why he had exempted Zhao Hai and Yuan Ding from handing over the contract for a year was also for this reason. This was not a small matter, and it involved a large clan. Even they would not be able to resolve it in a short period of time. Hence, he exempted Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao from handing over the contract for a year, so that Zhao Hai and the others could obediently stay in their residence during this period of time. After the matter was over, it would not be too late to leave. This way, Zhao Hai and the others would not be chased out of the Myriad Realm battlefield because they had not handed over the contract for a long time. He wouldn't risk his life to get what he wanted. He was doing this to protect Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao, and the others. Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, yes. This time, we came to the Myriad Realm battlefield to train. Naturally, we will meet the experts from all realms. If we encounter something and shrink back, then what's the point of us coming to the Myriad Realm battlefield? Please allow us. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Yuan Ding could not help but laugh. Good, well said. As expected of the #1 newcomer in the cultivation world. You have pride, I give you permission. You can go. Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao bowed to Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen before turning around and leaving. As he watched Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao leave the cave, Yuan Ding said in a deep voice, this kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Just by looking at his courage and means, we can tell that his future is limitless. Yuan Zhen nodded and said, this man is indeed extraordinary. You can tell from the way he does things. It has only been a few years since he ascended. It's indeed very shocking that he can charge out of such a large square. I don't know if his appearance is a blessing or a curse for us, Yuan Ding muttered. Junior brother, we have to solve the Sioux people's problem as soon as possible. If we let them continue like this, we'll be out of business. Yuan Zhen's eyes were filled with killing intent. That's right, if we let them continue like this, it won't do us any good. Senior brother, what do you think we should do to him? Yuan Ding said in a deep voice, let everyone know that this is no small matter. We have to handle it carefully. The Sioux people make a living by robbing, but I've never heard of them organizing a group to deal with people from that world. The strength of the Sioux people is comparable to our cultivation world, so they shouldn't have the guts to deal with us. It seems like someone is trying to deal with us. Yuan Zhen snorted coldly. Haven't there been a few people who wanted to deal with us over the years? Senior brother, let's make our move. We can't wait any longer. Yuan Dian nodded and took out a messenger jade sword. He then let the jade sword out and the two of them quieted down. The two of them were only in charge of the newbies' residential area. If anything happened, they still had to report it to the higher-ups. After Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao left Yuan Ding's residence, Li Zongdao turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, are we really going out? I'm afraid that the ones who came to kill us this time are powerhouses at the crossing calamity stage. Are you really sure about this? Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, it'll be fine. If it doesn't work, I'll use my spatial special technique. Let's go out and take a look. I want to see how powerful this crossing calamity stage Sioux tribe cultivator is. When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai's words, he didn't know what to say. He nodded and said, all right, let's go. Zhao Hai nodded, and the three of them flew out of the residential area. The moment the three of them came out of their residence, they became more careful. However, this time, Zhao Hai did not let Li Zongdao release his Dharma artifact. Li Zongdao's way of using Dharma artifacts was different from Zhao Hai's. Zhao Hai's spiritual energy was almost never depleted, but Li Zongdao could not handle it. If he was not in his best condition when fighting with others, it would be extremely dangerous. So this time, Zhao Hai used liquid silver to make a small boat with a shed. A few of them sat in the boat and flew out. Li Zongdao looked at the small boat with envy and said to Zhao Hai, Little Hai, don't you need to use spiritual energy to use such a big magic tool? This is the Myriad Realm battlefield, so be careful. Don't worry, it'll be fine, Zhao Hai said with a smile. When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai's words, he didn't know what to say. However, he still paid attention to the situation outside. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and smiled. It's all right, big brother Li. Don't worry, Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai's calm and composed expression and slowly relaxed. Zhao Hai smiled and said, this time we just came out to take a look and see what good things we can get this time. We have a year's time anyway. Li Zongdao nodded and said in a deep voice, we still have to be careful. The Su tribe is preparing to deal with us. If we cause too much trouble, they won't let us go. Zhao Hai smiled and said, soon, the Su tribe won't be able to take care of us anymore. Have you forgotten that Master Yuending and the others already know about this? The Su tribe is targeting us because they want to make the cultivation world a mess. Master Yuending and the others will never agree to this. When the time comes, they will definitely target the Su tribe. The Su tribe doesn't seem very strong, or they wouldn't have to come and deal with us so sneakily. I think Master Yuending and the others will come and settle the score with the Su tribe soon. When Li Zongdao heard what Zhao Hai said, he was stunned for a moment. He thought about it carefully and nodded his head. That makes sense. If Master Yuending and the others know about this, they won't just sit back and do nothing. With them here, we can save a lot of trouble. In that case, we can really meet this Su tribe member in advance. Zhao Hai smiled. Of course, but let's not go to the Iron Pear Forest today. We went there yesterday, and one of the feelers went missing there. They will definitely send some experts there. Let's go somewhere else. Li Zongdao nodded. Then his eyes lit up. What do you think about going to the Lotus Lake? Upon hearing Li Zongdao's words, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. All right, the Lotus Lake is not bad. Let's go to the Lotus Lake. The Lotus Lake was a rather special place in the rookie trial area. It was a large lake, extremely large, and the water's surface was extremely wide. It was famous because there were many lotus flowers growing by the lake, and these lotus flowers were not ordinary lotus flowers, but bitter lotus flowers. The bitter lotus was a high-grade medicinal herb. Not only could its petals, but its lotus seeds and leaves could also be used in medicine. However, the lotus seed had the best efficacy. It was a kind of medicinal herb with a wide range of uses. It could be used to make medicine for injuries and also to assist in cultivation. Most importantly, this bitter lotus could also be made into a medicine that could calm people's heart and qi. Although this medicine was only an auxiliary elixir, it was very useful. After eating this medicine, one's cultivation speed would increase by about 2 levels. The most important thing is that it can calm your mind. Don't underestimate the effect of calming one's mind. If one could take a few of these pills when breaking through, then the success rate of breaking through would greatly increase. Just this effect alone made him envious. Zhao Hai looked at the map and adjusted the direction of the boat. It flew straight towards the Lotus Lake. Along the way, the two met a few cultivators from different realms. However, when they saw Zhao Hai's boat-shaped Dharma artifact, they all made way for him. Not everyone could use a ship-shaped celestial device. Using this kind of celestial device would consume a lot of spiritual weapons. But at the same time, the offensive and defensive power of this celestial device was incomparable to ordinary people. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, those who could use this kind of celestial device were all experts. If they were not experts, they would not be able to use this celestial device to its full potential. In the end, the celestial device might be robbed, and the person might be killed. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. After all, this was the trial area for newbies. Most of the newbies here were at the crossing calamity stage. However, these people were no match for Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. Now, even a veteran crossing calamity stage expert might not be Zhao Hai's opponent, let alone these people. If Zhao Hai used his full strength, coupled with the ability of liquid silver and the power of belief, he could even beat an expert in the soul-splitting stage. This was the reason why Zhao Hai was so arrogant. NBSB Li Zongdao also noticed the situation outside. In the beginning, he was a little nervous, but slowly, he didn't care about it anymore. Zhao Hai and the others did not fly very fast this time. It would take a few hours to reach the Lotus Lake. Zhao Hai looked outside and felt bored. He took out a bottle of red wine and gave Mo Sheng a fat chicken. He poured himself a glass of red wine and gave Li Zongdao a glass. He smiled and said, "Come on, big brother Li. There's still a long way to go. Try this red wine. It's not bad." Li Zongdao looked at the red wine in front of him and nodded. "All right, I'll try it." After saying that, he picked up his wine glass and took a small sip. Although Li Zongdao had never drunk red wine before, he understood that one could not drink red wine in one gulp. After drinking a mouthful of red wine, Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and said with a smile, "I don't know much about this thing, so I can't tell the good from the bad." Zhao Hai laughed. "I can't tell either. I just take a few sips when I'm free. I don't care what it tastes like. If I want to drink, I'll take a few sips. If I don't want to, then forget it." Li Zongdao laughed out loud. "That's right. I don't care if it's good or bad. If I want to drink, I'll take a few sips. If I don't want to, I won't." After saying that, he picked up the cup and took a big gulp. Then he smiled and said, "Not bad, it does taste good." The two of them burst into laughter. Mo Sheng looked at the two of them in confusion, then turned back to his fat chicken. Zhao Hai also realized that Mo Sheng liked chicken very much, so he took out other food from the dimension for him, but his favorite was still chicken. Of course, while waiting outside, Zhao Hai didn't take out anything from the dimension, like cow man or rabbit meat, as it would be too eye-catching. So far, Mo Sheng's favorite dish was wine and fat chicken. Zhao Hai also wanted Mo Sheng to drink some beer, but he failed in the end. Mo Sheng didn't like to drink beer at all, so Zhao Hai didn't force him. There were plenty of things in the origin space anyway, so he could eat as much as he wanted. The group continued on their way. When they were about an hour away from the Lotus Lake, they were suddenly stopped. The people who stopped them were Sioux tribe members. Because there was a possibility of a battle, Zhao Hai didn't let Mo Sheng drink this time. He only let him eat a chicken. He also chatted more with Li Zongdao than he drank. Zhao Hai had already noticed the Sioux man. They weren't moving very fast, and the Sioux man had been following them for a while. He didn't expect the Sioux man to be so impatient that he would stop them halfway. Zhao Hai stopped the boat and walked out of the cabin. Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng followed beside him. Zhao Hai looked at the Sioux person and said in a deep voice, "Why are you stopping us?" Zhao Hai could tell that this Sioux family man was a crossing calamity stage cultivator. At the same time, the Sioux family man also saw Zhao Hai and the others. The three of them were all at the nascent soul stage. This discovery stunned him for a moment, but his face immediately lit up with joy. When the bearded man heard Zhao Hai's question, he couldn't help but laugh. "Brat, I'm here to rob you. Hand over all your valuables and leave the ship behind, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, HMPH, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhao Hai looked at the bearded man and suddenly laughed. "Impolite? How do you want to be impolite? Tell me about it, let me hear it." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the Sioux family member snorted coldly. "A few nascent soul stage juniors dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Kid, don't think that the Myriad Realm battlefield is your cultivation world. Even nascent soul stage juniors can do whatever they want here. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, you're nothing." "Then you think that you are an expert in the Myriad Realm battlefield?" Zhao Hai smiled. Haha, the Sioux clan man laughed heartily and said, "Although I'm not considered a strong expert in the Myriad Realm battlefield, I'm more than enough to deal with you juniors." "Then I'd like to see how strong you are," Zhao Hai snorted. With a wave of his hand, nearly 1,000 flying swords appeared behind him. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand forward, and the stellar 10,000 changes Yang and Yin sword array formed and shot toward the Sioux clan man. When the Sioux clan man saw Zhao Hai suddenly take out so many weapons, he was extremely shocked. However, he didn't believe that Zhao Hai, who was only at the nascent soul stage, could do anything to him, who was at the crossing calamity stage. With a wave of his hand, the merman also released a large number of magic artifacts. It was obvious that these magic artifacts were used by the people of the great cultivation world, but they were all flashing with green light. Zhao Hai had learned from Su Zuotian that the green light on the ritual implement was because the Su people used their whiskers to control the ritual implement. This green light was a talent of the Su people, and it was called the object controlling light. As long as the ritual implement had no owner, the Su people would be able to control it as they wished once the green light entered it. This Sioux clan cultivator was indeed a Duji stage powerhouse. He had released hundreds of magic tools this time, and he could control them with ease. When Zhao Hai saw this, he snorted coldly. "Good, today I want to see how strong you are." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand again. The 1,000 flying swords split into 10, and in an instant they became 10,000 flying swords. There was a saying that when there were more than 10,000 soldiers, there would be no end to them. When Zhao Hai released these 10,000 flying swords, they almost blocked the entire sky. The kind aura that covered the heaven and earth was extremely shocking. The merman was also taken aback, but then he sneered. "What's the use of having more? I don't believe that you can hold on for long. A youngster in the nascent soul stage really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Zhao Hai didn't answer. He waved his hand, and tens of thousands of flying swords flew toward the Sioux person. Even though the starry myriad changes yin-yang formation could be dispersed by 2 swords, the more swords there were, the more changes there would be. Zhao Hai was fully focused on controlling the huge sword formation formed by 10,000 flying swords. For a moment, the sword light illuminated the sky with an extraordinary aura. They had made such a big noise that it naturally alerted the others. Many powerhouses at the crossing calamity stage were already paying attention to this place with their spiritual power. Although these people were new, most of them were at the crossing calamity stage. Seeing Zhao Hai's attack, they were all a little nervous. Although Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng seemed to be in the nascent soul stage, no one dared to provoke them now. After all, Zhao Hai's formation of 10,000 swords was a little scary. What they didn't know was that Zhao Hai's 10,000 swords formation not only looked scary, but its offensive power was also extraordinary. Although this yin-yang star transformation formation wasn't a cultivation technique of faith, Zhao Hai's flowing silver swords all contained the power of faith. Zhao Hai wanted to kill this Sioux tribe member to establish his might, so he didn't hold back and directly added the power of faith into the flowing silver sword, as well as the stellar energy and murderous energy. The strength of the flowing silver flying sword was extraordinary. Tens of thousands of sword lights were like a surging river as they swept toward the Sioux tribe cultivator. Although the Sioux tribe cultivator was a crossing calamity stage powerhouse, he could only use his magic weapon to defend his surroundings under the heavy attacks. He had no ability to attack at all. The man couldn't help showing a trace of shock and anger on his face. In his opinion, he, a veteran powerhouse at the crossing calamity stage, had been forced into such a situation. It was really embarrassing. However, he didn't lose his calm. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was just a nascent soul junior. If he dared to control 10,000 flying swords at once, it wouldn't take long for his spiritual energy to run out. At that time, he could take care of Zhao Hai. When he thought about the 10,000 flying swords and the flying ship on Zhao Hai's body, the Su being's eyes couldn't help but shine with greed. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. He realized that Zhao Hai's sword formation was not as simple as it seemed. Not only was the attack power of the sword formation very strong, but the longer one stayed in the sword formation, the stronger the attack would be. The sword formation was like waves, one wave after another, and each wave was stronger than the last. He realized that it would be difficult for him to leave now because the sword formation had been fully unfolded and he was trapped inside. Zhao Hai looked at the Su family man and sneered. He knew exactly what the Su family man was thinking. However, the Su family man was wrong about one thing. It was impossible for him to drag the battle out and destroy Zhao Hai. He wouldn't be afraid even if there were 2 Duji stage cultivators, let alone him. Before Zhao Hai obtained the power of belief and leveled up, he had dared to fight Huang Daoran, an expert at the crossing calamity stage, head-on. Although he was in a difficult position, Huang Daoran still couldn't do anything to him. Now that he had leveled up and obtained the power of belief, why would he be afraid of a crossing calamity stage expert like him? You must be joking. The fight between the two of them had attracted the attention of many people. Of course, the ones who paid the most attention were Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. The two of them stood on the boat. Li Zongdao carefully observed the situation. At the same time, a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. However, Mo Sheng was different. He wasn't worried at all. He only watched the two of them fight with curiosity and even looked eager to give it a try. This time, Li Zongdao was truly shocked by Zhao Hai. He originally thought that since Zhao Hai's physical cultivation was so powerful, he wouldn't be good in other aspects. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so good at controlling magical artifacts. He believed that if he were to go against Zhao Hai's myriad sword array, he wouldn't be able to last 10 rounds before being torn apart by the sword array. Tens of thousands of swords flew toward the Su clan man like an ocean. He didn't look relaxed at all. On the contrary, his face was solemn, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He knew that he had really kicked an iron plate this time. However, the Su being didn't want to just wait for his death. He carefully controlled his magic tool and set up layers of defense around himself, waiting for a chance to counterattack. Zhao Hai immediately saw through the Su tribe member's plan. He snorted, took a step forward, and threw a punch. However, this punch wasn't an ordinary punch. It transformed into a fierce tiger that pounced at the Su tribe member. The tiger had a body of white and black stripes, and the king character on its head was extremely clear. It looked like a real tiger, and it pounced on the Su tribe people. The surrounding spirit chi was drawn in by the tiger, forming a huge spirit chi whirlwind around it. As the saying goes, the clouds follow the dragon, and the wind follows the tiger. The ferocity of the tiger was too shocking. The man from the Su clan was taken aback. He waved his hand, and a huge curved blade appeared in front of him. He then slashed at the tiger. However, he had forgotten that there were still tens of thousands of flying swords around him. When he slashed at the tiger twisted its waist and dodged the blade. Then it clawed at him. This tiger was naturally formed from the tiger taming fist. Zhao Hai was not happy to see that the Su tribe member was trying to drag out the fight. If the fight went on for too long, he would not be able to establish his dominance. That was why he used the tiger taming fist. He had tested the power of the tiger subduing fist after he had finished cultivating it. The power of the fist was extremely domineering. Every punch was like a tiger pouncing on its prey. It was extremely powerful. This was Zhao Hai's first time using it in a real battle. This punch shocked Li Zongdao. When Li Zongdao fought with Zhao Hai previously, Zhao Hai had used the tiger taming fist. However, Zhao Hai had only used a fist stance and did not even use the mental cultivation method of the tiger taming fist. Now, he was using the true mental cultivation method of the tiger taming fist. The power of this punch was extraordinary. Just as the Su tribe man dodged the tiger's claw, the flying swords immediately flew toward him like snakes. The Su tribe man let out a strange cry and immediately directed his magic weapon to block the flying swords. However, the tiger pounced again and clawed at the Su tribe man's feet. The bearded man thought that he would be fine if he took the claw, but he didn't expect that as soon as the tiger's claw touched his foot, the tiger's body would suddenly transform into a ball of energy and rush straight into the spot where the claw had just touched. Then, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on the Su tribe member's thigh. One of his legs was almost broken. The Sioux tribe member let out a blood-curdling scream and slowed down. The flying sword swarmed up and pierced him like a porcupine. He was dead. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Hai recalled the merman back into the dimension. He then recalled all of his flying swords, looked around, and flew toward the Lotus Lake. Zhao Hai wasn't the one who came up with the idea of the tiger burrowing into the body and breaking the Sioux tribe man's leg. It was a special feature of the tiger subduing fist. The tiger was actually formed from Qi Jin, but it could move and avoid the enemy's attacks. As long as any part of its body met the enemy, it would immediately turn into Qi Jin, penetrate the enemy's body, and then explode. This characteristic made the attack of this fist force even more difficult to defend against. If one was not careful and let this fist force touch, it would cause a huge wound. This was also the terrifying part of the tiger taming fist. The characteristics of the dragon's subduing kick were a bit similar to the tiger's subduing fist, but they were not quite the same. The dragon's subduing kick also had a hidden function, which made it more difficult to deal with. When Li Zondao saw that Zhao Hai had dealt with a crossing calamity stage powerhouse so easily, he couldn't help but feel shocked. The surrounding people who were watching the fight were also shocked and quickly moved away. They didn't want to offend Zhao Hai at this time. Seeing that no one was here to cause trouble, Zhao Hai followed Li Zondao and Mo Sheng back to the cabin. Once inside the cabin, Zhao Hai poured himself a glass of red wine and took a light sip. He let out a long breath and laughed. Goyen, he's really FC King Goyen. Let's see if these Sioux clan people still dare to provoke me. Li Zondao looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. If you don't provoke them, they should be asking for more. If they dare to provoke you, they must be tired of living. Zhao Hai smiled and looked at Li Zondao. Big brother Li, I heard that the Lotus Lake is not very peaceful either. It seems to be the territory of the mysterious water snake, right? Li Zondao nodded and said, that's right. That's the territory of the mystic water snake. I heard that the mystic water snake can use a type of 10,000-year-old mystic water at the bottom of the Lotus Lake to attack. This mystic water is extremely cold. Even if spiritual energy touches it, it will be frozen. It's very strong. Zhao Hai nodded his head. The reason why he asked Li Zondao this was because Li Zondao was from a famous sect. There were many things that Li Zondao did not know. After all, many people from the Xuan Qing sect had been to the Myriad Realm battlefield. They would record the situation there for the younger generation of the sect to learn. Li Zondao should have seen those things. That was why Zhao Hai asked Li Zondao. As expected, Li Zondao knew about the mystic water snake. Li Zondao continued, the mystic water snake is a cold-blooded animal. They live underwater in the 10,000-year mystic water. That's why their blood is similar to the 10,000-year mystic water. It also has the characteristics of a snake, so it has extremely high medicinal value. However, this mystic water snake's combat power is also very strong. Even if it's the color removing bitter lotus seed, it can only stay beside the lake. If you go a little deeper into the lake, the mystic water snake will attack you. Zhao Hai nodded his head. Li Zondao looked at Zhao Hai and said, in fact, in this lotus lake, there is one more thing besides the blackwater snakes, and that is a tortoise, a black-shell tortoise. The shell of this tortoise is as smooth as a mirror, and it is even colder than the cold. It has a sharp horn on its head, and it is extremely strong and has an amazing defensive power. Moreover, this kind of tortoise actually feeds on blackwater snakes, so one can imagine how powerful it is. However, this kind of black-shell tortoise usually lives at the bottom of the lake and rarely attacks cultivators, so not many people know about it. After Li Zondao said that, he heaved a long sigh. In fact, the most dangerous thing in the Lotus Lake is not the mysterious water snake or the mysterious armored turtle, but the white lotus loach. This blood lotus loach is a kind of mud loach that is completely white. Its body is white like a lotus root, and it is dozens of feet long. It is very strong and its teeth are poisonous. Moreover, it lives in the bitter lotus beside the Lotus Lake. In fact, not many cultivators die in the mysterious water snake's mouth every year. Most people die in the mouth of this white lotus loach. As long as the mysterious water snake doesn't get close to the center of the lake, they usually won't attack people. That thing almost never attacks people. Therefore, the true danger of the Lotus Lake is the white lotus loaches. When Zhao Hai heard Li Zondao's words, he asked in confusion, that's not right. Why isn't there any record of the white lotus loach on the jade slip? The white lotus loach is so dangerous, there should be a record of it on the jade slip. Li Zondao sighed and said, the reason why it's not recorded in the jade slip is that people don't think that the white lotus loach is too dangerous. That's because in terms of strength, this white lotus loach is far inferior to the mystic water snake and the mystic armored turtle. Generally, powerhouses at the crossing calamity stage can deal with the white lotus loach. Therefore, it's not recorded in the jade slip. The jade slip only records some very dangerous demonic beasts. When Zhao Hai heard Li Zongdao's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Didn't the jade slip record all kinds of demonic beasts? Li Zongdao rolled his eyes at Zhao Hai and said, of course not. The jade slip has a capacity as well. It can't hold too many things. Therefore, the jade slip will be updated every year. As long as we are on guard against the white lotus loach, it won't be too dangerous. The jade slip will not record it. Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Didn't you just say that most people died in the white lotus loach? Why did they become the least threatening demonic beasts?" Li Zongdao smiled and said, "There are many people who died in the hands of the white lotus loaches, but there are even more who died in the hands of others. To those who are on guard, the white lotus loaches really don't pose much of a threat. Other than those who have just arrived, ordinary people will not be threatened by the white lotus loaches." Zhao Hai nodded his head. He understood Li Zongdao's meaning. The white lotus loach would probably only survive in the newbie area. If it went to another area, no one would die in its hands. When Li Zongdao saw that Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Little Hai, what kind of sword formation did you use just now? How come I've never seen him before?" Zhao Hai smiled. "It's called the Star Myriad Transformation Formation. I've only just learned it." This sword formation is very different from the other sword formations. It's a sword formation that complements the mental cultivation method I've learned. Li Zongdao nodded his head. He didn't ask Zhao Hai what heart cultivation technique he was learning, because there was a rule in the cultivation world that one couldn't casually ask about the heart cultivation techniques used by others. If one did that, it would make others think that one was trying to probe the person's background. However, Li Zongdao still asked, "Little Hai, what fist technique did you use at the end? Why haven't I seen him before? It's too strange. I've seen many body cultivation techniques over the years, but I've never seen such a technique." When Zhao Hai heard Li Zongdao's words, he couldn't help but laugh. "It's a Buddhist heart technique. It's very powerful. I learned it by accident. Today is the first time I'm using it." Li Zongdao nodded his head. In fact, he was more interested in this kind of body cultivation technique. However, he also knew that this kind of technique would not be easily passed on to outsiders. Therefore, he did not make a fuss about wanting to learn it. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao's expression and knew what he was thinking. He sighed and said, "The power of this technique goes without saying. It's extremely powerful. However, this technique also has a very obvious flaw. It requires a very special pill to cultivate. If you don't take this pill, this technique is completely useless. I also obtained this technique and pill by accident." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "How are these pills made? Can we make some?" NBSB Zhao Hai shook his head. "I don't know how this pill is made. It wasn't written in the technique. When I obtained the technique, the pill was already there. After I finished cultivating, the pill was also consumed, so I don't know how this pill is made." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Li Zongdao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he didn't suspect anything. In the world of cultivation, there were thousands of techniques. Many of them required corresponding pills in order to be cultivated. If one didn't eat those pills, they wouldn't be able to cultivate those techniques at all. Therefore, he didn't suspect anything. Zhao Hai had said this to stop others from learning this technique. Learning the tiger taming fist did not require any pills, but the power of faith. However, after Zhao Hai arrived in the cultivation world, he realized that the power of faith was not so easy to collect. At the very least, there were not many people who knew how to use the power of faith here. However, if Zhao Hai said that he had to use the power of faith to learn this fist technique, it would definitely arouse suspicion. He was just a newcomer who had just ascended to the cultivation world. Where would he go to collect the power of faith? This would only make people suspicious. Hence, Zhao Hai could not say that learning this technique required the power of faith. He could only say that learning this technique required a special pill. The two of them chatted as they hurried back to the Lotus Lake. At this time, Mo Sheng took a fat chicken and ate it. On the contrary, the fat chicken turned into spirit chi after eating it. There was no side effect. If he liked to eat it, then let him eat it. After more than an hour's journey, Zhao Hai finally arrived at the side of the Lotus Lake. The moment he arrived, Zhao Hai was attracted by the scenery in the lake. The Lotus Lake was indeed called the Lotus Lake. There were lotus flowers everywhere on the side of the lake. The lotus leaves covered the whole area, making the scenery very beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at the 10,000 lotus leaves and sighed. "The scenery here is truly beautiful. It would be great if there were no battles." Li Zongdao, who was standing beside Zhao Hai, also sighed. At that moment, a few loud bangs came from the distance. It was obvious that someone was fighting. Zhao Hai did not pay much attention to it. In reality, the space had already noticed that place. It was not a cultivator fighting with the white lotus queue, but two people fighting. It was obvious that they were trying to kill and steal the treasure. Li Zongdao glanced in that direction and didn't care anymore. He turned to look at the chain flowers and said, "Little Hai, shouldn't we make a move?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "There's no rush. Let's wait and see. We're here to pick lotus seeds anyway. If possible, it's not a bad idea to catch a few white lotus loaches." Li Zongdao didn't object. He just nodded and looked at the lotus flowers. He sighed and said, "Don't be fooled by the number of lotus flowers here. Every year, more cultivators come here to pick lotus seeds. It's not easy to pick a few lotus seeds here now. Most people come here to catch the white lotus loach or to kill people and steal their treasures." Zhao Hai nodded. He was no stranger to this kind of situation. The soft gold mine in the Six Realms battlefield was like this. The production of soft gold ore there was already secondary. It had become a professional place for killing and snatching treasures. The Lotus Lake was similar. Zhao Hai steered the boat slowly around the Lotus Lake. Many people who came to the Lotus Lake had seen Zhao Hai fight with the Su family member, so no one dared to provoke them. As they were moving forward, a white shadow suddenly shot out of the water and headed straight for the boat. Zhao Haiding stared at it and found that it was a huge white loach more than 70 feet long. The loach was as thick as a bucket and had sharp teeth in its mouth, which looked very powerful. As soon as Zhao Hai saw this mud loach, he knew that it must be the specialty of the Lotus Lake, the white lotus loach. With a wave of his hand, a large silver-white net flew out of his hand and covered the mud loach's head. The white lotus loach sensed the danger and turned to run back into the lake. However, it was no match for the net in Zhao Hai's hand and was caught by it. Zhao Hai waved his hand and threw the net into the medium. A notification sound came from the medium. The white lotus loach was nothing special. It was just a mutated loach and was just an extra food for the medium. When Li Zongdao saw that Zhao Hai had caught a white lotus loach so easily, he could not help but smile bitterly. Although the white lotus loach did not pose any threat to the newbies in the Myriad World battlefield, that was only relative to the situation in the Myriad World battlefield. It should be known that the newbies in the Myriad World battlefield were also powerhouses in the Crossing Calamity stage. Even if this white lotus loach could kill a powerhouse in the Crossing Calamity stage in a sneak attack, it was already very powerful. However, Zhao Hai was able to catch the white lotus loach so easily. This was truly amazing. Zhao Hai didn't mind. Catching a white lotus loach was just a matter of convenience. He didn't think it would be difficult to catch one. To put it bluntly, the most powerful part of this white lotus was its teeth. Its teeth were highly toxic. Even a Crossing Calamity stage powerhouse would be poisoned if he were to be bitten by it. In addition, the white lotus loach was very strong. It could drag people into the water after biting them once. Therefore, many new people were killed by it every year. However, if the white lotus loaches did not get close to or bite anyone, their attack power would be greatly reduced. This was also why Zhao Hai could catch them so easily. The three of them flew forward for a while and saw a few cultivators looking for them among the lotus flowers. However, when some of the cultivators saw their small boat, they avoided them. Those cultivators were not fools. They were very clear that in a place like the Myriad Realm battlefield where bandits ran rampant, those who dared to drive a boat through the market must be powerful. Otherwise, the boat would have been taken away long ago. After walking around for a while, Zhao Hai did not find any trace of lotus seeds from the flowing silver needle. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. He looked at the Lotus Lake and said in a deep voice, "Let's go inside and see what's in the Lotus Lake." When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that Zhao Hai definitely couldn't stay idle. Zhao Hai wanted to see what was in the lake. He was clearly going for the mystic water snake. However, he did not object to it. Zhao Hai's strength was there for all to see. The mystic water snake would not pose any threat to Zhao Hai, so he would just go. The three of them steered the boat and flew into the Lotus Lake. The cultivators from the various realms by the lake couldn't help but pay attention when they saw Zhao Hai and the others flying into the Black Lake. Although these people had not been in the Myriad World battlefield for long, regardless of whether they were from the cultivation world or not, they would definitely know some information similar to the jade slips in the cultivation world. Naturally, they knew that the lake was the territory of the mystic water snake, and the strength of the mystic water snake was much stronger than that of the white lotus loach. Even a veteran cultivator in the Crossing Calamity stage would not dare to say that he could deal with the mystic water snake. Therefore, those who dared to break into the Lotus Lake were very curious about Zhao Hai and his group. Zhao Hai didn't care what these people were thinking. He just wanted to keep the mystic water snake and the black turtle into his boundless space. He had the origin of all water bubbles in his boundless space, so the mystic water couldn't pose any threat to him. However, Zhao Hai was curious about the Xuanshui. The Xuanshui sounded like the heavenly divine water in the space. It was a type of yin water, but how was it formed? How could a lake like this produce something like mystic water? Could there be some treasure in the lake? Blackwater wasn't something that could be formed for no reason. There had to be a reason for it to form, and this was what Zhao Hai was most curious about. The Myriad Realm battlefield was a subspace made by others, so there must be a lot of treasures here, just like his space. The development of his space was inseparable from the many treasures he had collected in it. It was probably the same in the Myriad Realm battlefield. If he could find a few treasures, it would be a good thing for him. Zhao Hai was not worried that if he found any treasure in the Myriad Realm battlefield, it would attract the attention of the people who made the Myriad Realm battlefield. Since those people dared to open the Myriad Realm battlefield, they must have the intention of letting others find the treasure. Hence, he was not worried about the people at all. The boat was not flying very fast. Zhao Hai was also very careful of his surroundings. Although there were liquid silver flying needles, he was still very careful. The myriad world battlefield was different from other places. There could be danger at any time. Although Zhao Hai had never seen this mystic water snake before, according to what Li Zongdao had said, Zhao Hai understood that this thing was not simple. Even experts at the crossing calamity stage might not be a match for the mystic water snake. He had to be careful and not suffer a loss here. Li Zongdao was also carefully observing his surroundings. He was even more nervous than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was strong and wasn't afraid of the mystic water snake at all. However, Li Zongdao couldn't do that. Li Zongdao thought that he was a normal nascent soul stage cultivator and wasn't as abnormal as Zhao Hai. If he were to face the mystic water snake, he wouldn't have an easy time. Therefore, he was even more careful. Before Li Zongdao entered the myriad world battlefield, he was still a little prideful. He was the eldest senior brother of the core disciples of the Xuan Qing sect and was also a young expert with a little reputation in the cultivation world. He was an important figure at the peak of the nascent soul stage and had a very strong backing. Although he had a forthright temperament and never put on airs, he still had this pride. However, ever since he entered the myriad realm battlefield and saw Zhao Hai's attacks, that trace of pride in Li Zongdao's heart had completely disappeared. Zhao Hai's strength was far beyond his imagination. And what made Li Zongdao most shocked was that in the myriad world battlefield, Duji stage experts could be seen everywhere as if they were free. They were really everywhere. Nascent soul stage experts were no better than dogs. In the face of such a situation, how could he, a little expert of the nascent soul stage, dare to have a trace of pride? It was more proper to act like a grandson. Therefore, Li Zongdao didn't want to act alone at all. He just wanted to follow Zhao Hai. He couldn't do anything about it. He was weak and didn't feel at ease following others. Although Li Zongdao was forthright, he wasn't stupid. He was very clear that if he followed those guys, they might sell him out. Li Zongdao had encountered such things in the cultivation world before. When Li Zongdao had just started wandering there, he had been fooled a few times. With his personality, it was normal for him to be fooled. He had even encountered danger a few times. Although he had managed to escape in the end, Li Zongdao had learned to be smart. Mo Sheng, on the other hand, did not pay any attention to this. He was still eating his own food and following Zhao Hai. To him, this world was much simpler. When he was hungry, he would ask Zhao Hai for food. When Zhao Hai asked him to fight, he would fight. When Zhao Hai did not allow him to fight, he would eat. It was that simple. After the three of them entered the Lotus Lake, they rarely saw other cultivators. Although the mystic water snake was very useful to cultivators, not many people dared to come into the Lotus Lake to catch it. After all, the mystic water snake was notorious. As the saying goes, the more experienced you are in the pugilistic world, the more timid you are. It was exactly this truth that the cultivators who could come to the myriad realm battlefield were all masters of the crossing tribulation stage. These people were also famous figures in their own realms. Naturally, it was impossible for them to not have seen the world. It was also because of this that they were more clear that some famous things were of great use, but they also represented great danger. No one would come here to deal with the mystic water snake, and the place they were at now was the newbie trial area. Almost all of the people here were newbies who had just entered the myriad realm battlefield not too long ago. These newbies would naturally not come here to deal with the mystic water snake. After all, there were too many good things in the myriad realm battlefield, and it was not worth risking their lives for the mystic water snake. Cultivators cherished their lives more than ordinary people because they could live for a long time. It was precisely because they could live for a long time that they cherished their lives even more. Zhao Hai kept an eye on his surroundings as he moved forward. In fact, he had already learned from Laura and the others that there were many blackwater snakes in the lake. He had also discovered a few blackshell turtles. The largest one had a diameter of more than 30 meters. There was a thick layer of rock on the back of the big turtle, which looked like a moving mountain. However, Zhao Hai had no intention of provoking the big turtle because he could tell from the momentum of the big turtle that it was not just at the Duji stage. It had probably reached the longevity stage. Zhao Hai was not able to deal with such a big turtle. In addition to the Xuan turtle, there were also a few Xuan water snakes in the Lotus Lake that Zhao Hai could not afford to offend. The snakes had grown to a few 100 feet long, and their bodies were almost as thick as a wine barrel. The strength of the snakes had also reached the soul-splitting stage. The strongest one among them was almost at the longevity stage. He had grown a horn on his head and was about to transform into a dragon. This was also a master that could not be provoked. Zhao Hai had made up his mind about this thing. This mystic water snake was so big and powerful, he couldn't afford to offend it. Zhao Hai moved forward carefully, not daring to get close to the huge ankylosaurus and flood dragon. After flying for more than an hour, Zhao Hai finally stopped. It was strange. Zhao Hai and the others had been flying over the Lotus Lake for more than an hour, but they had not encountered any attacks. What was even stranger was that when he flew over a few mystic water snakes, they ignored him and did not attack him. This puzzled Zhao Hai. Could it be that his character was too good? Just as he was thinking about this, a mystic water snake suddenly flew out from the bottom of the water and pounced on Zhao Hai's boat. Zhao Hai was stunned. He really didn't notice the mystic water snake because it had buried its entire body in the mud at the bottom of the lake. NBSP snakes should not burrow into the mud, but the mystic water snake was different. Not only did it burrow into the mud, but it had also stayed in the mud for a long time. At this time, it suddenly jumped up to attack Zhao Hai. It seemed like the things in the myriad world battlefield were not to be underestimated. Even though he was thinking about this, Zhao Hai's hands did not slow down. A liquid silver flying sword flew out and slashed at the snake. The mystic water snake saw Zhao Hai's action but did not take it seriously. It flicked its body in the air and dodged the liquid silver flying sword, pouncing straight at Zhao Hai. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Hai released 20 flowing silver flying swords, forming the torrential pear blossom sword array, and slashed at the mystic water snake. The mystic water snake saw so many flying swords and could not help but hiss twice. Its body turned around in the air as if it was swimming in the water, and it actually dodged a few flying swords. Of course, a few flying swords also hit the snake's body, but to Zhao Hai's disappointment, the snake did not react at all. The flying swords hit its body and only sent out a burst of sparks. However, the mystic water snake seemed to feel the pain as well. It hissed and pounced at Zhao Hai with its bloodshot eyes. Zhao Hai snorted and waved his hand. More flying swords flew out and formed a huge sword wind formation. The mystic water snake blocked the attack. Seeing this, the mystic water snake retreated, but it didn't run away. It stared at Zhao Hai. Just when Zhao Hai didn't know what it was going to do, the mystic water snake hissed again. Zhao Hai didn't know what the mystic water snake meant. However, he soon understood. After the mystic water snake cried out, the surrounding mystic water snakes seemed to have heard it. They all came out of the lotus lake and surrounded Zhao Hai and his team. These mysterious water snakes could fly in the air. There were big and small ones. The big ones were a few feet long, the biggest ones were a few 100 feet long, and the small ones were a few meters long. Each of them had a green body and shiny scales. It was obvious that they were not easy to deal with. Moreover, there were more than 20 of them this time. Among these 20 mysterious water snakes, 5 of them were at the crossing calamity stage, while the rest were at the nascent soul stage. But even so, Zhao Hai did not dare to underestimate him. This was the Lotus Lake, and there were many mystic water snakes in the lake. If he was really surrounded by them, it would be really dangerous. If they called for more mystic water snakes, it would be even more troublesome. Zhao Hai steered the boat with a solemn expression and slowly retreated. When Li Zongdao saw Zhao Hai's expression, he was stunned. He said in a deep voice, "What's wrong, little Hai? This mystic water snake is not easy to deal with." Zhao Hai shook his head. "It's easy to deal with. Of course, this isn't a problem. However, this family has found help." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Li Zongdao was stunned. His face turned solemn as he said hurriedly, "How many? More than 20 of them are surrounding us," Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he directed the boat towards the gap in the encirclement of the mystic water snakes. The mystic water snake that attacked him seemed to know what Zhao Hai was thinking. It immediately started attacking Zhao Hai, but all of its attacks were blocked by Zhao Hai's sword formation. However, their speed had also slowed down. The dark water snakes had already surrounded them. Zhao Hai saw this and snorted, "Do you think I'm afraid of you snakes?" After he finished speaking, his body suddenly changed. His eyes were half open, like an old monk in meditation. At the same time, he began to slowly make hand seals. This time, Zhao Hai was prepared to use Buddhist techniques to deal with these Xuan snakes. Now that they were above the Lotus Lake, the water was abundant, and the water manipulation technique was the most suitable. The wondrous technique of controlling water was one of the simpler techniques, but it didn't mean that its power was weak. On the contrary, the strength of this wondrous technique was not weak at all. Any wondrous technique among the 18 arhats could be taken out and cultivated independently. If any wondrous technique was cultivated to the extreme, one could become an expert. Therefore, this wondrous technique of controlling water was naturally not that simple. Li Zongdao also noticed Zhao Hai's change. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, but Zhao Hai didn't think about it. Instead, he formed hand seals and shouted, "You Wanshui seal." As soon as he finished speaking, the surface of the Lotus Lake began to fluctuate violently, sweeping the water of the Lotus Lake. The entire lake began to rise, as if someone had suddenly begun to pour water into the lake. However, Li Zongdao soon realized that something was wrong. The water in the Lotus Lake was rising, but no one poured water into it. Instead, the water in the entire Lotus Lake seemed to be lifted up by someone. The water layer on the upper layer of the entire chain lake, which was about 10 meters thick, directly flew into the air. Li Zongdao stared blankly at the Lotus Lake's water that was slowly floating up. His eyes were filled with shock. Although he had heard that some great experts in the soul-splitting stage or the longevity stage could cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to shake and the seas to topple, he had never heard of such a thing before. However, he had never seen it before. After all, in the cultivation world, there was no need for masters of the soul-splitting stage or the longevity stage to make a move. Therefore, he had never seen such power. However, he had witnessed it today. Zhao Hai's move could be described as earth-shattering. Although he did not know how big the Lotus Lake was and whether Zhao Hai had lifted the entire upper layer of the lake, he could tell that Zhao Hai had used a big move this time. The dark water snakes noticed this as well. They stared at the Lotus Lake water that was slowly floating to the surface in shock, and a trace of fear flashed across their eyes. Apparently, these blackwater snakes were not stupid. They could feel the danger of Zhao Hai's move. However, Zhao Hai did not stop. He waved his hand and a small blue bubble appeared in his hand. Then, he threw the bubble into the Lotus Lake and did not care anymore. The water bubble that Zhao Hai had thrown into the space did not bubble. Zhao Hai wanted Bubbles to go in and see what the mystic water was. If the mystic water was of a higher grade than the heavenly divine water in his interspace, he would just let Bubbles keep it in his interspace. Zhao Hai didn't dare to store all the mystic water under the Lotus Lake into his origin space. If he did that, he would definitely anger the longevity Xuanjia turtle and the mystic water snake, which was at the peak of the soul-splitting stage. Bubbles went to do her own things while Zhao Hai was already fighting the 20-odd mystic water snakes. The snakes were quite strong, but Zhao Hai's water manipulation technique was very powerful. It contained the power of faith. Zhao Hai could control the water as if he was using a huge magical weapon. Furthermore, this water manipulation technique would allow one to have a complete understanding of the water one controlled. Even the slightest change in the water would not be able to escape Zhao Hai's eyes. The amount of water was so huge that it directly submerged the snakes. They tried to run away, but they couldn't. Zhao Hai directed the water to form a huge cage, trapping the snakes inside. Fortunately, these mysterious water snakes were all aquatic creatures. They knew how to swim very well. Therefore, they were only trapped and not killed. However, the more than 20 mysterious water snakes were no longer able to resist. NBSB Zhao Hai didn't hold back. Li Zando and the others couldn't see the situation in the water, so Zhao Hai directly used the water manipulation technique to capture all the mystic water snakes into his space. Although these mysterious water snakes knew how to swim, the water was now under Zhao Hai's complete control. Any drop of water would be hostile to these snakes. It was equivalent to these snakes entering the enemy camp alone. Moreover, the number of enemies was endless. Under such circumstances, these mysterious water snakes naturally couldn't be Zhao Hai's opponent. As soon as these mysterious water snakes were caught and brought into the realm, they were immediately subdued by the realm. However, there was nothing strange about the system's notification. It only said that this mysterious water snake was a mutant snake because it had been growing in an environment similar to the one heavenly divine water. Once Bubbles returned to the medium, Zhao Hai was completely relieved. The mystic water was of a lower grade than the divine water. Even if he kept it in the medium, it would not be of any help to the medium. Zhao Hai was relieved and removed the water control seal. The water of the Lotus Lake slowly returned to the people in the lake, but the 20-year-old mystic water snake had disappeared. Only then did Li Zongdao react. He took a look at the lake, which had regained its calmness, then turned to look at Zhao Hai. Just as he was about to say something, he realized that Zhao Hai's expression was extremely ugly. Without saying a word, Zhao Hai took the small boat and ran away. His speed was much faster than when he was escaping for his life. Zhao Hai did this because he realized that he had caused a big commotion and had alerted the mystic water snake. That fellow was rushing towards them. If he didn't run, he would probably have to face that huge fellow. Zhao Hai didn't want to fight against that big guy right now. The Lotus Lake was the big guy's home ground. If Zhao Hai were to fight against that big guy here, he wouldn't end up well. Of course, he ran away. However, he did not suffer a loss this time. Not only did he get 20 mystic water snakes, but Bubbles had also caught 2 small profound armored turtles in the lake. Even though the 2 turtles were not very strong, they were 2 new species in the origin space. Zhao Hai's huge commotion not only alarmed the profound water snake, but also the cultivators who were picking lotus seeds by the lake. Those people were like Li Zongdao and watched the lake water fly into the air in a daze. It took them a long time before they landed. They weren't stupid and could tell that someone was using some kind of powerful spell. Some of the braver ones were watching from the side of the lake. However, they were already quite a distance away from the Lotus Lake and could run away even if they wanted to. Some of the less courageous ones immediately ran away. They knew that someone who could use such a large-scale spell must be very powerful. These people also knew that this was the beginner's area. They were just very curious. They didn't know who had such great ability to control such a large lake. In their impression, someone with such strength would not come to the Lotus Lake. Zhao Hai noticed this as well. He purposely avoided the crowd and flew out of the lake. When Zhao Hai reached the lakeside, the mysterious water snake had also reached the surface. Naturally, he couldn't find anything. In the end, he just looked around and returned to the lake. When Zhao Hai saw that the mystic water snake had returned to the lake, he heaved a sigh of relief. The speed of the small boat also slowed down. When Li Zongdao saw Zhao Hai's expression, he quickly said, "Little Hai, what happened? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and nodded. I killed that 20-year mystic water snake, but I didn't expect to draw out an old one. That one was at the soul-splitting stage and I was no match for him, so I could only run. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Li Zongdao gasped, "Good fellow, it's actually at the soul-splitting stage. How did you find out?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I have a lot of undead creatures. Every time I'm in a battle, I'll send some undead creatures to guard the surroundings. If anything happens, tell me immediately." That's what the undead creatures told me. When Li Zongdao heard what Zhao Hai said, he couldn't help but say enviously, "You're really good at this. The undead creatures are the best for guarding." As the two of them were talking, they were blocked again. Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao looked at the two people in front of them in confusion. From their clothes, they seemed to be from the cultivation world. They had no idea why the two of them were blocking them. However, the two of them were in a sorry state. Their cultivator robes were torn in several places, and their expressions were not very good. Before Zhao Hai could say anything, the two cultivators cupped their fists and said, "Are the three of you from the cultivation world?" Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao looked at each other. They did not understand what the other person meant. However, Zhao Hai still returned a fist salute and said, "That's right, we're from the cultivation world. May I know what business the two of you have here?" When the two of them heard Zhao Hai's words, a hint of joy appeared on their faces. One of them cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao and said, "We're from the cultivation world too. We're from the Sword Pavilion. We're here today to ask for your help." When Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao heard that they were from the Sword Pavilion, they were stunned. The Sword Pavilion was only a mid-tier power in the cultivation world, but they mainly focused on sword cultivators. Their attacks were extremely powerful, so no one would easily provoke them. However, Zhao Hai was not shocked by their identities, but by why they wanted to ask for their help. Zhao Hai glanced at the two of them and found that they were both crossing calamity stage powerhouses. However, they seemed to have just passed their tribulations. Zhao Hai said to the two of them, "What can we do to help? Please speak frankly." The two cultivators looked at each other. One of them said to Zhao Hai, "To be honest, the two of us have been in the Myriad Realm battlefield for nearly half a year. Because we are from the same sect, it was the two of us who formed a team at the beginning. Later, a few newcomers from other sects also came in. We have some friendship with those people, so we all acted together. But we didn't expect that we would be robbed the moment we came out today, and there were quite a number of them. We really couldn't hold them off because the two of us are sword cultivators. Our attack power is strong, so we killed our way out to ask for help, but distant water can't quench present thirst. I happened to meet the two of you here, so I hope the two of you can help us. No matter what, we're all people of the cultivation world. What do you think?" Upon hearing his words, Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao were stunned for a moment. Then Zhao Hai glanced at Li Zongdao, who nodded his head slightly. Zhao Hai then turned to the two of them and said, "Sure, may I know your names? I am Zhao Hai, this is my good friend Li Zongdao, and this is my brother Mo Sheng." When the two of them saw Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao's names, they could not help but be stunned. Then one of them said happily, "So it's the #1 expert of the array world, Zhao Hai, and the tower-bearing Iron Man, Li Zongdao. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the Grand Elders of the Sword Pavilion. My name is Liu Sheng, and this is my junior brother, Zhang Cheng." When Li Zongdao heard their names, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he hurriedly bowed to the two of them and said, "It's actually the twin swords of prosperity. I, Zongdao, pay my respects to you. It turns out that the two of you have also entered the Myriad Realm battlefield. All right, there's no need to say anything else. Saving the people first is more important." Liu Sheng and Zhang Cheng nodded. Zhao Hai invited the two of them to board the boat and flew straight in the direction they pointed. Zhao Hai had heard of the name Dual Swords of Prosperity in the cultivation world. The two of them were indeed from the Sword Pavilion, and were rare geniuses of the Sword Pavilion. Both of them were sword practitioners, so they had a good understanding of their cultivation. What was even more amazing was that the two of them were very good at joint attacks and had a very good relationship with each other. They were almost inseparable. He was already very famous in the cultivation world. As they flew in the direction they pointed, Zhao Hai said to the two, "I wonder who the robbers are this time. How many people are there?" Liu Sheng said in a deep voice, "There are a total of 30 people from all realms. This is the strangest thing. By right, they are from different realms and shouldn't be together. But now they have gathered together. It's too strange. Moreover, they don't seem to know our route, and they also know our numbers and strength. Once they made a move, if the two of us didn't take the opportunity to run out, I'm afraid we would have been left there." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "People from several Jai working together. This matter is a little strange. Are there any Su clan people in there?" Zhang Cheng snorted. "How can there not be? Those bandits only have more people. It looks like this matter was done by those bandits. They might have invited people from the other worlds to participate." Zhang Cheng's words were also reasonable. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, although the Su people were bandits, they also had some friendship with people from other realms. And although the Su people were bandits, sometimes they were very trustworthy. Thus, he would invite people from other realms to help them rob. The main reason was that the target they wanted to rob was too strong. Such things happened quite often, and the people in the Myriad Realm battlefield were already aware of it. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod at Zhang Cheng's words. If this was really the Sioux people's doing, then it wouldn't be strange. After all, the Sioux people had been dealing with the people of the cultivation world recently. But looking at Zhang Chang and the others, it was obvious that they didn't know that the Sioux people were dealing with the newcomers of the cultivation world. This couldn't be blamed on them. Although they were all from the cultivation world, due to the special circumstances of the Myriad Realm battlefield, they couldn't be blamed. Therefore, they had almost no connections with other people. On top of that, the Sioux people were known for being bandits, so it was not a big deal to be robbed by them. Therefore, most people would not take it to heart. It was also because of this that the Sioux people had been dealing with the people of the great cultivation world for so long without being discovered. Hearing that they were going to deal with the Sioux people, Zhao Hai also increased his speed. Liu Sheng and Zhang Cheng also saw the speed of Zhao Hai's boat. It was really fast, even faster than their flying speed. Even if they took out their flying swords, they wouldn't be able to fly as fast as Zhao Hai's boat. At first, the two of them had some doubts about the strength of Zhao Hai and the other two. After all, the three of them were all nascent soul stage experts. However, they had no other way to find help, so they could only ask for help from the three of them. The two of them didn't have any good intentions in inviting Zhao Hai and the others. In their opinion, as long as they could get Zhao Hai and the others to help, even if Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help much, they could escape as long as they could hold those people back. By then, Zhao Hai and the others' lives would have nothing to do with them. However, after seeing the speed of Zhao Hai's boat, the two of them had a glimmer of hope. Zhao Hai's boat was so fast that even if he couldn't be of much help, it would be good for everyone to escape on the boat. The place where Liu Sheng and Zhang Cheng found Zhao Hai wasn't very far from the place where they were robbed, so Zhao Hai and the others quickly arrived at the battlefield. There was a fierce battle going on there. More than a dozen Sioux people and some from other races, a total of 30 people, were besieging them. There were more than a dozen people from the cultivation world. Those people from the cultivation world had formed a circle and were guarding the door. There was no danger for the time being, but they had no power to fight back. If this situation continued, they would be killed by those people sooner or later. Zhao Hai also noticed that some of the people from the cultivation world were injured. To his surprise, there were not only people from the cultivation world, but also people from two devil worlds, one demon race and one elf race. Two spirit races were a gathering of all the races in the cultivation world. Zhao Hai didn't care that much. With a deep shout, 10,000 swords flew out, forming a star 10,000 sword formation that charged toward the Sioux clan. The Sioux people also noticed Zhao Hai and the others. They also recognized Zhang Cheng and Liu Sheng on the ship. One of the Sioux people shouted and opened up a hole in the encirclement of the people from the cultivation world. When Zhao Hai and the others rushed to the side of the people from the cultivation world, the hole was immediately sealed. It seemed like they wanted to swallow Zhao Hai and the others up. HMPH. Zhao Hai snorted when he saw the situation. The boat under his feet trembled and slowly grew in size. In the end, it became a 9-story pagoda. Zhao Hai stood on top of the pagoda and turned to the people of the cultivation world, shouting, "Everyone, please come up the tower. We'll kill our way out." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the people from the cultivation world all moved to the top of the pagoda. Just as they were about to bow to Zhao Hai, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, there's no need for formalities at this time. After we rush out, I'll treat everyone to a drink." After he finished speaking, he immediately began to form hand seals. At the same time, the small wind chimes hanging on the corner of his pagoda began to ring. Every time they rang, it was as if there was a Buddha voice coming out, making one's mind calm. However, this sound was a form of torture for those who were attacking them. This was because Zhao Hai was the one who used the sound attack. Zhao Hai had long been used to all kinds of wondrous techniques, so he could naturally use the joyful melody mystic technique and the stupa mystic technique together. Soon, Zhao Hai was done with his hand seals. The entire pagoda shone brightly. Then, a huge ancient Buddha shadow appeared on the top of the pagoda. The ancient Buddha slowly opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was so dim that no one dared to look at him directly. Then Zhao Hai roared and the pagoda charged forward with an indomitable aura. The people who had surrounded Zhao Hai's group had long since lost their momentum to the pagoda. However, they were also experts, so they still directed their magical artifacts to attack the pagoda. However, the pagoda that had become extremely huge was like a tank that had rushed into the crowd. There was no logic to it. It just barged in. All the weapons that hit the pagoda were like ants trying to break a mountain. They couldn't do anything to the pagoda at all. The pagoda just rushed out of the crowd's encirclement with an indomitable aura. As soon as the pagoda broke out of the enemy's encirclement, it immediately transformed into the Hades and rushed forward at full speed. Zhao Hai turned to look at the Sioux people and shouted, "Everyone, I Zhao Hai will remember your care for the cultivation world. I'll return the favor sooner or later, so there's no need to see you out." After saying that, he commanded the Hades to leave as fast as possible, leaving the people standing there in a daze. They could not believe that such a perfect ambush had failed. Now that they thought about it, these people felt that their failure was quite unjust. Although the pagoda's attack power was extraordinary, there were so many of them. If they could attack at the same time, they would definitely be able to stop the pagoda. However, they were frightened by the pagoda's aura and couldn't organize themselves to attack the pagoda. In the end, Zhao Hai managed to escape. They couldn't do anything about it. One of the mermen looked at the departing Hades and turned to the person beside him. The person who came to rescue this time is not simple. His spiritual artifact can change shape, and he is using a Buddhist technique. Do you think he is from the floating temple? I heard that there's a weapon that can transform in the floating temple in the cultivation world. Clearly, the bearded man had heard of the staff before, but that was all. He didn't know much about it. Although the staff could change forms, it couldn't turn into a huge pagoda. The Sioux being beside him didn't seem to know much more than the other man. He nodded and said, "It's possible. It seems that everyone has to be more careful in the future. Damn it, I've suffered a loss this time." The Sioux person who had spoken earlier understood what he meant. They had spent a lot of money to get people from other worlds to join them in the attack on the dozen or so people from the cultivation world. Now that the operation had failed, they had to give those people the things they had promised. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to cooperate next time. This time they had really lost. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already left on the Hades. When they saw that the people did not chase after them, the people on the Hades heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and smiled. "Everyone, I'm Zhao Hai. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let's go to the cabin and talk." After saying that, he led everyone into the cabin. There were a few big cabins on the Pluto, and they were all habitable. The cabin on the top floor was where Zhao Hai and Laura lived. Naturally, he would not lead them there. Instead, he led them to the cabin on the lower floor. It had been modified, and although it was not as beautiful as the top floor, it was still extraordinary. As soon as they entered the cabin, everyone was stunned. They really didn't expect there to be such a good place. The cabin area was more than 10,000 square meters, with tables, chairs, and benches. It was very complete. After Zhao Hai invited everyone to sit down, he smiled and said, "It's fate that we're able to meet here today. We're all from the cultivation world. Although I may have some enmity with a few realms before, this is the Myriad Realm battlefield. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, we only have one identity to the outside world, which is that of the cultivation world. The other realms won't care which clan we're from or which small realm we're from. They'll only say that we're from the cultivation world, so I hope that we can meet more often in the future. We're all newcomers. If we can't stick together, we won't have any right to speak. Similarly, the chances of encountering danger will increase greatly." Everyone nodded their heads. These people were all Duji stage experts. On the surface, Zhao Hai was only at the nascent soul stage. If they didn't see Zhao Hai attack, they wouldn't even look at him. After all, this was a world where strength was everything. If you're not strong enough, you should just stay here and make as little noise as possible. Even if you do, no one will want to see you. However, after Zhao Hai revealed his strength, these people no longer dared to look down on him. In fact, they now had a slight sense of respect for Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai could be said to have saved them all by himself. His aura during the battle was indeed not to be underestimated. Seeing everyone nod, Zhao Hai continued, "Since everyone has agreed, I won't say anything more. Today is a happy day. I'll treat everyone to a drink." With that said, he waved his hand and took out a few jars of spirit wine. However, he didn't take out anything to eat. He only gave Mo Sheng a fat chicken. The crowd knew Mo Sheng's situation the moment they saw him, so they didn't bother and just followed Zhao Hai to drink. The atmosphere was very lively. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brother Liu, you're being too polite. We're all newcomers in the Myriad Realm battlefield. We should help each other. In the future, if Brother Liu has any problems, please feel free to ask. If I can help, I'll definitely help." Liu Sheng laughed heartily. "All right, just for your words, brother. Come, let's have a toast. From today onwards, you and I are friends." Zhao Hai raised his glass and toasted Liu Sheng. At this time, Li Zongdao had also familiarized himself with the others. Although Li Zongdao was only in the nascent soul stage, he had a strong backer behind him. He had the Xuan Qing sect behind him. Although there were no people from the Xuan Qing sect in the newcomers area, there were a few people from the Xuan Qing sect outside of the newcomers area. Those people would definitely take care of Li Zongdao, so no one dared to offend Li Zongdao. In addition, Li Zongdao was a straightforward and generous person. With such a personality, it was easy for him to make friends. Therefore, everyone became familiar with him very quickly. Only Mo Sheng was left alone. He sat by the side, eating fat chicken and drinking wine. He was very free. In fact, in Mo Sheng's eyes, those people didn't exist at all. In his eyes, there was only Zhao Hai. Other people's affairs had nothing to do with him. Even if those people wanted to talk to him, he wouldn't care. After treating everyone to a few jars of wine, Zhao Hai pulled Liu Sheng aside and asked, "Big brother Liu, what are your plans next? Are you planning to go back, or do you plan to buy some things outside before going back?" Liu Sheng glanced at the people who were drinking and sighed, "I want to go back, but we can't. I don't know what happened these days. We've been robbed several times. We haven't paid this month's tax yet. If we don't pay it, we'll be in trouble." So we want to take a walk outside and get something before going back. No matter what, we have to pay this month's tax first. When Liu Sheng heard Zhao Hai's words, he could not help but say, "You really want to deal with those Su clan people. Those guys aren't that easy to deal with. Not only are they powerful, but their whereabouts are also uncertain. It won't be easy for us to find them." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry. No one can escape once I've set my eyes on them. You know that the Sioux people don't usually move together. As soon as they split up, we'll take them down one by one. At that time, not only will we be able to vent our anger, but we'll also be able to get a lot of good stuff. How about it?" Liu Sheng thought for a moment and said, "I can't make the decision on my own. If we go together, it'll just be a temporary alliance. I have to discuss it with everyone." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, don't leave today. Stay on this ship. You can use this floor of the cabin." Liu Sheng nodded. They didn't talk about this topic anymore. Instead, they started chatting. In BSB, after everyone had drunk, Zhao Hai led Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng away. Mo Sheng was stupid, but he wasn't really stupid. Zhao Hai told him not to drink too much, and he really didn't drink. Even now, he still looked very sober. However, his mouth didn't stop. Zhao Hai didn't care and led the three of them to the bow of the ship. Now the sky outside was getting dark. Speaking of which, the Myriad Realm battlefield was really strange. It was divided into day and night, but this was definitely not a planet. This made Zhao Hai feel a little special. Standing at the bow of the ship, Zhao Hai let out a long breath as the cold wind blew against his face. He stopped the Hades and turned to Li Zongdao. "Big brother Li, we'll deal with those Sioux people tomorrow. We can't let them continue like this. If this goes on, it'll be a huge loss for our great cultivation world. We have to teach them a lesson." Li Zongdao nodded. "I'm afraid Liu Sheng and the others are discussing whether they want to cooperate with us. Do you think they will agree?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I think they'll definitely agree. They're not having a good time right now. They don't even have to pay taxes this month. We're giving them a chance. They'll definitely agree." Li Zongdao frowned. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy. This time we have to deal with the Sioux tribe. They aren't easy to deal with." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry. They will definitely agree. Although they have been in the Myriad Realm battlefield for some time, they still have pride in their hearts. Don't forget that they have suffered a great loss this time. If it weren't for our appearance, they would really be in danger. Do you think they can swallow this? They'll definitely think of a way to take revenge, and our participation will give them a chance to take revenge. They'll definitely agree." When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai's words, he could not help but nod his head. He understood the mentality of these crossing calamity stage powerhouses all too well. Which one of them was not arrogant? Although they were considered newbies after entering the Myriad Realm battlefield, their temper would not change in a short period of time. This time, they were ambushed and almost suffered a big loss. It would be strange if they could swallow this insult. However, if they wanted to take revenge, they had to find their enemies first. The whereabouts of those Sioux tribe people were uncertain, so it would be difficult for them to take revenge. The only person who could find those Sioux tribe people was Zhao Hai. Therefore, if Zhao Hai said that he wanted to take revenge on those Sioux tribe people, they would definitely agree. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and smiled. "That's enough, big brother Li. Let's go get some rest. We'll know what kind of answer they'll give us tomorrow morning. If they really agree, then these people are still worth befriending. If they don't agree, then there's no need for us to keep in touch with them in the future. They won't be able to make any progress in their lives." When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai's words, he nodded his head and said, "That's right. If they agree, it means that they still have the will to improve. If they don't agree, it means that they don't even have the will to improve anymore. Then what right do they have to be cultivators?" Zhao Hai nodded and led Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng to the cabin on the second floor. After Mo Sheng entered the cabin, he immediately found a place to sleep. Zhao Hai naturally didn't show any mercy and directly lay on the ground to sleep. Li Zongdao, on the other hand, really didn't expect that Zhao Hai and Mo Sheng would spend their time sleeping. This made him very confused. Forget about Mo Sheng. His mind was not very clear to begin with, so it was fine if he fell asleep. However, why would Zhao Hai waste his precious time on sleeping? However, just by looking at the two of them, he knew that they had been doing this for a long time. Li Zongdao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He really did not know what to say about Zhao Hai. For someone like Zhao Hai to cultivate to such an extent in just a few years' time, the heavens were really blind. Li Zongdao shook his head and sighed. He calmed himself down and sat down cross-legged, starting to regulate his breathing out of habit. Who knew that he would be affected by Mo Sheng's snoring not long after he regulated his breathing? He actually felt sleepy and fell asleep without realizing it not long after. The next morning, Li Zongdao woke up. He realized that he had fallen asleep on the ground. He could not help but pat his head and smile bitterly. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. He realized that the spiritual energy in his body had increased by a lot. Although it was not as much as the increase from meditation, his spirit was very good. His entire person was unprecedented in spirit. This made Li Zongdao stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he thought of something. Cultivation required a balance between work and rest. Now that the cultivators in the cultivation world had almost reached the point where they didn't need to sleep, no one went to sleep. All of their mental power was used on cultivation, leaving only work and no rest. From a certain perspective, their cultivation method was incorrect. Just as Li Zongda was thinking about these things, he heard Zhao Hai say with a smile, "Big brother Li, you're awake. Wash your face, let's eat something and go see Liu Sheng and the others." At the sight of Zhao Hai getting up and looking at him with a big smile, Li Zongda replied. With a wave of his hand, a water ball appeared in front of him. He used the water in the water ball to wash his face. After that, he threw the water ball outside. Although Li Zongda wasn't a professional water-type spellcaster, such a simple spell wasn't a problem for him. Once he saw that Li Zongda had finished washing up, Zhao Hai took out a few side dishes and some food. He gave Mo Sheng a fat chicken and the three of them started eating breakfast. After eating, the three of them came out of the cabin and went to the first floor where Liu Sheng and the others were. Liu Sheng and the others were like the other cultivators. They would not sleep at night and would meditate until dawn. They had already discussed this last night, so when they saw Zhao Hai they all stood up. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and cupped his fists to them. "What's everyone's decision? If everyone agrees, we'll take action now. If not, I'll have to ask everyone to disembark first. We're going to find trouble with those Sioux people immediately." Liu Sheng laughed and said, "Brother Little Hai, we've all discussed this. Those Sioux tribe people are not good people. This time they actually set their sights on us. Naturally, we won't let them off. So we've discussed this and decided to go with you to deal with those Sioux tribe people." Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile when he heard him say that. "Good, big brother Liu, that's good. If everyone agrees, then leave the matter of finding the Sioux clan to me. Everyone just needs to wait and deal with them." When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they all laughed. Although they didn't know how Zhao Hai had found those Sioux clan people, they believed that Zhao Hai was really going to deal with them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, since everyone has agreed, we'll set off. Those Sioux people seem to be quite arrogant recently. Let's give them a taste of our strength." After saying that, Zhao Hai turned the Hades and charged in one direction. Although the people on the ship didn't know where Zhao Hai was going, they didn't ask. Almost every cultivator had their own secrets. They wouldn't tell others these secrets. If they told others, it would be the same as telling others their trump cards. Then they wouldn't be far from death. Other cultivators also wouldn't casually inquire about other people's secrets, as it was likely to arouse suspicion, and then friends would become enemies. It could be said that cultivators always firmly believed in one saying: the friendship between gentlemen was as light as water. No one would casually inquire about other people's secrets, nor would they show too much concern for others, which would only arouse suspicion. In this case, only such friendship between gentlemen could be truly maintained. Otherwise, they would turn hostile sooner or later. Zhao Hai was flying in the direction of one of the Sioux people. The Sioux people rarely moved together, and even if they did, they would immediately split up. Although these Sioux people were under a unified management, there was still competition between them. In order to obtain a better status, they would try their best to climb up. What if someone got in their way? Of course, they had to do everything they could to eradicate it. The Sioux people were bandits and they didn't trust each other much. However, they had one good thing about them, and that was that they were very trustworthy. It was said that the Sioux people learned this from some bandit rules, but no one knew where they got them from. Anyway, when you did a mission with the Sioux people, you didn't have to worry about them plotting against you. They would explain the mission clearly to you, and they would give you everything you deserved. You could trust them completely, but after the mission was completed, you had to be on guard against them. Because after the mission was completed, it meant that they did not have to abide by the robbers' rules and could rob you again. That was why these people would gather together and trust each other when they were on a mission. However, they would split up almost immediately after the mission was completed because they would no longer trust each other after the mission was completed. The reason why the Sioux tribe had gathered together this time was to deal with Liu Sheng's group. Liu Sheng's group had a total of 14 people. With so many people, it would be impossible to keep them here unless there were more than half of them. Therefore, a few Sioux tribe members had organized themselves together to issue this mission. However, they did not expect that Zhao Hai would ruin it. The operation had been foiled by Zhao Hai, but the Sioux people still gave out the things they had promised. This was the most commendable thing about the Sioux people. However, after distributing the items, the team dispersed. This was because in the Myriad Realm battlefield, all the races knew what the Sioux people were like. Naturally, they were very clear that after the mission was over, these Sioux people could transform into bandits. If they stayed, it would be dangerous. Therefore, after the mission was over, they immediately dispersed. These Sioux clan people never thought that Zhao Hai would actually come to settle the score with them. It was not that easy to find them. Almost all of the Sioux clan people had invisible bodies. Not only could they become invisible, but they could also block out their spiritual power. In addition, the Sioux clan people were elusive. They didn't even know where they were going next, let alone others. It was extremely difficult to surround them. However, they didn't know that there was such a heaven-defying existence as space in this world. They also didn't know that their invisibility was completely useless in the eyes of the space monitor. No matter where they ran, they couldn't escape the surveillance of space. Furthermore, in order to deal with these guys, Zhao Hai had already inserted the mercury needles into their bodies. Once the needles were inserted, they would not be able to escape. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to deal with these Sioux race people was to teach them a lesson. At the same time, he also wanted to see if he could find out who the mastermind was from these Sioux race people. The Hades cruised through space at a high speed. Its imposing manner and the huge hull gave people a strong sense of oppression. Therefore, anyone who saw the Hades would stay far away, no matter which realm they were from. Although everyone came from different worlds, there was one thing in common. No matter which world they were in, an existence like the Hades was not something that ordinary people could afford to use. Because of this, no one dared to mess with Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai didn't feel anything when Liu Sheng and the others stood on the bow of the Hades. However, Liu Sheng and the others felt an unprecedented pride. Although the Hades had nothing to do with them, they had gained some glory. After all, the Hades was a magic tool of the cultivation world. They had benefited from it. The Hades was very fast. In addition, Zhao Hai had purposely adjusted his course yesterday to deal with the Sioux tribe today. Therefore, it only took them 2 hours to find a Sioux tribe member. The merman had also discovered Zhao Hai's Hades. He had a deep impression of the ship, and he knew very well that King Ming Hades had been transformed from a huge pagoda. Although they had allowed the pagoda to escape while they were in a daze the day before, they had no doubt about the pagoda's combat power. Even though they had been in a daze, many of the ritual implements had still hit the pagoda, but it hadn't been affected at all. It had rushed out directly, which was enough to show the pagoda's strength. So when the bearded man saw the Hades, he immediately had a bad feeling. He immediately used his invisibility cloak to hide, hoping to avoid this disaster. The bearded man had already guessed that Zhao Hai might have come for him. Zhao Hai's words before he left were still ringing in his ears. Now the Hades had come to him instead of going anywhere. He would not believe it if he said that it was not for him. Not long after he hid, Hades stopped not far in front of him. Zhao Hai looked at where the Sioux being was hiding and said, "Come out. Do you still want to escape this calamity? Don't forget what I said yesterday." The bearded man thought Zhao Hai was trying to trick him, but when he saw Zhao Hai looking straight at where he was hiding, he knew that Zhao Hai really knew where he was. The man's heart sank. He put away his invisibility cloak and appeared about 200 meters in front of the Hades. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "How did you find me?" The invisibility ability of us Sioux clan people is almost undetectable. Almost no one discovered it, but that doesn't mean no one discovered it. Didn't I discover it? To tell you the truth, before you, I've already met more than one Sioux clan member. I even killed one, but he went invisible and tried to sneak attack me. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. It's your turn now. You Sioux clan people should know that the Myriad Realm battlefield is a paradise for bandits, but it's not enough to only target one race. If you specifically target our cultivation world, you'll be met with revenge. Today is just the beginning. With that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and 10,000 flying swords appeared beside him, slashing toward the Sioux being. The Sioux tribe member immediately released his magic tool to block Zhao Hai's attack. However, Liu Sheng and the others wouldn't just stand by and watch. They all released their flying swords and attacked the Sioux tribe member. At the sight of this situation, Zhao Hai revealed a faint smile as he put away his flying sword and left this opportunity to Liu Sheng and the others. He knew that they wanted to take revenge, so he would give them this opportunity. Although the Sioux clan man was not weak, he couldn't withstand so many crossing calamity stage powerhouses at once. He was killed by Liu Sheng and the others in a short while. After killing the Sioux clan member, Zhao Hai pulled his body onto the Hades and said to Liu Sheng and the others, "Brother Liu, you can take everything on him, but this body is mine. How about that?" When Liu Sheng heard Zhao Hai's words, he could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then he immediately reacted and said with a smile, "Little Hai, you're a dark magician. Of course, this corpse belongs to you. However, we can't take everything. How about this? Everyone will get a share." The others naturally didn't object to Liu Sheng's suggestion. To be honest, they were the ones at an advantage. Without Zhao Hai, they wouldn't have been able to find this Sioux person at all. Even without them, Zhao Hai could easily deal with this Sioux person. They didn't doubt this at all. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He didn't really care about it. However, he knew that if he didn't want it, Liu Sheng and the others would feel even more uneasy. So Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, we'll do as Big Brother Liu says. How about this? I only want the Sioux clan person and his life-bound magic weapon, and you guys can split the rest equally." One must know that even so, Zhao Hai had suffered quite a loss. These Sioux clan people had been robbing in the Myriad Realm battlefield for a long time. They had more than 100 magical artifacts on them. In addition, they also had many other things that they had robbed. If these things were divided equally, each of them would earn quite a lot. This Sioux clan member was different from Liu Sheng and the others. Liu Sheng and the others were newbies and had not been in the Myriad Realm battlefield for long. Every month, they would have to worry about the tax they had to pay. However, this Sioux clan member was an old man. After so many years in the Myriad Realm battlefield, he had fought for many good things. Thus, his family's wealth was still very rich. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Liu Sheng wanted to give Zhao Hai some more things, but Zhao Hai did not agree. In the end, he could only do as Zhao Hai said. After they brought all the things that belonged to the Su tribe member, they realized that he was really rich. His invisible storage equipment contained a lot of good things. These things were not only enough for them to pay this month's tax, but they could also make a small profit. Li Zandao and Mo Sheng naturally received their share. Li Zandao's Zhao Hai told him to keep it, while Zhao Hai helped Mo Sheng keep his share. After all, Mo Sheng didn't need these things. He wouldn't know how to use it even if you gave it to him. This operation was a complete success. Not only did they get their revenge, but they also made a fortune. This made Liu Sheng and the others very happy. After everyone split the things, they all turned to look at Zhao Hai. Their intentions were very obvious. They wanted Zhao Hai to take them to fight the other Su clan people. Zhao Hai knew what they were thinking, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled and waved his hand. Pluto turned and flew in the other direction. Therefore, the Su people and the people from the other realms who had participated in the operation all had Zhao Hai's liquid silver needles on them. However, Zhao Hai's current target was the Su people. He didn't care about the people from the other realms. This operation was mainly started by the Su people, so he had to deal with them first. Although the people from the other realms had participated, they were hired, so Zhao Hai couldn't care about them now. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't want to offend the people of so many worlds at once, so he wouldn't do anything to the people of the other worlds. His main targets were the Su people. There's going to be another update in a while. Recently, the people from the other realms had realized that the atmosphere in the newbie trial area was a little off. First, it was the people from the cultivation world who were constantly being attacked. As a result, none of the cultivators from the cultivation world dared to come out. Even if they did come out, they would come out in groups. Very few came out alone. This made many people from the other realms gloat. Furthermore, the people from the other worlds also discovered that there were many Su people in the new trial zone. Most of the time, you would see the Su people attacking the people from the cultivation world. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was an operation by the Su people against the people of the great cultivation world. However, the people involved were confused, and the people of the great cultivation world seemed to have yet to discover the Su people's plot. Speaking of which, the Su clan was one of the most unwelcomed clans in the Myriad Realm battlefield. This was because they made a living by robbing others. Facing such a bandit clan, no one would like them. Besides, most veterans would not come to the beginner's trial area, but the Su were an exception. They didn't care about any unwritten rules. Even if there were written rules, they wouldn't care, let alone unwritten rules. That was why the people from the other worlds came out in groups. The Su people were too active in the novice trial zone, although their main target was the people from the great cultivation world, who knew if the bandits would suddenly change their mind and attack them, it was better to be careful. It was because of this thought that everyone was extremely careful and tried their best to form groups. However, the people from the other worlds soon realized that something was wrong. They realized that the people from the cultivation world seemed to have launched a counterattack. Led by a huge ship-shaped magic artifact, the people from the cultivation world were retaliating against the Su people. One by one, the Su people were killed, and the big ship was still domineering in the novice trial area. However, the ship didn't cause trouble for the other realms, but only targeted the Su people. The people from the other realms had also realized that this was a war between the Su people and the people of the cultivation world. It was best for them not to get involved and just watch from the side. It would also be good if they could take advantage of the situation. Soon, the Su people discovered this situation, and a large number of them rushed into the beginner's trial area. At the same time, the people of the cultivation world also discovered this situation, and a large number of experts from the cultivation world also rushed into the beginner's trial area. These newcomers from the great cultivation world and the beard race were all veterans with powerful combat abilities. When the newbies from the other world saw this, they immediately turned around and ran back to their own residential areas, not daring to come out. These people also understood that the conflict between the great cultivation world and the Su people would probably escalate with the influx of people into the beginner's trial area. If this person stayed in the beginner's trial area, he would be courting death. With such a huge commotion in the beginner's trial area, it naturally alarmed everyone in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Everyone from all realms turned their attention to the beginner's trial area. The great cultivation world and the Su tribe were not the strongest worlds in the Myriad Realm battlefield. The strength of these two worlds was only in the middle. But in the Myriad Realm battlefield, it had been a long time since the two worlds had fought. Everyone was deliberately avoiding this situation, because when the two worlds fought, they might end up with both sides injured, and that would only give the other worlds an advantage. One must know that there were too many realms in the Myriad Realm battlefield. There were more than 30,000 realms. There were many people who wanted to step on you to obtain greater benefits, so all the realms tried their best to avoid such a situation from happening. Therefore, the battle between the cultivation world and the Sioux tribe had attracted the attention of the entire Myriad Realm battlefield. The cultivation world could not back down this time. If they did, there would be countless people coming to deal with them in the future. Therefore, they had to teach the Sioux tribe a lesson this time. Under normal circumstances, the Sioux race should have retreated. They were a bandit race that only robbed and wouldn't really do anything to exterminate the human race. However, the strangest thing was that the order given by the Sioux clan's higher-ups this time was to fight to the death with the people of the great cultivation world at all costs. This was something that none of the Sioux clan people had expected. However, the Sioux people were still very obedient to the orders of their higher-ups, so a large number of them swarmed into the beginner's trial area. Naturally, the great cultivation world did not fall behind either, and a large number of people swarmed into the trial area. Zhao Hai and the others hadn't left the newbie trial area at all. They had been looking for trouble with the Sioux people, and it was because of their actions that the Sioux people were alerted. That was why they had sent a large number of people to the newbie trial area. Zhao Hai and the others didn't return to the residential area, so they naturally didn't know what had happened there. After Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen reported the situation here, the higher-ups of the cultivation world immediately responded. They mobilized a large number of experts and killed their way into the novice trial area, ready to cause trouble for the Sioux clan. The leader of the group was a young monk. This monk held a simple-looking staff. However, this root of Legeng gave off a kind of pressure, an extremely powerful pressure. The pressure didn't come from the monk but from the staff itself. This was the most shocking part. This young monk brought a total of more than 1,000 people into the newbie trial area. Most of these people were powerhouses at the crossing calamity stage, and only a few of them were powerhouses at the soul-splitting stage. The young-looking monk was one of them. Zhao Hai had already received the news the moment the monk arrived at the newbie's residence. He did not know who the monk was, but he did recognize the staff in his hand. This staff was famous in the cultivation world. It was the floating temple's temple treasure, the ever-changing Vajra staff. Zhao Hai saw that the staff had been taken out this time. It was obvious that the cultivation world was going to play big this time. However, he didn't care. The newbie trial area was not small. They had been moving around here. Even if the monk with the staff entered the newbie trial area, he might not be able to find them. He didn't want to meet the monk. Zhao Hai could tell that the young monk was the leader of this operation. He was also a Buddhist disciple. If Zhao Hai went in, he had to listen to the man's command. Zhao Hai didn't want to be ordered around every day, so he didn't plan to see the monk, nor tell Liu Sheng and the others about this news. Of course, Zhao Hai wasn't going to mess with the Sioux people anymore. There were more than 1,000 Sioux people in the trial area this time, and they weren't weak at all. There were a few soul-splitting powerhouses among them. Most importantly, the Sioux people were all gathered together. If Zhao Hai went to deal with them now, he would be at a big disadvantage. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't touch the bad luck at this time, so he was now leading Liu Sheng and the others to sweep the novice trial area. What they were sweeping was naturally the herbs and ores in the novice trial area. Due to the commotion caused by the Sioux tribe and the great cultivation world, many people from other worlds had left the beginner's trial area. The density of cultivators in the trial area was not as high as before, so this was a good opportunity to sweep the area clean. In the past, it would have been very difficult for Zhao Hai and the others to pick those herbs because there were countless people watching them every day. However, things were different now. The people from the other fields had already left the beginner's trial area. This was a chance for Zhao Hai and the others. There weren't many people fighting for herbs with them in the beginner's trial area, so they could collect as many herbs as they wanted. When Zhao Hai made this decision, he had taken care of all the Sioux people who had surrounded Liu Sheng and the others. This was to gather more medicinal herbs or ores to fill up the space, and to avoid the monks so that they wouldn't be involved in the battle between the two worlds. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to contribute to the great cultivation world, he just didn't want to become cannon fodder. So after he took care of the Sioux people who had besieged Liu Sheng and the others, he suggested for everyone to work together to gather herbs and mine. Now that Liu Sheng and the others had gotten their revenge and had seen Zhao Hai's strength, they naturally wouldn't object. They all agreed. Zhao Hai piloted the Hades and began to sweep through the various herb and ore production areas. Liu Sheng and the others also saw some clues from it. They had been to some of the production areas of these medicinal herbs before, so they naturally knew what it was like in the past. They would encounter a cultivator not far away, and if they were not careful, there would be a conflict between the two sides. But now they had been flying around the herb area for half a day, yet they had not seen a single cultivator. This was a little strange. These days, Liu Sheng and the others realized that everything Zhao Hai did seemed to have a purpose. He didn't do it casually, nor did he do it just for revenge. For example, the incident with the Sioux people. On the surface, it looked like he was taking revenge, but Liu Sheng and the others had no choice but to admit it. They had fallen into Zhao Hai's trap. Zhao Hai looked like he was taking revenge for them, but he was actually using this incident to get closer to them and slowly let them they would follow his lead. These words sounded a little strange. Since they knew about Zhao Hai's plot, they naturally wouldn't be fooled. However, the truth was not like that. In fact, they knew that this would happen, but they didn't want to leave Zhao Hai. They obediently followed Zhao Hai's lead. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. The longer he spent with Zhao Hai, the more he found Zhao Hai extraordinary. There seemed to be something about him that made you want to listen to his arrangements and orders. It was a very strange feeling, but they didn't feel disgusted at all. Even if they knew that Zhao Hai was dealing with the Su people to get closer to them and to subdue them, they still didn't feel any disgust. Sometimes, Liu Sheng even thought that these people were collectively possessed. Otherwise, why would they listen to Zhao Hai so much? They were really possessed. However, they were hit by the orthodox cultivation technique of the Buddhist sect, the wondrous art of purification. This wondrous art of purification was the most difficult to learn among all the wondrous arts. It was soundless when used, and there wasn't even the slightest mental fluctuation. As long as one was hit by this wondrous art, they would have a good impression of the caster and slowly become absolutely obedient. There were two ways to use the wondrous purification technique. The first was more urgent, like a big move, where the wondrous purification technique was used all at once. If the mind and mental power of the person hit by the wondrous purification technique were not strong enough, they would be purified immediately. After being purified, they would devote themselves to the person who had purified them. They might even become fanatical believers who had completely lost their own thoughts. The other way to use it was this silent nourishing method. When it was used, there was no sound at all. It was completely silent, and the victim would not feel anything. However, this method had a disadvantage compared to the first method. This method had to be used multiple times in order to achieve the purification effect. Zhao Hai had used this on Liu Sheng and the others many times. They had basically been edified by him, but they had not realized it. Zhao Hai didn't feel any pressure in purifying Liu Sheng and the others, because he knew very well that they didn't have any good intentions when they came to beg him. He had treated Liu Sheng quite well. Most importantly, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for them to be purified. NBSB Zhao Hai had the spatial dimension and the power of faith. In the future, he would only grow stronger. For them to be edified by Zhao Hai at this time was probably a good thing. The other great use of the edifying technique was that it was even more powerful. It was the collection of power of belief. Therefore, the edified people could provide power of belief to the spellcaster. The more people you edified, the more power of belief they could provide. Moreover, almost all the edified people were fanatics, so they could provide a lot of power of belief. This was the most powerful aspect of the edifying technique. Zhao Hai knew how important the power of faith was to one's cultivation. His body was much stronger than before, and he wouldn't face any obstacles in his future cultivation. However, it wasn't easy to make someone believe in you, especially fanatical believers. If Zhao Hai didn't have the inner space, he wouldn't have been able to collect so much power of belief. There was no lack of ways to collect and use power of belief in the cultivation world, but it was extremely difficult to find someone who could provide you with power of belief. In the cultivation world, there were some big sects that had done some experiments before. They specialized in raising some people and brainwashing them. Then they had these people provide them with power of belief. However, this method wasn't very successful. First, the power of belief could only be provided to one person. It was a problem of who to provide it to. If it was provided to too many people, each person would get very little power of belief, and it wouldn't have the corresponding effect at all. If there were too many people in captivity, it would be even more difficult to deal with. If there were too many people, it was easy to cause some unnecessary trouble. If at that time one person had some doubts about their brainwashing, many people would soon become suspicious, and this kind of breeding would slowly fail. It was precisely because this method of rearing livestock in captivity did not work that the use of the power of belief had never been widespread in the cultivation world. Keeping secret cultivation techniques was one reason, but the greater reason was that there was no place to provide the power of belief. After learning the power of belief, Zhao Hai's understanding of it deepened. He also understood why Lu Wei was still so weak even though he had something that could control an entire world. It was because the power of belief was not easy to collect. Just like in the divine realm, although Lu Wei was regarded as a high god, there were not many people who truly believed in him. Everyone was like some Buddhist people on earth. They only spoke casually and did not necessarily have true belief. It was also because of this that although Lu Wei's Yin Wind Ghost Emperor and the others controlled a world, the amount of power of belief they could collect was pitifully small. Naturally, it wasn't of much use to the two of them, and it wasn't of much help to them either. That was why their strength was so low. But no matter what, the two of them had a place to collect the power of faith, so neither of them was willing to throw that thing away. They had been holding it tightly in their hands, not daring to let anyone know. NBSB, if Lu Wei knew that Zhao Hai's power of faith was so strong, he would probably die from jealousy. By the same logic, if the people of the cultivation world knew that there was a technique like the wondrous purification technique, they would definitely do everything in their power to obtain it. This was because as long as they obtained this wondrous technique, they would be able to collect countless amounts of power of belief. This was a fatal attraction to any cultivator. Liu Sheng and the others didn't know about this. They only knew that they had unconsciously started to like listening to Zhao Hai's words. They didn't dislike this kind of emotion at all. Li Zongdao noticed this as well. He also felt that it was very strange, but he didn't ask anything. Li Zongdao wasn't stupid. Although he had worked with Liu Sheng and the others for a long time, he still didn't completely trust them. If it was in the cultivation world, Li Zongdao might still believe Liu Sheng and the others, but here, he didn't believe them at all. Li Zongdao was very clear that in the world of self-cultivation, Liu Sheng and the others would be wary of his identity. He was the core disciple of the Xuan Qing sect. If he killed him, the people of the Xuan Qing sect would know that Liu Sheng and the others could not afford to take the responsibility. However, this was the Myriad Realm battlefield. It was not very peaceful here. Even if Liu Sheng and the others killed him, no one would know who did it. The Myriad Realm battlefield was too chaotic. It was almost impossible to chase after the person who killed him. Now that Li Zongdao saw that Liu Sheng and the others were practically following Zhao Hai's orders, he became even more careful. In his opinion, those who were trying to please Zhao Hai for no reason must be up to no good. It was not necessarily a good thing for Liu Sheng and the others to treat Zhao Hai with such an attitude. Furthermore, Li Zongdao had mentioned it to Zhao Hai a few times. However, Zhao Hai only consoled him and did not take it to heart. In reality, Zhao Hai did not know how to say it. The divine power of purification could not be revealed. If he did, it would bring him endless trouble. However, what they needed to do now was to collect some medicinal herbs and ores. They would only be dealing with some demonic beasts. With so many of them, there was no danger at all. Therefore, Li Zongdao didn't react too strongly. While Zhao Hai and the others were collecting herbs and ores, the Su tribe and the cultivation world had also begun to move. Both sides had received some news that the other side had sent a large force into the beginner's trial area, so both sides were very careful. The two teams had sent out a total of 3,000 people. In the novice testing area, they were carefully approaching each other. They would also send some people to scout, but they would send out at least 10 people in groups. They were afraid that someone would be left alone and be taken care of by the other side. It should be known that in a big battle, any force could not be ignored. Zhao Hai had already kept both parties' situations in his origin space. Now, every single movement in the entire beginner trial area could not escape Zhao Hai's eyes. This time, both parties had caused such a huge commotion, so Zhao Hai had been watching from outside. The distance between the two sides was very far. If they really wanted to meet and fight, it would probably take a few days. Most importantly, the place where the two sides met was very far away from them, so they didn't have to worry at all. Zhao Hai didn't care about those things. He still led Liu Sheng and the others to collect medicinal herbs and ores every day. He had to take this opportunity to collect more. After this war, it wouldn't be as easy as it was now. Liu Sheng and the others naturally did not have any objections. They had almost been edified by Zhao Hai. As long as they were to undergo the reincarnation ceremony today, they would become Zhao Hai's most loyal believers. No matter how long they were separated from Zhao Hai, they would always believe in Zhao Hai as their god. They would never betray him. This was the most powerful aspect of the wonderment technique. Furthermore, even if Zhao Hai were to use the mystic art of purification in front of Liu Sheng and the others, they wouldn't feel any resentment. This was because their minds had already been purified by the mystic art of purification. Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. He did not want to get involved in the battle between the great cultivation world and the Su tribe. He planned to stay for a few more days until the two worlds officially began their war. Then, he would get involved. That way, he would no longer be under the command of Monk Kong Miao, and he could contribute to the great cultivation world. Monk Kong Miao was the monk who held the staff of 100 changes. Zhao Hai did not know his name before this, and it was only after everyone addressed him as Master Kong Miao that Zhao Hai knew his name. Although Kong Miao looked extremely young, he was extremely powerful. Most importantly, he was able to do things in an orderly manner. Under his arrangements, the army of over 1,000 people was carried out in an orderly manner without any chaos. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire Kong Miao. The space monk wasn't commanding the soldiers from the array world who had gone through military training, but cultivators who had never gone through any military training. It was impossible to get these cultivators to do everything according to his instructions without some tricks. Compared to the situation in the cultivation world, the Su people were much more formal. They seemed to have received some military training, and since they were under a unified management from the beginning, it was naturally much easier to manage them now. The large groups of people moved at a slow speed. Although they were cultivators and their speed was not slow due to the large number of people, it was much slower compared to individual people. After all, a large group of people had to maintain a certain formation when moving together. It was not that simple. Even though Zhao Hai was still collecting herbs and ores, his attention was on the Sioux tribe and the cultivation world. He wanted to join in the fun when the two sides started fighting. Zhao Hai stood on Hades and let out a long breath. He looked at Liu Sheng and the others beside him. Liu Sheng and the others were from different races, but they only had one identity now, Zhao Hai's followers. Today, Zhao Hai had undergone his final purification. Liu Sheng and the others had been completely purified by Zhao Hai's people, becoming his most loyal followers. In BSB, Zhao Hai used his Eye of Faith to take a look, and noticed that the golden power of faith had been produced on Liu Sheng and the others. The power of faith was so dense that it was comparable to the undead creatures. Although the undead creatures had their own thoughts, they were Zhao Hai's most fanatical believers. They could die at any time under Zhao Hai's command. However, the power of faith coming from Liu Sheng and the others was the same as the undead creatures. In other words, they had become Zhao Hai's fanatical believers. As long as Zhao Hai gave the order, they could die for him at any time. Liu Sheng and the others looked at Zhao Hai with a hint of fanaticism. Zhao Hai was like a true god in their hearts, and they were willing to sacrifice everything for him. At this moment, Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng were still sleeping in the cabin. Zhao Hai looked at Liu Sheng and the others and said, "You guys should also go and have a good rest. Remember, don't be too obvious in front of outsiders." "Yes, master." Liu Sheng and the others responded and bowed to Zhao Hai respectfully. They then turned around and entered the cabin. Zhao Hai looked at the background of these people, then turned to look at the dark sky outside. He mumbled, "Just you wait, I'll see you one day." The you that Zhao Hai was referring to was the people who created the Myriad Realm battlefield. Right now, the Myriad Realm battlefield was Zhao Hai's biggest worry. How could a person who could create a place like the Myriad Realm battlefield be a simple person? Now, Zhao Hai was most worried about those people. It was precisely because Zhao Hai had set his target on those people that he was not very concerned about the situation in the Myriad Realm battlefield. He knew that he would not have any problems here. He only came here to train and see if the realm could be upgraded. If the realm could be upgraded again, he would be more confident. The next day, Zhao Hai and the others went to collect herbs and ores again. Zhao Hai didn't go too far. He didn't go to places that were guarded by powerful demon beasts, but even so, their harvest these days was still very huge. Their harvest these days was almost as much as a few years' income of others, or even more than that of others. After all, no one was competing with them now. Even if they dared to stay, it wouldn't be good if they met Zhao Hai and the others. Now, the number of Duji stage undead creatures in Zhao Hai's spatial space had increased to more than 30. If he were to leave the Myriad Realm battlefield and return to the cultivation world, he would immediately become an overlord, the kind of overlord that no one would dare to touch. After going around the herb and ore production areas for a few more days, Zhao Hai finally stopped. They had gone to almost all of the famous herb and ore production areas in the newbie trial area, so they didn't need to go there anymore. Another reason was that the cultivation world and the Sioux people were about to start a war. There were almost 3,000 cultivators on both sides. The weakest among them was at the crossing calamity stage. None of them were at the nascent soul stage. All of them were experienced cultivators. The two sides were facing each other on a green copper mountain. The distance between them was less than 1,000 meters. Zhao Hai knew that a war was inevitable. It would take them about 3 days to get to the green copper mountain from here. It was the perfect time for them to join the war. Zhao Hai didn't tell Li Zongdao and the others why they were going back. Li Zongdao and the others didn't ask either. Li Zongdao had absolute trust in Zhao Hai. As for Liu Sheng and the others, there was no need to even mention it. Let alone the fact that Zhao Hai was only changing the sea route. Even if he asked them to hang themselves and slit their throats, they would still do it without any hesitation. After Zhao Hai turned around, he said to everyone, "Gather around me, I have something to say." Everyone gathered around him. Li Zongdao looked at Liu Sheng and the others. He felt that something was off. Liu Sheng and the others had changed too quickly. It had only been a few days, but they were already following Zhao Haiyan's orders. This made Li Zongdao feel uncertain. He didn't know what was going on with Liu Sheng and the others. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "We have more than 1,000 people from the cultivation world. We are facing off against the Sioux tribe at Green Bronze Mountain. We are going to fight soon. We are going back to join the battle now, so don't think about anything else for the next few days. Just rest well and get your energy back. We will be ready to attack at any time." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Li Zongdao was stunned. He quickly said, "Really? Little Hai, when did this happen? How come we didn't know about it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It has been a few days. It started when we started looking for the herbs. However, at that time, the armies of both sides had just arrived. The confrontation only started today. I didn't want to go back and be controlled by those people, so I didn't go back. Now that the war is about to start, of course, we have to go back and help." All right, Big Brother Lee, go and rest. We will need 2 to 3 days to wait for us if we rush back. These few days are just the right time for everyone to rest and reorganize. Li Zongdao nodded and said, I knew it. Why are there so few people in the trial zone these days? I'm afraid they've all been scared away. They're also afraid of being implicated. Zhao Hai smiled. That's right, that's why I stayed. Now that we've gained so much, it's about time to go back and join the battle. Li Zongdao laughed out loud. Good little Hai, well done. Those monks aren't good people either. This time let them fight first so that we don't have to go back too early and be used as cannon fodder by those guys. That's what I was thinking too. Don't you remember what Marshal Uncle Feng said before we came in? Recently, the Myriad Realm battlefield has not been very peaceful. The floating temple has even brought in the ever-changing Vajra scepter, and this time the leader is a monk, holding a staff in his hand. Li Zongda was stunned and said, a staff, 100-changing Vajra scepter. Do you know the name of this monk? Zhao Hai nodded. Kong Miao. The monk's Dharma name is Kong Miao. He seems to be quite young. Have you heard of this name? NBSB Zhao Hai noticed that Li Zongdao's expression changed the moment he mentioned Kong Miao's name and couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Zongdao's expression only returned to normal after a while. He said in a deep voice, if it's really Kong Miao, then I've really heard of this person. This person became a monk in Floating Temple. He's not very famous among the ordinary cultivators in the cultivation world, but we've all heard of his name. He's the #1 genius of the younger generation in reality. He's about the same age as me this year, maybe 2 years younger, but his cultivation speed is extremely fast. When I just formed my nascent soul, I heard that he had already passed his tribulation. I've heard that he's the youngest Grand Elder in the history of the Floating Temple and has an extremely high status. Although he's in the same group as us, he's already left us far behind. I'm afraid that only you can compare to him. Zhao Hai was taken aback. Of course, he understood what Li Zongdao meant. The us that Li Zongdao was referring to were the core disciples of the major sects. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, they were existences that were beyond reach. Kong Miao was an existence that they had to look up to. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai could not help but nod. It seems that this Kong Miao is really not simple. The Floating Temple can send him into the Myriad Realm battlefield with the 100-changing Vajra scepter without worry. It is enough to see that they are very confident in him. If there is time, I would like to meet him. Li Zongdao laughed bitterly. In the entire great cultivation world, Zhao Hai was probably the only one who dared to say such things. Even some of the older crossing calamity stage powerhouses would not dare to say such things. Li Zongdao shook his head. Then he turned to look at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, Little Hai, you must be careful of this Kong Miao. I've heard a rumor that this Kong Miao seemed to be the reincarnation of a senior of the Buddhist sect. I heard that there's a technique in the Buddhist sect that can allow one's soul to retain its memories and reincarnate to cultivate again. When Zhao Hai heard Li Zongdao's words, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Kong Miao reincarnated and recultivated. Really? Li Zongdao shook his head. No one knows. There's only such a rumor. Otherwise, why would he be so fast, he said. It's so fast that it's scary. Zhao Hai nodded his head. He knew his own limits. The reason why his cultivation speed was so fast was because of the existence of space. If this Kong Miao didn't have a cheating device like space, it would be a bit of a problem for him to cultivate so fast. Li Zongdao was already considered a genius in the cultivation world, and his cultivation speed was considered normal. Kong Miao's was a bit too strange. He couldn't be described as a genius anymore. He could only be described as a monster. If Kong Miao was really the reincarnation of that Buddhist expert, would he be able to see the power of faith in his body? If he really found out about it, then things would be even more troublesome. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai could not help but frown. It seemed that this Kong Miao was really a difficult person to deal with. Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and comforted him. Don't think too much. He's also from the cultivation world. He won't do anything to you. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and did not say anything. If he did not have so many secrets on him, he would not have to be afraid of Kong Miao. However, he had so many secrets on him. Any one of them could bring him huge trouble, so he could not be careless. NBSB Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and knew that there must be something he didn't know. However, he couldn't ask too much. It was up to Zhao Hai. If he wanted to say it, he could. If he didn't, no one could force him to. In BSB, however, Li Zongdao really wanted to know what Zhao Hai's secret was. Why was he so nervous when he heard that Kong Miao had reincarnated? Could it be that he had reincarnated too? Li Zongdao's eyes lit up at the thought of this. From Zhao Hai's performance, he seemed to be more suitable for reincarnation. He cultivated quickly, had many secrets, and was very powerful. He looked like an expert who reincarnated. Could it be that little Hai also reincarnated and recultivated? Zhao Hai didn't know what Li Zongdao was thinking. If he knew, he would be at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Li Zongdao was only half right. He couldn't be called reincarnation, but soul transmigration. He couldn't be called recultivation either, as he had never cultivated before on Earth. In BSB, although Li Zongdao suspected that Zhao Hai reincarnated, he couldn't find any evidence. Moreover, he thought back and realized that Zhao Hai really didn't reincarnate. There were many things he didn't know about cultivation, so the possibility of him reincarnating and recultivating could be eliminated. NBSB Zhao Hai let Laura and the others direct the Hades, while he led Li Zongdao and the others back to rest. This was a battle that involved thousands of people, so he had to be careful. The scale of this battle might not sound like a large number of people, but it should be known that the people who participated in this battle were all great experts at the Duji stage or the soul-splitting stage. If such experts were to fight, wouldn't it be a disaster? It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai had to be careful. He couldn't underestimate any crossing calamity stage powerhouses. Therefore, he had to cultivate well in the next 3 days. Kang Miao stood in the group of cultivators and looked at the Su people not far away. He didn't put his magic item into his space like the others. Instead, he held it in his hand because the magic item in his hand was the ever-changing Vajra staff. Kang Miao liked this magic tool very much because it was really not bad. He was very comfortable using it, and this time, it was time for him, Kang Miao, to become famous in the Myriad Realm battlefield. When he thought of his own wonderful experience, Kang Miao could not help but sigh in his heart at how far away he was. In his opinion, he was a person who was blessed by the heavens. Otherwise, why would he encounter such a good thing? The reason why Kang Miao's cultivation was so fast was not because he was a reincarnated Buddhist expert, but because he had obtained the inheritance of a Buddhist expert. Kang Miao was born on a planet controlled by the floating temple. His clan was a mid-tier cultivation clan under the jurisdiction of the floating temple. The people in the clan also cultivated Buddhist techniques. If a disciple was discovered to be a genius, they could be sent to the floating temple to cultivate and become an inner sect disciple or core disciple. And in the clan, Kang Miao was only a concubine's son who was not well liked by others. The clan naturally would not waste too much time and resources on him, so Kang Miao's life was not much better than that of the average rogue cultivator. However, no one had expected that when Kang Miao had gone up the mountain to pick up herbs, he had picked up a jade slip in an unremarkable cave. This jade slip did not have a psyche lock. Kang Miao had sent his own psyche into it and had immediately fainted. He had only woken up after 5 days. After he had woken up, he had realized that he had picked up a treasure. That jade slip had been left behind by a Buddhist expert before he had passed away in meditation. The jade scroll recorded the process of the expert from the body forging stage all the way to the spirit splitting stage. This was equivalent to pointing out the path for Kang Miao, allowing him to be smooth sailing in his cultivation process. The most important thing was that the techniques in the jade slip were all very high-level techniques, and the first step of cultivation was clearly written. How to cultivate the fastest, what kind of medicinal pill to use, they were all written very clearly. Kang Miao just had to cultivate according to those things. The most amazing thing was that the jade slip still retained a trace of the master's mental power and a trace of spiritual energy. The mental power was to stimulate Kang Miao's mind and make his mental power stronger. The spiritual energy was the purest spiritual energy, which was used to build his foundation. This jade slip could be said to be a treasure of the cultivation world. Anyone who obtained it could go from an ordinary cultivator to a great expert. As for why this jade slip appeared in that cave, no one knew. Kang Miao's mental power was much stronger than her peers, and she also had a trace of the purest spiritual qi of a soul-splitting stage expert. Naturally, her cultivation was twice the result with half the effort. She quickly stood out in his family and became the genius of his family. Then she was naturally sent to Floating Temple and became an outer disciple. Soon, she became an inner disciple and a core disciple. The cultivation resources he could obtain were also much more. With the help of that jade slip, naturally, his cultivation was smooth sailing and his speed was like a rocket. He was now the Grand Elder of Floating Temple, a soul-splitting stage expert and one of the most prestigious people in the world of self-cultivation. Thinking of this, Kang Miao felt a little proud. He realized that he was truly blessed by the heavens. A bastard son of an ordinary cultivation family could actually have today's status. If it wasn't for the mandate of heaven, it wouldn't make any sense. However, he had been busy with cultivation all these years. If not, he would go to some places arranged by some sects to train. Moreover, he had to hide his identity, which made him very unhappy. Now, in the cultivation world, only a few people from big sects had heard of his name. No one else knew who he was. When he thought of the disciples of the other large sects, when they went out, the disciples of the small sects would be surrounded by people. He felt very angry. However, when he went out, the people of the small sects didn't know who he was at all. Naturally, there wouldn't be such a situation. This was also what Kang Miao was most angry about. He was the Grand Elder of Floating Temple, the #1 expert of the younger generation, an existence that those people looked up to. Yet he was not as glorious as those people when he went out, so how could he reason with them? And this time, dealing with the Sioux people was an opportunity, an opportunity for him to make a name for himself in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Kong Miao was very clear that the people here in the Myriad Realm battlefield were all elites from the cultivation world, and there were people from all sorts of sects. As long as he showed his face in front of these people, in the future, no matter where he went in the cultivation world, he would be welcomed with the most enthusiastic reception. Although he was pleased with himself, he didn't show it on his face. He just looked calmly at the Sioux people, who were standing in formation not far from him, but had no intention of attacking. Kong Miao looked at the Sioux clan people and shouted, "Please ask the manager of the Sioux tribe to come out and speak." The voice came from a distance, and the group of Sioux people quieted down. Then a Sioux person slowly flew out from the group. He didn't look young, and his face was full of wrinkles, making him look even uglier. The Sioux person looked at Kong Miao and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency." Kong Miao looked at the Sioux clan man and said, "I'm Kong Miao from the Floating Temple. I've come here today to ask you something. Our cultivation world has no enmity with your Sioux clan, so why do you want to kill our people? Please give us an explanation, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." The Sioux clan man looked at Kong Miao and suddenly laughed. "Impolite? What can you do even if I don't? Aren't you being too childish by saying that? This is the Myriad World battlefield, and our Sioux tribe lives by killing and robbing. If we kill them, how many of them have enmity with us? You're talking about an explanation." "I was just about to ask you for an explanation. You people from the cultivation world actually dared to openly hunt down the Sioux people. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't be polite either." Kong Miao was stunned for a moment. His cultivation had always been smooth sailing. Even if it was a trial, it was an experiment without any danger. When had he ever seen such an arrogant and unreasonable person? The moment he heard that person say this, Kong Miao was so angry that she couldn't speak. When the Sioux being saw Kong Miao's expression, he couldn't help but laugh. "So it's actually a green hand. Ha ha ha, it seems that there's really no one else in the cultivation world who sent a green hand to fight us." With that, he laughed even louder, and the Sioux clan people behind him also laughed as if they didn't take Kong Miao seriously at all. Kong Miao looked at those people and shouted, "Cut the crap. Since you've said so, we have nothing to talk about. Let's see who's the real deal." With that, he waved his hand, and the staff in his hand struck the leader of the Sioux people. As for the people from the cultivation world behind Kong Miao, when they saw this situation, they did not say a word and immediately released all kinds of magic tools to attack the other party. When the Sioux clan people saw that Kong Miao and the others had made their move, they naturally didn't fall behind. They also released all kinds of ritual implements. In an instant, ritual implements filled the sky above Green Bronze Mountain, and the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. The two sides were still in the testing phase. Although the fight seemed to be very lively, there were no casualties. Kong Miao, on the other hand, was really angry now. He felt that the Sioux tribe man had insulted him, so he went for the kill as soon as he came up. The ever-changing Vajra scepter in his hand was constantly changing its shape as he attacked the Sioux tribe old man. However, the old man was obviously well prepared. He snorted and waved his hand. Then nearly 200 magical weapons of different colors flew toward the staff. None of these magical weapons were ordinary. Although one or two magical weapons couldn't stop the staff, dozens of them could. The magic tools he took out had long turned dark green, as if the magic tools themselves had the same color. In fact, he was using his tentacles to control those magic tools. Because of his strong strength, the power of the magic tools controlled by his tentacles was not small. At this time, Kong Miao released a few dozen more magic items towards the Sioux clan old man. One must know that Kong Miao was now a Spirit Division stage expert. The so-called Spirit Division stage expert was someone who could split his own Yuan spirit into two and split a deputy spirit for his own use. This deputy spirit could help you control the magic items, and the number of magic items that you could control would be twice the original. If Kong Miao hadn't reached the Spirit Division stage, he wouldn't have been able to use the 100-changing Vajra scepter. Although the power of the 100-changing Vajra scepter was great, it also had a very high demand on the mind. An expert at the Crossing Calamity stage could control dozens of celestial devices, but if he were to control the 100-changing Vajra scepter, he could only control the 100-changing Vajra scepter and couldn't control other celestial devices. Therefore, the 100-changing form's golden staff was usually used by powerhouses at the soul-splitting stage. This way, you could use the Deputy God to control the 100-changing form's golden staff and the Master God to control your own magic weapon. This way, you would be even more powerful when you fought your enemies. The ever-changing golden staff was similar to Zhao Hai's liquid silver. However, the current ever-changing golden staff could not compare to the liquid silver that had been upgraded many times. The liquid silver had become a weapon of faith, but the ever-changing golden staff was not. What was more, although the staff could change its shape, its volume would not change. Zhao Hai's liquid silver, on the other hand, could change its volume. Even so, the staff was still very magical. Although it was called the 100 Changes, it was just a name. This staff was similar to Zhao Hai's liquid silver. As long as you could think of something, it could make it appear. However, not many people could really exert the full power of the staff. This was because the staff was like liquid silver. You had to add the kind of staff to it in order to use it. This array could be condensed by using mental power, but even so, not many people could do it. After all, not everyone could use space to help him form an array like Zhao Hai. Besides, the 100-changing Vajra scepter was too precious. It couldn't become anyone's life-bound magical weapon. Most of the time, it was used as a sacrifice. It would only be used when it was necessary. However, there was a problem. Any kind of weapon needed to be familiarized with it before it was used. The longer you used a weapon, the more familiar you would be with it, and the more power you could exert. The 100 Changes diamond staff was almost always in the hands of strangers, so it was not so smooth to use it. However, you can't say that the staff is useless. There's actually a set of core arrays in the staff. This core array is composed of a control artifact and a set of attack arrays. These control artifacts and attack arrays are not common goods that can be seen outside, but the real fine ones. Other than these core arrays, every time you use the staff, you'll have to condense an array into the staff yourself. That is, you'll have to use your mental power to condense it. However, most people didn't have space, so before using the staff, the user would determine a few forms. When using it, the user would change between these forms, so that they could know what kind of array they were using in which form. Just like Kong Miao in his hands, the ever-changing Vajra scepter would turn into a magic scepter, then into a crescent moon shovel, then into a Buddhist commandment blade, then into a pagoda, then into a bowl. In his hands, the ever-changing Vajra scepter could turn into more than 10 shapes, and each shape had a different way of attacking, so the magic formation needed was different. Therefore, Kong Miao needed to familiarize himself with the ever-changing Vajra scepter in advance and prepare the magic formation needed for these dozen or so scepter magic weapons. This was to ensure that when he used the staff, it could change its shape in the shortest time possible, and it would also change along with the array inside. According to the records in the floating temple, the best person to use the staff was the previous 22nd abbot. This abbot could make the staff change into 108 shapes in his hands. It could also be separated and combined, making it extremely powerful. Although Kong Miao could only change into a dozen or so shapes, the core array inside the staff was not to be trifled with. Its attack was very powerful. The Sioux tribe elders would need to use dozens of magic items to block the staff's attack for the first time. The magic tools that Kong Miao had released weren't ordinary either, but the Sioux man didn't think much of them. He was still focused on the staff. Kong Miao was also very surprised by the strength of this Sioux clan man. He knew very well that although each strike of the staff looked very ordinary, the power of each strike was definitely not small. If it were an ordinary Duji stage expert using 20 magic tools, he would not be able to withstand a strike from the staff. He could even kill the Duji stage expert with one strike. However, in front of this Sioux tribe member, he didn't have any advantage at all. It seemed that this Sioux tribe member wasn't simple. Kong Miao had too little information. He had no idea that the Sioux tribe man standing in front of him was no ordinary person. He was very famous among the Sioux tribe. His nickname was Green Cloud Jade Sand Bandit, and his name was Su Wuzun. This person's strength was very strong, and he also had two life source magic weapons. One was the Green Cloud Scarf, and the other was the Jade Sand Fan. Out of the two Dharma artifacts, Su Wuzun first obtained the Green Sand Fan, the Dharma artifact that made him famous. He had somehow added a large amount of green poisonous sand into the Green Sand Fan. When the poisonous sand was released, not only could it pollute a person's Dharma artifact, but it could also corrode one's spiritual energy. It could even transmit poison through spiritual energy, poisoning a person and leaving them with no cure. This Green Cloud Scarf was a life-bound magic weapon he had refined for his co-soul after he had become a soul clone expert. After the Green Cloud Scarf was released, it would form a poisonous fog. This poisonous fog could be gathered and dispersed. It could pollute magic weapons and poison people. It could even be used as a flying magic weapon. Its defensive power was equally amazing. Su Wuzun was a well-known expert in the Sioux clan, and if there was a practical ranking, Su Wuzun would probably be in the top 10. It was precisely because of this that Su Wuzun was able to block Kong Miao's attacks. Even though Kong Miao's strength wasn't bad compared to Su Wuzun, who had been famous for a long time, he was still very inexperienced. Kong Miao was being held back by Su Wuzun, and the rest of the people in the cultivation world weren't having an easy time either. The people here didn't have as many mystic artifacts as the Sioux people. The Sioux people had the help of the tentacles on their heads, which allowed them to control many mystic artifacts. Although these mystic artifacts weren't as powerful as their original owners when they used them, they couldn't withstand the sheer number of them. In an instant, the cultivators of the cultivation world were slowly being suppressed by the Sioux people. Kong Miao also saw this situation, but he didn't have any good ideas. However, the people who came to the cultivation world this time were all veterans who had been famous for a long time and had experienced thousands of battles, so they responded very quickly. They immediately withdrew most of their magic weapons and went into defense. They also immediately divided the work, letting the people in front focus on defense and the people behind focus on attack. This way, both the attack and defense were stabilized. They only needed to focus on one thing. As for the Sioux people, they also noticed the change and immediately made corresponding changes. They also split a portion of their people to defend while the rest participated in the attack. However, the Sioux people were different from the people of the cultivation world. The people of the cultivation world mostly participated in the defense, and only a small portion of them would attack. But the Sioux people were different. A small portion of them were on the defensive, while the majority were on the offensive. As a result, the cultivators in charge of defense in the cultivation world were under even greater pressure. Fortunately, these cultivators weren't mediocre, so while the Sioux tribe cultivators didn't gain much of an advantage, the cultivators of the cultivation world were at a disadvantage. At this moment, Kong Miao was still fighting with Su Wuzhen and couldn't separate from him at all. From this point of view, Kong Miao was obviously too inexperienced. One had to know that he was now a leader and not alone. It wasn't the time for him to fight alone and show off his power. He should be organizing everyone to fight against the Sioux people. If he wasn't entangled with Su Wuzhen, the people of the cultivation world definitely wouldn't have ended up in this state with the help of the ever-changing Vajra staff. It was obvious that the cunning Su Wuzhen had intentionally provoked Kong Miao from the very beginning so that he would have to fight her alone. Then he would use his strength and experience to tie Kong Miao down so that the other Sioux tribe members could deal with the people from the cultivation world. This was clearly premeditated. In other words, before Su Wuzhen and the others fought with the people from the cultivation world, they already knew that Kong Miao was the commander of this operation. They even knew Kong Miao's background, the magic weapon she used, and her temper. That was why they made such a targeted arrangement. It was obvious that their arrangement was very successful. However, the people of the great cultivation world were busy dealing with the Sioux clan's attack, so they didn't notice this. If they did, they would know that the Sioux clan wasn't the only enemy that was going to deal with them. The Sioux clan couldn't have collected such detailed information. Neither side held back any of their strength in this battle, so it was naturally impossible to finish it in a short time. In any case, they had more people. While the front was fighting, the people behind could rest first and then switch. They had to finish off the other side before they were satisfied. This way, their battle would take even longer. Based on the current situation, it would probably take at least 10 days to half a month. Of course, this was under the condition that there were no accidents. Obviously, Zhao Hai and the others would be the unexpected ones in this battle. The Sioux people probably didn't expect that Zhao Hai and the others would be able to reach the battlefield in a day or so. Although he hadn't reached the battlefield yet, Zhao Hai was very clear about the situation there. Every move on the battlefield was being monitored by the realm. Because of this, Zhao Hai was a little anxious. He discovered that more Sioux people were rushing towards the battlefield. They were clearly prepared, and these Sioux people were reinforcements. The Sioux people had to make a name for themselves in this battle. They wanted to let the people of the cultivation world discover the 1,000-man team. This way, the people of the cultivation world would enter the newbie area to deal with them. Their reinforcements could be considered an ambush. Although there were only about 500 of them, the sudden arrival of these 500 people was definitely an existence that could change the battlefield. They were using these 500 people as an ambush. By catching the cultivation world off guard, even if they could not eliminate the 1,000-odd people sent by the cultivation world, they would at least seriously injure them. This was their real purpose. It was because of this that Zhao Hai was rushing as fast as he could. He had calculated the time, and it would take at least 4 days for the Sioux tribe to reach the battlefield, and that was if they had been flying non-stop. However, if they really flew for 4 days without rest, they would not have much strength to fight when they reached the battlefield, so they would definitely rest halfway. This way, it would take them even longer to reach the battlefield. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others didn't have this problem. Now that the Hades was under the command of Laura and the others, they only needed to rest on the ship. If Li Zongdao wasn't here, Zhao Hai would have brought Liu Sheng and the others into the realm. Liu Sheng had become his fanatic, so he naturally wouldn't reveal his secret. Laura and the others knew the current situation, so they did not stay any longer. They had Hades speed up once again. Zhao Hai calculated that at this speed, they would reach the battlefield in about 2 days. Then they would be able to join the battle. Right now, Zhao Hai no longer had the time to think about whether Kong Miao had reincarnated and started cultivating again. From Zhao Hai's point of view, so what if Kong Miao had reincarnated and started cultivating again? He was certain that the Buddhist techniques he had learned were different from the Buddhist techniques in the cultivation world. In other words, the Buddhist techniques he had learned were most likely from a higher realm than the cultivation world. In that case, there would be no problem for him to use the Buddhist techniques here. The main reason why Zhao Hai was so sure that the techniques he had learned were stronger than the Buddhist techniques in the cultivation world was because he had seen the battle between Kong Miao and Su Wuzhen. Even though the battle between Kong Miao and Su Wuzhen was very exciting, it also allowed Zhao Hai to see some of the Buddhist cultivation techniques in the great cultivation world. There were many Buddhist cultivators in the cultivation world who studied physical cultivation, but Zhao Hai believed that their physical cultivation techniques could not compare to the mighty fiends subduing mystic dharma. Zhao Hai remembered what Feng Beiming and the others had said. The rise of Buddhism in the cultivation world was not because their techniques were stronger than those of the celestial sect. On the contrary, some techniques of the Buddhist sect might not even be as good as those of the celestial sect, even in terms of body cultivation. The reason why the Buddhist sect was able to rise to the top was mainly because the elites of the celestial sect of wonders were wiped out in one strike. This caused the loss of all the elites of the celestial sect of wonders, and the Buddhist sect took the opportunity to rise to the top. This was also why the people of the celestial sect of wonders suspected that the Buddhist sect betrayed them when the elites were killed. Although there was no mention of any techniques in this matter, it was obvious that the techniques of Buddhism were not stronger than those of Xuanmen. In addition, he had just seen the techniques used by Xuanmiao. Although they were Buddhist techniques, they were not the same as what he had learned. Therefore, Zhao Hai believed that there would be no problem even if he used his 18 Arhats technique in front of many people. It was because of this that Zhao Hai was completely at ease. This time he was definitely going to teach those Su people a lesson. Zhao Hai knew very well that he had been branded with the mark of the cultivation world. If the cultivation world was destroyed, he would not have an easy time either. If the cultivation world was destroyed, where would the Heir go? If the cultivation world was destroyed, he would be left alone in the Myriad Realm battlefield. It would be difficult for him to survive, and it would also cause changes in the entire cultivation world. Zhao Hai did not believe that people from other realms would find out that the cultivation world had fallen. It was almost impossible to let the cultivation world slowly recuperate there. By then, the war would probably spread to the cultivation world. Zhao Hai was clear that if he wanted to develop, he would have to start from the Myriad Realm battlefield. There were many good things in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Just the newbie area alone had so many good things. There must be even more good things in other places. Zhao Hai had never thought that since the Myriad Realm battlefield was made by someone else, he would not want the things here. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the existence of the Myriad Realm battlefield just happened to give him an opportunity to develop. He could bring the good things from the Myriad Realm battlefield into his own interspace, allowing his own interspace to develop rapidly. At the same time, he could also better understand the people who created the Myriad Realm battlefield through understanding the Myriad Realm battlefield and what kind of people they were. In this way, even if he were to meet those people in the future, he would not be completely ignorant. Right now, Li Zongdao was also preparing with all his might. He knew that this was going to be a big battle, and his strength, to be honest, was at the bottom of the group. He was probably only slightly stronger than Mo Sheng. However, Mo Sheng was a pure body cultivator. Coupled with Zhao Hai's protection, he thought that nothing would happen to him, and with Zhao Hai's protection, nothing would happen to him either. However, Li Zongdao did not want this to happen. He was the core disciple of the Xuan Qing sect. When he came to the Myriad World battlefield, he always had to be protected. What was going on? However, Li Zongdao also understood that it was impossible for him to reach the crossing calamity stage just by thinking about it. Cultivation could not be rushed. The more rushed it was, the easier it was for him to make mistakes. If he went berserk, he would be finished. Therefore, he did not cultivate now. Instead, he let himself relax completely. While preparing the magical equipment and pills, he let his mind relax completely and maintain his best state. Mo Sheng's situation was the simplest. He was sleeping. This guy was eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. However, because the things he ate were all filled with spiritual energy, his strength didn't decrease. Instead, it increased very quickly, which made Li Zongdao angry. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He just sat there cross-legged like an old monk in meditation. In fact, he was observing the situation on the battlefield and the 500 Su tribe soldiers. The speed of the Su tribe's ambush was within Zhao Hai's expectations. He also understood why the Su tribe had kept their ambush so far away from the main group. They were afraid that if they were too close, they would be discovered by the people of the cultivation world. That was why they had deliberately separated the ambush from the main group. The two groups were separated by several days of travel so that the people of the cultivation world would not notice them. To be honest, the people of the great cultivation world had been a little careless this time. They had thought that with Kong Miao holding the staff and so many Duji and soul-splitting cultivators, they would be able to force the Su people back in a short time. After all, the Su people were bandits and would not normally fight to the death. However, they did not expect the Su tribe to send out Su Wuzhen this time. Furthermore, the people he sent were all strong. It was almost impossible for them to take down the Sioux tribe in a short time. This was the time the Sioux people needed. They would stall the people from the cultivation world here. It would be best if they could drag the people from the cultivation world down and tire them out. Then, when their reinforcements arrived, they would take care of them. The Sioux tribe's tactics had been very successful so far. Although the people of the great cultivation world had also taken turns to rest, the Sioux tribe wouldn't give them too many opportunities. They increased the intensity of their attacks, which increased the pressure on the defenders of the great cultivation world. Under desperate circumstances, they could only increase the number of people on the defense. This way, the people who were resting didn't have much time to rest. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were observing the battle from the perspective of bystanders. With the appearance of the reinforcements, they quickly understood what the Sioux people's tactics were. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. In terms of tactics, the great cultivation world was far inferior to the Sioux people. The Sioux people were indeed a bandit race. Their tactics were ingenious and bold. The Hades was extremely fast, and with no one in the newbie district disturbing Zhao Hai and his team, their journey was very smooth. By the second day, they were already close to Copper Mountain. As soon as they entered the range of the Copper Mountain, Zhao Hai and the others came out of the cabin and looked at the Copper Mountain in the distance. The Copper Mountain was only a black dot in their eyes, but they could hear the soft sound of explosions. It was clear that the battle was very intense. When Zhao Hai and the others saw this, they knew that the battle was very intense. Li Zongdao looked in the direction of the Bronze Mountain and said, "Looks like we're not late." "Late," Zhao Hai smiled. "How could we be late? Let me tell you, those Sioux people who are fighting with our cultivation world are just bait to lure our people here. The Sioux people still have more than 500 reinforcements on their way here. When they have the advantage in numbers, our cultivation world will be in danger. You don't have to worry, the Sioux people's reinforcements will only arrive in a few days. It's enough for us to take care of these guys." When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai's words, his expression changed. "Little Hai, are you serious? Did the Sioux tribe really send out a 500-man reinforcement? What about our cultivation world? Are there any reinforcements?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "No, maybe our superiors haven't noticed that the Sioux tribe has reinforcements. But there's no need to send any more reinforcements. We're enough." Li Zongdao glanced at Zhao Hai and nodded. He didn't say anything else. At this moment, the Hades was getting closer and closer to the battlefield. The sound of the explosion was also getting clearer and clearer. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Get ready, everyone. Don't leave Hades. We're going to teach those Sioux people a lesson." The crowd cheered and took out their Dharma artifacts. With a wave of Zhao Hai's hand, 4 musical instruments appeared around the Hades. They were the chime bells, the wooden fish, the saruha, and the drum. A huge silver bowl and a cachuo stick appeared at the bow of the ship. The cabin became a 9-story pagoda. 12 metal beasts appeared around the Hades. Zhao Hai was surprised by the appearance of these 4 metal beasts. He released these 12 metal beasts not because of their attack power, but because they were made of liquid silver. They were indestructible and could be used to block the enemy's attacks when necessary. However, when he let the 12 metal beasts out, he realized that something was wrong. The 12 metal beasts' beast chi had changed. The 12 metal beasts seemed to have become extremely powerful, and each of them was very powerful. Most importantly, their bodies also contained the power of faith. This was something that Zhao Hai had never thought of before. Each of the 12 metal beasts wasn't very strong, so Zhao Hai didn't use them often. He would only use them in group battles. However, the 12 metal beasts were different this time. The 12 metal beasts contained the power of faith. Although Zhao Hai had never seen them fight, the aura of the 12 metal beasts had undergone a tremendous change. If the 12 metal beasts in the past were just 12 inanimate objects, the 12 metal beasts now seemed to have become alive. Moreover, judging from their appearance, the 12 metal beasts' strength was around the nascent soul stage, and this was only based on their appearance. One had to know that the 12 metal beasts could transform. In addition, they were separated from liquid silver and would not be damaged. Their combat power must be stronger. Most importantly, Zhao Hai saw a glimmer of hope from the 12 metal beasts. It was the hope of the Yin-Yang Star Myriad Transformation Technique. The Yin-Yang Star Myriad Transformation Technique was a cultivation technique that Zhao Hai had been cultivating. Although he had learned the 18 Arhats technique, it could only be considered an offensive technique and not a technique. In other words, the 18 Arhat technique was at most a blade technique. The attacking method within the sword technique was not an internal cultivation technique. Zhao Hai's internal cultivation technique was still the Yin-Yang Star Myriad Transformation Technique. However, ever since he had learned the 18 Arhats technique, Zhao Hai had always had a regret in his heart. That was, his Myriad Stellar Transformations Yin-Yang technique was not a power of faith cultivation technique. If his Myriad Stellar Transformations Yin-Yang technique was also a power of faith cultivation technique, his strength would increase even faster. After all, he had a lot of power of faith in him. However, the appearance of the 12 metal beasts gave Zhao Hai hope. The yin-yang star transformation technique might really be a power of faith cultivation technique, because this cultivation technique was obtained after gathering the 12 metal beasts. Now that the 12 metal beasts were enhanced by the power of faith, it was not surprising that the yin-yang star transformation technique was also enhanced. NBSB, after all, the next level of the yin-yang star myriad transformation technique would only appear after Zhao Hai had reached that level. Perhaps when he had reached that level, the corresponding technique would naturally appear in the yin-yang star myriad transformation technique. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel excited. He directed the Hades to kill the Su tribe's main forces. They were really aggressive. It was impossible for the two sides to not know of their presence. However, most of the people from the cultivation world who had come this time were well-known masters, so many of them did not know Zhao Hai and the others. However, they could recognize them at a glance from their looks and clothes. Everyone could not help but cheer. Although these people didn't know Zhao Hai and the others, the cultivation world was at a disadvantage. It was always good to have a few helpers at this time. Zhao Hai didn't care about that. He steered Pluto straight into the Su clan's formation. At the same time, he formed a seal in his hand, and the sound of 4 happiness rang out. The sound of Sanskrit chanting entered their ears and suppressed the murderous aura. Everyone who heard this sound could feel the murderous intent in their hearts slowly fading away. The bowl and the rod were used by the Su people, and the 12 metal beasts also pounced toward them. With Pluto's unreasonable charging, an opening was quickly opened in the Su people's army, and Zhao Hai led the group in. The people on the ship didn't stay idle either. Everyone took out their killing weapons and charged toward the Su people. Although the Su people had put up their defenses, they didn't expect Zhao Hai's attack to be so powerful. Their line of defense was torn apart by Zhao Hai in an instant. Then, like a hot knife cutting into a piece of beef, the Hell King sliced through the Su people's army. Zhao Hai didn't care about that. He controlled Pluto with all his might and charged forward. Although this wouldn't cause too much damage to the Su people, it would mess up their formation. When that time came, the people from the cultivation world would take the opportunity to attack. As long as the Su people continued to be in such a mess, they wouldn't be able to organize an effective battle. When the people from the cultivation world arrived, they wouldn't be able to resist. A pile of loose sand couldn't possibly win against an army. Although the people of the cultivation world weren't an army, their formation was still there, and they didn't fall into chaos. Their attacks were all launched in groups, so they naturally had the advantage against the Su people. In ancient battlefields, a general would charge straight into the enemy's formation, and then the enemy would be defeated. Many times, the general would not necessarily kill many people. He would only break through the enemy's defense line and cause chaos in the enemy's formation. This would be equivalent to the enemy's defeat. Zhao Hai was such a general. He was only responsible for charging the formation. If he destroyed the formation, it would be the same as losing. It was just as Zhao Hai had expected. Zhao Hai's sudden attack had completely disrupted the Su people's formation, and the Su people were no longer able to attack as one. Su Wuzhen and Kong Miao had both seen this. Su Wuzhen knew that the situation wasn't good with a single look, and while Kong Miao was still young and inexperienced, he also understood that if he didn't attack now, he would have missed a great opportunity. He immediately shouted, "Attack, full force attack." In fact, he didn't even need to shout. The people of the cultivation world already knew what was going on. They were all battle-hardened figures and had encountered all kinds of situations. When they saw this situation, they immediately attacked. However, they didn't spread out their attacks. They still formed a large group and attacked the Su people's formation with their magic artifacts flying all over the sky. At this moment, Zhao Hai was still inside the Su people's formation. He was charging back and forth, and because he was inside the formation, the Su people were afraid of hurting their own comrades if they wanted to deal with him. It was a mess, and they couldn't stop Zhao Hai, allowing him to run freely in their formation. This time, Zhao Hai had thrown the entire formation into chaos. Su Wuzhen's face turned ashen at the sight of this. He knew that his side had lost. If they had wanted a small number of people, it would have been fine. As long as they spread out, they could regroup at other places. However, with more than 1,000 people gathered together, it would not be easy to spread out and regroup. On top of that, he would not allow anyone to regroup in the cultivation world. This time, they had truly lost. Su Wuzhen's eyes were spitting fire as he looked at Zhao Hai, who was charging around in the Su clan's formation. He etched Zhao Hai and the others' faces into his mind so that he could take revenge in the future. Su Wuzhen was indeed a seasoned thief. He was able to let go of things easily. Seeing that things were not going well, he immediately launched a few more attacks and then left. At the same time, he also released his green cloud scarf, which was originally used for traveling, so it was very fast. Now that he activated it with all his might, his speed naturally increased. Su Wuzhen disappeared in a puff of green smoke. Kong Miao knew that Su Wuzhen had run away when he saw the situation. He wanted to give chase, but he held himself back in the end. Instead, he turned around and charged into the Su tribe's formation. These Sioux people had been gathered under orders from their superiors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fought with Zhao Hai's group with their bandit nature. They had the upper hand before, but now that they were at a disadvantage, many of them had thoughts of running. However, the Sioux people still had their own rules. In this situation, if they ran away first, the punishment they would receive was still very important, so these Sioux people had been holding on all this time. Now that they saw Kong Miao charging over, the Sioux tribe members who hadn't noticed that Su Wuzhen had run off realized that he had. This was a fatal blow to the morale of the Sioux tribe. The Sioux tribe members, who didn't have much fighting spirit to begin with, lost even more of their desire to fight. They immediately scattered and fled in all directions. It wasn't easy for the people of the cultivation world to escape even if they wanted to. These Sioux clan people all had invisibility cloaks. Once they ran, they would use the cloaks to hide, making it difficult for the people of the cultivation world to find them. This time, more than 120 Sioux clan people had died in battle. Among them, more than 40 were killed by Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't hold back and collected the bodies of these 40-plus people, turning them into undead creatures. He didn't touch the other Sioux clan people's bodies because they were the spoils of war of others. These Sioux people's corpses weren't only useful to Zhao Hai. They were also useful to other people in the cultivation world, especially those from the devil world and the monster race. The devil world could refine these corpses into corpse soldiers. Although they weren't as powerful as Zhao Hai's undead creatures, their strength couldn't be underestimated. And to the demon race, the Sioux race people's corpses were also very useful, and they were used to eat. That's right, the monster race was meant to be eaten, because the monster race could increase their strength by eating other experts. Many of the monster race people slowly cultivated in this way at the beginning of their cultivation. After defeating the Sioux people, Zhao Hai piloted the Hades to the main group of people from the cultivation world. He cupped his fists and said, "Zhao Hai greets the seniors." In fact, not many of them knew Zhao Hai. They had been in the Myriad Realm battlefield for a long time. During this period of time, they were still very out of touch with the news. In addition, it had only been a few years since Zhao Hai ascended to this world. Therefore, not many of them had heard of him. However, Zhao Hai had come to help this time. Those people still saluted Zhao Hai back, but it was obvious that they were not very enthusiastic about Wu Hai. At this moment, Li Zongdao also cupped his fists to everyone and said, "Xuan Qing Sect's Li Zongdao greets all elders." Greetings, elders. The attitudes of those people towards Li Zongdao were much stronger than Zhao Hai's. They all returned the greetings. Some people even walked over to talk to Li Zongdao. Li Zongdao hurriedly returned the greetings. It was obvious that the people here were all of higher seniority than him. He had to return the greetings. If he really offended anyone, it would not be good for the Xuan Qing sect. Liu Sheng and the others also greeted those people. For a moment the scene became chaotic, as if it had suddenly changed from a battlefield to a good friend meeting. At this moment, a cough was heard. It wasn't loud, but everyone heard it. Everyone turned around and saw Kong Miao with the 100 Changes golden staff. Kong Miao wasn't in a very good mood right now. This time, he had originally wanted to take care of the Sioux tribe properly and let himself have a good time. He had never thought that in the end the limelight would be stolen by someone else. How could he be in a good mood? Zhao Hai hurriedly returned the greeting. "I wouldn't dare. I've long heard of Master Kong Miao's name. It's my great fortune to be able to meet you one day. Master, please come up to the ship to talk." Li Zongdao also saluted Kong Miao. What he saluted was the salutation of a junior. In the great cultivation world, everything was decided by strength. Li Zongdao and Kong Miao should be of the same generation, but Kong Miao's strength was very strong and she was already an expert in the soul-splitting stage. Under such circumstances, Li Zongdao had to bow to her. Kong Miao didn't hold back either. With a flash, she appeared on the Hades. Zhao Hai then turned to the people from the cultivation world and said, "Everyone, please board the ship. Don't worry, there's a lot of space in the cabin." When the people from the cultivation world heard what Zhao Hai said, they were stunned for a moment. Then their expressions changed. However, they still nodded and got on the boat. Li Zongdao had already led Kong Miao into the cabin. Now the cabin had changed as well. It was even bigger. Even if 10,000 people came in and started fighting, it wouldn't be too crowded. Everyone looked at the size of the cabin in a daze. They were not country bumpkins who had never seen anything. On the contrary, they were not the grand elders of various sects. They had high positions in their sects and were famous figures even in the cultivation world. What kind of scenes had they not seen? They had seen all kinds of Dharma artifacts that could sit people. Some Dharma artifacts also had internal space, but a Dharma artifact with such a large internal space, this was the first time they had seen such a thing. Zhao Hai walked in front of Kong Miao and bowed to her. "Master Kong Miao, this time Zhao Hai is late, please forgive him." Kong Miao saw that Zhao Hai had always been very respectful to her, so she did not say anything. She nodded and said, "It's not too late. Fortunately, you guys appeared. Otherwise, we would have been in real danger this time." I didn't expect the Su clan to fight us head-on. They even sent Su Wuzun to attack us. I miscalculated this time. Zhao Hai hurriedly said, "You can't blame yourself for this, master. The Su clan was planning to deal with us. It's normal that you didn't think of this. Please have a seat." The cabin was very spacious, but cultivators were not there for enjoyment, so no one cared. After sitting down, Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. "Mr. Zhao Hai, why are you here?" Could it be that they were specially sent to help us? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "To be honest, we've been in the novice trial area this whole time. The last time we came here to pick herbs, the Sioux people wanted to deal with us. After we forced them back, we kept looking for trouble with them in the novice area. In the end, the Sioux people in the novice area suddenly disappeared, so we went to look for them in the novice area. We accidentally found out about this from someone else, so we rushed here." Kong Miao nodded. "So you've been dealing with the Sioux tribe this whole time. No wonder. But with the help of such a magic artifact, you do have the confidence to deal with the Sioux tribe. Don't worry, I'll tell the higher-ups about this later, and you'll be rewarded." Zhao Hai hurriedly replied, "I'll let Master Zai off then." However, Master Zai has a troublesome matter. We heard from the outsider who told us the news that the Sioux clan has a reinforcement army that is rushing here. There seems to be 400 to 500 people. What do you think? Hearing Zhao Hai say this, Kong Miao was stunned, and then his expression changed. He was an extremely intelligent person, and he immediately understood what the Sioux people were planning. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Do you know which direction it is?" "I know, what do you mean?" Zhao Haiyan thought. Kong Miao snorted coldly. "These Sioux people have been targeting us from the great cultivation world all this time. If we can't teach them a lesson, they'll never remember it. Sir, please take us there on your ship. We must teach them a lesson." Kong Miao's words were half true and half selfish. He really wanted to deal with the Sioux clan, but avenging the people of the cultivation world was only half of the reason. The other half of the reason was that he wanted to use this opportunity to repair his image. That's right, he wanted to repair his image. From Kong Miao's point of view, he felt that he had lost face after being forced to this point by the Sioux clan. He couldn't raise his head in front of everyone, and he felt that his image had been damaged in front of everyone. Therefore, he wanted to do something beautiful as soon as possible to repair his image. When Zhao Hai heard what Kong Miao said, he also laughed and said, "All right, just as Grandmaster said. Don't worry, I'll make the arrangements immediately." With that, Zhao Hai turned the ship's bow and flew towards the reinforcement of the Sioux tribe. Seeing that Zhao Hai was done, Kong Miao nodded his head and stood up. He told the cultivators what Zhao Hai had just said, as well as his decision. When the cultivators heard Kong Miao's words, they naturally did not object. This time, they felt extremely aggrieved. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's appearance, they would all be in danger. Now that there was a chance to take revenge, they would not let it go. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Zhao Hai quickly said, "Everyone, please allow me to make some arrangements." Just when everyone was still in shock, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Everyone, it's all set up. You can see what's going on once you get out of the cabin." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, but they still walked out of the cabin curiously. As soon as they came out, they saw that the ship's image had changed greatly. The cabin was still a 9-story tower, but a wall had appeared on the deck. Looked like a city wall, much more imposing. Most importantly, the deck of the ship had been enlarged. Even if more than 1,000 people stood on the deck, it would only seem a little crowded. If some of these people stood on the tower, it would not be so crowded. It would be suitable for fighting. When they saw Zhao Hai's arrangement, they immediately understood what he meant. Zhao Hai wanted them to fight the Sioux people on the ship. This was a good thing, as they would be able to deal with the Sioux people more easily. Seeing Zhao Hai's arrangements, Kong Miao also nodded. He had already considered Zhao Hai as one of his subordinates, and he was naturally happy that his subordinate was so capable. Zhao Hai made some arrangements for everyone. Those who wanted to go to the tower were arranged to go to the tower, while those standing on the deck went to the cabin first. They still had more than a day to stay on the ship. There was naturally no need to mention Kong Miao. He and a few other soul-splitting powerhouses were immediately arranged to the top floor of the pagoda by Zhao Hai. This was the only way to show their identities. Kong Miao was naturally very satisfied with Zhao Hai's arrangements. She and the other soul-splitting experts went up to the top floor of the pagoda. When they reached the top floor, they were even more satisfied. The top floor of the pagoda was divided into small rooms. Each room was independent, so they had their own personal space. This arrangement was naturally to the liking of these soul splits. They were all very independent and did not want others to see them cultivating or resting. Zhao Hai's arrangement was exactly what they wanted. However, they did not rest. Instead, they gathered in Kong Miao's room. Although these cultivators were all from the same sect, they were very familiar with each other. These people were all experienced people. They knew very well that Kong Miao's 100 Changes diamond staff was actually a signal sent by the Buddhist sect. It meant that Kong Miao was a key target to cultivate. This time, they had sent Kong Miao out for the sake of learning. And the reason he had sent the few of them out was actually to help Kong Miao, so these people had positioned themselves very properly. So when they reached the top of the tower, they did not go to rest, but instead went to Kong Miao's room. Kang Miao looked at them in confusion, but he did not say anything. Before he came out, he had already received advice from the seniors of the Buddhist sect, telling him to discuss with these people if he had anything to discuss. Now that he saw them gathered in his room, he immediately understood that these people must have something to say. After the few of them sat down, Kang Miao looked at the few of them and bowed, saying, "Seniors, is there something you need from me? Please speak your mind." Kang Miao had thought that they were here to talk about the battle during the day. He had not done a very good job in this matter, so it was not a big deal to be captured. Kang Miao had already mentally prepared herself. However, to his disappointment, those few people did not mention this matter. One of them, who was dressed like a monk, glanced at Kang Miao and said in a deep voice, "Kang Miao, sit down. We've come to find you today regarding Zhao Hai." When Kang Miao heard him say this, she could not help but be stunned for a moment. For Zhao Hai, what's up with Zhao Hai? As she said that, Kang Miao had already sat down. The person dressed like a monk looked at Kang Miao and said, "Don't you think it's strange? Have you ever heard of a magic weapon like this in the cultivation world? Had anyone ever seen a boat that could change shape at will? Aren't you the least bit curious about this, Zhao Hai?" Upon hearing the monk's words, Kang Miao couldn't help but be stunned. He was an extremely intelligent person to begin with. In addition, he had been studying Buddhism for so many years, so his mind was much stronger than an average person's. During this period of time, because he had been valued too much, he had thought too highly of himself. However, after hearing the monk's words, he immediately calmed down. He muttered the name of Buddha in a low voice, then closed his eyes and recited a passage of scripture. When the few strong people of the soul-splitting stage saw Kang Miao's appearance, they did not show any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, their eyes revealed a look of approval. After a long while, Kang Miao finally finished reciting the scripture. His eyes opened, and a divine light flashed in them before they returned to calmness. However, the temperament of his body had undergone a subtle change because of the period of chanting just now. In Buddhism, chanting sutras was very particular. Chanting sutras could calm people's hearts and adjust their minds. It was very important to the people of Buddhism because they focused on cultivating the mind. The cultivation of the mind was very important to the people of Buddhism. Chanting sutras was a very important means for the people of the mind cultivation. These days, Kang Miao had been feeling a little self-confident. After being asked a few questions by the monk, Kang Miao immediately discovered that his mind had been confused by the curse thoughts. He didn't even notice such a simple question. He immediately chanted sutras to adjust his mind and spirit, making it tougher than before. Suning looked at Kang Miao and laughed out loud. "Kang Miao, I've always heard that you're the #1 genius of our Buddhist sect. Seeing you today, you're truly extraordinary. All right, then tell me your thoughts on Zhao Hai." Kang Miao's eyes flashed and she nodded. "Then I'll just be spouting nonsense. I still don't know Zhao Hai's identity, but from the way he does things, he's very skilled. He probably knew that we were going to fight with the Sioux people in the Newbie area and didn't just hear it like he said. However, he definitely has a grudge against the Sioux people, and it's true that he wants to deal with them." Su Ning nodded and said, "You're right. This Zhao Hai is indeed not a simple person. He is the #1 expert in the field of arrays. Most importantly, he has experienced it. He ascended to the field of arrays from the lower realm and has been there for about 5 years. Less than a year after he arrived, he won first place in the 6 World Warrior Tournament. This is the first time in so many years that our cultivation world has lost the #1 position. After that, he entered the 6 World Battlefield to cultivate. He made a name for himself in the 6 World Battlefield. In the end, our cultivation world invited Huang Daoran to deal with him. With his nascent soul stage strength, Zhao Hai fought Huang Daoran head-on. Huang Daoran could not do anything to him and finally proposed to take him in as a disciple. He actually agreed and went into closed-door cultivation for more than 4 years. After he came out, he entered the Myriad World Battlefield. He was the one who discovered that the Sioux clan was dealing with the newcomers of our cultivation world. Even though Su Ning did not speak in detail, these things were already very impressive to these people's ears. When Kang Miao heard Su Ning's words, his eyes could not help but widen. He then said in a deep voice, "According to what Grandmaster said, it hasn't even been 6 years since Zhao Hai ascended to the array world. He had actually used less than 6 years to enter the Myriad Realm battlefield. He's a true genius." Su Ning laughed bitterly. "You might not know this, but this ship is not an ordinary ship. It should be a magic weapon that can transform like the ever-changing Vajra staff. It seems to be even stronger than the staff. This magic weapon is the one that Leng Wayang made in the realm of mecha formations. It's a weapon that no one can use. That weapon was activated by Zhao Hai, so this ship might have been transformed from that weapon. The people of the cultivation world knew about the weapon that Leng Wayang had made in the field of mecha arrays. The people of the cultivation world admired powerhouses the most. Although Leng Wayang was the enemy of the field of mecha arrays, he was indeed a powerhouse. Most importantly, he had learned some skills in the cultivation world. Strictly speaking, he was considered half a member of the cultivation world. Therefore, when the people of the cultivation world mentioned Lang Waying, they did not have much hatred. On the contrary, they admired him. Therefore, he paid a lot of attention to the weapon that Lang Waying had made. However, Lang Waying didn't want the weapon to fall into the hands of the world of self-cultivators, so there was a condition for the weapon to be activated. It had to be engraved with a magic array, not a self-cultivator array. If it was not activated and the array was engraved with a self-cultivator array, it would self-destruct. It was for this reason that no one in the world of self-cultivators had any ideas about that weapon. In the end, Zhao Hai had activated it. The people of the cultivation world were very familiar with the characteristics of that weapon. They were very clear that when it was made, it was said to be stronger than the ever-changing Vajra scepter. It could change its size, shape, be hard or soft. All of this was copied from the ever-changing Vajra scepter, which made the people of the cultivation world pay more attention to it. Therefore, when Su Ning mentioned that the weapon used by Zhao Hai was the one made by Lang Waying, everyone was shocked. Su Ning glanced at them and said, "If I'm not wrong, this ship is made by that weapon. However, I didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to use that weapon to such an extent. He could actually turn it into this, NBSB." When they heard Su Ning's words, Kong Miao and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. To be honest, the reason why they had been observing Lang Waying's weapon was not because they believed that it could be compared to the ever-changing Vajra staff. They had only wanted to understand Lang Waying through that weapon. However, it seemed that they had underestimated Lang Waying and the weapon he had made. However, they did not know that liquid silver's current state was not related to Lang Waying's weapon. It was mainly because of the evil magic staff. From the looks of it, this Zhao Hai really isn't as simple as he seems. What does Master mean by bringing up this Zhao Hai? Kong Miao said in a deep voice. Did you notice the cultivation technique and weapon that Zhao Hai used when he attacked the Su tribe's formation? Su Ning asked Kong Miao. Upon hearing Su Ning's words, Kong Miao could not help but be stunned for a moment. Following that, he furrowed his brows and tried to recall. It was obvious that he had not noticed it at the time. However, Kong Miao immediately recalled the weapon that Zhao Hai had used at that time. Once she recalled the weapon that Zhao Hai had used, Kong Miao's eyes could not help but light up. She looked at Su Ning and said, "A Buddhist technique." Su Ning nodded. "That's right. It's a Buddhist technique. It's an authentic Buddhist technique. I'm afraid that even those who have been cultivating Buddhism for decades can't compare to him in terms of purity and level of attainment." Upon hearing Su Ning's words, everyone's expression changed. They knew very well that Su Ning might not be the most powerful among them, but his attainment in Buddhism was the highest. What he said was definitely true. Kong Miao looked at Su Ning and asked, "Master, what do you mean?" Su Ning looked at Kong Miao and laughed out loud. "Others say that you might be the reincarnation of that senior monk, but I'm sure that you're not. However, I'm not sure if this Zhao Hai is the reincarnation of that senior monk." When he finished speaking, Kong Miao and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. It can't be. Zhao Hai can't be the reincarnation of that senior monk, one of the cultivators suddenly said. When he said that, everyone's eyes focused on that person. As soon as they saw that person, they were stunned for a moment, then they chuckled, because the person who spoke was a spirit division expert from the Xuan Qing sect. He was usually very low-key, but his subordinates were very tough. Most importantly, he was born in the Xuan Qing sect, an orthodox Xuanmen, and his cultivation was passed down from sword cultivation. His nickname was Jianye. No one knew his real name, but his nickname was Jianye. He also called himself Jianye and never used his real name. According to him, he had long forgotten his real name. He was destined to pursue the escapee of the sword, so he was called Jianye. Although Jianye had been an expert in swords all his life, he had a deep feeling for the Xuan Qing sect. Zhao Hai was with Li Zongdao. Seeing how Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao addressed each other as brothers, Jianye knew that Zhao Hai had a special relationship with the Xuan Qing sect. It was not surprising that Jianye had said so. Jianye looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "I know a bit more about this Zhao Hai. He can't be the reincarnation of that Buddhist monk. This person doesn't even know the most basic things about the cultivation world, so he clearly wasn't born here. He probably didn't come from any of the worlds. He might really be someone from the lower or higher worlds without any background. As for why his technique is Buddhist, it's very likely. He has received the inheritance of an eminent monk. The inheritance of the tribute and reincarnation were two different concepts. Reincarnation meant that Zhao Hai was still the same eminent monk, while the inheritance of the mantle was like Kong Miao, who had obtained the cultivation technique of that eminent monk and had been cultivating it. Only then could it be considered an inheritance. Hearing Jianye's words, everyone felt relieved. In the cultivation world, it was not rare to obtain the inheritance of an ancient mighty person. Jianye became a sword cultivator because he had inherited the inheritance of an ancient sword cultivator. It was not strange for Zhao Hai to obtain the inheritance of an ancient monk. Su Ning nodded and said, "This explanation makes sense." However, regardless of whether Zhao Hai has received the inheritance of an eminent monk or not, the fact that he was able to enter the Myriad Realm battlefield from an ascended person in just a few short years shows his strength. We have to pay close attention to this person. Recently, our cultivation world has lost quite a few newcomers. If we can cultivate him, it will be very beneficial to us. Everyone nodded. Although there was a fight between the Buddhist sect and the celestial sect in the cultivation world, this was a major event that concerned the cultivation world. They did not dare to be negligent. In this period of time, the cultivation world had lost too many newcomers. At first, they did not notice it. The key was in the Myriad Realm battlefield, where it was normal to lose some people. But later, they found that something was wrong. The cultivation world was actually going to have a shortage of new people in the Myriad Realm battlefield. If they did not pay attention to it, then things would be serious. What was a newbie? The newcomers represented the inheritance and hope of the cultivation world. They were like the roots of the cultivation world, and by doing so, the Sioux clan was equivalent to breaking the roots of the cultivation world. By the time the old guys of the cultivation world slowly disappeared and the newcomers had not grown up, the cultivation world would have no place in the Myriad Realm battlefield. To put it bluntly, in the Myriad Realm battlefield, strength was everything. If you were not strong enough, you would have no place in the cultivation world. He deserved to be kicked out. It was precisely because they realized that the cultivation world was in a very dangerous position that the Buddhist and Xunmin cultivators in the cultivation world had joined forces to face this matter. Not only did they have to defeat the Sioux tribe, but they also had to select some promising talents from the new recruits and nurture them. Zhao Hai was clearly such a promising talent in their eyes. Zhao Hai was not the only one who knew that a hair cannot attach itself to a skin that does not exist. These old foxes also knew that although they were very powerful now and had long lifespans, they could not stay in the Myriad Realm battlefield to hold the fort. That would mean that the strength of the cultivation world was declining, which was not a good thing. Kang Miao said in a deep voice, "This Zhao Hai's strength is strong, and his methods are also very advanced. I think that there must be many Sioux tribe people's lives in his hands right now. This time, he has even made a great contribution. Seniors, do you think we should directly transfer him out of the newbie area? He's always restricted when he's in the newbie area, but if he's transferred out, he'll be able to deal with the Sioux people." Su Ning nodded. "That's possible. However, after this incident, I'm afraid that the Sioux tribe will be more obedient for a while." Jianyi frowned and said, "I'm afraid things won't be so simple this time. It's true that the Sioux tribe is a robber, but have you heard that the Sioux tribe specifically targets that tribe? Besides, the Sioux tribe has never had any large-scale conflicts with the people from other realms. They are all bandits, and it's not embarrassing for them to run away when they can't win. However, these two taboos are both committed on us, so I don't think this matter is that simple." Hearing what Jianyi said, the few of them could not help but be stunned. Su Ning frowned and said, "Now that you've mentioned it, I really do feel that something's off. These Sioux tribe people are acting very strangely." Kang Miao's eyes lit up. "Seniors, do you think Zhao Hai knows something? Otherwise, why would he go all out against the Sioux tribe?" Upon hearing Kang Miao say this, the few of them were stunned. Then their eyes lit up. Jianyi stood up and said, "I'll ask Zhao Hai and we'll know." Among these people, he was the only one who had a closer relationship with Zhao Hai. After all, he was from the Xuan Qing sect. While Zhao Hai had a good relationship with the Xuan Qing sect, they didn't stop him. In a short while, Zhao Hai appeared in the pagoda. He knew exactly what they were saying and doing. They were inside the staff. Even if they used a formation to isolate his room, it would be useless. Unless they left the staff, went outside, and used a formation to separate the room, nothing they said could be hidden from Zhao Hai. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't show it in front of these people. He was still no match for these masters in the Soul Division stage. He could only protect himself. If these masters in the Soul Division stage knew that he was monitoring them, they would probably join forces and burn his bones to ashes. Zhao Hai bowed to them and they waved their hands. Jianyi asked Zhao Hai to sit down and said, "Little Hai, I've called you here today because I have something to ask you. It's a matter of great importance, so you have to answer me truthfully." Zhao Hai saw his serious expression and nodded seriously. "Yes, please rest assured. Zhao Hai will answer truthfully." Jianyi nodded and said in a deep voice, "I heard that you were the first to discover the Sioux tribe's attack on our cultivation world. Other than this, did you find anything else?" Zhao Hai already knew what Jianyi was going to ask, but he still pretended to be in a difficult position. Jianyi looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Speak." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, seniors, I actually don't know much about this. I only know that the higher-ups of the Sioux clan have given the order to kill our cultivation world. That's why the Sioux clan is doing this to us. I also heard that the higher-ups of the Sioux clan seem to be doing this at the request of a large world." Before this, Zhao Hai only knew that the higher-ups of the Sioux tribe had given the order to deal with the great cultivation world. However, as he killed more and more Sioux tribe people, he learned more about the situation. He knew that there was a large world behind this, but he didn't know which large world it was. After all, only the higher-ups of the Sioux tribe knew who was behind this. The others only knew a little bit. He was not very clear about the rest, but even so, this was enough. At the very least, he gave the people of the cultivation world a goal. He wanted them to know that behind the Sioux people stood the people of a large world. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, there were 3 realms, big, medium, and small. In each realm, there were 3 grades, upper, medium, and lower. In other words, the various realms in the Myriad Realm battlefield were also divided into 9 grades. As for the cultivation world, it was at most equivalent to medium, which was the 5th grade. The large realm that Zhao Hai mentioned was at least a 3rd-class realm. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, the difference in strength was not small. A 5th-class realm like the cultivation world would definitely not dare to provoke a 3rd-class realm. When the others heard Zhao Hai's words, their expressions changed. Su Ning looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, is what you said true? Was it really a person from a large world who made the Sioux people do this?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I think that this matter is true. The few seniors have been in the Myriad Realm battlefield for a long time. You should also know what kind of situation it is in the Myriad Realm battlefield. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, the Sioux clan people usually do not fight head-on with others. They are just a group of bandits. If they can't win, they will run away. In their eyes, it is not shameful at all. With the bandit character of the Sioux clan, they should be hated by everyone in the Myriad Realm battlefield. However, there is a reason why they can survive until now. For example, the extermination of the human race. They had never done something like destroying someone's foundation. This time was an exception, but what was the reason for them to make an exception? If it's just for profit, I'm afraid that's impossible. As far as I know, the Sioux people have always been abiding by the bandit rules, and there's one rule that states that they can't be too ruthless. They can't do anything that will destroy their foundation. By right, something like this would never happen, because the Sioux people value that bandit rule very much. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they all nodded. Regarding the Sioux people, the people in the Myriad Realm battlefield still knew a little about them. Although the Sioux people had the nature of bandits, they still had a bottom line when doing things. It was also because of this that the Sioux people had existed until now. If the Sioux people did not have a bottom line and kept doing things that destroyed people's foundation, even the weakest realm would fight you to the death. If that was the case, the Sioux people would be an upper-class realm. He couldn't withstand so many people fighting him to the death. The Sioux people were able to survive until now because they wouldn't do such a thing. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "If they're not doing this for profit, then they must be doing this for something else. What else is more frightening to the Sioux people than fighting us? There is only one possibility. They can't afford to offend the other party. If they offend the other party, they might be in danger of being exterminated. Therefore, they would rather offend us and fight to the death with us than disobey the other party. From this point of view, the big world that came to deal with our great cultivation world this time is at least an upper, middle, or second-class world. Because even an upper, lower, or third-class world can't exterminate the Sioux tribe. It's not enough for the Sioux clan to attack us without any worries." Su Ning and the rest nodded. However, their expressions were rather gloomy. Zhao Hai's analysis was meticulous and reasonable. They had no choice but to nod. "Then what do you think, sir?" Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and asked. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and said in a low voice, "Kill." When everyone heard Zhao Hai's answer, they were stunned. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "What do you mean, sir?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Kill. We'll start with the Sioux people. The Sioux people are bandits. If we fight to the death with them, they'll definitely lose their cool. To these bandits, they're sure of everything in order to survive. If they don't want to fight to the death with us, they'll tell us who's behind them. As long as we know which world is behind them, we can deal with it and solve this problem from the root." Kong Miao frowned. "But even if we know who they are, what can we do? The other party is at least a top-tier existence. Even if we were to face them head-on, I'm afraid we won't have an easy time." Zhao Hai glanced at Kong Miao and then at Su Ning and the others. He smiled slightly and did not say anything. When Su Ning saw Zhao Hai's expression, he could not help but think even more highly of Zhao Hai because he knew very well that Zhao Hai was right. As long as they knew which world was the one who was dealing with them, they would have a way to solve this matter. The Myriad Realm battlefield was actually very similar to the cultivation world. Although there were more than 30,000 people from different realms fighting here, there were only a few people who truly belonged to the upper realms. The people from the upper realms were the true rulers of the Myriad Realm battlefield. The people of the upper realm would not really rule the Myriad Realm battlefield, and they could not do that. If they really conquered one realm after another, they would eventually raise the resistance of all the small realms. At that time, the gains would not make up for the losses. They did the same thing as the cultivation world. "I will not rule you directly, but you have to submit to me and pay me a deposit every year. If there is anything that you cannot solve, I will help you solve it." In a mid-tier realm like the cultivation world, one had to pay a fee for protection in the first year. Of course, if you hired someone from the upper realm to protect you, you could not hire someone from the upper realm. There were conflicts between the people from the upper realm. It was like choosing a side. If you stood on one side, you could not stand on another side. Sometimes they would also be dealt with by the people of the upper realm. For example, when two people from the upper realm had a conflict, it was very likely that the people from the upper realm who were hostile to each other would come to deal with them to cut off the wings of the upper realm they were in. To put it bluntly, they were the chess pieces in the hands of the upper realm. If the upper realm wanted to start a war, they would have to start by eating the other party's chess pieces. It was impossible for the two big realms to come to each other and fight to the death. Kang Miao had not been in the Myriad Realm battlefield for a long time, so he was not very familiar with this kind of situation. In addition, he had been living in a big sect like Floating Temple since he was young. It had always been others who paid tributes to them, and they did not pay tributes to others. It was precisely because of this that Kang Miao did not know the twists and turns in this. Kang Miao did not know, but the other soul-splitting powerhouses did. They were all old foxes who had been cooked countless times, so they naturally understood what Zhao Hai meant. Su Ning nodded and said, "Zhao Hai, you're right. As long as we know who's behind this matter will be easily resolved." "All right, but if we do this, won't we be offending the Su tribe? Those guys are like bandits. If they really fight us to the death, it will be very troublesome." Zhao Hai smiled. "We have to have a sense of propriety. We're going to teach the Su people a lesson, but not too much. At the same time, we can send someone to secretly contact them and tell them that we know they were forced to do this. As long as they tell us who forced them, they can let them go. But before we do, we have to hurt them. We have to beat them up so that they know that our cultivation world is not to be trifled with." When Su Ning and the rest heard Zhao Hai's words, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Zhao Hai's words were easy to say, but to make a group of bandits bow down to you, you would have to spend a lot of effort and kill a lot of people. They were very clear about the key to this. If they did not handle it well, not only would they not be able to deal with the other party, but they would also cause a lot of trouble for themselves. However, they had no choice but to admit it. This was the best way. Otherwise, with their strength, they would not be able to find out who was behind this. The longer this matter dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the cultivation world. For a long while, no one in the room spoke. Zhao Hai did not speak either. He just sat there quietly. Su Ning and the rest were very impressed by his ability to calm down. Sword One looked at them and knew that they had nothing to ask. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, we know about this. You can go back first. If there's anything, I'll look for you." Zhao Hai nodded and stood up. He bowed to the few of them and said, "Seniors, I'll let you know when we're about to fight with the Su people. By the way, this jar of spiritual wine will be for you to relieve your boredom when you're bored." After he finished speaking, he took out a jar of spirit wine that weighed 20 caddies and a few jade cups and placed them on the ground. Although Kang Miao and the others were people of Buddhism, they did not avoid things like spirit wine. After putting down the items, Zhao Hai bowed to the few of them before turning around and leaving the room. Looking at Zhao Hai's back, Su Ning suddenly sighed. This Huang Daoran is really lucky. After a battle, he actually managed to recruit such an outstanding disciple. I say, Jianyi, your Xuan Qing sect must have benefited a lot from this, right? Recently, the spirit wine that those kids have offered is very popular in the Jai. I'm afraid it has something to do with this kid. Jianyi knew a little about this. He smiled and said, yes, the spirit wine was provided by Zhao Hai. He cooperated with the Zhen family on account of Huang Daoran, and our Xuan Qing sect only has a few shares. Su Ning sighed. This kid is not an ordinary person. When he does things, not a single drop of water will leak out. He's amazing. If Kang Miao had heard Su Ning and the others praising someone in such a manner in the past, she would definitely be angry. However, now that his state of mind had improved, he did not take it to heart. Instead, he was pondering over Su Ning's words. Su Ning glanced at Kang Miao and said in a deep voice, "Guys, what do you think of Zhao Hai's suggestion?" When they heard what Su Ning said, the few of them were silent for a moment. Then Sword One spoke first. "It's feasible. By doing this, we can first take care of the Void Race people, and then we can find the mastermind behind this. However, we have to make good use of this opportunity. I think we should first defeat these Su race people, and then we can discuss it after we return." The few of them nodded. Su Ning turned to look at Kang Miao. Kang Miao pressed her palms together and bowed to the few of them, saying, "Seniors, please speak your mind. We should first deal with these Su clan people." Su Ning nodded. "That's good. It's settled then. I'll go back and rest." After he finished speaking, he stood up and bowed to the few of them before turning to leave. The others also stood up and bowed to each other before turning to leave. After Zhao Hai came out of the pagoda, Li Zongdao immediately found him. Li Zongdao glanced at the pagoda and said, "Little Hai, why is Grandmaster looking for you?" Zhao Hai laughed. "Nothing much. They just wanted to ask me about the Su people. They know that I was the one who first discovered that the Su people were targeting our cultivation world, so they wanted to ask me." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Li Zongdao heaved a sigh of relief. "So that's what you're here for. That's good. All right, Little Hai, come and rest for a while. How much longer do we have to see those Su tribe people?" Zhao Hai took a look at the Su people through the space. He noticed that the number of people in the reinforcement team had increased. Originally, there were only 500 people. Now, it had increased to about 1,000 people. Su Wuzun was also among them. It seemed that the Su clan people knew that reinforcements were coming. After being scattered, they all gathered at the reinforcements' location. From the looks of it, they were ready to fight. Zhao Hai furrowed his brows slightly. The Su clan people had gathered together again, and this matter was a little difficult to deal with. Last time he had attacked them suddenly, but this time they were probably prepared. If they attacked again, it would probably be a bitter battle. When Li Zongdao saw that Zhao Hai didn't answer him but frowned instead, he couldn't help but be shocked. He said in a deep voice, "What's wrong, little Hai? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and said, "Something has indeed happened. The Su people that we have scattered have regrouped with the army. Now their numbers have reached more than 1,000. I'm afraid this will be a tough battle." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked back into the pagoda. He had to tell Kong Miao and the others about this matter. No matter what, Kong Miao was the supreme commander of this operation. If he did not tell Kong Miao about this matter, it would be somewhat wrong. When Li Zongdao heard what Zhao Hai said, he was also shocked. However, when he saw Zhao Hai enter the pagoda, he knew that Zhao Hai had gone to look for Kong Miao to talk about this matter. To be honest, Li Zongdao was not too interested in Kong Miao. Although Kong Miao was of the same generation as him, the two of them did not have any friendship at all. In addition, the arrogance that Kong Miao had displayed before this made Li Zongdao look down on him. From Li Zongdao's point of view, it would be better to let Zhao Hai command these people than let Kong Miao command them. Of course, he would not say this out loud. After all, in the Myriad Realm battlefield, the Buddhist sect had the final say. If he really dared to say this, there was no need for anyone else. Jian Yu would deal with him. After Zhao Hai entered the pagoda, he immediately arrived outside Kong Miao's room. He said in a deep voice, "Master Kong Miao, Zhao Hai requests an audience." The door to Kong Miao's room opened, and Kong Miao's voice rang out, "Mr. Zhao Hai, please come in." Zhao Hai answered and walked in. Kong Miao was currently sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room, with the ever-changing Vajra scepter standing beside her. Seeing Zhao Hai enter, Kong Miao waved his hand at him and said, "Please take a seat, sir." Zhao Hai saluted Kong Miao and said, "Master Zai, there's no need for that. I'm here to tell Big Brother that the Su people that we've scattered have regrouped with their reinforcements. Now their numbers have reached about 1,000 and they can fight us. Furthermore, they're prepared this time. I'm afraid that even Hades won't be able to disrupt their formation." When Kong Miao heard Zhao Hai say this, she was slightly taken aback. Then her expression darkened as she said, "Really?" Zhao Hai nodded and Kong Miao nodded. "Please have a seat, sir. I'll invite the others over and we can discuss this." Zhao Hai nodded and found a place to sit down. He sat in a remote and inconspicuous place. Kong Miao immediately said in a deep voice, "Please come to Kong Miao's room, seniors. Kong Miao has something to discuss with you." NBSB, although Kong Miao's mental state had improved, he was still the commander of this operation. So when discussing matters, he would not go to other people's places, and they would not be angry because of this. After a while, Su Ning and the others arrived. Kong Miao took out the jar of wine that Zhao Hai had brought over and poured a cup for each of them. Of course, she did not leave Zhao Hai out. After taking a sip of wine, Kong Miao told them about what Zhao Hai had told her. When they heard what Kong Miao said, they all frowned. Jian Yi gently turned the jade cup in his hand and said, "It looks like those Su clan people still want to fight, but that's good. If they want to fight, then we'll fight with them. But this time we have to go all out." Su Ning finished the wine in his jade cup in one gulp and said, "We were tricked by them before, and that's why we were forced into a disadvantageous position. But it's different now. We're all gathered on the Hades. No matter how they line up, they can't line up like the Hades. We're basically attacking from all directions, so there shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, it's just a war, and it's normal for people to die in a war. There's nothing to worry about. We're going to fight the Su tribe to the death anyway. It'll be the same sooner or later." They all nodded when they heard Su Ning. They had expected some losses when they came to fight the Su clan this time. The last time, the Su clan had been defeated by Zhao Hai's sudden appearance, but they had not suffered any losses. This time, the Su clan had gathered together again. They also knew that if they did not defeat this group of Su clan people, the cultivation world would not have a good time in the future. Therefore, they didn't have any thoughts about it. Zhao Hai sighed in his heart. As expected, people with different strength would see things from different perspectives. In Zhao Hai's opinion, losing one Duji stage cultivator was a huge loss. However, these people seemed to be normal. There was a gap between them. This was the gap. Li Zongdao stood outside the pagoda, walking back and forth uneasily. He didn't know how Zhao Hai and Kong Miao's conversation went. In his impression, Kong Miao had always been an extremely proud person. He was really afraid that Zhao Hai would accidentally offend Kong Miao. Li Zongdao wasn't afraid that Kong Miao would attack Zhao Hai. Even if Kong Miao did, she might not be able to take down Zhao Hai. He was very confident in Zhao Hai's strength. However, Li Zongdao was afraid that Zhao Hai would really offend Kong Miao, and the people of Buddhism would make things difficult for Zhao Hai. Although there were also experts of the profound sect in the Myriad Realm battlefield, there were more experts of the Buddhist sect. Moreover, they were the ones who had the final say. If those people of the Buddhist sect wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai's days would not be good. As he was thinking, Zhao Hai had already walked out of the pagoda. When Li Zongdao saw that Zhao Hai's expression did not seem to be affected, he could not help but say, "How is it, little Hai? What happened?" Zhao Hai laughed. "It's fine. The higher-ups have decided to rush over and scatter the Sioux people. I'm sure they're right. There are more than 1,000 Sioux people gathered here. If we don't scatter them as soon as possible, it will only be more troublesome." Li Zongdao was relieved when he heard Zhao Hai say that he was fine. He thought for a while and nodded. "I guess that the higher-ups would decide to do so, but it's not a big deal. With our current strength, it's not really that difficult to deal with that Sioux person. In the past, Kong Miao was entangled with that Sioux person, or else she wouldn't have been at a disadvantage. Now that you're here, Kong Miao has to be more careful. On top of that, the Sioux people have just been defeated, and their morale is low. It shouldn't be difficult for us to deal with them." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's right, it shouldn't be difficult for us to deal with them. It won't be easy for the Sioux people to hold Kong Miao back this time. As long as we break their formation, everything will be easy." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "That shouldn't be difficult. We have Pluto. It won't be difficult to break up their formation. By the way, little Hai, aren't you going to get 2 bigger Dharma artifacts? If the 2 magic tools were to attack at the same time, I don't think they would be able to withstand it." Zhao Hai's eyes lit up when he heard Li Zongdao's words. "Good, that's a good idea, but controlling 2 great magic tools is too taxing on mental strength. If that's the case, I won't be able to participate in the attack, and I won't be able to use any other methods. The attack will have to rely on you guys." When Li Zongdao heard what Zhao Hai said, he quickly said, "Can you really get it out? That's great. As long as you can control the 2 great magic tools to charge at the formation, you won't need to participate in the attack." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, I'll think of something when the time comes. You should rest too. I'll keep an eye on them. In a few hours, the battle with the Sioux tribe will begin." Li Zongdao didn't object. He agreed and went to rest. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and smiled. In the past, he couldn't really control 2 large spiritual artifacts like the Hades, but now things were different. With the power of belief, he could control 2 large spiritual artifacts without any problems. Li Zongdao had really given him a reminder. If he used 2 large spiritual artifacts to fight against an enemy, he would be able to control the 2 spiritual artifacts. The destructive power of such a weapon would definitely be much greater than that of a great magic tool. In fact, the Dharma artifacts used by cultivators from the cultivation world and other worlds could be enlarged. However, there were several problems, so cultivators would never let their Dharma artifacts become too big. The first was their mental power. The second was the quality of the Dharma artifact itself. Dharma artifacts contained arrays that could enlarge them. As long as you use spiritual chi, you could make the Dharma artifact bigger. However, the material used by that celestial device was incomparable to liquid silver. Liquid silver came from the space, and it respected the laws of the space. It didn't care about other laws at all. The space said that it could expand infinitely without affecting the quality. However, it couldn't do the same for other celestial devices. If their celestial devices were enlarged beyond a certain limit, the quality of the celestial device would be affected. Magic tools could show signs of collapse, so ordinary magic tools couldn't be used too much. In fact, the staff could also be enlarged because it was made of good materials. It could even be enlarged to the size of Pluto, without affecting its quality too much. But this way, the mental power required to operate the 100-changing Vajra scepter would also increase. Even a split-soul stage powerhouse like Kong Miao would not be able to hold on for too long. The most important thing was that the floating temple had a clear rule that the user was not allowed to enlarge the staff because it would affect the life of the magic weapon. Floating temple did not want the staff to be destroyed, as they could not make a new one now. It was for these reasons that great celestial devices were not very popular in the various realms, and they were not developed. There were some great celestial devices in the various realms, but they were generally used by the big sects for transportation. There were very few great celestial devices that were directly used in battle. Even though the Sioux people had managed to block the staff, they thought that it was weak. In reality, every strike of the staff had the power to collapse mountains and split the earth. In the cultivation world, the number of people who could block it could be counted on 2 hands. As for why it was blocked by Su Wuzhen, it was very simple. Su Wuzhen's strength was clear for all to see. He was a soul-splitting cultivator, and his strength would probably rank in the top 10 in the cultivation world. He was also in the ranks of those who could block the attack of the staff. Therefore, it was not that the staff was not strong, but Su Wuzhen was too strong. Kong Miao was definitely not Su Wuzhen's match. Zhao Hai had never thought of using a large ritual implement to fight his enemies. It was too ostentatious and did not match his personality. However, if he really encountered a strong enemy, he could use a large ritual implement. Compared to small ritual implements, large ritual implements had an obvious advantage, especially Zhao Hai's large ritual implement. The person's body was in good condition, and he had great strength. Generally speaking, it was not wrong to say that his body was not lacking in strength. However, this saying was useless when it came to celestial devices. A big celestial device and a small magic device. As long as the quality of these two celestial devices was similar, the winner would definitely be the big celestial device, because the weight of the big celestial device was there for all to see. Even if they did nothing and just hit it directly, the pressure it caused would be very amazing. The advantages of a big celestial device were obvious, but so were its disadvantages. If the celestial device was big, its flexibility would naturally be affected. Therefore, if this big celestial device was used in a group battle, it would be absolutely no problem. However, if it was used in a fight between two people, it would be too much and the flexibility would be greatly affected. The last time Zhao Hai fought Huang Daoran, he had used Hades. The reason why he was able to fight Huang Daoran to such an extent was because of Hades' speed and Huang Daoran's status. If Huang Daoran really wanted to fight Zhao Hai, Hades wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. He kept thinking about the pros and cons of the big and small magic weapons. In the end, Zhao Hai decided that it was better not to use the big magic weapon when the two of them were fighting with very few people. Time passed by slowly. Zhao Hai stood on the deck the entire time, while Mo Sheng, who had just woken up, stood beside him. Zhao Hai looked as if he was standing there and looking at the scenery, but his mind was actually in the dimension. He was observing the situation of the Sioux tribe through the dimension. On the other hand, everything was going smoothly for the Sioux people. They were not affected at all. They had already organized themselves and were rushing towards the newbie area. Clearly, they had not lost their courage and still wanted to fight the people of the cultivation world. They couldn't be blamed for this. This time, they really weren't convinced of their defeat. They had already had the upper hand, but if it hadn't been for Zhao Hai's appearance, the people who would have been defeated wouldn't have been the Sioux clan, but the people of the cultivation world. It was precisely because of this that the Sioux clan people were not convinced. They wanted to get back at the people of the great cultivation world and teach them a lesson. Even though the Sioux people had the personality of bandits, they were Duji stage powerhouses after all. They had a bit of pride in their hearts. How could they be convinced that the Ziyaj world had defeated them with a surprise attack like Zhao Hai? The distance between the two parties was getting closer and closer. Zhao Hai was also constantly calculating the time. In about an hour, they would encounter each other. Zhao Hai knew that it was time to wake everyone up. An hour of preparation time was not very long for cultivators. With that thought in mind, Zhao Hai gathered his thoughts and waved his hand. A melodious bell rang throughout the Hades. Zhao Hai did not call for anyone, but he believed that once they heard the bell, they would understand what was going on. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, the cultivators understood what the bell meant the moment they heard it. Everyone walked out of their resting area. Kong Miao and a few other soul-splitting cultivators also appeared on the balcony of the 9th floor of the pagoda. When Zhao Hai saw Kong Miao and the others appear, his body moved, and he flew to the same height as the 9th floor of the pagoda. Then he hid himself from the group and said, "Zhao Hai greets the seniors. Seniors, in about an hour we will encounter the Sioux tribe. During the battle, if we can't break through the situation, the pagoda will fly out of the ship and attack the enemy formation. Please be mentally prepared." When they heard Zhao Hai say this, Kong Miao and the others could not help but be stunned. Su Ning was even more shocked as he said, "This pagoda can fly out and attack the enemy." It was no wonder that Su Ning was so surprised. Although they already had a very high estimation of liquid silver, they still knew too little about liquid silver and Zhao Hai's strength. So when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they were very surprised. Zhao Hai nodded, "Sure, but if that's the case, I won't be able to participate in the attack. I'll have to use all my power to command the ship in the tower." Almost without much thought, Kong Miao immediately said, "You don't need to participate in the battle. You just need to control the ship in the pagoda. Do as the others say. If the ship is blocked, you will command the pagoda to attack. You must break through the enemy's formation in the shortest time possible." NBSB Zhao Hai nodded. "Okay, please rest assured. I believe that after 2 charges we'll definitely be able to break through their formation." Kong Miao nodded. "As long as you can break through the Sioux people's formation, you'll have made a great contribution. You don't have to worry about anything else." Zhao Hai nodded and returned to the deck. Seeing that he had left, Su Ning heaved a long sigh of relief. "What a guy. He's controlling 2 great magical weapons. This kid is amazing. I'm afraid even I can't take him down." Kong Miao laughed bitterly. "Let's not talk about you, master. I've just used a secret technique that I've learned to calculate. Even if I had the ever-changing Vajra staff, I wouldn't stand a chance against Zhao Hai. Not a single chance. This person is too powerful." Everyone was stunned by Kong Miao's words. Kong Miao was born in Floating Temple, one of the most powerful sects of Buddhism. Because of its ever-changing Vajra scepter, Floating Temple was regarded as the #1 sect of Buddhism. There were countless secret techniques in the temple. In addition, Buddhism also had secret divination techniques, which were very rare in Buddhism. Not many people knew about them. They didn't know that Kong Miao knew this secret technique, so they were all surprised when they heard what Kong Miao said. They were shocked not only because Kong Miao knew how to calculate the secret technique, but also because of what Kang Miao had said. Kang Miao had actually said that he might not be able to take down Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai's strength was too strong, right? Kang Miao was a soul-splitting cultivator, and his soul-splitting stage was already very stable. In addition, he had the Staff of 100 Changes in his hand, which made his combat power extremely strong. Even Su Ning was not his match. Now, he was saying that he could not take down Zhao Hai even with the Staff of 100 Changes. This was the reason why everyone was shocked. Really, Su Ning looked at Kang Miao and asked. Kang Miao nodded with a bitter smile. Su Ning and the rest stopped talking. They really did not know what to say. One must know that their eyes were all very sharp. They could clearly sense that Zhao Hai had not gone through his tribulation. How could Su Ning and the rest be able to tell that Zhao Hai had not gone through his tribulation with just one look? It was because people who had gone through the tribulation were different from those who had not. The spiritual energy of people who had gone through the tribulation contained a trace of tribulation power. This tribulation power was actually a kind of power produced after being baptized by the heavenly tribulation. This power was useless, but as long as one was going through the tribulation, they could see the existence of this tribulation power at a glance. Even if a mark was left on one's body, it would not affect one's life, but it would leave a mark. It was precisely because of this characteristic that Su Ning and the rest knew that Zhao Hai was not a crossing calamity stage powerhouse. He was only at the nascent soul stage. Nascent soul stage, crossing calamity stage, and soul splitting stage. There was a difference of 2 stages between them. Kang Miao, who had the #1 magic treasure of Buddhism, actually said that he couldn't take down Zhao Hai, who was 2 stages lower than him. This was really hard to believe. Faced with such an answer, Su Ning and the rest were at a loss for words. They did not know what to say. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, did not care about this. He remained calm as he stood on the deck, looking at the front of the Hades. In reality, he was not the only one. Everyone was doing the same thing. Cultivators were different from ordinary people. If ordinary people encountered this situation, they might discuss it non-stop to ease their uneasiness. But cultivators didn't, because they were ready to fight at any time. Because of this, cultivators weren't afraid of fighting. On the contrary, they would treat fighting as a trial. It was because of this mentality that the cultivators stood calmly on the Pluto. No one whispered or talked nonsense. After a while, Zhao Hai suddenly shouted, "Get ready. We'll encounter another battle in 10 minutes. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone on Hades heard him. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then immediately took out their weapons. In an instant, the Hades became a huge porcupine, and all kinds of magical artifacts floated around the ship. At this time, Kang Miao immediately began to command. All these magic tools had different functions, and they needed someone to command them in order to unleash their power. It was just like how different types of soldiers worked together in a battle. Due to the previous incident, Kang Miao had gained some experience. On top of that, his subordinates were all veterans. Even if he did not say anything, he would know what to do. In a short while, the magical artifacts around the Pluto were arranged in an orderly manner. Zhao Hai looked at the magical artifacts around him. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing as commanding people to use magical artifacts in battle. He had to learn more. It was not an easy task to command people to use magic weapons in a battle. Magic weapons were generally divided into 2 categories, offensive and defensive. However, there were countless changes in these 2 categories of magic weapons. Some were fast, some were powerful, some were poisonous, and some had magic attacks. It was a big problem to command these magic weapons well. The most important thing was that these celestial devices were of different shapes and functions. In order to exert the greatest power of these celestial devices, appropriate adjustments had to be made to them. Only by gathering the fast ones, the powerful ones, and the poisonous ones together could these celestial devices exert their greatest power, instead of restricting each other and reducing their attack power. However, the weapons used by the powerhouses at the crossing calamity stage came in all kinds of shapes and sizes. It all depended on the commander's eyesight. He had to know the general attack power of the various weapons so that he could assign the weapons to the appropriate positions. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't need to command them this time. He only needed to learn. In fact, he wasn't the only one learning. Laura and the others were learning as well, especially Lies and the others. They were in charge of commanding the battle. Most of the undead creatures in the realm had changed to self-cultivation techniques, and their weapons were slowly changing. As long as these undead creatures grew up, they would have to command the army of undead creatures in battle. By then, everything they had learned today would be useful. The encounter began just as Zhao Hai had expected. Just as he had predicted, the Su people appeared in front of them in 10 minutes. Neither side said anything. Zhao Hai rode his Hades and charged forward. The Su people did the same. However, Su Wuzun, who was standing in the middle of the Su clan's formation, had an extremely grave expression on his face. The reason for his grave expression was because of the attack from Zhao Hai and the others. At first, Su Wuzun thought that Zhao Hai and the others would also attack in formation. He had already prepared a way to deal with them. Even if the two sides were to fight, he would have a way to deal with Zhao Hai's Hades. However, looking at Zhao Hai and the others, Su Wuzhen felt that something was wrong. Zhao Hai and the others were not in formation at all. Instead, they were all rushing over on the Hades. This was beyond his expectations. However, Su Wuzhen was also a veteran of war. Although Zhao Hai's actions were a little unexpected, he still made timely adjustments. They did not line up to charge at Zhao Hai. Instead, they lined up and waited there. The main reason why Hades attacked their formation was that they used all their magical artifacts together. Everyone believed in Hades, which formed a point. The Su people's formation couldn't be as complicated as Hades, so it was a one-sided formation. It was the easiest to break through the formation with a single point, but don't forget that the magic artifacts used by the Su people could also fly out. Although their people were waiting in formation, they could also use their magic artifacts together. This way, it would be a one-on-one battle. The final victory would depend on who had the best means. Even though Zhao Hai and the others had Hades, the Su people had more magic items than the people of the Great Cultivation World. They could win by quantity. It was because of this that Pluto's charge this time was not very smooth. It encountered a head-on attack from the Su people, and even with its power, it was unable to break away from the battle. For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate. Their ritual implements kept fighting in the air, and the sound of explosions was endless. Neither side had the energy to pay attention to anything else, and they were attacking each other with all their strength. This was when the power of the staff was revealed. The Su tribe's ordinary weapons would cause the user to be slightly injured when they collided with the staff. In the end, Su Wuzhen had to take action personally and block the staff. However, Zhao Hai saw an opportunity at this moment. He immediately sat down cross-legged and let out a low shout. The pagoda immediately left the Hades and charged toward the Su clan's formation. Because they were too close to the pagoda, and their attention was on the ritual implements released by the Hades and the Great Cultivation World, they didn't expect the pagoda to attack them. They weren't prepared at all. Furthermore, there were a few soul-splitting stage and crossing calamity stage cultivators inside the pagoda, so the Su people couldn't stop it. The pagoda rushed into the formation, and the formation was in chaos. Some of them wanted to use the summer adverts to block the pagoda, but as soon as they did so, Hades immediately increased its momentum. The Su people immediately felt that they were losing focus, and the formation was thrown into chaos. Su Wuzhen was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He knew very well that Zhao Hai was the one who had sabotaged this matter again. Su Wuzhen had heard of Zhao Hai's name before. Zhao Hai had dealt with many Su tribe members in the past, and some of them had managed to escape. Su Wuzhen had heard of Zhao Hai's name from those Su tribe members who had escaped. However, they were preparing for the final battle with the cultivation world at the time. Su Wuzhen had planned to take care of Zhao Hai after taking care of the main forces of the cultivation world. However, he didn't expect that before he could deal with Zhao Hai would stab him twice. These two stabs were enough to make him choke. Previously, their formation had been broken due to Zhao Hai's sudden appearance. In the end, they had turned the tables on him. This time, he had made full preparations, but he had not expected the pagoda to fly down from the ship and break their formation. However, there was nothing Su Wuzhen could do. The pagoda had already charged into their battle formation, and the entire battle formation was in chaos. With the pagoda and the Hades taking turns to attack, it was almost impossible to form a battle formation again. Under such circumstances, Su Wuzhen was out of options. Originally, Su Wuzhen had wanted to kill Zhao Hai to vent his anger, but Kong Miao had already thought of this. Thus, when they attacked, he had asked a soul-splitting stage expert to stay on the ship to protect Zhao Hai. Even if Su Wuzhen wanted to kill Zhao Hai, he wouldn't have the chance. Kong Miao knew that whether they could defeat the Su tribe as soon as possible depended on Zhao Hai's two ritual implements. As long as Zhao Hai was fine and the two ritual implements maintained their offensive power, they would be able to break through the enemy's formation and win. Seeing that there was no way to deal with Zhao Hai, Su Wuzhen could only give the order to retreat in the end. Su Wuzhen had already made preparations in advance. Even if they were to retreat, they would do so slowly and not give the Great Cultivation World any chance. However, Su Wuzhen had forgotten that there was a prerequisite for this slow retreat, which was that their formation had not been broken. They could maintain the formation and retreat slowly. Now that their formation had been broken, it was almost impossible for them to retreat slowly under the impact of Pluto and the pagoda. In addition, the Su clan had a bandit nature. Before you gave the order to retreat, they were afraid of the clan rules and didn't dare to retreat. Now that you gave the order to retreat, they turned around and ran. They had long forgotten about maintaining their formation and retreating slowly. Once these Su tribe people ran, they were utterly defeated. The people from the Great Cultivation World naturally wouldn't hold back. They immediately split into teams of 100 and pursued them separately, trying to kill as many Su tribe people as possible. This time, the Su people were out of luck. Although they all had invisibility cloaks, the people of the cultivation world were right behind them. It was impossible for them to become invisible even if they wanted to. They would disappear as soon as they ran. The people of the cultivation world were not stupid. They would immediately attack with a spell and naturally break their invisibility. At first, some of the Sioux people thought that it would be safer for them to stay together. However, they realized that staying together would make them the main target of the people of the cultivation world. The people of the cultivation world would not care about those who ran away separately. This discovery made it even more impossible for the selfish Sioux people to stay together. They scattered in a hubbub and no one could hold them back. After dispersing the Sioux tribe's formation, Zhao Hai kept the pagoda. He no longer needed a large magic weapon. In a small-scale battle like this, a large magic weapon wasn't very useful, so there was no need to waste spiritual energy. When the pagoda returned to the Hades, Kong Miao walked down from the pagoda and quickly walked in front of Zhao Hai. She patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and laughed. "All right, Zhao Hai, you're the main contributor to defeating the Sioux tribe. I don't deserve your praise, senior," Zhao Hai quickly replied. Kong Miao laughed and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder again. She didn't say anything else. Instead, she turned around and walked to the bow of the ship. She looked at the cultivators of the great cultivation world who were hunting down the Sioux tribe. However, those who saw Kong Miao's actions were all jealous of Zhao Hai. The cultivators who had come to participate in the war this time were all old foxes in the Myriad Realm battlefield. They were very clear about Kong Miao's identity. With Kong Miao's current identity, he was here to make a contribution. He was the key training target of Buddhism. To be able to have a good relationship with such a person would be very beneficial for his future development in the Myriad Realm battlefield. But now, it seemed that Kong Miao admired Zhao Hai very much. In the future, Zhao Hai would have a very strong backing in the Myriad Realm battlefield. The benefits would be great. Their hearts were now filled with all kinds of feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, they didn't show it. They had seen Zhao Hai's strength. Although it seemed that Zhao Hai was using the big celestial device to bully people in the past 2 operations, he had to be able to use it. This time, the people who came were not cunning. They knew very well that Zhao Hai's ship could change shape, and the big ship that was being adjusted must be his celestial device. If that was the case, Zhao Hai was too terrifying. His celestial device could change its size. It was better not to offend such a person who could separate and gather. Cultivators were people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. They didn't dare to offend those who were strong. Although Zhao Hai hadn't gone through the heavenly tribulation, his strength was there for all to see. No one wanted to offend him. And now that Kong Miao was acting as if she really admired Zhao Hai, those people were even more afraid of offending him. The battle was basically over. Now the only thing left were the cultivators who were chasing after the Sioux people. The Sioux people had scattered, so it wasn't easy to chase them down. However, the result this time was better than the previous time. They had killed at least 400 Sioux people. The 400 Sioux people were all Duji stage experts. This was a big blow to the Sioux people. This was also Zhao Hai's plan. He wanted to kill as many of the Sioux people as possible and then negotiate with them. By then, the Sioux people would have no choice but to negotiate with him. If the Sioux people had the right to challenge the great cultivation world in the past, after these 2 attacks, they were no longer on equal footing with the great cultivation world. The 2 attacks had caused the Sioux people to lose nearly 700 crossing calamity stage cultivators, which was a huge blow to them. After hunting down the merman for about 5 hours, they finally returned to Zhao Hai's Hades. After asking Kong Miao for her opinion, Zhao Hai left for the newbies' residential area. It was still a few days away from their location to the residential area for the newcomers in the cultivation world. During these few days, these people would naturally have to stay on the ship. Naturally, Zhao Hai would not let go of this opportunity to make friends with them. He took out a large amount of spiritual wine and sailed the Hades towards the residential area for the newcomers in the cultivation world. Before Hades even reached the residential area for the newcomers of the great cultivation world, news of the battle between the Sioux people and the great cultivation world had already spread throughout the Myriad Realm battlefield. Although the Myriad Realm battlefield was huge and there were no computers, the transmission of information was extremely fast. Even the battle between the Sioux people and the cultivation world was clearly understood by everyone. The entire Myriad Realm battlefield was in an uproar. The people here in the Myriad Realm battlefield did not expect that the battle between the cultivation world and the Sioux tribe, 2 worlds of equal strength, would end up with such a result. This made the people here in the Myriad Realm battlefield both surprised and somewhat puzzled. No one knew how the great cultivation world could fight against the Beard race. After all, in terms of combat power, the Beard race was still slightly stronger than the people of the great cultivation world. However, after learning about the details of the battle, everyone noticed one thing. They were prepared to say that it was Zhao Hai. Speaking of which, there were all kinds of talents in the Myriad Realm battlefield. There was even a member of the Tan clan in the Myriad Realm battlefield. This Tan clan member had a very special ability. That was, they could replay the process of the battle on a battlefield that had just happened 3 days ago. It was because of this Tan clan's help that the people in the Myriad Realm battlefield could so easily know how the Sioux clan and the cultivation world had fought. It was also because of the restoration of the situation on the battlefield that Zhao Hai had truly entered the eyes of the higher-ups of all realms in the Myriad Realm battlefield. The reason why those people noticed Zhao Hai was because, firstly, Zhao Hai's two great ritual implements were too powerful. With these two great ritual implements, it could definitely play a decisive role in a battle. Other than the two ritual implements, it was also the time Zhao Hai chose to attack. Zhao Hai's timing of attack was extremely precise. He attacked when the enemy least expected it. This made his two attacks even more threatening, and it was also these two attacks that had defeated the Sioux tribe. For those people from the big realms, it was not a big deal to use a big celestial device. For example, in the medium realms like the cultivation world, using a big celestial device might be very impressive. However, for those big realms, it was not the case. In those realms, the cultivation civilization was much more developed than in the cultivation world. The use of big celestial devices was unique. In those realms, there was no lack of big celestial devices. On the contrary, there were also many great magic tools. In the big world, it was not a big deal to use a big celestial device. However, there were not many people who could use it well. In the big world, there were very few big celestial devices that could be used directly in battle. Most of them were used for long-distance losses. However, Zhao Hai's ability to use a big celestial device to such an extent reminded the people of the big world in some ways. In the end, the big world was no different from the cultivation world. There were also many sects. Of course, these sects also fought with each other. However, in the process of fighting, not many of them used large Dharma artifacts. This was because no matter how large a large Dharma artifact was, even if it was faster than a small Dharma artifact, it was not as agile. It was not very helpful in battle and could only be used when charging. However, if you had a powerful weapon, so did the enemy. Under such circumstances, the use of the powerful weapon would determine the outcome of the battle. It was clear that Zhao Hai's use of the powerful weapon had impressed the people from the large world. There was only one answer to what the big realm valued the most: talent. The battle with the Sioux people had drawn the attention of the big realm's people. Once they noticed Zhao Hai, they naturally had to investigate him. They used all sorts of methods and connections to investigate him. This investigation was mainly to find out what he was like in the cultivation world. One must know that it was impossible to tell a cultivator's true age because of the cultivation technique they practiced. Even if they were 100 or 200 years old, they would still look like a young man. Therefore, although Zhao Hai looked very young, the people from the big world still wanted to investigate his situation. If the people from the large realms wanted to investigate Zhao Hai, they had too many methods. Even the cultivation world was inextricably linked to those large realms and was protected by one of them. If the large realm that protected them asked them about Zhao Hai, would they dare to say nothing? Obviously, that was impossible. Hence, Zhao Hai's information was quickly placed on the table of those big interfaces. In some cases, the secrecy of these big interfaces was really not transparent, and in some cases, it existed in name only and was completely useless. Zhao Hai's information was not top secret, so it could not be kept too confidential. Therefore, Zhao Hai's information was quickly investigated by all the great worlds. As soon as they saw Zhao Hai's information, those people from the large realms couldn't help but have a fondness for talent. The main reason was that Zhao Hai's ascension time was too short. It was only a short period of less than 5 years, but he was already qualified to enter the Myriad Realm battlefield. This was really attractive to those people from the large realms. In their eyes, Zhao Hai was definitely a genius. However, Zhao Hai was still unaware of all this. He was drinking all the way as he steered the Hades towards the newbies' residential area. The speed of their return could not even be compared to the speed at which news spread in the Myriad World battlefield. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the newbie residential area in the cultivation world, Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen were already there to welcome them. Zhao Hai saw the situation, and after obtaining Kong Miao and the others' approval, he kept his Hades and flew towards Yuan Ding and the others with the others. This time, there were many people who came with Yuan Ding and the others. These people were all powerhouses at the crossing calamity stage, and most of them were Buddhists. They were all veterans in the Myriad Realm battlefield and were the reinforcements that the cultivation world had prepared to send after receiving the news. However, they did not expect that the reinforcements would already know that Zhao Hai and the others had returned triumphantly the moment they arrived at the newbie's residence. Naturally, it was not Zhao Hai's turn to greet Yuan Ding and the others. It was Kong Miao and the others' turn. Of course, Yuan Ding and the others' status was still much lower than Kong Miao's. It was just that he and Yuan Zhen were in charge of the newbie residential area, so they were the ones to welcome Kong Miao and the others. After exchanging a few words with Yuan Ding and the others, Kong Miao turned around and entered the residential area for the newcomers. Yuan Ding and the others immediately arranged accommodations for these cultivators. Zhao Hai and the others naturally didn't need anyone to arrange accommodations for them. However, Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao originally lived in 2 cave abodes. Now they had to give up 1 cave abode because the number of cave abodes in the residential area for the newcomers was a little tight after these people arrived. Although Yuan Ding didn't say anything to Zhao Hai, the way he looked at Zhao Hai was very different. Yuan Ding had received several Jade Sword messages from his superiors these days. Many things in the Jade Sword were related to Wu Hai. Yuan Ding also knew that Zhao Hai had made a great contribution this time. To be honest, he was also very happy. It was he and Yuan Zhen who had summoned Zhao Hai into the Myriad Realm battlefield. He had only been in the Myriad Realm battlefield for a few days, but he had already made such a great contribution. This made him and Yuan Zhen feel very proud. After all, this meant that he and Yuan Zhen's judgment was very accurate. Of course, Zhao Hai also felt Yuan Ding's gaze. He bowed to Yuan Ding from a distance. Yuan Ding smiled and waved his hand. The two of them didn't say anything. Zhao Hai led Mo Sheng and Li Zongdao back to his cave. Upon entering the cave, Zhao Hai heaved a long sigh of relief. I'm finally back. I can finally have a good rest. Li Zongdao laughed. That's right, you're finally back. I didn't expect that your appearance would cause such a huge incident. Hee hee. Zhao Hai also laughed. Big brother Li, have a good rest. There will probably be more missions in a few days. The higher-ups will probably not let the Sioux tribe off so easily this time. Li Zongdao nodded and said, that's for sure. The Sioux people's actions this time have already made the higher-ups very angry. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many people at once. Now that things have gotten out of hand, there's no need to stop. The real thing is to beat them into submission so that people won't always find trouble with us in the future. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. He ate something with Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng before going to rest. Li Zongdao didn't cultivate either. Instead, he had a good sleep in the cultivation room. At this time, Kong Miao and the others had already set up Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen's Immortals Cave. This Immortals Cave was usually the place where they cultivated and received people. It took up a large area and was perfect for work. Now that Kong Miao was the commander of the attack on the Sioux tribe, she naturally had to stay here. When Kong Miao and the other soul-splitting cultivators arrived at the quiet room, Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen were also seated beside them. Seeing that everyone was present, Kong Miao said in a deep voice, we won the war against the Sioux tribe, but it's still not enough. I think Zhao Hai's plan is great. This time we're going to kill. We'll kill the Sioux tribe until they're scared of us. Then we'll find out who's going against us, and we'll think of a way to deal with them. When Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen heard what Kong Miao said, they were both stunned. They had not expected Kong Miao to mention Zhao Hai's name in this kind of situation. It seemed like he placed great importance on Zhao Hai. Su Ning nodded and said, that's the fastest way to solve this, but Kong Miao, it's best to let the higher-ups know about this. Although they didn't use the reinforcements this time, there are still more than 400 of them, and with our current forces, we have a total of more than 1,500 people. If we combine our forces, it shouldn't be a problem to take care of the Sioux tribe. However, the problem is that the Sioux tribe's invisibility cloak is a bit troublesome. If those guys find a place to hide, we really don't have anywhere to go to find them. Therefore, these 1,500 people can't act together. They can only act separately, but if they act separately, we're afraid of being ambushed by the Sioux people. If the Sioux people change their tactics and no longer fight us head-on, but instead hide in the dark to attack us, that will be our biggest headache. So we still need to inform the higher-ups about this and listen to their opinions. Kong Miao nodded. He also felt that what Su Ning said made sense. If the Sioux tribe really started to launch sneak attacks on them, it would be quite troublesome. Jianyi looked at Kong Miao and suddenly said, Kong Miao, I think we should ask Zhao Hai about this. Before the war, he had already killed many Sioux tribe people. Is there a way to discover the Sioux tribe people's invisibility cloak? If he can discover it, wouldn't it save us a lot of trouble? When Kong Miao heard Jianyi's words, her eyes couldn't help but light up. She clapped her hands and said, that's right. How could I have forgotten about that? That's right. Zhao Hai has fought with the Sioux people before, and not just once. It looks like he really has a way to detect the Sioux people's stealth. Yuan Ding muttered a Buddhist chant and said, Amitabha. Master Kong Miao, please allow me to say a few words. Please speak, Master Yuan Ding. Kong Miao nodded. Yuan Ding said in a deep voice, before the seniors returned, we received a message from the flying sword above. Now, the people from the large world have begun to watch Zhao Hai. We also received news from the higher-ups that Zhao Hai should have a way to discover the Sioux clan's invisibility cloak. Previously, Liu Sheng and the others were besieged by the Sioux clan. When they were no match for the Sioux clan, Liu Sheng and the others killed their way out of the encirclement and met Zhao Hai. They asked for help from Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai rescued Liu Sheng and the others, he turned around and killed them. It was Zhao Hai who took the initiative to chase after the Sioux family people. Although the battle process was not detailed, It was impossible for the Su family people not to use invisibility cloaks when Zhao Hai was chasing after them. However, those Su family people were still killed by Zhao Hai. This is enough to prove that Zhao Hai could really discover the Su family people's invisibility. When they heard Yuan Ding say this, Kong Miao and the others were stunned. Kong Miao looked at Yuan Ding in confusion and said, "Why are the people from the big world looking for Zhao Hai?" Yuan Ding shook his head. "We don't know yet. The higher-ups are only here to get Zhao Hai's information. They've already taken all of Zhao Hai's information away." Kong Miao nodded. "It doesn't matter why they're looking for Zhao Hai. One thing is for sure. Zhao Hai can detect the Su people's presence. That makes things easier. We can go after them." Suning shook his head and said, "I'm not too optimistic. Zhao Hai can find those Su tribe people, but he's only one person after all. If we split up our people, other than Zhao Hai's team, no one else will be able to find the Su tribe people. In that case, the people we've sent out will be in danger." Kong Miao thought for a moment, then turned to Yuan Ding and said, "Master Yuan Ding, please send someone to invite Zhao Hai over. I will have to ask him about this before I can make a final decision." Yuan Ding responded. He stood up and walked out. He decided to call Zhao Hai himself because he realized that Kong Miao valued Zhao Hai very much. As a Buddhist, Yuan Ding was well aware of Kong Miao's status in the Buddhist sect. In the future, Kong Miao would be one of the top disciples in the Buddhist sect. For a person like this to value Zhao Hai so much, it could only mean that Zhao Hai's future achievements would be limitless. This was the best time to befriend Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew what Kong Miao and the others were saying. Although Zhao Hai was hiding there and looked like he was sleeping, he was not. He had been paying close attention to Kong Miao and the others. He wanted to see how Kong Miao and the others would resolve this matter. Seeing this result, Zhao Hai was actually quite happy. As long as this matter was done, the crisis of the cultivation world would be resolved. He would also have a place in the hearts of those important people, which was very important for his future development. After coming to the Myriad Realm battlefield and finding out how many realms there were, Zhao Hai had already had an idea. He felt that the cultivation world was really too small. He wanted to go to these realms and see what they were like and what special things they had. It was once said that the more you understood the world, the more ignorant you would feel. Zhao Hai was like this now. Before, he did not know of the existence of the Myriad Realm battlefield. He thought that the cultivation world was the center of the universe, but now that he knew of the existence of the Myriad Realm battlefield, Zhao Hai's mind became active. His vision was no longer limited to the cultivation world. He set his eyes on the Myriad Realm battlefield. He wanted to know what was happening in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Would there be another place like the Myriad Realm battlefield? Even if there was no place like the Myriad Realm battlefield, he would have to find out by himself who made this Myriad Realm battlefield. Therefore, his vision became broader. It was for this reason that when Zhao Hai heard Yuan Ding say that the people from the other realms had begun to pay attention to him, he did not feel as uneasy as before. On the contrary, he had a feeling of eagerness to try. He wanted to understand the other realms on the Myriad Realm battlefield through the people from the other realms. He wanted to see what the other realms were like. Zhao Hai sat up and glanced at Mo Sheng, who was sleeping soundly. He didn't wake him up. He liked Mo Sheng's personality. He didn't think about anything. He just wanted to eat when he was hungry and sleep when he was tired. He would do whatever Mo Sheng asked him to do. Such a person lived simply and happily. Many people didn't know what happiness was, and almost no one could really describe it. In fact, happiness was very simple. It was a kind of emotion of satisfaction. If you ate a good meal, it was a kind of happiness. If you did the job you liked, it was also a kind of happiness. Everyone could be happy, but some people just turned the simplest thing into the most difficult thing. Not long after he sat up, Yuan Ding had already arrived outside Zhao Hai's cave abode. He said in a deep voice, "Is Zhao Hai here? Come out and meet me." Zhao Hai then stood up, turned around, and quickly walked to the entrance of the cave dwelling. He bowed to Yuan Ding and said, "Master Yuan Ding, what brings you here? Is there something you need from Zhao Hai?" Yuan Ding looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "It's good that you're here. Master Kong Miao and the others want you to go over for a while. They said that they have something to ask you." Zhao Hai quickly responded and followed Yuan Ding into his cave. After a short while, the two of them arrived at Yuan Ding's Immortal's cave and entered a quiet room. As soon as they entered the room, Zhao Hai immediately bowed to everyone. Kong Miao waved his hand and said, "Zhao Hai, you don't have to be so polite. Take a seat, I have something to ask you." "Yes," Zhao Hai replied and sat down. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I heard that you chased after the Su people. Are you able to break their invisibility?" Master Zhao Hai shook his head. "I can't break the Su people's invisibility, but I can find them." When Kong Miao heard Zhao Hai say this, she could not help but be stunned. However, she still said, "It's good that we can find them. Can you give us this method?" When Zhao Hai heard Kong Miao say this, he already had a plan in his mind. He said in a deep voice, "Master, actually you don't have to learn this. I can make use of the magic arrays and some machine technology to make a bunch of search instruments. With these instruments, anyone can find the Su people." Kong Miao and the others were all stunned. finding the Sioux people had always been a headache for the entire Myriad Realm battlefield. Even for those from the large realms, finding the hidden Sioux people was very difficult. Why did this matter seem so easy when it came out of Zhao Hai? Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, even though our cultivation world has always been very free, this war with the Sioux tribe is a national war. It concerns the survival of our cultivation world. It cannot be joked about. Is what you said true? Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, saying, okay, as long as you can make this kind of search device, I'll give you whatever you want. Zhao Hai nodded. Master, please give me some time. I'll come up with a list. As long as the items are in place, I guarantee that I'll be able to make the equipment in 5 days. Kong Miao waved her hand dismissively. There's a quiet room right there. You can go there and make a list. I'm sure you already know what's needed to make this kind of instrument. Make a list right away. I'll prepare the things for you right away. You have to make it for me as soon as possible. Zhao Hai did not say anything. He only cupped his fists towards Kong Miao, then turned to Yuan Ding and said, Grandmaster, please take him to the quiet room. Yuan Ding nodded and led Zhao Hai to a quiet room at the side. Zhao Hai took out a blank jade slip and sent his mental energy into it, writing something on it. What Zhao Hai was writing now was naturally what he needed. He would not be polite with Kong Miao. Actually, with his wealth, let alone making more than 100 search engines, even if he made 1,000,000, he would not need to ask Kong Miao for anything. However, if he let this opportunity go, it would expire and become a waste. The interspace needed all kinds of things. Once these things entered the interspace, they could be produced by the interspace. At the same time, it could increase the interspace's experience. When the time was right, the interspace would level up. This was what Zhao Hai wanted to see the most. Therefore, when Zhao Hai was listing the items, he listed a few items that were not available in the interspace. He did not dare to list too many items. One could think of ways to take advantage of others, but one could not be too greedy. If one was too greedy, they would be disliked. Zhao Hai knew this very well, so he did not list anything too precious. Some of the items might be very precious in the cultivation world, but not in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Of course, the things that Zhao Hai had listed out were necessary. He wouldn't list out a whole bunch of things and not use them in the end. If he didn't use them, others would grab hold of his power. There had to be a limit to everything. If this limit was grasped well, anything could be done, and it would leave a good impression on others. In a short while, Zhao Hai had completed the list. Checked it twice and found that there were no mistakes. Zhao Hai then walked out of the quiet room and went to the quiet room where Kong Miao and the others were. After entering the quiet room, Zhao Hai immediately handed the jade slip in his hand over to Kong Miao and said in a deep voice, Master, these are the things I need. As long as you get them ready and give me 5 days, I promise to make 100 search instruments. Kong Miao took the jade slip and used her divine will to check what Zhao Hai wanted. This time Zhao Hai didn't want a lot of things, but there weren't many types. Moreover, the things he wanted weren't particularly valuable. Kong Miao nodded her head. Now she believed that Zhao Hai could really make a search device. He wasn't just trying to cheat them of something. Kong Miao threw the jade scroll in her hand to Yuan Ding and said, Master Yuan Ding, go and prepare these things for Zhao Hai. Get them ready as fast as you can. Don't delay any further. Yuan Ding responded, took the jade slip and turned to leave. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, what else do you need? We'll do our best to cooperate with you for the next few days. There's no need for anything else. Zhao Hai shook his head. Kong Miao nodded. All right. As long as you can do this, you'll be considered to have done a great service to the great cultivation world. Once this is over, you can leave the newbie area immediately. Leaving the novice area was actually a kind of reward. Many people in the novice area wanted to leave the novice area, but the general interface stipulated that they had to stay in the novice area for 3 years. To a cultivator, 3 years was not a long time. However, to a person in the beginner's area, it was a little long. That was because the beginner's area in the Myriad Realm battlefield was the place that produced the least items. The good things in the Myriad Realm battlefield would not be produced in the beginner's area. In order to obtain those good things, the people in the beginner's area desperately wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, they did not dare to disobey orders because once they disobeyed orders, they might be kicked out of the Myriad Realm battlefield. Zhao Hai also wanted to leave the beginner's area as soon as possible. Although he was not afraid of being kicked out of the Myriad Realm battlefield and could come back at worst, his foundation was in the cultivation world. If he was kicked out and came back on his own, the higher-ups of the cultivation world would not let him off. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't act rashly. He did his best to help the great cultivation world deal with the Sioux tribe. He knew that the people of the great cultivation world would not reward anyone for their contributions. That way, no one would risk their lives for them. Zhao Hai believed that if he did well this time, the higher-ups would reward him handsomely. If he asked to leave the beginner's area, there wouldn't be any problems. However, he had not expected Kong Miao to bring it up first. Although Kong Miao and the others had mentioned this before when they were chatting, Zhao Hai had not expected Kong Miao to tell him the news so quickly. Kong Miao waved her hand dismissively. It's a small matter. I agree to your request. As long as you complete this task, everything else can be discussed. As he spoke, Yuan Ding walked in from outside with an interspatial bag in his hand. After entering the house, he handed the interspatial bag to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, take a look, is there anything missing?" It was only when Zhao Hai sent a message that Su Ning sighed. "Good lad, the Su clan's ability to hide has always been a headache for everyone here in the Myriad Realm battlefield. I didn't expect him to be able to solve it. Impressive." Everyone nodded their heads. To be honest, they were getting more and more curious about Zhao Hai. They had thought that he was just a rather powerful nascent soul cultivator, but they slowly realized that his strength was far beyond their imagination. Now, he was even able to destroy the invisibility cloak that the Su clan relied on for survival. This was very impressive. Zhao Hai didn't care so much. When he returned to his cave, he realized that Li Zongdao had already woken up. In fact, when Yuan Ding came to call Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao had already woken up. Zhao Hai wanted to ask Zhao Hai something, but Zhao Hai had already left with Li Zongdao. Zhao Hai could only wait in the cave. In BSP, now that Zhao Hai had returned, Li Zongdao immediately went up to him and said, "Little Hai, what happened?" Zhao Hai laughed. "It's nothing. Master Kong Miao asked me to help him forge. I'm going to the forging room. Mo Sheng has woken up, so you can keep an eye on him." After saying that, he took out some food and wine for Li Zongdao and continued, "This time, you can refine it for about 5 days. You can't be disturbed. If Mo Sheng is hungry, you can give him these things to eat." Li Zongdao nodded. Zhao Hai then turned around and entered the crafting room. At the same time, he activated the array inside so that the people outside could not see what was happening inside. As soon as he entered the room, Zhao Hai immediately entered the realm. In fact, the ritual room that Zhao Hai had mentioned was nothing special. It was just a silver needle that was placed inside and used to communicate with the realm. The realm would detect the invisibility of the Su people and then send the information back to the machine through the needle. However, it didn't allow anyone to use the mercury needle, so the needle was just an inconspicuous link in the device. There was nothing special about it. Zhao Hai also planned to make a small computer in the device room to display the surrounding terrain and then use bright red dots to show the location of the Su tribe. When Zhao Hai had made this suggestion, he had already asked Kai to design the blueprint for the device. After the analysis of the all-purpose analyzer, they had finally decided on this plan. It was because of this that Zhao Hai was so confident. However, he couldn't let the mercury needle stay in that kind of instrument forever, so he planned to let this instrument have a lifespan. For example, after a year, this instrument could no longer be used, so he could take back the mercury needle. Everything was ready in the interspace. As soon as Zhao Hai took out the ores that were not in the interspace, the mine vein of the ores was immediately produced. Then the all-purpose manufacturing machine began to make the search device. It actually did not even take 5 days to make the search device, not even 5 hours. However, Zhao Hai deliberately gave more time as he did not want to leave so soon. 5 days later, Zhao Hai walked out of the equipment forging room. During these 5 days, Li Zongdao had been guarding outside the equipment forging room. Mo Sheng and Li Zongdao had also been there. Although Mo Sheng was infatuated, he was the most loyal to Zhao Hai. One should not think that he would treat others as well as Zhao Hai just because someone gave him food. That was impossible. People like Mo Sheng, who were obsessed, were sometimes very sensitive. Their thoughts were too simple, so simple that they could sometimes feel whether a person was good or bad to them. Mo Sheng could feel that Zhao Hai was really good to him. The two of them stood guard outside the equipment refining room. There were even more people standing guard outside Zhao Hai's cave abode. These people were all powerhouses at the crossing calamity stage. One of them was a powerhouse at the soul-splitting stage, Su Ning. Su Ning had been personally guarding outside Zhao Hai's cave dwelling these days. Anyone who dared to approach young Master Zhao's cave dwelling would be warned. If they did not listen to the warning, they would be killed. However, this had never happened before, as Zhao Hai's place had been listed as a forbidden zone. Everyone in the cultivation world knew this. Zhao Hai had already known about this situation in the origin space, but he didn't expect that the people of the cultivation world would value his equipment so much. 5 days wasn't a long time, especially for cultivators. Soon, 5 days had passed, and Zhao Hai walked out of the forging room. The moment he stepped out of the crafting room, Li Zongdao went up to him. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, how is it?" He now knew what Zhao Hai was forging. Kong Miao had already told them about it, and it was Kong Miao who had arranged for the two of them to stand guard in front of the forging room. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and smiled. "It's done. Don't worry." In BSB, hearing Zhao Hai's words, Li Zongdao heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in front of young Master Zhao. Zhao Hai took a look and saw that it was Master Su Ning. Zhao Hai quickly bowed to Su Ning and said, "Zhao Hai greets Master." Su Ning nodded his head casually and looked at Zhao Hai with anticipation. "How is it? It's a good thing I didn't fail you," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. As he said that, he took out a search device and handed it to Su Ning. When Su Ning saw the search device, he could not help but show a hint of surprise on his face. This search device was really beautiful. It was round, palm-sized, and had a crystal screen on the front. The screen could clearly display the surrounding terrain within a range of about 10,000 meters. Now the screen only showed the terrain and nothing else. The body of the weapon was silvery white and it was very beautiful. Su Ning looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you confident?" Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. "Master, don't worry, there won't be any problems. However, this device has a weakness. It can only be used for a year and it can only detect people from the Su clan. People from other realms won't be able to detect it." Su Ning was stunned. He then frowned slightly and said, "What's going on? Why can it only be used for a year?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "Master, in addition to using the materials I asked for, there is something else in this device. This thing is the key to finding the Su people. It is an unknown metal that evaporates very quickly. If a fist-sized piece of this metal is exposed to the air, it will evaporate in less than a day. I also found this metal by accident. Later, I found out that when the Su people approach this metal, it will evaporate, so I used this principle to make this device. This device is sealed, and there's only a little bit of that metal inside, but even under the sealed conditions, it can only be kept for about a year, at most a year. As long as this metal evaporates, this device is equivalent to a piece of scrap metal. Other than being able to display the surrounding terrain, it's useless." "Oh," Su Ning was stunned. "There was such a thing. Do you have any more of this metal? I want to take it back and study it to see if I can find this metal. If I can find this metal, we can mass-produce this instrument." Zhao Hai smiled wryly. He took out a large glass bottle. The bottle was completely sealed. There was no opening at all. There was only a small amount of metallic liquid in the bottle. It was not even the size of a fingernail. Zhao Hai gently shook the glass bottle. The liquid metal inside flowed like water, without any intention of staining the glass bottle. Zhao Hai looked at Su Ning and said, "Master, I like to collect some strange things. I accidentally found this thing in the soft gold mine in the 6th World battlefield. It was enough to fill this bottle. But later I found that this thing will evaporate very quickly even in a glass bottle. I tried many other things and finally found that it is still very slow in the glass bottle. In the end, I had no choice but to seal the glass bottle. This metal has another characteristic. It can be dissolved into other metals. After being dissolved, it will be exactly the same as the other metals. There is only one exception, and that is 100-year ironwood. As long as you drop this thing on the 100-year ironwood and seal it with glass, it will be stored for a long time. I also used this principle to make this kind of instrument. Now, besides the ones used to make the instrument, there is only this much left. If Master wants it, you can take it. However, Master, you must not let him come into contact with the air. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this little thing will disappear in the blink of an eye." When Su Ning heard Zhao Hai's words, he could not help but glance at the small drop of metallic liquid in the big bottle. However, he still took it and kept it in his spatial equipment. He then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, let's go." Zhao Hai nodded and followed Su Ning. The moment the few of them left Zhao Hai's cave, they discovered that Kong Miao and the others had already arrived outside the cave. Zhao Hai hurriedly greeted Kong Miao, but Kong Miao waved her hand and said, "How is it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Su Ning walked up to Kong Miao and passed the search device to her. At the same time, he explained the lifespan of the search device to Kong Miao and even took out the large glass bottle. When Kong Miao heard Su Ning's words, she also frowned. She then turned to Su Ning and said, "Master, take this with you and go to the headquarters immediately. Ask the people there to look into it and see if they can find it again or if anyone has heard of it. Also ask the soft gold mine to look for it again." Su Ning nodded, turned around and left. Kong Miao looked at the search device carefully, then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "What about the others?" "Here they are. I've only made 112 interspatial bags," Zhao Hai said as he took out an interspatial bag. Kong Miao took the interspatial bag and glanced at it. She nodded and said, "Good, very good. Zhao Hai, you've done a great job this time. I've decided that you'll be following me for the time being. You don't have to come back to the beginner's area anymore. How about it? It's my honor to be able to help you, Master," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Zhao Hai responded. Kong Miao waved her hand and threw the interspatial bag to Yuan Ding. "Find these devices. Let every 10 people form a team. All the soul-splitting stage cultivators can act separately. The soul-splitting stage cultivators can't bring more than 5 people with them, and the crossing calamity stage cultivators can't have less than 10 people in each team. Once you've distributed them, set off immediately. Each team will act in the direction we've agreed on, and we can't break contact with each other. Also, leave some people here to guard the area. We can't let the enemy take advantage of any loopholes. We haven't hurt the Sioux people yet. Those guys are on fire right now. They're capable of doing anything." Yuan Ding replied and turned around. Kong Miao turned to look at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Zhao Hai, I'm older than you. Is it okay if I call you Little Hai?" When Zhao Hai heard what Kong Miao said, he did not have much of a reaction. He only smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Calling me Little Hai is more intimate." However, Li Zongda was a little shocked. He knew very well that Kong Miao was extremely arrogant. He never thought that she would be so kind to Zhao Hai. Kong Miao laughed heartily. All right, Little Hai, release your ship. Let's go. Zhao Hai replied and released Hades. Kang Miao boarded the ship and pointed in a direction. Zhao Hai immediately steered the ship and flew in that direction. Kang Miao stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the scenery around her. She said to Zhao Hai, who was beside her, speaking of which, the Myriad Realm battlefield is really not bad. The spiritual energy here is very rich, very suitable for cultivation. You should cultivate well here. Sooner or later, you will also be able to successfully pass the tribulation. Kang Miao turned to look at Zhao Hai. He saw the confidence on Zhao Hai's face and he could not help but smile. Good cultivators should have this kind of confidence. I believe that you will definitely succeed, and that day is not too far away. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. Kang Miao looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. You've put in a lot of effort in dealing with the Sioux tribe this time. I also noticed that you're very strong. You seem to be using Buddhist techniques. Can you tell me what techniques you're using? If you can't tell me, then forget it. Zhao Hai knew that Kang Miao was only curious. That was because he had just used the enlightened mind revealing nature mystic technique and did not discover any enmity between Kang Miao and him. Thus, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's nothing I can't say. I'm learning Arhat's divine power, which includes the use of magic weapons and a one-punch body cultivation technique." Kang Miao frowned slightly and said, "Arhat power. Why didn't this sound like a Buddhist technique? Buddhist techniques are usually not called divine techniques, but rather scriptures or laws. I've never heard of any Buddhist technique being called divine techniques." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know. I got a jade slip without a mental seal. I found that the cultivation technique inside was much better than what I had learned, so I followed it and practiced. There was also a trace of innate spiritual chi in the jade slip. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to learn it so quickly." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Kang Miao could not help but be stunned. This was because Zhao Hai's experience in saying these words was too similar to his. They were exactly the same. This made Kang Miao look at Zhao Hai as if he was a wondrous object. Zhao Hai had also noticed Kang Miao's gaze, but he did not understand what Kang Miao meant because what he had just said was not true. He was just making up a story. When he was on Earth, he had been a novelist, so he could easily come up with a story like the one above. However, Zhao Hai did not know that Kang Miao was the direct beneficiary of this story. It could be said that Kang Miao had come to where she was today because she had encountered the exact same thing that had happened in Zhao Hai's story. Zhao Hai would never have thought that a story he had casually made up would give Kang Miao such a good impression of him. People would always be interested in people who had similar experiences as them, and it was also easier to have a good impression of them. It was precisely because of this reason that Kang Miao had a good impression of Zhao Hai. Of course, Kang Miao would not tell Zhao Hai that he had the same experience. He only looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "You're really lucky, but you're not the only lucky one in the cultivation world. Many people have had such an opportunity." "That's right," Zhao Hai nodded. "There are many opportunities like this. I'm just lucky." Kang Miao smiled and turned to look in front of her. In her heart, she wanted Zhao Hai to become her subordinate even more. Zhao Hai was strong enough, and he was also very lucky. It would be good for her to have such a person by her side. Compared to others, cultivators often believed in luck more because they could encounter danger at any time. And when they encountered danger, if your luck was bad, you would either die or be injured. If your luck was good, it was very likely that you would pass the test smoothly and even gain a lot. It was because of this that cultivators often liked to associate with people with good luck. They believed that this would bring them good luck. Kang Miao's luck was pretty good, but she realized that she was not the only one with good luck in this world. Zhao Hai's luck was also very good. If she could bring Zhao Hai to her side, she would be even luckier. Of course, Zhao Hai did not know what Kang Miao was thinking. He was currently observing the movements of the other people in the cultivation world through space. There were mercury needles in the invisible detector, so the map of the area would be stored in the origin space. That was why Zhao Hai paid so much attention to the situation in the origin space. Because the realm was now providing services for these more than 100 search instruments, although he believed in Kai Er's strength, he was still very concerned about the situation there. Everything in the boundless space was operating normally. For Kai Er, providing information to more than 100 search instruments was a piece of cake. In the past, when Zhao Hai released tens of thousands of mercury needles, there would be no problems at all, let alone now. Zhao Hai looked at the direction they were heading in and nodded. The cultivators were in groups of 10 and were heading in the same direction as them. They were almost in a straight line as they advanced forward. It was like a huge net had been pulled open. As long as a Sioux tribe member passed through this net, they wouldn't be able to escape. These people weren't very far away, and they could almost detect every inch of the place they passed by. Zhao Hai also understood why the people of the cultivation world were doing this. It was because they were heading in the direction of the Sioux people's nest. The Sioux people were a race of bandits. Normally, they shouldn't have let anyone find their lair. However, almost everyone knew where their lair was, and they didn't intend to hide it from anyone. However, their lair had never been attacked. Zhao Hai and the others were going to the Sioux tribe's rat, the Octopus Archipelago. The Octopus Archipelago was at sea and consisted of a main island and hundreds of small islands of various sizes. The main island and the small islands were shaped like a large octopus, hence the name. The reason why the Sioux people had chosen Octopus Island as their home was because their totem was an octopus. It was laughable that a strong path race would actually use octopuses as totems. However, this was true. The Sioux people would not eat octopuses, much less kill them. If they found out who had killed the octopuses, they would definitely take revenge on that person. There were all kinds of environments in the Myriad Realm battlefield. The ocean occupied a very large area in the Myriad Realm battlefield. It was a very dangerous place. There would often be energy storms in the ocean. Even an expert in the longevity stage might not be able to escape from these energy storms. In addition to the energy storm, there would also be supreme black clouds and poisonous purple mist on the sea. The supreme black cloud was easy to understand. It was a kind of black cloud that looked like it was about to rain. However, this kind of cloud had one special thing. It could isolate all energy. As long as you rushed into this cloud, it would be difficult for you to come out again. This was because this kind of cloud not only isolated energy, but also absorbed the energy in your body. The poisonous purple mist was a kind of purple mist that would appear at random times. The mist contained a very strong poison. Even an expert in the longevity stage could not guarantee that he would not be affected by this poison. It was precisely because of this that the ocean was almost a forbidden zone in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Only a few people who liked to take risks would enter the ocean. Of course, those who could come back alive from the ocean were also 1 in 100. Although Octopus Island was on the sea, it wasn't in the deep sea. It was only near the sea. There were almost no absolute dark clouds, energy storms, or poisonous purple mist there, which was why the Sioux people dared to live there. Zhao Hai and the others' current target was Octopus Island. Although the Sioux people were a bandit race, they still had deep feelings for the Octopus Island. This time, Zhao Hai and the others did not hide their tracks. With so many people attacking the Octopus Island like a net, it would be strange if the Sioux people did not know. Once they discovered the Great Cultivation World's intentions, they would take action. The most likely outcome would be to send people to ambush the people from the Great Cultivation World. This was exactly what Zhao Hai and the others wanted to see. They would use invisibility cloaks to ambush the people from the Great Cultivation World, while the people from the Great Cultivation World would use their search instruments to find the Sioux people and kill them. Zhao Hai was also very much in agreement with Kong Miao's arrangements. What kind of place was the Cultivation World? It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Previously, the Sioux people were about the same as the ones from the Great Cultivation World, and they might even be stronger. But after the previous 2 battles, this situation changed. Zhao Hai and the others had recruited hundreds of Sioux people, and these Sioux people were all old foxes in the crossing calamity stage with extraordinary combat power. It could be said that the previous battle had really hurt the Sioux people's vitality. If the Sioux people's sneak attack on the newcomers of the Great Cultivation World was to destroy their foundation, then the 2 battles in the Great Cultivation World were to directly cut off one of their arms, greatly reducing the strength of the Sioux people. In the past, when the Sioux clan was at its peak, they could still be on equal footing with the Great Cultivation World. They were even a head taller. It was like 2 people. They were both adults and had similar strength, just that one was taller and stronger, while the other was shorter and stronger. But now one of the taller ones had an arm cut off, so he was no match for the shorter one. At this moment, the short man didn't need to use too many skills to fight the tall man. He only needed to walk steadily, step by step, and not give the tall man any chance. Then he could easily knock the tall man to the ground. The Great Cultivation World and the Sioux tribe were in such a situation. The Sioux tribe had lost an arm to Kong Miao and the others, so they didn't need to use any tricks. They just needed to defend their rear and steadily advance, not giving the Sioux tribe any chance to launch a sneak attack. This way, they could kill their way to Octopus Island. Even if they couldn't, they could force the Sioux tribe to come out and fight. The Great Cultivation World wasn't trying to exterminate the Sioux tribe this time. If they did, they wouldn't know who was behind the Sioux tribe. What they wanted to do was to beat the Sioux tribe until they were scared. Only then would the Sioux tribe obediently reveal who was behind this. Kong Miao realized that Zhao Hai had not spoken for quite a while, and could not help but turn to look at Zhao Hai out of curiosity. She realized that Zhao Hai was like an old monk in meditation, his eyes half closed, and there was a hint of solemnity in his expression. Zhao Hai also noticed that Kong Miao was looking at him, and he immediately opened his eyes. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're pretty hardworking, huh? Are you tired from driving this big ship?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I'm not tired. I'm just feeling the situation around me. We've gone to Octopus Island so brazenly this time, so the Sioux people will definitely not sit still and attack us. I just want to know how the others are doing." Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai with admiration and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." At this moment, Kong Miao suddenly glanced at the search device in her hand and then smiled. "Good fellow, you're here so quickly." Zhao Hai had actually noticed the two Su people a long time ago. These two guys had actually come to attack Hades. They really didn't know what death was. He didn't know what the Su people were thinking. They didn't attack anyone else, but attacked them. Weren't they just looking for death? The reason Zhao Hai said that was because he noticed that the other 100 or so groups were not attacked by the Su people. Only his group was attacked, and two Su people came at once. Zhao Hai glanced at the search device and snorted, "You don't know what's good for you." After he finished speaking, he was about to attack. Kong Miao, however, waved her hand. "You can drive the ship. I'll handle these two." With that said, Kong Miao threw the 100-changing Vajra scepter out, and the 100-changing Vajrafusu immediately turned into two huge axes, which went straight for the two Su clan people. The two mermen also realized that they had been discovered by Kong Miao. With a strange cry, they immediately removed their invisibility, and the magic tools in their hands flew towards the two axes. However, these two were Duji stage experts. How could they be a match for Kong Miao, who was at the soul clone stage? Moreover, Kong Miao was using the 100 Changes golden staff this time, so her attack power was extremely powerful. The two giant axes swept past the two Su tribe people's magic tools and chopped off their heads without any pause. Then Kong Miao waved her hand and put away her staff. Zhao Hai didn't hold back. He immediately turned the two mermen into undead creatures and kept them. The reason why Kong Miao had rushed to make a move was because he wanted to try and see if the search device made by Zhao Hai worked. The truth was that the search device made by Zhao Hai worked really well, and there was no error at all. He didn't care about Zhao Hai collecting the two Su people's corpses. He knew that Zhao Hai was a black magician, so he would collect some corpses and make them into undead creatures to use. In the six-world battlefield, Zhao Hai was given the nickname Underworld King because he used a large number of undead creatures in his battle with Huang Daoran. Thinking of this, Kong Miao could not help but ask Zhao Hai curiously, "Little Hai, how many undead creatures do you have in your hands?" "I heard that you used a lot of undead creatures when your teacher fought you last time." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There are a lot of them, but they aren't very strong. If they were placed in the Myriad Realm battlefield, they wouldn't be of much use. That's why I don't really use the undead creatures now. I'm collecting the corpses of these Su clan people because I want to bring them back for research." Kong Miao was taken aback. "Study it. Study those corpses. What's there to study about those corpses?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I just want to do some research to see why the roots on the heads of the Su people can be used to control magic artifacts. If we can find out the origin, maybe we can make something to help us control magic artifacts in the future. If we can really make those things, it will be very important for us. Most importantly, if we can really use the roots of the Su people to find a way to increase the number of magic artifacts we can control, then expose this method. I'm afraid the Su clan is going to be exterminated. We've taken our revenge." When Kong Miao and Li Zondao heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but shiver. Then the two of them looked at Zhao Hai as if they had seen a ghost. Indeed, in the Great Cultivation World, seeing a ghost wasn't a big deal. There were even ghost cultivators in the Great Cultivation World, so it was very normal. Even if the two of them saw a ghost, they wouldn't have the same expression as they had when they saw Zhao Hai. Kong Miao and Li Zondao both knew Zhao Hai's information. They also knew that Zhao Hai had a large number of undead creatures in his hands. Zhao Hai was also a black magician. Black magicians weren't just famous in the circle of magicians, they were also famous in the entire Great Cultivation World. Even the ghost cultivators in the Devil Realm might not be as famous as black magicians, because those ghost cultivators and devil masters usually used a small number of corpses. Then these corpses were refined into some powerful zombies to help them fight. They used more ghosts. They refined the ghosts into magic tools and released them to hurt the enemy. They were not like the black mages who imprisoned a large number of undead creatures every day. These undead creatures were actually just some skeletons and corpses. In Kong Miao's and Li Zongdao's impression, black magicians were people who wore thick black magic robes and held a magic staff with a skull on it. They were thin and commanded countless skeletons and zombies with cold expressions and were sinister people. Zhao Hai was completely different. Although he was also dressed in black, it was a fitting cultivator's uniform. His temperament was not cold or gloomy at all. He gave people a feeling of sunshine and warmth. People liked him and wanted to be with him. People had forgotten that he was a black magician. However, after Zhao Hai said those words, Kong Miao and Li Zongdao suddenly recalled that Zhao Hai was also a black magician. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful black magician. Some people said that he had tens of thousands of undead creatures under his control. If Zhao Hai was the one who killed those people, he could definitely be called a killing maniac. And what shocked them even more was Zhao Hai's plan. Zhao Hai's plan was truly too terrifying. If the people in the Myriad Realm battlefield were to find out that the roots on the heads of the Void race could be used to make magic artifacts that allowed them to control even more magic artifacts, then the Sioux race's fate of being exterminated would be inevitable. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, the Sioux clan was not the most powerful. In addition to their bandit nature, the Sioux clan did not have many friends. However, their strength was not weak, so no one had provoked them. However, in the Myriad Realm battlefield, no matter which race they were from, they all wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could they obtain more good things, have a higher status, and live longer. In order to achieve this goal, they were willing to do anything. However, there was a huge difference between a person being able to control 5 magic tools and 10 magic tools. This could be seen from the battle between the Great Cultivation World and the Sioux people. There weren't many people on both sides, and their strength was about the same. However, the number of magic weapons that the Sioux people could control was much more than the people of the Cultivation World. As such, the people of the Cultivation World were always at a disadvantage. If not for Zhao Hai's sudden appearance, the people of the Cultivation World would have been in real danger. Even without this matter, the people of all the realms in the Myriad Realm battlefield were very interested in how to improve their strength. They would not let go of any method that could improve their strength through a mission. The Sioux people were able to live so freely because they were powerful and didn't have many things on them that could attract people's attacks. The Sioux people made a living by robbing, but there were many things that they couldn't rob. Even if they did, they would dispose of them as soon as they moved them away. Therefore, they didn't have many medicinal herbs or ores on hand, but they had a lot of magic weapons. But to the people of the various realms in the Myriad Realm battlefield, those magical artifacts were not of much use, so no one would have any ideas about the Sioux people. However, if the Sioux clan people had something that could arouse their strength, and as long as they obtained that thing, their strength would increase by a level, such a temptation was really too great for the people in the Myriad Realm battlefield. At that time, the Sioux clan people would probably change their surnames, and they would no longer be Sioux clan people, but rather Tang Seng 122233333333. If the Sioux people were extremely powerful in the Myriad Realm battlefield, and no one could defeat them, then it would be fine. But unfortunately, they were not. There were many experts who could deal with the Sioux people. By then, the entire Myriad Realm battlefield would probably hunt down the Sioux people. It would be strange if the Sioux people were not exterminated. One should never underestimate the strength of the people from the large worlds. As long as they wanted to, the Sioux people would definitely be exterminated. Even the plane where the Sioux people were from would probably be wiped out. Compared to the Sioux clan's plan to kill the newbies, Zhao Hai's plan was the one to kill the newbies. With this, the Sioux clan became the target of everyone's wrath. When they thought of this, the way Kong Miao and Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai changed. Although Zhao Hai was still smiling, the two of them could feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. He was too terrifying. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and smiled. There's no reason to reason in the Myriad Realm battlefield. This time, we've thoroughly offended the Sioux people. In order to find the real murderer behind the scenes, we can let them go, but those Sioux people will keep this grudge in their hearts. When they have the opportunity, they will definitely come to deal with us. For the safety of the cultivation world, those Sioux people can't be left alive. Even if I can't find a way to increase the number of magic artifacts I can control from them, I can at least refine them. Of course, I can't say it now. If I say it now, those people won't believe me. Kong Miao let out a long breath. He gave Zhao Hai a deep look. He had already listed Zhao Hai as someone he could not afford to offend. It was laughable to say that he, a soul-splitting stage expert, would actually list a nascent soul stage expert as someone he could not afford to offend. Even if he were to say this out loud, no one would believe him, but Kong Miao really did it. The longer she spent with Zhao Hai, the more Kong Miao realized that she could not see Zhao Hai clearly. Zhao Hai was like a mystery. No matter how hard she tried to guess, she would never be able to guess what kind of person he was. A person who was usually very sunny and warm would become extremely terrifying when facing an enemy. He would not leave any chance for the enemy. Once one became his enemy, there were only two possibilities. One was that you died, and the other was that he died. If Zhao Hai was just an ordinary nascent soul stage expert, Kong Miao would not have taken him seriously. To Kong Miao, an ordinary nascent soul stage expert was not a threat to her at all. His strength was far superior to those people. No matter how many tricks those people had, it was impossible for them to deal with him. It was just like the saying, any kind of scheme in the face of absolute strength was just a child's game. However, Zhao Hai just so happened to be no ordinary expert of the nascent soul stage. His strength was extremely powerful. Even with the staff of the 100 changes, Kong Miao was not certain that she would be able to kill Zhao Hai. Under such circumstances, Kong Miao had no choice but to pay attention to Zhao Hai and did not want to offend him. Li Zongdao's thoughts were similar to Kong Miao's. Although Li Zongdao was a forthright person, he was not an idiot. He was very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. Coupled with Zhao Hai's personality, he would definitely not offend Zhao Hai. However, he was not too worried. After all, he and Zhao Hai were good friends. Zhao Hai had no reason to deal with him. Zhao Hai saw their expressions. He knew what they were thinking, but he didn't care. This was the effect he wanted. It would be better if they had a trace of fear. As they were talking, Zhao Hai noticed that the other teams were also being attacked by the Su people. The attacks weren't very strong, and the people of the great cultivation world all had search instruments, so the Su people didn't succeed. Although the Su people did not succeed, Zhao Hai was still very alert. They were still very far away from Octopus Island, but the Su people had already started their attack. This was out of Zhao Hai's expectations. It seemed that the Su people had been forced into a corner. Kong Miao did not know what Zhao Hai was thinking. He noticed that Zhao Hai was standing there like an old monk in meditation. This made him very confused, but he did not say anything. Instead, he focused his attention on the search device again. At this moment, a messenger flying sword flew in front of him. Kong Miao took the flying sword and used her psyche to check it out. She immediately knew what had happened. This was a small team from the cultivation world. They had also been attacked by the Su people, but because of the search device, the Su people had suffered a small loss and escaped. Kong Miao took a look at the contents of the jade sword. There was nothing remarkable about it, so she let go of the jade sword again. Not long after, more jade swords flew over to Kong Miao. Kong Miao took a look and saw that the contents were more or less the same. This situation was within his expectations, and he was not surprised. Li Zongdao stood by Kong Miao's side the entire time, watching as she busied herself. To be honest, he was really envious. Being busy represented power. He wasn't busy, but no one would listen to him. He believed that if he had not followed Zhao Hai here, he would have been dead by now. This was the first time Li Zongdao realized that there were so many experts in the world. There were so many of them that it made his scalp numb. However, Li Zongdao was an open-minded person. He quickly thought it through. When he came to the Myriad Realm battlefield, he would have to give up everything in the cultivation world. His identity and honor in the cultivation world had nothing to do with the Myriad Realm battlefield. Here, he was just a newbie. Although he had already adjusted his mental state, he still felt a little jealous when he saw Kong Miao so busy, because strictly speaking, Kong Miao was of the same generation as him. Just look at Kong Miao now. She was already commanding thousands of people in battle in the Myriad Realm battlefield, but what about him? An extremely ordinary newcomer. The gap was huge. At the thought of this, Li Zongdao couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. He secretly swore in his heart that one day, he would be like Kong Miao and command thousands of people in battle. NBSB Zhao Hai noticed Li Zongdao's reaction. He could roughly understand Li Zongdao's feelings. After all, Li Zongdao had told him about Kong Miao. Zhao Hai's attention was not only on the teams from the cultivation worlds. In fact, he had already released his mercury needles. These needles only had one target, Octopus Island. This time, Zhao Hai and the others' ultimate goal was Octopus Island. Even if they couldn't charge into the island and start a massacre, they would force the Su people to fight them by forcing their way into the island. It was precisely because he was very clear about this that Zhao Hai had sent the liquid silver flying money ahead of time to scout the way. The goal was to see how many ambushes the Su tribe had set up along the way. Zhao Hai did find a lot of Su people. There were quite a lot of them, and most of them were lying in ambush on the road. They were also invisible. Obviously, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to have a search device. Although there were many Xufeng men lying in ambush on the road, Zhao Hai was not worried. Although the battle line in the cultivation world was very long, they were all in contact with each other. As long as one side was under strong attack, others would immediately rush over to help. Even if they could not help, they could at least give an early warning, and they could gather together to fight the enemy. There were a few times when the Su tribe wanted to make use of the majority of the cultivators to launch a sudden attack and wipe out a few small teams from the cultivation world. However, those small teams were able to detect the ambush in advance with their search instruments and immediately turned around and ran. If the Su tribe wanted to chase after them, they would have to reveal themselves, which made it impossible to ambush them. At first, Zhao Hai thought that nothing would happen, but he suddenly realized that other than the Su people, there were other people lying in ambush. These people were different from the Su people. The Su people didn't look like humans, but these people didn't. They looked like humans, but they were all wearing black cultivator clothes and masks that could block spiritual will. They were all gathered together, and there were about 1,000 of them. Zhao Hai was taken aback. These people were blocking the path of the cultivation world. They clearly had bad intentions. Furthermore, they were not ambushing. They were more like a brazen robbery. Zhao Hai didn't look down on them because of this. On the contrary, he valued them very much. If they dared to stand in their way, it meant that they were very confident that they could stop the people from the cultivation world. Although there were only 1,000 people on the other side, they were standing there with strict laws. Zhao Hai had been watching them through the space for a long time, but they didn't make a sound. Each of them had a murderous aura. It was obvious that they weren't easy to deal with. Zhao Hai said to Laura and the others in his mind, "Laura, I've also collected some information regarding the Myriad Realm battlefield in the realm. Can you find out which realm these people are from?" Laura looked at the people on the screen and shook her head. I can't find out, Big Brother High. This information is too little. Moreover, these people are obviously trying to hide their identity. That's why they are wearing the same clothes and masks. Although there are a few realms in the Myriad Realm battlefield that like to wear black clothes and masks, it can't be them. The style of the masks and clothes are wrong. I really can't find out the identity of these people. Let's analyze their combat strength, Zhao Hai said with a nod. Lola nodded and got busy with the others. Zhao Hai's words about analyzing combat strength were not just for show. He had used the universal analysis machine to design a machine that could roughly analyze an opponent's combat strength through their body's energy, killing intent, aura, and other things. This machine was completely intelligent. Of course, the results of his calculations might not be accurate and could only be used as a reference. Laura and the others were busy for a while. Then they said to Zhao Hai with a serious expression, Big Brother Hai, I'm afraid things aren't looking good. The analysis machine has analyzed that these people's combat power is very high. If we continue to advance in this way, we will be at a great disadvantage if we encounter them. Zhao Hai nodded his head, and then his mental power left the realm. His eyes opened wide. Actually, when he was communicating with Laura and the others in the realm, he didn't have to do this at all. The reason why he did this was just out of habit. At the same time, he also realized that Kong Miao didn't seem to know what to say to him. To avoid awkwardness, he put on the appearance of an old monk in meditation. However, he could not afford to do so now. This was a matter of the cultivation world. Zhao Hai opened his eyes and immediately walked to Kong Miao's side. He said in a deep voice, Big Brother, we have a new discovery. Kong Miao was taken aback and looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. He did not understand what Zhao Hai had discovered by following him around. He said in a low voice, what did you find? There's someone blocking the way about 4 hours ahead, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. Kong Miao frowned because he understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai said to block the road, not to ambush. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, blocking the way. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, they are blocking the way. There are nearly 1,000 of them and they are not Su people. They are all wearing black clothes and masks that can block spirit energy so I can't see their faces. They are also very strong. The undead creatures I sent out to scout the way have already been killed by them. Kong Miao frowned and said, very strong, close to 1,000 people. Could they be reinforcements that the Su people had called in from somewhere else? That can't be. Which world would be willing to help the Su people? Zhao Hai suddenly had an idea, and he looked at Kong Miao and said, Grandmaster, not everyone is willing to help the Su tribe. Have you forgotten who the Su tribe people are working for? It's very likely that it's a large realm, and that large realm shouldn't just stand by and watch the Su people get eliminated. Otherwise, if this matter were to be exposed in the future, the people of that large realm would have a huge impact. Kong Miao understood Zhao Hai's meaning. This was just like the floating temple. There were many small powers under the floating temple. These small powers depended on the floating temple for survival. There were some things that the floating temple could not handle themselves, so they would hand them over to the small powers. If something happened to the small powers in the process of handling the matter, the floating temple would definitely save them. Otherwise, the people's hearts would be revealed. Once their hearts were revealed, it would be difficult to lead the team. Kong Miao nodded. That makes sense. If he's really from that world, then we'll be in trouble this time. Kong Miao knew very well that with their current strength, they were no match for that large realm, and they did not dare to fight with that large realm. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and said in a low voice, no, master, this is an opportunity for us. With these people joining us, the Su people will be even more daring to attack us. However, it's not a good time for these people to reveal their identities. Otherwise, it will cause a war between the two worlds, so we can completely pretend that we don't know anything and fight them head-on. As long as we defeat these people, I'm sure that the Su people will tell us their identities, and we will be able to answer our purpose. Kong Miao frowned. I'm afraid that's not right. If we go head-to-head with that large realm, they won't let us go. Zhao Hai shook his head and looked at Kong Miao, master. Even if we don't fight them head-on, they won't let us off. Rather than that, it's better to fight them and at the same time express our intentions to those people above us. Master, how about this? We'll gather the troops first, and then you immediately send a letter to ask for the opinion of the higher-ups. Kong Miao nodded. He also felt that Zhao Hai's suggestion was good. The other side had 1,000 people waiting at the front. If they used this line-like formation to charge over, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Moreover, this matter might involve a large Jai, so they should ask for the opinion of the higher-ups. Kong Miao immediately took out a jade sword and sent her mental energy into it. She quickly finished writing the letter and then released the jade sword. This jade sword was meant for the people in the upper layer of the cultivation world. Following that, Kong Miao immediately took out a jade sword. The owner of this jade sword was for the teams that were going to attack the Su people this time. After she took out the jade sword, Kong Miao turned to Zhao Hai and said, let's stop here and wait for them. Zhao Hai nodded and stopped the Hades. Kong Miao stood there quietly. Soon, people from the great cultivation world arrived one after another. Kang Miao explained the situation to them, and Zhao Hai arranged for them to rest on the ship. About 2 hours later, all of the teams were on the ship. However, Kang Miao did not order the ship to move forward. Instead, she had Zhao Hai stop at the port because he was waiting for a reply from above. Fortunately, the Jade Sword's speed was extremely fast. The round trip only took about 4 hours before Kang Miao received the reply. After Kang Miao received the reply and read through the contents, she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, move forward with all your might." Zhao Hai understood Kang Miao's intentions. It seemed that the higher-ups had accepted his suggestion and were prepared to deal with those people. He immediately responded and steered the Hades forward at full speed. When Kang Miao had sent a letter to the higher-ups, she had already written down Zhao Hai's suggestion. It was obvious that the higher-ups felt that Zhao Hai's words made sense, which was why they had agreed to his plan. In fact, Kang Miao also thought Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. In this kind of battle between big realms, small realms like theirs had to choose their side first. Even if you stood on the wrong side, even if that big realm lost, it would not necessarily be destroyed. No big realm was so simple, it could not be destroyed easily. As long as that big realm was not destroyed, small realms like theirs would not necessarily be in trouble. If you didn't choose a side early and chose to fight on both sides, you might offend both sides. If you didn't dare to win in one world, you wouldn't have a good end. Obviously, the higher-ups had also thought of this, so they were prepared to take sides in advance. Now they had the same choice. The other party had already started to attack them, and they still didn't know the other party's identity. If the other party revealed his identity, they still had a choice. Now, they didn't know which world the other party was from. Even if they wanted to surrender, they couldn't find a way. So they only had one choice left. Zhao Hai steered the ship forward. At the same time, he kept a close eye on the group of masked men. It had been more than 4 hours. According to their original speed, the two sides should have already engaged in battle. However, they had just set off. It was possible that the other side would change in the 4 hours. However, it was clear that Zhao Hai had underestimated the masked men's patience. When Zhao Hai and the others stopped moving, the masked men did not move either. They were like lifeless statues, standing there quietly. However, Zhao Hai knew that these people were alive. They were just strong and patient. Not long after they set off again, some Su clan members went to report the situation to those people, but they still didn't move. Zhao Hai understood when he saw this situation. The main attackers this time were the masked men, and the Su people had become spies. However, this was good. After all, the Su people's targets had changed from the Su people to those people. From the looks of it, those people clearly didn't care about them, which was even better. After making arrangements for everyone, Kang Miao reappeared at the bow of the ship. He glanced at Zhao Hai and said, "How's it, little Hai? There aren't any undead creatures monitoring the place. How's the situation?" Kang Miao realized that he was paying more and more attention to Zhao Hai, because Zhao Hai was always able to surprise him, just like this time. If Zhao Hai had not discovered it in advance, he probably would not even know what had happened. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There are a few more, but they can only monitor the outside. There are no changes over there, and those people haven't moved. However, a few Su clan people just went to send a message to those people. I'm afraid they know about the changes here." Kang Miao frowned, then nodded and said, "It's fine if you know. Continue monitoring. Let me know if there are any changes." "I don't think there will be any changes," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Those family members must be proud and arrogant. They don't even think highly of us. How can they change?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Kang Miao was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. "That's right. Those guys are all proud and arrogant. They won't change." Kang Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "However, arrogant people usually have real abilities, especially in the Myriad Realm battlefield. This time it will probably be a tough battle. I have an idea. If you agree, we can give it a try." Zhao Hai nodded. "What method?" Kang Miao looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled. "I'll use the undead creatures. I have a lot of undead creatures in beast form. When I fought with my master last time, they were all equipped with magic cannons, and I haven't taken them out yet. But master, please give me some high-level crystals. The crystals I used before were a little low-level, so those magic cannons can't exert much power. Besides, I have a large number of dark yin lightning, which I can release some human-shaped undead creatures. Although it won't be of much help, it'll be good to add some trouble to them at the periphery. This way our pressure will be much less." When Kang Miao heard Zhao Hai say this, she nodded her head and said, "Good, this is a good idea. I can give you the crystals, but how many undead creatures do you have?" "A lot," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. Kang Miao nodded. "All right, then I'll go find them and collect the crystals. Just you wait." With that said, he turned and left. Kang Miao felt that she was starting to admire Zhao Hai more and more. It wasn't just because of his strength, but also because he had a good grasp of the human heart. Not long after, Kang Miao returned with an interspatial bag in his hand. He threw the bag to Zhao Hai and said, "I only have these now, you can use them first." Zhao Hai took the interspatial bag and looked at it. He nodded and put it away. This time, Kang Miao had given him quite a lot of crystal stones, and they were all high-grade crystal stones. Zhao Hai didn't need these things at all, because most of the crystal stones produced in his origin space were high grade. He only took these crystal stones because he didn't want to take advantage of the situation. The reason why Zhao Hai released the undead creatures was also for the sake of the cultivation world. This battle was too important for the cultivation world and they couldn't lose. Thus, Zhao Hai had no choice but to release the undead creatures to help. At the same time, Zhao Hai could let Kong Miao and the others know of his strength. Kong Miao and the others had only heard of the undead creatures in his hands, but had never seen them before. Today, he would let them see it for themselves. 4 hours wasn't a long time for a cultivator. It passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, Zhao Hai and the others saw the people blocking their way. The people who were resting in the cabin also came out. When they were about 1,000 meters away from the group, Zhao Hai stopped the Hades. The group of people in front of him stood there like wooden sculptures. However, they exuded a murderous aura. One look and one could tell that they were not people to be trifled with. As soon as Zhao Hai stopped Hades, Kong Miao cupped her fists towards those people and said, "Everyone, I'm Kong Miao from the great cultivation world. May I know why you're blocking our way?" The masked men on the other side all had their eyes peeking out from their masks. They were staring at Kong Miao as if they were looking at a dead person. Kong Miao felt a little uncomfortable from his stare. His face darkened as he said, "Everyone, I won't lie in front of an honest person. You all want to stand up for the